Every time you kill a villain, you can be reborn. What will you do? One night, you witness 3 girls being bullied by hooligans, so you step forward and save them with your own strength. However, after your heroic sacrifice, those 3 girls specifically tell the police that they were just passing by, and have nothing to do with the incident. The hooligans distort the truth, accusing you of provoking them first. The special police immediately determine that the hooligans used excessive force in self-defense. Then they try to take your body away directly, planning to destroy the evidence. You, as a soul, see everything clearly, burning with anger and hatred towards these bastards and their protectors. You suddenly awaken. The system to punish evil rewards you with a life whether you capture them or kill them on the spot. When your standby accumulates to 1 million, you will be given something you can never refuse. Next, the host is about to return to the deceased body. Please make use of this body. In the last 15 seconds of light and heat, before you can even think, your soul is instantly absorbed into the body on the ground. In just 1 second, strength fills your brain. You grab a glass shard and rush towards the leader of the thugs. At this moment, Wang Jing is completely unable to react. He doesn't understand why the body he beat to a pulp has come back to life. You viciously insert glass shards into Wang Jing's neck while spewing threats. You think you're tough, Wang Jing? Pfft, big shot, huh? Put. Wang Jing covers his neck, eyes filled with disbelief. Without uttering a word, he spits blood and collapses. It's not until this moment that everyone reacts, causing a commotion. The 3 girls with Xiao Nan scream in horror. The 2 security guards nervously draw their guns. Wang Jing's 2 henchmen are so scared that their legs give out, kneeling on the ground. After stabbing Wang Jing to death, you rush towards the 2 henchmen. 10 seconds have passed by now. Who finally pulls out his gun, pointing it at your back, shouting to stop or he'll shoot. This is intentional murder, punishable by death. Haha, death penalty? Ignoring the warning, you stab directly. The henchman nervously raises his hand to block, only to get a cut on his face. Quite unfortunate. Just as you prepare to continue stabbing, the final 5 seconds pass, and you fall to the ground again, becoming a corpse. The scene is chaotic. The doctors attending are dazed, as if biology no longer exists. Xiaonan, those girls were scared and wet the floor, sitting helplessly and crying, revealing their true colors. You return to your soul state, roaring in dissatisfaction. Just a few seconds away from killing another one. At this moment, the system voice rang out, "Host, don't rush. You have successfully eliminated an evildoer, gaining an extra life." You suddenly noticed a miniature image of yourself in the upper right corner, showing X1. But I was already dead, and now alive again. Do you think this is reasonable? Oh, verbose and foolish host. I will arrange a reasonable demand for you in this world. All of this is a product of time paradoxes. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Alright, off you go. As your head spun, when you opened your eyes again, you walked out of a cheap rental room, with 1 less life. The previous figure X1 became X1. Your settings appeared in your mind. Name, Liao Kaifeng, male, 20 years old. Brief introduction, you are an orphan, raised in Chongming welfare home since childhood. Diagnosed with bipolar disorder at 16, sent to a mental hospital. Escaped from the mental hospital at 19 and came here. Been hiding for a year. After reading all this, you couldn't help but nod in agreement. Alright then, orphan with a mental illness, let's get this done. Let's see who can stop me now. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice rang out once again. Falling into darkness and corruption, appearing righteous on the surface but engaging in all sorts of vices behind the scenes. Huda King, colluding with the underworld. With a seemingly pure appearance but a wicked mind, using charm to deceive many men of their money. The hypocritical and two-faced KTV seductress, the 3 sisters, and the notorious gangster Wang Jing's henchman, who has a history of committing crimes and murder. They are currently heading towards the Special Events Management Bureau in Tiannan District. They have reached Xiqing Road. Please decide on the course of action. Interesting, there's also a character introduction. Isn't Xiqing Road approaching this area? Look around. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a mud truck parked outside. With a sinister smile, isn't this a coincidence? Let's send them to the underworld to keep company. At this moment, 2 cars are driving on Xiqing Road. The front car is driven by Hu Taqin, with the 3 sisters. The car behind is driven by his colleague, carrying Wang Jing's henchman. The atmosphere in both cars is extremely silent. Tonight's journey is the first and last time Hu Taqin encounters such a bizarre case in his life. He still doesn't understand how you managed to rise up and kill. Remembering the evil deeds he had done in the past, a saying suddenly popped into his mind: heaven is watching over all. The 3 Phoenix nightclub sisters, not the brightest bunch, are now even more clueless. Their fear is turning into resentment, blaming you. If you had the ability, why didn't you act sooner? Can't you deal with those three cleanly? Why do you have to be killed and then rise up to kill again, scaring the hell out of us? The two henchmen of Wang Jing sitting in the car are also filled with fear. They are in a state of confusion, wondering what to do next. Wang Jing died on the spot. Where do we go from here? Both drivers were absent-mindedly driving, completely unaware that after passing an intersection, a mud truck appeared behind them. Driving the mud truck, the engine suddenly roared ferociously, and the speed kept increasing. As they waited at the traffic light, you stepped on the gas pedal, and crashed heavily into the two cars. Bang, bang, two huge crashes. The mud truck relentlessly rammed into the two cars, the violent force pushing them towards the wall on the right. After the dust settled, one life was saved, earning a bit more. Sorry, mud truck, bro, I'll compensate you. With a face covered in blood and a dizzy head, he took out all the money on him and placed it on the passenger seat. Then, he forcefully kicked open the deformed car door and walked away. Looking at the two mangled masses of metal, the dirty and corrupt Hu Tuchin who didn't serve the people met the end of their wicked lives. The two Wang Jin brothers also perished on the spot. The three Phoenix nightclub princesses who were just going to work bid farewell too. Luckily, Xiaonan hadn't left yet. Half of his body was trapped outside the metal masses, with a few breaths left. You staggered over, and as Xiaonan saw someone approaching, his dying eyes suddenly emitted a strong will to survive. Help me, save me. You slowly approached him, wearing a sinister smile. Didn't I say it had nothing to do with you all? It was my own doing. Ha, who let him save me? To outsiders, this statement may seem inexplicable, but when Xiaonan heard it, it was like a thunderclap in his ears. It was him, the ghost had come back for revenge. It's my fault, save me, I was really wrong. The intense stimulation and adrenaline rush gave her some strength and spirit, commonly known as a temporary recovery. There is no trace of mercy on your face. The foolishly honest you from before is already dead. You shake your head indifferently. How could you make a mistake? You just know you're going to die. Vengeance is fulfilled. You squat on the ground, communicating with the system in your mind. What does that point of justice mean in the system? How to earn points. The justice point is about the reward points you receive after each successful action. When you accumulate 100 points, it will give the host a surprise. I see, you understand. You stand up and prepare to leave. But at this moment, there is already a large crowd surrounding you, discussing animatedly. Someone has reported to the special forces. Oh my, the one driving the mud truck is really crazy, always crashing around in the dead of night. Who wouldn't say so? This time is even more impressive. The special forces vehicle is in such a state after the crash, they probably will be sentenced to death. You walk to the edge of the crowd. As you try to leave, a concerned citizen steps up to stop you. You can't leave, it's hit and run if you do. Damn it, you've killed so many people, don't you feel any guilt? How can you leave with a clear conscience? Truly despicable. Suddenly, you feel the light is too glaring. You look up. That person stands on the moral high ground, harshly criticizing him, condemning him. At this moment, he seems to be the embodiment of justice, the representative of light, the most special one in the crowd. You saw their shadows on him. Get lost, you know what? Coming up and spewing nonsense. When I was beaten to death, why didn't anyone step forward? The righteous avenger was originally somewhat afraid and hesitant, but when he turned around and saw so many people standing behind him, listening to the words of encouragement from passers-by, it boosted his morale. Without losing a point, he completely strengthened his confidence, came up with his head held high, and shouted loudly like a beast. He wanted to control you, lock your throat, and hand you over to the authorities. You weren't planning to lay a hand on this righteous avenger, but unexpectedly, he not only acted but also insulted, which infuriated you to the point where you slapped him back. With just one word from him, you directly pulled that person down from their pedestal. After being struck by reality, the righteous avenger covered his face, looking at the fierce and evil in front of him, losing his previous halo, becoming meek. How could you hit someone? This is not in line with the righteous path. Truly daring to act, even the passers-by dare not encourage, and someone quickly pulled him aside. Forget it, let's not provoke him. He has killed so many people now, he's gone mad. Be careful, he might kill you later. So everyone could only watch you leave in fear, with no one stopping you. They couldn't firmly hold on to their own lives. On the surface, they appeared righteous and resolute, but when gathered together, it was just a facade that crumbled with a poke. You turned into the alley ahead and vanished into the darkness. 20 minutes later, the special service ambulance finally arrived. Wang Jing's 2 little brothers and 3 sisters were taken to the funeral home in an orderly manner as a family. Meanwhile, you lay in the low-rent house and slept all night. The mud truck driver who was sleeping at home, looking confused, was yanked out of bed by the special forces. At 5 a.m., the staff of the Chongming District Special Events Management Bureau, looking at the surveillance video and forensic report in front of them, were at a loss. The incident results are clear. The deceased Lu Chen died at 11:13 p.m. from brain death, while the deceased Wang Jing died at 11:25 p.m. from severe neck artery damage. Lu Chen's body was covered in Wang Jing's blood, with a weapon in his right hand. The video clearly captured Lu Chen picking up the murder weapon. They are scratching their heads. How do we judge this? Two victims, one died by the other's hand. The deceased victim then rose to kill the other victim. The key point is that all the evidence is there, and all the involved parties are dead. This is really something, Wang Ju. I've never seen a criminal case like this in decades. Let's set this case aside for now. Don't issue any notices, the public won't believe it. First, investigate that traffic accident. Deputy Director Hu snorted and said, that driver is very stubborn. We interrogated him all night, but he just doesn't know. It's unclear if it was him driving the car. According to our investigation, he does have an alibi. The eyewitnesses at the scene also said the driver was a young man. But everything is too perfect, which makes me have to suspect that this is a premeditated murder. The target is the three Wang Jin, and Xiao Hu and the others are implicated. Upon hearing this, Wang Ju angrily slammed the table. This matter has already caught the attention from above. Whether it was intentional or accidental, we must thoroughly investigate today and apprehend the real culprit, uncovering the truth. Last night, under the guidance of the system, Lu Chen took paths without surveillance. Essentially, after leaving that intersection, there was no trace to follow. At 6 a.m., Mei Mei, who had slept through the night, was abruptly awakened by a loud knocking at the door. "Hello, we're here to inspect the gas." You got up, opened the door, and saw the landlord and the gas company maintenance personnel standing outside. The plump female landlord looked at Liao Kaifeng with a disapproving expression. "Did you sneak out at night? I knocked on the door for a long time, and you didn't open it." You chuckled, ignored the plump landlord, rubbed your eyes, and headed downstairs. Seeing you like this, the plump female landlord felt even more exasperated. "Liao Kaifeng, do you even understand what respect is? You're driving me crazy." According to the mental setup, this plump female landlord is sharp-tongued but kind-hearted. She considers herself pitiful, only charging 300 a month for rent, a rare kind person. With a murder case on your hands, it's best not to get too close to her to avoid trouble. After entering, the plump female landlord took the gas company personnel to inspect the pipeline. When he turned around, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a basket next to the table, containing blood-stained clothes, startling him. You hailed a cab, planning to go to the original rental house to see if the situation can be resolved. Take some relics. Without disguising your face, he still has a standby attitude. It doesn't matter. The taxi arrived at the subway station. You generously handed over 20 yuan, indicating no need for change, and quickly walked towards subway line 2. The driver was unable to stop you, stuck his head out the window, cursed loudly, and the fare was 22 yuan. You entered the subway, found a seat, and started thinking about what to do next. This life should not be wasted easily. After 2 subway stops, for some reason, you suddenly felt a bit itchy in your crotch. This is very normal for men, so you reached down to scratch it. At this moment, a sharp male voice suddenly accused you. "You are disgusting. Are you grinding and tearing in your crotch?" The people in the subway who were playing with their phones heard this, suddenly became alert, and some immediately switched their phones to camera mode, recording this moment. You looked puzzled at the person opposite you, pointing at your exquisite and charming male student, with a narcissistic gesture, dressed in a sexy and cool manner. For some reason, after hearing the words of those exquisite and charming male students across from you, you inexplicably became irritated all over, with your scalp tingling, wanting to vent. "I'll be damned, messing with people one by one, neither human nor ghost. Have some shame, I can't even scratch my crotch a bit, you guys are too overbearing, even setting a password for the moose, it's outrageous what you guys can say." Everyone was shocked, wondering where this brave soul came from, daring to stand up and criticize such a bad trend. Looking up, they saw a somewhat agitated figure with bloodshot eyes already standing up, pointing and cursing at those delicate and charming young men. Those delicate and charming young men were scolded harshly all of a sudden. After a few seconds, their blood visibly boiled. "Why are you so vulgar? If you're not tapping out Morse code, why are you fumbling around in your crotch?" These delicate and charming young men kept spewing words at Lu Chen, getting more and more worked up. When they reached their peak of excitement, they were left speechless. "Can't handle a bit of criticism?" Seeing their agitated state, the onlookers chimed in. "Even if it's a misunderstanding, why be so rude to these young men? Don't use foul language in public." You almost burst out laughing at these oddballs. "Alright, you say I'm tapping out Morse code? I'll show you something else. With a loud slap, you stepped forward, swung your right hand with full force, and landed a slap on the face of the first young man who spoke up, leaving a mark. I'll show you. Another slap, this time with your left hand, hitting the face of the adjacent charming young man. Subsequent slaps echoed, leaving each of those 4 delicate and charming young men with a mark of justice on their faces. The delicate and enchanting young man couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that he would be hit by someone, especially in front of so many people. He immediately became furious. How dare you hit me? I'll call the police, I'll have you arrested and shot. Are you even men, standing by and watching us get beaten? At this moment, a few enthusiastic individuals stepped forward to uphold justice. Stop. Why are you still hitting people? Quickly apologize to these delicate young men. The group of swollen-faced, pretending to be delicate and enchanting young men, upon hearing someone defend them, cried even louder, I don't want his apology, I want him in prison, I want him executed. You looked at the 3 enthusiastic individuals who rushed towards you, without saying a word, delivered 3 slaps in quick succession. You dared to hit us. The 3 enthusiastic individuals were furious and rushed towards you. Fearless and defiant, you faced the 3 enthusiastic individuals with bloodshot eyes, engaging in a physical altercation. This scene was captured by the onlookers and shared online. As the fight continued, the enthusiastic individuals realized you were truly unyielding. They became increasingly frantic, shouting and striking, eventually choosing to retreat with bruised and swollen faces. Coincidentally, the subway arrived at the next station. As you heard the announcement urging passengers, you spat a mouthful of phlegm on those individuals, causing another round of screams. You then turned and squeezed out of the train door, swiftly maneuvering through the crowd and disappearing, leaving everyone in a state of shock. All of this is fermenting online, and in an instant, this matter has caused a huge uproar. Countless compatriots in the same circle as them burst into angry laughter, determined to punish this unscrupulous man severely, sentencing him to death by firing squad. The enthusiastic citizen who you slapped on the night of the car accident also saw this video. Your face is unforgettable to him until death. It's this man. Nurses and doctors from the Wanqing Mental Hospital in Chongming District also saw this video. It's him, the one who escaped from our hospital by climbing over the wall, a manic bipolar patient. Various forces have taken notice for a moment. And in the comments below the video, there are a very few individuals requesting to pay attention again to that criminal case in Gaofei Town, Chongming District. This tragic case happened half a month before this series of events erupted. It was the case of an 18-year-old youth involved in extortion and murder. After seeing this comment, a smile involuntarily appeared on your lips. Is the system active? The case of the 18-year-old youth involved in extortion and murder has been initiated. The location at 2 o'clock precisely, 1:03, has been marked for the host. Later, you arrived at the old city's shantytown area, where there are fewer surveillance cameras, and nearby, there is a long-standing emergency market. You bought a pair of rubber gloves, coveralls, a large hammer, a canvas bag with tape and rope, and 3 sharp knives. After having a good meal, a large bowl of deluxe pork trotters with an added braised egg, you changed into the coveralls, carrying the hammer and bag on your back, and rode towards the first target location. Actually, they didn't move far. They thought that after the criminal case, those culprits relocated from the village in Chongming District to the town. They are united in enmity, forming a tight bond, determined not to show up. Sometimes they need to meet up, and the case is progressing in broad daylight. You wear a hat, ride a bike all the way, arrive at a courtyard wall, stop, at the location of the first target. As the sound echoes in the courtyard, oh, it's nothing. We'll accept the Special Trial Bureau's judgment. He'll probably just receive some education and come out. It's just that the online buzz was too much to handle. It'll settle down soon. You see, there have been several incidents recently, but we've managed to suppress our matter. This is a good thing, a man proudly remarks. Look at this, the case of the deceased Wang Jing with the same name, a major hit-and-run case, subway assault. What's the connection? I'm more concerned about how he's doing inside. The woman frowns as she takes the phone. Why can't you listen? I said it's fine. We should be worried about the compensation issue now. Humph, compensation? I'm not compensating. Who knows what's going on? Anyway, we don't have money to compensate. Let them sue. The woman adopts a defiant tone. Listening to this family's shameless words, he gives a cold laugh. If they aren't a family, they shouldn't interfere. They have the damn time to worry about how well their son is doing inside, how he's eating, how he's sleeping. They're truly a bunch of animals. All right, get up. He extinguishes the cigarette, also extinguishing their last chance. Bang, bang, a series of knocks on the door sound. The courtyard fell silent for a while, and after 10 seconds, a man's voice rang out, who was knocking on the door. You shouted that it's me delivering money. Inside, the pair of animals exchanged a glance, looking puzzled. The woman shook her head, signaling the man not to open the door. The man nodded and replied, "You've got the wrong place, this isn't the one." You remained calm, placing the sledgehammer aside. Through the gap in the door, you slipped a stack of 100 yuan bills, giving it a shake. You said, "It's here. I received extra money from the last wall job, so I'm returning the balance." As they gazed at the stack of 100 yuan bills, a hint of greed flashed in the eyes of the animal-like couple. The woman hurriedly pinched the man's arm, signaling him to take it, whispering, "Don't miss out on this opportunity." As the man approached, the 100 yuan bills were taken back. Your voice came from outside, "Since this isn't the place, I'll leave." Seeing you about to leave, "This won't do." In a panic, the animal-like person opened the door hastily, saying, it's here, "Don't go, take this money." Before finishing the sentence, upon opening the door, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes. Without hesitation, you raised your hand and struck directly. The woman was terrified and screamed loudly. You kicked the man who had been stabbed twice, knocking him to the ground. Swiftly, you ran towards the screaming woman, and with a swift motion, the sound abruptly ceased. You turned and ran towards the courtyard gate, pulling back the animal trying to crawl out, and then shut the gate. As the two animals faced death, they still gazed with incredulity, unsure why they had met such a tragic end. You wrote a line on the ground, "What kind of family education, what kind of flower will bloom?" According to the experiences transmitted by the system, these animal parents are born to be animals, committing countless misdeeds from childhood to adulthood. Stand by +2, earn a bit more for each. You washed the blood off your face, patted some mud on your body, took a puff of your cigarette, and left the courtyard towards the next target. 23 minutes later, a scream echoed from the courtyard wall. When the enthusiastic citizens who witnessed the car accident at night made the call, the Chongming District Special City Bureau quickly identified the suspect through video, the one who escaped from the Wanqing Mental Hospital in Chongming District a year ago, Liao Kaifeng. At the same time, Wanqing Mental Hospital also issued a notice. This person suffers from severe bipolar emotional disorder, mental illness, extremely dangerous. Do not engage in any conflict with him, as the consequences are unpredictable. Since his escape, our hospital has been actively searching throughout the city, with no trace for a whole year. Unexpectedly, he appeared today. In the heated online discussions, everyone was suddenly focused. How can we punish a mentally ill person? It's not illegal for mentally ill people to hit others. What a frustrating and chilling situation. The Chongming District Special City Bureau conducted a thorough investigation and finally traced him to the old city's ambulance market. It was discovered that he bought a series of public equipment. People speculated about his motives, some suggesting he had an affair, others labeling him as mentally ill. What nonsense! Hurry and investigate. If we can understand the thoughts of a mentally ill person, then aren't we also becoming mentally ill? That's right, everyone followed the clues and conducted interviews one by one. At this moment, another murder case was reported. The group of love-seekers hurried to the courtyard of the small town, only to see the person lying on the ground, along with the words on the ground, revealing the kind of family education and the blossoming of extramarital affairs. Captain Yang's mind immediately flashed with an inspiration, realizing it's not good. Quickly go to the other two rental houses. The case of the 18-year-old youth extortion murder was also handled by their criminal investigation team. It hasn't been resolved yet. Sometimes, they would negotiate with these three families due to necessity. Unexpectedly, such a situation arose at this moment. They rushed to one of the families, pushed the door open, only to find that the family was living well, but they were tied together with ropes, tears streaming down their faces. They kept crying out that it was all their fault, and they would definitely actively handle the compensation matters. Relatives quickly came to untie them, leaving two behind, asking questions while the rest set off again. Time is of the essence. Coughing twice, spitting out a mouthful of blood, this family resisted fiercely, and in a moment of carelessness, they were stabbed by the middle-aged man with a fruit knife. Fortunately, they are not as crazy as you. Looking at the three bodies on the ground, you show no mercy. All members of the previous criminal family deeply regretted, feeling that they failed to educate their descendants well, leading to such a grave mistake. Therefore, they were eager to actively handle this matter. However, under the coercion and terror of these two brutes, they were forced to follow them all the way into the darkness. After a round of binding lessons, you decisively arrived at this family to deal with them. Stand by +3, earn a little, add 1. Just as you were about to leave, a large group of field agents barged in with guns. They looked at you covered in blood, feeling nervous. A mentally ill person who killed 12 people with a knife, who wouldn't be afraid. Put down the knife, or I'll shoot. Captain Yang from the field team shouted loudly. The gun was already loaded, the safety off. You didn't resist, you covered your wound and dropped the knife. All of this was part of your plan, including the capture phase. Everyone rushed forward, pinned you to the ground, handcuffed you, and helped treat your wound. The others will report after inspecting the scene. All the captains are dead. The bastard killed so many people. Captain Yang from the field team, with a grim expression, looked at you, this mentally ill person, and took you away gritting his teeth, back to the bureau for questioning. The backup vehicle started. Throughout the journey, no matter how Captain Yang from the field team questioned, you remained silent. As they waited at the intersection for the traffic lights, suddenly a collision sound and commotion came from the adjacent street. Captain Yang from the field team heard the commotion, decisively analyzing that it must be an accident. However, he didn't go over. Traffic accidents are handled by other colleagues. His current task is escorting the criminal suspect who killed 12 people. His duty is to escort the criminal suspect who killed 12 people. Bringing back this suspect who can't go back is the current top priority. Captain Yang from the field team side shook his head and said to the team members in the car, alas, I don't know why, in this society now, major incidents happen frequently. In just 2 months, we have already received over a dozen cases. The team member agreed. Who can deny that? The water in Greenvine City runs deep. You smirk silently, because the punishment is not severe enough, leading to countless criminals that can't be caught, endless crimes. Some criminals are born evil and cannot be changed. Only by sending them to the other world can this world be cleansed. As they were chatting, the car's internal and external communication channels suddenly sounded a request for support. A black Land Rover driving from west to east on Zhongshan Road requested support for a drunk driving incident. There were also reports of injured field personnel. Field Captain Liang and his colleague driving exchanged a glance. Zhongshan Road, isn't that the place we just passed by? The vehicles abruptly braked, and Field Captain Yang honked the horn, turning the vehicle around. When they arrived at the intersection, they indeed saw a car with a severely damaged front end, a black Land Rover, crashing back and forth. What's more infuriating is that there was an electric bike hanging from the front. Damn this bastard! Field Captain Yang, furious, rammed into him, hit him hard, and forced him to stop. The black Land Rover seemed to have noticed the approaching police cars, frantically reversing in an attempt to leave. However, it was blocked by the angry crowd that caught up from behind. The aggressive and shattered black Land Rover, with the driver's door opened, revealed a crazed young man with saliva wetting his shirt, reeking of alcohol, eyes bloodshot and tearful. Standing at the driver's seat, he leaned out, waving a baseball bat in his left hand to keep others away, while grabbing handfuls of cash from the car with his right hand. He shouted, "Isn't this drunk driving? You guys just want money, right? I have plenty of money, take it, haha. Do you dare to hit my car? Do you know who my father is?" Before he could finish speaking, the blocked car forcefully rammed into the black rope. Damn this beast, all field members are ready to get off the car and subdue him. Just then, you called out to Field Captain Yang, "Yang Captain." The field members who had just gotten off the car were stunned. This lunatic actually started talking. Seeing this, Field Captain Yang spoke up, "You guys go first, there should be enough of you. I'll see what tricks he's up to." Subsequently, those field members left the special car. Field Captain Yang asked sternly, "Now that you want to speak, go ahead." Lu Chen glanced outside through the tinted window, then turned to stare at Field Captain Yang, saying, "Do you know that evil originates from the heart? Everyone is capable of evil deeds? Evil deeds are endless, criminals are countless. Just restraining and punishing them is not enough. We must take severe measures to make them completely terrified, to deter crime. Isn't this upholding the rules?" Upon hearing this, Field Captain Yang instinctively felt a bit resistant, furrowing his brow. He retorted, "That's not a reason for you to kill at will. Truly a lunatic, completely unreasonable." After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave, thinking to himself that he was truly crazy to converse with a lunatic. He was driving under the influence, aged 22, the only son of wealthy Chai Kong from Chongming District. "Chai Hong Kai," your cold voice echoed. Field Captain Yang suddenly froze, then turned back, staring at him with suspicion in his bloodshot eyes, and abruptly exclaimed, "You're lying to me." You still have that expression, with indifferent eyes, showing no avoidance, continuing to speak. "If you investigate further, you'll know that none of the people I ran over were clean. Take the example of someone named Hu. He is the master of your Hu Affairs Deputy Bureau, secretly involved in countless dirty dealings. Visit Cloud Brocade Villa, No. 102, and you'll see. As for your Hu Deputy Bureau..." Just hearing the name Hu, the sheep team felt nervous, quickly shutting off communication devices, angrily scolding to shut up. "Whatever they did, that's not a reason for you to kill. They should be judged by the rules, not by you. Hearing this, you stared fixedly at the sheep team, then your calm face suddenly twisted into a grimace. Ha, I thought you were different from them, turns out you're all the same. Let the rules judge. When I was beaten to death, I didn't wait for the rules to judge. So many dirty bugs, they didn't receive any judgment by the rules. He can kill me, so I can't kill him? Remember, it was you, Hu Waiqing, who released a monster last night. You still can't let go of your own death. Just thinking about that night's ordeal makes you uncontrollably agitated. The sheep team didn't quite understand this, thinking you were having another episode, but they kept watching as you didn't say another word. Yang shook his head, leaving behind the person he used to be. He has a sense of justice, can uphold principles. Reaching the position of captain wasn't easy. But at his age, with elderly parents and young children, they are all his weak spots. Yes, he's scared. You see the worry and fear in his eyes. Initially, you wanted to seek help from the internal system of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, as they have more up-to-date information. But now, it seems you can only rely on yourself. After handling the matter, coincidentally, that man in the black Land Rover also got into your car, hanging by his hands with his feet tied and locked to the car. From his dazed eyes, swollen face, and footprints all over his body, it seems he was dealt with thoroughly by those people. You stare at him with murderous intent, eyes unblinking, and a somewhat fierce expression. This is a waiting game, one step at a time, visible but out of reach. It's really frustrating. Chai Hongkai, the only son of Chai Kangol, a wealthy man in Chongming district, relied on his prominent family background and status as the only son. He started fighting in high school, often resolving matters with money despite being classmates with girls. As he grew older, he became more twisted after his plaything was ruined. Treating women like animals to be beaten, using money after death, resorting to violence and drugs for unresolved issues, treating others like ants. The system identifies him as the worst of the worst, and Wheat suggests the host should kill him without mercy. The vehicle starts and continues towards the Special Inspection Bureau. No one speaks in the car, the atmosphere is very heavy. Foreign companies, thinking they have seen too much darkness and cruelty. But today, seeing a wealthy second generation driving under the influence in public, it really angers people. He doesn't care about the safety of the citizens at all. The wolf team got on the car, lit a cigarette, involuntarily recalling the words of the psychiatric patient behind him. Evil originates from the heart, everyone is capable of evil deeds, sins are endless, criminals are countless. Merely restraining and punishing is not enough, we must take decisive action to make them thoroughly frightened and deter them from committing crimes. After 10 minutes of driving, the guy across from you finally woke up a bit, looked around with a glare, and started cursing. Let me go, I need to pee, I'll sue you, this is illegal detention. Chai Hongkai saw no response from them, tempted them with 5 million to let him go, offering each of them 5 million. Seeing no reaction from them, Chai Hongkai, with a swollen face, once again said, 20 million. This is already a lot, enough for several generations of your lives. Think about it. I'll flip the car later. The money will be transferred to your accounts tonight. I, Chai Hongkai, keep my word. Ha ha ha. You laughed at his appearance, then shouted towards the front. Do you see any remorse in him? Is there any in his eyes? It's just a few worthless lives. I dare say even if he's executed, he won't accept it, he'll appeal. Do you believe it or not? Ha ha. The opposite agent Yang's face turned pale, turned around and shouted, shut up, all of you. Chai Hongkai didn't keep quiet, instead turned his head coldly to look at Lu Chen, cursing, what are you? You're not even worthy to be locked up with me. Wen Yen, you slowly suppressed your smile, didn't turn your head to look at Chai Hongkai, but stared fiercely at Team Yang, and said seriously, let him go, I'll kill him. Keeping such a beast alive for even a second longer is an insult to the world. As soon as these words were spoken, even the field operatives driving couldn't help but step on the brakes involuntarily. Their facial expressions were extremely twisted and tormented. With eyes closed, all they could see was the chaos at the scene. Captain, one of the field operatives choked out, unable to finish his sentence. Yang, who had been capturing criminals for 12 years, had bulging veins on his face, bloodshot eyes, rapid breathing, and suddenly slammed his fist fiercely on the plastic casing of the co-pilot's seat. Bang! Blood began to seep from his fist. After Lu Chen finished speaking, his fierce face turned to look at Chai Hongkai. A bloody and murderous aura swept over them. Chai Hongkai, who was usually fearless, was stunned at this moment. Looking at Lu Chen's cold, twisted, and murderous eyes, along with what he had just said, he was certain that this guy truly intended to kill him, to actually take his life. Who was he? A death row inmate? Thinking of this, Chai Hongkai closed his mouth, his eyes darting around, a bit afraid to meet Lu Chen's gaze. After a while, Field Operative Yang's hoarse voice rang out, keep driving, we're heading back to the Special Affairs Bureau. When logic and law clashed, no one knew the inner turmoil he had just experienced. Yang really wanted to unlock Lu Chen's handcuffs, release that monster, and kill Chai Hongkai once and for all, to give those families closure. But reason and the rules behind the code reminded him that order must be maintained, rules must be followed. Lu Chen clicked his tongue in disappointment, but his eyes still firmly locked onto Chai Hongkai. It would be a shame for you to die by my hands. However, there might still be a chance. Remember, once you're inside, don't say a word, make sure to find a lawyer, understand? Have your old man mobilize all resources, use any means necessary to get you released on bail. If you manage to come out, then you can die by my hands, ha ha. Lu Chen's maniacal laughter echoed in the compartment. Meanwhile, on the external network platforms, news of the major incident caused by the revenge of the victorious man against society also surfaced, but it was quickly suppressed by an invisible force. Major news outlets received calls and transfers. They weren't asked to refrain from publishing entirely, just to delay and modify the descriptions, to push other news to the forefront and stir up some buzz. There was no choice, the money offered was too much. Journalists agreed to delay the news by 8 hours. Any longer was not acceptable, as the situation had indeed escalated too far and turned too ugly. Consequently, the two pieces of news resurfaced. Major traffic accident perpetrator arrested today. Shocking. Another criminal case in Chongming district. According to informants, both of these heinous cases were committed by the same person. It was none other than Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, who had escaped from Wanqing Mental Hospital a year ago. Due to the excessive hype surrounding this incident, the official Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau's account was flooded with mentions, and they had no choice but to issue a statement confirming the events. Dear citizens, today, our bureau has experienced a series of incidents. In order to promptly inform the public of the situation and progress of our work, we are issuing this bulletin. 1. At 3:30 a.m. Today, a major traffic accident occurred on Shicheng Road in Chongming District, resulting in 7 fatalities. The current suspect has been apprehended. 2. 2 criminal homicides occurred in Chongming District, resulting in a total of 5 deaths. The criminal suspect has been arrested. In response to numerous inquiries from the public, the suspect is indeed the individual who escaped from Wanqing Mental Hospital a year ago. The specific details of the cases are still under investigation, and any new information will be promptly disclosed. Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau. When this message was officially released, the quiet onlookers were shocked. It is important to note the 4 delicate and charming young men on the subway and the 3 excited sheep who saw this news on the spot. Those 4 delicate and charming young men were scared stiff. With their last bit of strength, they deleted all their posts and videos online, locked themselves at home, trembling like chaff, extremely fearful. They never imagined they were so close to a murderer. That was the ruthless killer who had taken the lives of 12 people. After conflicting with their group, he went on to kill 5 more. They dared not recall the scene, thankful it happened in the subway and he didn't catch up. Otherwise, they would have been killed just like those 5. This incident greatly changed the personalities of those 4 delicate and charming young men. Since that day, they no longer treated others arrogantly, showing respect to every stranger they met, being polite, never mentioning voyeurism, even smiling confidently in front of the camera, fearing another encounter with a psychopath who might kill them. The 3 sheep in 3 Sheep Village felt the same way, scared out of their wits in broad daylight, deciding never to stick their necks out again. Why did the silent psychopath of a year commit such an act? What secrets were hidden in this? And what grudges did the 7 people run over by a car hold against him? All these clues were pieced together by well-meaning netizens and circulated online. As the initial rage subsided, reason crept back into people's minds. They began to delve deeper into the matter. They wanted the truth behind all this. At this moment, Lu Chen had achieved his goal. Sitting in the interrogation room, Lu Chen faced Deputy Director Hu with indifference. He knew all about tactics, using many of them. But for Lu Chen, who had already died once, physical torture was nothing compared to the mental torment. The thought of so many villains still alive because of him made him feel like he was burning in a fire, uncomfortable. Although he could just die and start over, he had come this far and had one crucial step left. Lu Chen didn't want to waste this life. Deputy Director Hu, I'll say it again. At the press conference, I will reveal everything. Your little tricks mean nothing to me. I can just die, that's all. Looking at his indifferent gaze, his disregard for life, Deputy Director Hu was in a dilemma. He had never seen a suspect like this. An orphan, mentally ill, unafraid of death, devoid of worldly desires. This guy had no weaknesses or desires. Oh, wait, he did have a desire to kill. Thinking of this, Deputy Director Hu angrily pounded the table. Bang! Lu Chen remained unyielding. making the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau very troubled. They had never encountered such a psychopath. What did he want to do? Deputy Director who left the interrogation room with a dark expression, intending to discuss with the chief. With these cases gaining high attention, a large number of citizens in the Chongming District were watching closely. Public pressure forced the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau not to close the case hastily but to provide a detailed report. Amid various influences, the case of the 18-year-old youth extorting and killing was once again brought to the public's attention. They left messages on major online platforms and tagged the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau. Why hasn't there been any progress in that case? How was the judgment made? We, the citizens of Chongming District, demand a result. Furthermore, the criminal suspect must be severely punished. Even if he is mentally ill, he cannot escape the consequences of the law. Online opinions about Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chun, were in a heated debate. Some said he was a mentally ill criminal, no need for further investigation, just execute him. Others claimed he had premeditated the murder of 12 people, not the actions of a mentally ill person, suggesting a thorough investigation into the truth behind it. Public opinion continued to ferment. In another interrogation room. For a beast like Chai Hongkai, his actions are even more despicable than Lu Chen's. Under his father's manipulation, Chai Hongkai had barely entered the Special Affairs Bureau when his appointed lawyer arrived, angering the interrogators who had to watch their performance. However, they knew that no matter how eloquent Chai Hongkai and his unscrupulous lawyer were, they couldn't escape the consequences of the rules. There were witnesses, physical evidence, and videos from various angles. Unless his father could bribe the officials at Chongming Prison and the Public Security Bureau to switch someone else for him at the execution, his death sentence was a foregone conclusion. After 4 hours of interrogation, there was no progress on either side. Inside the meeting room, someone suggested, the guilt of these two suspects is clear. Let's finalize the case and leave the judgment to the Chongming District People's Public Security Bureau. Yes, these two beasts should be executed directly. That lunatic Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, is really stubborn. He won't say anything. They were emotional, expressing their opinions. Bang! Director Wang slammed the table, glaring at them and said, "Mind your identities. You are special agents, not bandits. Just finalizing the case. Finalizing the case. We must follow the regulations in all our procedures. Haven't you seen the public opinion? We won't let this go easily without investigating thoroughly." Director Wang hadn't slept all night since the incident, receiving over 30 calls from superiors, feeling immense pressure. The room fell silent for a moment. At that moment, the special agent in charge of the interrogation spoke up. "Director Wang, Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chun, has a demand now. He wants to hold a press conference and reveal all the truths then." "Humph, is he some international superstar? Holding a press conference?" Director Wang said irritably, then thought for a moment and asked, "What did the psychological diagnosis experts say?" Deputy Director Hu replied, "According to the psychological analysis, Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, does have a mental illness. Deep down, he is violent and vengeful, seeing human life as insignificant, but his behavior in the outside world appears normal, with a traceable pattern." Director Wang looked puzzled. "Vengeful? Did I hear that right? Yang, you were the one who arrested him, what do you think?" Criminal Investigation Team Leader Yang didn't respond. He was lost in thought, his expression grim. When Lu Chen revealed information about Chai Hongkai, he realized he was just like them. What did Hu Weichin and Deputy Director Hu do? Thinking about Chai Hongkai and his unscrupulous lawyer trying to find evidence for a lighter sentence, the guilt was endless. The rules. Criminal Investigation Team Leader Yang was in turmoil. Seeing his distracted state, Director Wang shouted again, "Yang Chuan." Criminal Investigation Team Leader Yang snapped out of his thoughts, "Yes, I'm here. Director Wang. What's up? What are you thinking about, so lost in thought and with such a grim expression? Did something happen?" "No, nothing, Director Wang, just thinking about some things." Yang Chuan rubbed his face. "Oh, what things?" Director Wang and Deputy Director Hu looked at Yang Chuan, waiting for his response. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chuan looked at them and decided to reveal a part of what happened in the car. "At that time in the car, Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, told me." After he finished speaking, everyone's faces showed disbelief. How could this be possible? They were shocked by Lu Chen's foresight and the ruthless words he uttered. Although they knew that all of this was premeditated murder by Lu Chen, what was his purpose? What did he want to achieve? This puzzled them endlessly. Deputy Director Hu's eyes were deep. He was pondering whether Lu Chen knew something. Otherwise, why would he target his own nephew? He naturally knows about his nephew's actions. The aged face of Director Wang showed no expression in his deep eyes at the moment. He rhythmically tapped the table, lit a cigarette, pondered for a while, and slowly spoke. He is not afraid of death, and he knows a lot of things, so be it. Deputy Director, who was startled and was about to intervene, Director Wang. This. Director Wang waved his hand to stop him from speaking. Let's see what he's up to. Time is of the essence. Notify them, 7 o'clock tonight. Inform all major media outlets in Chongming District. Convene a press conference for the suspects of the recent 2 serious criminal cases in Chongming District to tell their stories. For a moment, all the news media in Chongming District who received this news were excited. This was unprecedented. It was the first time they saw a suspect who had been sentenced to death come to tell his story at a press conference. Before 7 o'clock, they had already gathered at the entrance of the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hundreds of people crowded together. Those who were unaware might have thought they were there to storm the Special Affairs Bureau, but there was no choice. The hype was too great. Director Wang looked at the crowd below, unsure if his decision was right or wrong. This was a gamble. If successful, he might be able to move up from the position he had held for 10 years, but if it failed, at exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, in the conference room of the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau, Lu Chen was wearing ankle shackles and handcuffs, his head shaved clean. He was escorted by special agents towards the front, with an indifferent expression, neither sad nor happy, his facial expression extremely calm, standing in front as if it were as natural as taking off his shoes and going to the bathroom after work. The front row was filled with senior officials of the Special Affairs Bureau, followed by a large group of Chongming District journalists and media. They held notebooks and pens as electronic devices were not allowed inside, with 3 cameras set up by the Special Affairs Bureau. It was somewhat regrettable that it was not being live-streamed online, but the fact that the Special Affairs Bureau had come this far was already a significant concession. Standing there, looking at the crowd below, beneath Lu Chen's calm exterior lay a determination as firm as a rock. Here, in front of hundreds of people, he would boldly declare a message to the outside world. The self-narration began. The first sentence Lu Chen uttered shocked everyone present. The deaths of these 12 beasts are just the beginning. Arrogant. Bold. Do you know what you're saying? Watch your words. Lu Chen's outrageous remarks immediately ignited the fury of the senior leaders of the Special Affairs Bureau. Fortunately, they were prepared in advance and did not allow the journalists to bring electronic devices, otherwise, just this sentence would have put them in a precarious position. The group of journalists below were also dumbfounded. How could he say such things? This was a blatant disregard for the rules. I can see it now, he's truly mentally ill. How could he say such things? Those are 12 lives. Exactly. No matter what, it's not a reason for him to kill at will. The people below were also discussing fervently, and the meeting room gradually became noisy. Everyone was repulsed by Lu Chen's words. Yet Lu Chen continued to look calmly at the people below, as if he had anticipated their reactions. At this moment, the special agent hosting the press conference for the suspect of the criminal case, Lu Chen, spoke up. All right, quiet. Please pay attention to the discipline of the venue. Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, please watch your words. We have the right to terminate this briefing. Ignoring the crowd, Lu Chen waited for them to quiet down before continuing in a flat tone. In this cruel world, the common people living at the bottom are constantly being violated. Faced with evil, they can only endure and be bullied. Over time, they developed an indifferent attitude, each sweeping the snow from their own doorstep, paying no heed to the frost on others' roofs. As they listened, the crowd gradually quieted down, with only a few senior officials from the Special Affairs Bureau showing impatience. Deputy Director, who was one of them. He made up his mind that if this guy continued with his nonsense, he would put an end to this make-believe game with his people. What a joke! A group of people listening to a madman's confession? Lu Chen continued, a villager who betrays his own kind, corrupts the law, bullies and commits all sorts of evil deeds. I ask you all, should such a person be killed? As he finished, his words echoed through the meeting room. The journalists were stunned. Are there really people like this? Why has it never been reported before? They live in the light, looking up every day, focusing only on major news, never lowering their gaze to see the struggling people in the mud below. Some senior officials from the Special Affairs Bureau slammed the table in anger, stood up, and loudly retorted to Lu Chen, it's not for you or me to decide. If everyone acted like you, what would be the point of rules? He should be judged by the rules. Deputy Director, whose expression soured upon hearing this, thinking, oh no, old Lu is too impulsive, falling into this trap set by that little bastard. Good. I'd been waiting for this moment. Lu Chen's calm expression finally changed slightly, as he coldly looked at the senior official from the Special Affairs Bureau and said, oh, judged by the rules? Then tell me, why, after all these years, has justice not been served? Is delayed justice still justice? Tell me, where are the rules? What is your name? Are you even worthy of speaking such grand words? Tell me. In the end, Lu Chen's face turned fierce as he shouted. The middle-aged senior official from the Special Affairs Bureau stood there with his mouth agape, unable to retort, his face red with embarrassment. Seeing the situation was turning unfavorable, Director Wang intervened, looking at Lu Chen and saying, "Ahem. All right, old Lu, please sit down. Regarding this matter, our Special Affairs Bureau indeed overlooked it. We assure you that we will thoroughly investigate the Wang Jin case. We will root out this cancer in Chongming completely, without compromise. We will provide a satisfactory answer and compensation to those who have suffered hardships and persecution." His words were well received, earning applause from the crowd. As the applause subsided, he continued, "However, how do you know he was stabbed to death? As far as I know, you never left your rental room all day, only driving your mud truck at night to run over Hu Tuqin and Long's little brother." At this point, Director Wang and all the high-ranking special affairs officials fixed their sharp eyes on Lu Chen, exerting immense pressure. Faced with such pressure, Lu Chen remained calm without any signs of panic. A smirk played on his lips as he looked sarcastically at everyone and said, "Oh, don't you know? Because I'm the one who killed him. Ha ha ha." Lu Chen's maniacal laughter echoed in the meeting room, hitting the stunned faces of the people present. However, not a single person believed his words. They all thought he was insane. Unfathomable. Having an episode. Truly a madman. Lu Chen continued after his laughter. To cut a long story short, with people like Wang Jin and Chongming, your Special Affairs Bureau is not clean. The one I ran over. Bang! Outrageous. How dare you slander the Chongming District Special Affairs Bureau like this? Can a lunatic like you speak a few sensible words? From the beginning until now, you have been provoking and disrespecting the rules. Director Wang, I suggest we end it here. Close the case soon. The public pressure outside is too great. Deputy Director Hu slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Lu Chen with righteous indignation. I agree. Exactly. Can we trust what this lunatic is saying? I agree too. Deputy Director Hu's faction members also stood up to support the Deputy Director, with a total of more than 10 people. Director Wang's deep eyes swept over the group, then looked calmly at Deputy Director Hu and said, Lao Hu, everyone knows the truth of the matter. If you are innocent, why fear the shadow? There are so many media reporters present. If we don't let him continue speaking, won't it confirm the corruption within our bureau? Don't you think so, Lao Hu? Yes, Director Wang is right. We have nothing to hide, so let him speak. Let's see what he has to say. Exactly. Director Wang's considerations are thorough. Director Wang's faction also stood up to support, surprisingly outnumbering Deputy Director Hu's group, with Yang Chuan among them. Deputy Director Hu's eyes flashed with annoyance, but he remained composed and said, Director Wang is right. I didn't consider everything thoroughly. Lu Chen found their subtle friction and performance quite amusing. It seems not all crows in this world are black. Hu Yongxin, Su Hun, these two are our good special agents. Since they met Wang Jin, they have indulged in all vices. I don't know the despair felt by those persecuted people who called the special agent hotline with hope, only to find themselves arrested and even having to compensate that scoundrel Wang Jin for his losses. What kind of despair are they in? Ah, ha ha ha, what was that just now, old Lu? Come on, stand up and speak. Where are the rules? Ah, those who enforce the law to assist evil are worse than evil itself. Tell me, should these scoundrels be killed? Lu Chen's eyes widened in anger. Speak. With Lu Chen's outburst, the group of journalists in the audience had never seen such explosive news before. They frantically took notes, not wanting to miss a single word. Many special agents discreetly glanced at Deputy Director Hu's sitting in front. The other senior special agents had grim faces, as this was a huge blow to the image of the Chongming District special agents. They were eager to step forward and stop Lu Chen, especially Deputy Director Hu. His face was as dark as if he had lost his mother, filled with intense resentment. Everyone in the special agents knew that Hu Yongxin was his nephew, so when Lu Chen mentioned his nephew on stage, it was as if he was attacking himself. Deputy Director Hu made up his mind to give this bastard Lu Chen a good lesson after the event. However, when they turned to look at Director Wang, they were surprised to see his unchanged expression, calm as water, as if he had anticipated everything. Director Wang stood up, turned around to face everyone, and said coldly, a dying man's words are good. We will investigate and verify the series of events he mentioned. If everything is as he said, I, Wan Hongming, swear here that no matter the cost, we will overturn those protective umbrellas, eradicate crime and corruption to the end. Let justice prevail in the Chongming district. Clap 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 clap. Applause thundered. Lu Chen sneered at his words, unimpressed. Just like that saying, justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. I don't know who said that. Lu Chen just wanted to ask, is delayed justice still justice? He couldn't be bothered whether Wang Hongming was acting or not. If Lu Chen wanted to check their real information, he would have to spend 1 point of justice, which he was reluctant to do. After Director Wang sat down, everyone continued to watch Lu Chen. Lu Chen casually said, as for those 3, maybe their crimes aren't as serious as the previous ones, but they are despicable, so let's consider them as extras. At this moment, a journalist couldn't help but stand up and ask, what about the people you dealt with later? How could you bring yourself to do that? Ha ha ha, how could I bring myself to do that? My hands are fast and steady. Why don't you ask how they can do it with their hands? They can kill, so can't I? Ha! The reporters were stunned by Lu Chen's response. Then Lu Chen continued, you're here accusing me, do you know what they said? They spoke some beastly words, and I stood up for them. Ha! What's wrong? The reporter was speechless, and another sharp reporter stepped forward and asked, you claim to be for the victims of violence, but have you thought about what will happen when they are educated and find that their families are all gone? What will they do? Have you thought about it? You are pushing people into a dead end. Lu Chen burst into laughter when he heard this. Ha ha ha. You see, that's the problem. Which one of the people I killed was wrong? Which beast in this sinful universe shouldn't be killed? To put it nicely, it's not too much for me to rid the people of harm. What is justice? What are rules? When evil clashes with innocence, when the perpetrator seeks the possibility of redemption, and the victim is forever asleep, you lightly give them a chance to reform. But who'll give them a chance? Is it you? Is it you? Or is it you all? Lu Chen glared at each person, roaring with anger. They were speechless. I respect the rules, but sometimes it comes too slowly. Being an hour late, a minute, a second. It's torture and agony for those victims. Well, I don't want to say any more about this. These are not the words I want to say standing here today. Lu Chen stood tall, his eyes fixed on the crowd below, his voice like a bell. Ha! What else does he want to say? Is there any more explosive news? Everyone looked up attentively at Lu Chen standing on the platform. Lu Chen suddenly smirked, his face becoming extremely fierce. With bloodshot eyes, he shouted hoarsely, what I want to say is, from today onwards, you filthy bugs covered in sin, one by one, all of you will wait for me to kill you. Ha ha ha, remember, these 12 people are just the beginning. I will not rest until all the evildoers in this world are killed. I swear not to reincarnate. He's gone mad. This guy is crazy. The security guards quickly restrained him from both sides. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this sudden outburst. His intense hatred towards evil had reached a twisted level, and on this scorching day, everyone felt an incredibly chilling coldness. Judgment? Ha ha ha. Journalist friends, tell the people who are suffering persecution and oppression about everything that happened here when you leave. Don't be afraid, because I have arrived. It turns out he's having an episode. I thought he was going to say something else. The high-ranking officials below, with grim faces, some of them had already stood up, and the security personnel in charge of this self-disclosure event had also started to act, preparing to escort the journalists out, as they had already learned the information they wanted to know, and it was time to close. The security guards escorting Lu Chen were ready to take him away. Finally, the fierce Lu Chen shouted out these last words of his life. Listen up. Remember, this is just the beginning. You have only killed my body. My soul will remain in this world, forever spreading. What I will face is the decaying corrupt system, the endless evil. What I will challenge is the massive capital interest groups under the decaying system. This sinful world will tremble to its core with my arrival. Ha ha ha. His words were deafening. Echoing through the space, everyone was deeply shocked and speechless by this earth-shattering speech. Shortly after, Lu Chen's head tilted to the side. Dead. Proxy 1. Looking at the limp Lu Chen, the 2 escorting special agents were dumbfounded, quickly checking for breath and heartbeat, both gone. Damn it! Medical staff! Medical staff! Liao Kaifeng has no heartbeat. The special agent shouted in panic. At that moment, everyone thought the last sentence was a joke, but the next moment they heard the special agent's exclamation. Damn it! This can't be happening! The venue was suddenly in chaos. How could someone just drop dead like that? But the reality was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe. Just as Lu Chen had said. When he said someone would die, no one could stop it. The group of journalists, filled with complex emotions, were escorted out of the meeting room by the special agents. Meanwhile, the senior special agents all gathered around Lu Chen, watching the medical staff performing emergency resuscitation. 3 minutes later, after repeated confirmations by the medical staff, Sorry, we did our best, he is brain dead. Detective Yang, on the outskirts of the crowd, felt a chill in his heart. He thought of Lu Chen, who had come back from the dead to kill Wang Jin, and now faced Liao Kaifeng, who dropped dead at a word. It all felt too bizarre to him. Deputy Director, whose face was extremely grim. How could he just die like that? What kind of person was he really? It's so eerie. Director Wang gazed deeply at the body on the ground, his mind echoing the words he said before his death. Was it true? One person, still full of doubt, was waiting for Liao Kaifeng to return. That person was the landlady of the rental house. In the morning, she had secretly taken the blood-stained clothes back home, washed them in the washing machine, and hung them out to dry, only to be questioned by the police later. She knew everything that happened next. Mental illness, murderer, madman, killed 12 people. To be honest, she didn't believe it. How could that boy she met for the first time, who seemed shy and insecure, be a mentally ill murderer? But she would never get an answer from Liao Kaifeng in this lifetime. Liao Caifeng's life had come to an end. However, the impact of this incident was far from over. Lu Chen opened his eyes, observing his surroundings and his attire. Not bad. Under the bridge, in tattered clothes. The next moment, the settings reappeared. Name, Shangma. Gender, male. Age, 33. Brief introduction. You are a beggar who sees through the world, living as a wanderer. You have been in Chongming district of Luteng City for 10 years, hearing about the nightly events in the area, as they don't care about a beggar. You have a strong survival and combat ability, but irregular eating habits and suffer from stomach problems. Damn it! System! What kind of role have you assigned me to? Either an orphan with mental illness or a beggar. I seriously doubt if you're targeting me on purpose. Buzz! The mechanical voice of the system sounded emotionless. Sorry, host, everything is random and fair. Isn't a beggar's life just a life? If you want to specify an identity, that's possible too. Wait until your justice points accumulate to 100, then we'll talk. Keep it up, host. There was no way around it, the system had spoken, and Lu Chen had to accept this identity. He then began to think about how to gain more justice points as a beggar. Got it. Soon, he devised a plan and glanced at the proxy information one last time. The road ahead is long and arduous. He turned his head, shrunk back, and fell asleep. But outside, after all the journalists had left, they quickly wrote a series of articles based on their experiences with the special agents in Chongming district and published them, causing a huge uproar in the outside world. Shocking! The truth behind 2 criminal cases revealed. A must-read. His purpose turned out to be. Is it about justice or contempt for the rules? Click to view the self-narrative of the mentally ill murderer. No one can stop him, the murderer who died on the spot. For a moment, all the citizens of Chongming district were in an uproar. What kind of headlines are these, each one scarier than the last? But when they clicked to read, they found the content to be not much different. They all understood the specific reasons. Indeed, it was Lu Chen's premeditated murder case. But they had different opinions on these 2 matters. Some prominent lawyers were emotionally charged, strongly condemning and opposing such murderous acts. No matter what his purpose was, he should not be allowed to run wild. They urged everyone to believe in the law and justice, to consult a lawyer for any issues, and not to take matters into their own hands. Some citizens applauded. Well done for killing. These beasts deserve to die, and those special agents must be rooted out. This is for the good of the people. Some said if everyone acted like him, society would be in chaos. What's the point of having laws then? Such heinous acts must be severely punished. This should not set a precedent. Others said this was wrong. Murder must be punished with death. It's not worth losing one's life for the sake of a few animals. While they argued heatedly, Chai Honkai's father also started to work tirelessly, finding the families of the victims, using various means to pressure and persuade them to drop the charges. The families of the victims also saw the news, and after learning that Lu Chen had already died, they set up an altar, crying with their heads in their hands, kneeling for a full 2 hours. Lu Chen was an extreme murderer in the eyes of outsiders, but he was the only light in their hearts. Only heaven knows how dark their days have been. The online public opinion and every repost felt like a dagger carving into their hearts. They spent sleepless nights for tens of days, their parents turned gray overnight. Lu Chen felt vindicated by what he did. But the dead cannot be brought back to life. The unforgettable pain will accompany them for the rest of their lives. As for mercy? Sorry, they lost that emotion after losing their only family member. Blood debts can only be repaid with blood. This matter is not over yet, another wave has risen. In Weinian community, Chongming district, another incident has occurred, but it didn't generate as much attention as the previous ones, with few people following it. A short video was posted online, showing a chubby young man in sanitation worker uniform sitting on the ground, while 4 young men were beating him. What's more infuriating is that they somehow got a bag of crabs and forced the young man in the sanitation worker uniform to eat them. Hey, eat it! Hurry up! If you don't eat, we'll kill you. Under the threats of the other 4 young men, the chubby young man reluctantly opened his mouth. According to informants, this incident happened 5 days after the 18-year-old youth extortion murder case. The actions of the perpetrators may constitute an insult offense, but since they have reached a settlement, the families of the 4 perpetrators compensated the parents of the victimized young man, and the case was considered closed. When the grandfather of the chubby young man learned about this, he couldn't eat for 3 days due to heartache. Facing the interview camera, tears welled up in his eyes. Netizens were indignant, criticizing and condemning the situation. What's wrong with this world? Why not thoroughly investigate? Why settle? Netizens argued all night. Meanwhile, Lu Chen slept soundly until 6 in the morning. When he woke up, he took out the picked-up broken phone from his pocket, opened the local hot search, and instead of looking at the top news about himself, he scrolled down. As he clicked in, Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Alright, so you forced the chubby young man to eat crabs. I'll make you all eat crabs. Damn it! He meant what he said. After getting up, Lu Chen wrapped his forearms and hands with a cloth strip, then left the bridge tunnel. Looking around at the surroundings, a familiar feeling washed over him. He could feel all the main roads, side streets, food picking spots, and garbage locations in this old town area, knowing where the dogs were and where they were not. Damn, why am I thinking about all this? Professional habits die hard. Lu Chen lightly slapped himself, shook his head, and walked towards the distance, skillfully passing through several alleys. He now looked down on the trash in those corners, then turned a corner and appeared on the pedestrian street. According to memory, there was a noodle shop on this pedestrian street where you could get free noodles in the morning. Just then, suddenly, catch the thief! He stole my phone. Who will help me? A cry for help rang out from the street in the distance. Lu Chen turned his head and saw a blond young man running fast in the crowd, being chased by a young fair-skinned woman. It was early in the morning, the time people were going to work, with many people and electric bikes around. When they heard the cry for help, everyone turned to look. Several young people immediately started chasing after the blond man. Those in front tried to intercept him, but the agile blond man managed to dodge them all. Seeing more and more people trying to catch him, the blond man's face turned fierce as he pulled out a spring knife from his pocket, looking menacingly ahead, with a simple message: anyone who comes after him will get stabbed. Once he brandished the weapon, no one dared to intercept him empty-handed. Faced with this situation, the kind-hearted citizens chose to help by throwing things at him, not risking their lives to stop him. Soon, only Lu Chen remained still, calmly walking forward. The kind-hearted citizens nearby were still urging him, "Hey, the scavenger, move aside quickly. Don't get stabbed by him. Hey, move aside quickly. Be careful not to get stabbed." The blond man saw a homeless-looking person walking leisurely ahead. "Huh, this beggar dares to stop me," he thought disdainfully, dodging the things thrown at him while continuing to run wildly. None of the kind-hearted citizens present had any hope for this homeless man. The young men chasing him gradually stopped in their tracks. There was no way, this damn guy was running too fast, holding a knife, so they just ran symbolically for a few steps. The young woman chasing him also stopped panting, realizing she couldn't catch up, stomping her foot in frustration. Lu Chen could understand this. Life is only once, and it's not worth losing it to help others, just like his past self. 5 meters. As the blond man was about to leap past Lu Chen, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Chen suddenly lunged to the left and tripped the blond man with his left leg. When passing by the homeless man, the blond man had deliberately kept a distance. He never expected that while everyone else dared not intercept him, this homeless man dared to stop him. Bang! The blond man was tripped and fell forward heavily, instinctively curling his body in midair and somersaulting twice. Clearly, he had some training. Then, like a goose, Lu Chen pounced on him. Just as he pinned down the blond man, the latter reacted. Still lying on the ground, he stabbed back with the knife in his right hand. Ah! Be careful! Ah! Oh my god! This dangerous scene caused the onlookers to gasp and scream in unison. Lu Chen, as steady as a rock, showed no fear on his indifferent face. He directly grabbed the spring knife with his right hand and delivered a left punch to the blond man's temple. He wasn't a martial artist, unable to accurately aim for the blond man's wrist, so he simply grabbed the knife. At this moment, the bandage he had wrapped around before leaving came in handy. Originally intended for tying people up, it unexpectedly proved effective at that moment. Ah! This fierce move once again drew exclamations from the crowd. However, Lu Chen didn't use much force, just enough to make Huang Mao a little dizzy. After ruthlessly breaking 2 fingers on his right hand and taking away the knife, Huang Mao woke up in pain. Buzz. Justice point +1. Seeing the situation turn, the enthusiastic citizens also rushed forward and pressed Huang Mao firmly to the ground. A turn of events. A fair-skinned young woman ran over excitedly. Lu Chen handed her the latest pink fruit phone. The fair-skinned young woman blushed, bowing repeatedly, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are truly a good person. This is amazing. Lu Chen watched the scene, feeling a slight fluctuation in his heart, and with a calm expression, he said, "It's nothing, no need to be polite, just a small effort." When the fair-skinned young woman took the phone and saw his bleeding right hand holding the knife, she exclaimed, "Ah, you're injured." The surrounding enthusiastic citizens chimed in, "A real man. Quick, let's bandage him up." He caught the thief barehanded. "Yes, beauty. I saw it clearly just now." He didn't hesitate at all and went for it. TSK. I was anxious just watching. The beauty should really thank him, not to be rude, but in today's society, to do good deeds to this extent, I've lived for 50 years and only seen this one. I've never seen such a tough guy. I'm really not as good as him. The fair-skinned young woman was also soft-hearted. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly took out tissues from her bag, grabbed Lu Chen's hand, looking at him with deep guilt. Some enthusiastic citizens around brought iodine and bandages from the store, warmly helping Lu Chen bandage his hand. Watching all this, Lu Chen felt warm inside. This is the people. The fair-skinned young woman's name was Chen Yalan. She had come to the pedestrian street early in the morning to buy breakfast to take to the employees at her store. Unexpectedly, while queuing, the phone was stolen from her back pocket by Huang Mao. The field staff arrived and investigated the incident. A homeless scavenger could actually do such a good deed. They highly praised Lu Chen's actions, insisting on taking him to the local police station to award him a medal for bravery, and also solving his food and accommodation issues. Lu Chen waved his hand in refusal, saying he was used to being a beggar and didn't act for the sake of such empty fame. He cautioned everyone that passing on kindness would be the greatest affirmation of his actions. He put on a tough act. The crowd and the field staff were naturally shocked once again. When did homeless people become so enlightened, or has the national education on moral values been effective? Chen Yalan stood on the side, stunned, filled with amazement. In her eyes, the tattered clothes on Lu Chen's body had transformed into a scroll that enlightened the world, and his weathered face now emitted a dazzling light. Lu Chen shifted his body slightly, avoiding the morning sunlight that was dazzling him. Chen Yalan shook her head, pushing aside the strange thoughts in her mind. She grabbed Lu Chen's arm, refusing to let him leave, insisting on taking him to her store to have breakfast and change clothes. "Oh my! Just go. The beauty is inviting you for a meal and a change of clothes. What's wrong with that? It's not like she's asking you to do anything else." "Exactly, you've helped so much. Just have breakfast and change clothes. Go on." Chen boss has no ill intentions. "This Huang Mao is a repeat offender. We just did the on-site recording. No need for you to go to the police station. Just give him a chance to say thank you." Persuaded by the surrounding citizens and field staff. "All right, I'll go." Lu Chen nodded and said, Okay, I'll go." Then Lu Chen followed Chen boss, carrying breakfast, and walked out of the pedestrian street to a pink Pamela parked outside. "Mr. Chen didn't show any sign of disdain. He opened the passenger door for him to sit in first and drove him back to the store. Chen Yalan ran a clothing studio with 3 floors, quite spacious. Upon hearing about the morning incident, all the girls in the store gathered around, chirping and chattering, surrounding Lu Chen in the middle. They were all good girls, showing no aversion to Lu Chen's tattered clothes. A chorus of admiring voices filled his ears. "Wow! Uncle, you're really amazing! Wow! Uncle, you're so brave! Uncle, are you seriously injured? I find you so handsome! Oh my, uncle, you're so great! So manly!" With the scent of flowers and the pleasant voices, who could resist? Even Lu Chen, tough as nails and ruthless as a killer, couldn't help but reveal a smile softened by the sweet words. On the 3rd floor, there were shower rooms and a styling room. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Lu Chen came out. Chen Yalan looked sincerely at Lu Chen and said, "Lao Chang, I need a delivery driver here, stay and help me." Lu Chen's identity was that of a weathered wanderer. Not particularly handsome, rather ordinary, 33 years old, his face exuding a rugged manliness. His face told a story, much like Lin Haichuan's. Upon hearing Chen Yalan's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Because on the way here, the system had revealed a message to him. It said that if he could do more with a life token, gain more justice points and life tokens, he would accumulate some hidden scores. These scores were invisible to him now and would only be activated at some point in the future. Lu Chen asked the system what would happen if he used a life token to eliminate all the evil in the world. The system replied that if he could use a life token to eradicate all the evil in the world, it would make Lu Chen the master of the universe. Obviously, this was an impossible task. Lu Chen didn't dwell on it. After the two incidents, Lu Chen reflected on his actions. He realized he had been a bit rough in handling things. Originally, with the identity of a mental patient, he could have done more, but he was too young and impulsive. Lu Chen decided to make good use of his current identity as a beggar, no, a delivery driver, to do more. He was gradually growing. Once a decision was made, there was no turning back. Lu Chen looked at Chen Yalan and said with a faint smile, "Sure, Boss Chen, I'll do it." Chen Yalan also smiled happily and extended her fair, soft hand. "Do you have a driver's license? Can you drive?" Lu Chen reached out, shook her hand briefly, and the information appeared in his mind. Chang Ma obtained his driver's license at the age of 23 10 years ago, but due to a car accident that claimed his parents' lives, he never drove again. "Yes, I can drive, I have a driver's license, but it's probably expired." Chen Yalan smiled brightly and snapped her fingers, "No problem. Just a small issue, give me your ID, I'll take care of it. Come, I'll show you around, get you familiar with the business, and then arrange a place for you to stay. Everything could be lost, except for the ID." Cheng Ma had kept his ID safe. Lu Chen took out his ID from his pocket and handed it over, following behind the stunning Boss Chen. Why did he feel like everything was arranged for him? After getting familiar with everything, Chen Yalan gave him 2 keys, one for a Wuling van and the other for the dormitory, and also handed him 3,000 yuan. "Here, use this first, don't be polite with me. Your daily job is to pick up materials in the morning and deliver goods in the evening, simple, right? Furthermore, recently the sisters in our studio told me that sometimes when they finish work at night, they feel like someone is following them. As a man, you must take care of them," Chen Yalan said mischievously, blinking her eyes. Lu Chen chuckled helplessly. This Boss Chen was just like a young person. "Alright, Boss Chen, I will." I know you're a good person. Don't call me Boss Chen anymore. Call me by my full name or just Sister Lin." Chen Yalan patted her chest, looking like she had your back, creating waves of assurance. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. "I look much older than you. I can't bring myself to call you Sister Lin, so I'll just call you Chen Yalan." Chen Yalan playfully said, "Hey, aren't you calling me Sister Lin now? Alright, go get familiar with the environment. I have something to attend to." With that said, before Lu Chen could react, she swayed her hips and walked away. Lu Chen smiled, watching her retreating figure, silently admiring. She's truly a good person. After greeting the other studio sisters, amidst the sweet uncle voices, Lu Chen, with a smile that couldn't be suppressed even by AK-47, quickly left the building. "Oh, I can't keep this up." Once outside, his expression returned to its cold demeanor. Arriving at the van, he opened the door, observed that the back seats had been removed, leaving ample space, perfect for transporting people, no, goods. What a coincidence to run into a pillow delivery while nodding off. With 3,000 yuan in his pocket, Lu Chen drove the van to purchase some necessary items. The usual: a sledgehammer, work overalls, a duckbill cap, a mask, latex gloves, duct tape, ropes, rubber batons, a detachable weed cutter, and a fruit knife. It seemed reasonable for a clothing factory delivery driver to have these items. After shopping, it was already 11 o'clock. Lu Chen drove to an inconspicuous corner near the Wanqing community entrance, lit a cigarette, and observed. Each time he entered a situation, the system would provide him with personnel information, saving him the trouble of searching. Just a quick look was enough. Soon, it was time for the end of the workday. The first target appeared, 3 of them happily getting into a car to go home, without a hint of guilt, followed by the second, third, and fourth. As the saying goes, the kind of education given yields corresponding results. Of course, this isn't absolute, but it's highly probable. These 4 perpetrators showed no remorse, the youth still displaying their arrogant and domineering attitudes, a result of their parents' overly indulgent actions. Alright then, enjoy yourselves. The young man who was forced to eat feces still hasn't returned to work, suffering from depression at home. Lu Chen deeply memorized the appearances and routes of these individuals, preparing to deal with them one by one and administer punishment. After observing for 2 days and making necessary preparations, everything went smoothly at Chen Yalan's workplace. These 2 nights, there were no signs of anyone following the studio sisters. It was time to take action. Lu Chen put on his gloves and hat, carried a canvas bag filled with manure, parked the van near the first target's residence, and went upstairs with his supplies, standing on a higher floor, smoking, and waiting. Before long, laughter and footsteps echoed in the stairwell as the father and son returned home, looking relaxed. The perpetrators enjoyed each day, while the victim suffered from depression at home. Well, laugh now, you'll be crying soon. As they approached their door, Lu Chen, posing as a worker with his package, walked past them, and they glanced but paid no attention. Lu Chen observed, ensuring no one else was around. As the door opened, the youth rushed inside, while the father prepared to enter. Suddenly, Lu Chen made a sudden turn and rushed over, a rubber bat hitting him on the back of his head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the father fell asleep immediately. Lu Chen decisively supported him and took him inside, closing the door behind him. After a few screams, everything quieted down. The first target, a total of 4 people lived in the house: grandfather, father, mother, and a young man. Their mouths were taped shut, and they were all tied up and dragged into the living room. According to the information from the system, Lu Chen was speechless. Except for a little kindness left in the grandfather, none of this family was any good. The man was involved in pyramid schemes, the woman in fraud, and the young man in abuse. Ha, it's true that not all families are harmonious. Lu Chen opened the door again, brought in a bucket of manure from upstairs, and sat in front of these 4 people, not hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. Smack! 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 He woke them up one by one. They groggily opened their eyes, looking at the cold and murderous eyes in front of them, instantly petrified. They had never seen such a scene before. Lu Chen didn't waste any words. He set up his phone to record, grabbed a funnel, held the father's mouth with his hand, made a cut with a fruit knife, inserted the funnel. The father didn't understand what was about to happen until Lu Chen brought the bucket of manure over, opened the lid, and smelled the stench. Then he understood. Woo! Woo! The father of the family shook in fear, looking at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Lu Chen was amused by his actions and said cheerfully, "Ha, it's nothing, just a small matter, you can always start over. Blame it on your family's knowledge of such things. I won't harm your young man, but you all must pay the price for this." After speaking, Lu Chen picked up the manure, grabbed his hair, and fed him river crabs. After it was done, except for the grandfather and the young man, the parents were all filled with manure. They vomited and cried, never daring to do it again. But Lu Chen showed no mercy, knowing it was just crocodile tears. After a stern warning, he left. He also visited the other 3 families, dealing with them one by one. As long as the heart is ruthless, things will be stable. From now on, this world has gained more filial sons educated harshly with 4 batons. Lu Chen was satisfied, disappeared into the night without a trace. The video of these 4 families eating river crabs was lightly edited and posted online with the title, "An Eye for an Eye." It immediately caused a stir. Light editing was done to leave a way out, to avoid completely breaking that string and causing chaos. Justice points +8. Buzz. System evaluation: you are truly a ruthless and heavy-handed man. The system admires you. This mission event reward is doubled. Soon, a week passed. In the southern city of Chongming District, a legend gradually spread. Every time night falls, a brutal demon roams the city. If you are evil, he will be even more evil, but if you are good, you will be unharmed. As for the case of Liao Kaifeng killing 12 people, it was already closed. The Special Affairs Bureau was also helpless. People said they died, so what else could be done? They directly archived the murderer's file. Except for those present who felt a bit sinister. The citizens outside didn't believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Anyway, the incident was over, the heat had subsided, and those who died were all despicable creatures, so they no longer paid much attention. Following that was the case of Chai Hongkai. Driven by the unwilling families and numerous witnesses, it exploded across the internet the next day. These days, the Special Affairs Bureau of Chongming District was truly overwhelmed. From the unclaimed Lu Chen, who has been lying in the funeral home since then, a series of major cases emerged one after another after his death. First, the Green Vine City dispatched an inspection team to Chongming District to investigate official corruption issues, followed by a special campaign to eradicate crime and evil, cracking down on criminal forces in Chongming District. Director Wang Homing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city below, recalling the words spoken by Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, at the time of his death. "This is just the beginning. No one can stop me." According to recent information from the Subordinate Bureau, it seems that there have been fewer criminal cases in the southern part of the city. Could there be any connection to this? His emotions were complex regarding that deceased young man. Judging by that guy's extreme thoughts, perhaps no one hated evil more than Liao Kaifeng, Lu Chen, in this world. Now even within the Bureau, there is an atmosphere of fear, with those feeling guilty being extremely cautious in their actions. Dealing with that old who is not an easy task, especially considering his uncle. Director Wang Homing furrowed his brow, contemplating his next move. In a dim alleyway, a flickering flame illuminated the surroundings. Lu Chen glanced at the man lying on the ground, found a small stack of banknotes on him, and handed it to the sexy woman behind him. The woman's eyes showed signs of bruising. She gratefully accepted the money, gazing at Lu Chen affectionately, saying, "Thank you, uncle. You are a good person." Lu Chen waved his hand. The woman bit her lip, her watery eyes looking at Lu Chen hesitantly for a moment before saying, I'll give you a treat." Lu Chen, cigarette in mouth, was taken aback. "Huh?" The woman slightly lowered her strap, revealing her assets. She shyly looked at Lu Chen, everything left unsaid. Lu Chen's expression changed drastically, quickly waving his hand. "It's too late, my mom is calling me home for dinner." With that, Lu Chen turned and walked away, without hesitation, fearing being drawn into an endless abyss of darkness. The woman, seeing him flee, stomped her foot in frustration. Back in the van, Lu Chen started the vehicle and drove back. It was no exaggeration to say that Lu Chen had a very fulfilling week. Besides the mission or X6, his righteousness points had accumulated to 32. He would leave home at 6 a.m. Buy breakfast for Chen Yalan and the others, deliver goods twice, have lunch at noon, rest until 3 p.m. Deliver goods again, have dinner at 6 p.m. Escort his sisters part of the way home, then return to the dorm and leave again at 9:30 p.m. The honest and kind-hearted truck driver during the day transformed into a terrifying demon wandering the southern city at night. Those thieves preparing to steal car batteries or other items, either scouting targets or in the act of committing crimes, were all knocked unconscious by Lu Chen from behind with a rubber baton, had a pinky finger cut off, and he even kindly helped them stop the bleeding. As for the drug dealers, drug users, robbers, extortionists, etc., many of them were tied up and dumped in front of the bureau. For those with more serious offenses, Lu Chen would give them a memorable lesson. For instance, the other day he encountered a stalker with lust-filled eyes, already selecting a target and preparing to act. Lu Chen knocked him out, tied him to a roadside tree, cut off his weapon, and called the police. And the domestic abusers, Lu Chen didn't show mercy, breaking one of their Achilles tendons on the spot. Those disturbing the peace with noise had feces thrown at their doorstep, and for the repeat offenders, they received a lesson. After this period of effort, the nighttime crime rate in the southern city plummeted by 80%. How could he be called a demon when he was such a good person? Lu Chen couldn't understand. The special bureau in the southern city area was also at a loss, eager to catch this lawless madman. But damn it, they couldn't find any clues. The old city area already had few surveillance cameras, and this person didn't leave a single trace, with a strong anti-investigation ability, making it very difficult. Back at the dormitory, Lu Chen changed the fake license plates, cleaned up all traces, and began planning the next target. Nowadays, public security in the southern city has significantly improved. Thinking about what just happened, Lu Chen shook his head wryly. Now he could only catch freeloaders who didn't pay and even resorted to violence, feeling like he was regressing. He opened his phone to check the latest news. The incident where Chai Hongkai intentionally hit someone was still unresolved, and the Anti-Corruption Bureau in Chongming District had only caught a few small fry. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, a surge of killing intent rising as if the world was about to change color. Do they take my words as a joke? Fine. Since you're not aware, I'll give you a ride. Let's start with Lao Hu. No one would expect someone to dare target the deputy bureau chief. Lu Chen smirked darkly, his sinister expression illuminated by the light of the phone screen. The next day, after finishing a series of tasks, Lu Chen didn't have dinner. He drove away from the southern city. Greenvine City was a super metropolis with a permanent population of 30 million, divided into many districts, each further divided into east, south, west, and north cities. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Chongming District Special Bureau, circling around for a full 3 rounds. Couldn't find a temporary parking spot. The sidewalks were all lined with anti-parking pillars. Damn it! Lu Chen cursed under his breath, and had to park in a distant paid parking lot. 8 yuan per hour. Damn it! Another curse. Lu Chen got out of the car, bought a 12 yuan pancake, and walked towards the Chongming Special Bureau. People and cars were coming and going at the entrance of the Chongming Special Bureau, looking very busy. The security guard was sitting directly at the entrance, constantly pressing the access control. Lu Chen looked around. There was nowhere to hide, and nothing nearby. At that moment, he saw a shop just across the street, well-lit and transparent. Sherry Beauty Salon. Lu Chen walked over. Boss, how much to clean ears? The beautiful receptionist sitting on the sofa heard someone asking and quickly got up to greet him. Welcome, please come in and have a seat. What tea would you like? Seeing the receptionist so enthusiastic and not mentioning the cost, it must be a ripoff. Lu Chen knew it very well, waved his hand and said, I'm asking you, how much to clean ears? Don't play these tricks, just tell me. Seeing his stubborn look, the receptionist's mouth twitched, no longer pretending, and said, without a membership, it's over 1,000 per person. Ha! Lu Chen was stunned, thinking he misheard. What did you say? Are you kidding me? Cleaning ears costs this much? Are you sure this is the price for ear cleaning? Lu Chen asked suspiciously. The receptionist, with a professional fake smile, said, yes, sir. Damn! This is a scam. Really, I'm crying. He could have just robbed me directly. Lu Chen continued, you dare charge such high fees across from the special bureau? Aren't you afraid of being reported? Seeing his stingy appearance, the receptionist's expression changed again, coldly saying, who dares to report? You've been making trouble since you walked in. I think you're here to cause a scene. Before she finished speaking, a small door at the side of the hall was pushed open, and 4 men in suits emerged, surrounding Lu Chen with unfriendly expressions. Seeing this scene, no more needed to be said. Isn't this the Lion Camel Ridge at the foot of Ling Mountain? There must be someone behind this shop, most likely high-ranking officials from the Chongming Special Bureau. Upon seeing the situation, Lu Chen quickly took out 600 yuan from his pocket, smiling at them and said, Sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I only have 600 yuan on me, can't afford the expenses, so I spoke out of turn. The beautiful receptionist was quick, snatching the 600 yuan in a flash, and ordered, once you enter, you have to spend. Serve him a cup of tea, let him drink it and then scram. With that, she swayed her black-stockinged hips back to the front desk in one fluid motion. Soon after, a waiter came with an empty glass and a bottle of 3 yuan green tea. Without any pretense, he unscrewed the bottle and poured it in. What was infuriating was that the bastard only poured half of it, pocketed the rest, and left. Lu Chen remained composed, still wearing a faint smile. Under the gaze of the 4 fierce men, he downed the half cup of green tea in one go. Good tea. Standing up, Lu Chen glanced lightly at everyone, still smiling, and walked out of Cherry Beauty. As he left, the people inside sneered, thought he was tough, but he just ran off shamefully. Daring to cause trouble here, if it weren't for the sensitive time, we would have broken your legs. Do you even know who runs this place? Pa! Not long after Lu Chen left, his smile slowly faded into an icy chill. He was almost laughing in anger. Being ripped off, and by himself. Letting that old dog who live another day. 2 a.m. After a long day's work, the beautiful receptionist Chao Jing changed into a pair of shoes, hopped on her electric bike, oblivious to the ordinary van following behind. Just as she parked and was about to go upstairs to rest, passing a dark corner, suddenly, a strong hand covered her mouth from behind, a chop knocking her unconscious. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself tied to a tree in a small forest, with duct tape over her mouth. Xiao Jing looked in terror at the man in a hat and mask in front of her, his icy eyes making her legs tremble in fear. Lu Chen gazed at Xiao Jing, his gaze chilling. Xiao Jing looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes, very pitiful, tears shimmering. She didn't know what this man was going to do to her next. Lu Chen grabbed a belt and started hitting. Swish, swish. You made me drink green tea, huh? Swish, swish, swish. You said I was blabbering, huh? Swish, swish, swish. You robbed me. Swish, swish, swish. Insisted on spending, huh? Make me spend. Spend. Swish, swish, swish. A beating. Lu Chen never holds a grudge overnight. Xiao Jing, on the other hand, felt like she would rather be dead, looking at Lu Chen, filled with grievance and pain. Big brother, do you have a problem? After the beating, Lu Chen didn't forget the main business, lowering his voice and leaning close to her ear, saying, do you want to live or die? Xiao Jing weakly nodded, her eyes fixed on Lu Chen, without a hint of resistance. Seeing his crazy and fierce look when he beat her just now, she knew he was a lunatic. If she didn't obey, she would definitely die at the hands of this lunatic. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction, pulled out a sharp knife, and placed it in front of her, continuing, all right, I'll ask you a few questions, answer honestly, or else. Xiao Jing, seeing the knife being drawn, was stunned, nodding quickly, her eyes full of fear. Lu Chen tore off the tape from her mouth and placed the knife on her neck. Who is behind the beauty salon? Xiao Jing trembled and whispered, It's who? After some interrogation, Lu Chen learned some information. This Hu Qingsong is an old bastard who doesn't look good, but he plays well. Moreover, his background is indeed a bit extraordinary, no wonder he can cover half the sky in Chongming. In the end, Lu Chen put a hood over her head and tied her up in the car, driving her near her residential area. After carrying her down and walking for a while, Lu Chen let Xiao Jing down and threatened her in a low voice, don't scream, don't inform the special forces. I know where you live. I will keep an eye on you. Rest at home for a few days, and you will live. If you insist on causing trouble, you will die. The low voice sounded like a demon whisper, frightening Xiaojing so much that she couldn't stand steadily. Xiaojing quickly nodded, whimpering softly. Then she felt her restraints being loosened, the hood removed, and looking at the familiar surroundings, she didn't dare to move at all. It wasn't until she stood still for 3 minutes and quietly turned back that she realized there was no one behind her. She hurriedly limped back home. It's too terrifying. Too scared. I'm never going to work there again. Justice point +1. After dealing with her, Lu Chen drove back to the vicinity of that store to wait. 3:20 in the early morning. A car drove out from the parking lot behind the store with the windows open. Inside were the 4 big guys, ready to have supper and drink. Lu Chen quietly followed them. 4:30. After eating and drinking, they drove back to the dormitory under the influence of alcohol. As soon as the car stopped, a few of them staggered out and lit cigarettes. Lu Chen, hiding behind them, had a cruel smile in his eyes. He had no mercy for these people. He pulled out a long machete from the car with his right hand and held a sharp knife in his left hand. With the help of the system, he swiftly approached them in the dark blind spot. The first scream rang out. Within the next 3 minutes, screams erupted one after another. In terms of speed and ruthlessness, they were no match for Lu Chen, who killed them as easily as chickens. Lu Chen chopped off the right hands of the 4 big guys, stabbed their buttocks and thighs several times. It's likely they won't dare to commit any crimes for the rest of their lives. Mission accomplished, hiding his deeds and gaining reputation. Justice point +1. Lu Chen quickly left, disappearing into the darkness. For him, this was just a small episode. Hu Qingsong, get ready to face a future without you, even if your uncle is the secretary of the Green Vine Provincial Committee. First, Wang Jin died inexplicably, followed by 4 little brothers losing their hands. The boss finally exploded in anger. After listening to his subordinate's report, he fiercely smashed the ashtray on the LCD monitor. Watching Manager Yi get angry, all the big waves at the KTV were trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Who is it? Who is opposing us in the dark? Are there other organizations in Chongming besides us? Find out for me, Manager Yi said angrily, holding a cigar. Then he opened his hands and reached out to the princesses on both sides, venting his anger. Yes, Manager Yi. The subordinate who came to report bowed and retreated. After a while, Manager Yi waved his hand, signaling the black-suited bodyguard standing at the door to come over. Arrange a meeting with Director Hu tomorrow. Tell him if he's free at night, to come to my Phoenix nightclub to relax. The black-suited bodyguard respectfully bowed. Yes, Manager Yi. I'll go now. After he left, Manager Yi's anger came and went quickly. After sending the subordinates away, he began to tidy up the flowers. If Lu Chen were here, he would definitely curse. Alright, that damn black boss. Then draw the knife and chop. There's no need for the system to analyze and judge, just close your eyes and do it. There's absolutely no mistake. Back in the dormitory, Lu Chen took off his blood-soaked clothes, cleaned the bloodstains with 3% hydrogen peroxide and 84 disinfectant, then bandaged his wounds. He finished and lay on the single bed, lighting a cigarette with a satisfied smile on his face. The system had not granted him any more abilities for the time being, but Lu Chen already felt good. Fate. It was the system's greatest cheat given to him, allowing him to act without any worries, at most just facing death. What was there to fear? Moreover, this kind of living as an ordinary person, walking on the edge of a knife, hiding in the darkness. The feeling of dancing on the edge of a blade. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Hee hee hee. A crazy and twisted laughter echoed in the dormitory. It was almost dawn, and Lu Chen squinted briefly. 6 in the morning. He got up, drove to buy breakfast, and then came to Mr. Chen's studio. During this time, although Lu Chen transformed into an outlaw at night, he had not made any mistakes during the day, completing everything satisfactorily. Placing all the breakfast on the table, Lu Chen started eating beef noodles by himself. Soon, it was almost time to start work. The youthful and beautiful fashion designer sisters arrived at the studio one after another. They put down their bags and came to Lu Chen. A crisp and pleasant voice like a nightingale sounded. The girl with glasses, Wan, sighed, Uncle Chang. You come early every day. Qingman exclaimed, wow. Old Chang. How did you know I wanted red bean buns today? The mischievous little girl, Baozi, said, hee hee. Uncle, you are so thoughtful. Can I be your girlfriend? Standing beside her, the big bear beauty Jiang Yang teased. Shoo. Don't talk nonsense. If Boss Chen hears you, Xiao will give you a hard time. Ha ha ha. The other sisters also sweetly said, thank you, uncle. For some reason, listening to the laughter of the sisters around him, Lu Chen's lips curled up, unable to suppress his emotions. He couldn't help but sigh. What a wonderful life. If only it could continue like this. Just then, ahem. Jian Yang. What nonsense are you all talking about? Chen Yalan came in with a stern face. Your mouths never stop even when eating. Hurry up and eat. Finish and get to work. We still have orders to fill. Hearing Boss Chen's voice, Jian Yang and the others immediately lowered their heads and started eating noisily. It seemed they still respected Boss Chen. Chen Yalan came to Lu Chen, her cold face changing to a gentle smile. Hee, Lao Chang, don't listen to these girls. They are all chatterboxes. Seeing Boss Chen and Lao Chang talking, although the sisters were eating breakfast with their heads down, their ears were all perked up, their eyes rolling, exchanging glances, their desire to pair up bursting. In the eyes of these sisters, this was a story of an experienced and worldly wise old man meeting, getting to know, and interacting with a gentle and strong female entrepreneur who started from scratch. So exciting! Lu Chen shook his head with a calm smile, his magnetic deep voice sounding, hee, it's fine, Chen Yalan, I think it's quite nice. They are all kind and lovely girls. Listening to them talk around me, I feel much younger. Chen Yalan sat next to Lu Chen, naturally picking up some millet porridge and soft steamed cakes to eat. They have no sense of propriety, and you are just too easygoing. Hee, you are only a year older than me, but why do you sound like an old man, as if you have been through a lot? Lu Chen naturally heard the implications in her words about his past pursuits. However, he had no intention of sharing with Chen Yalan and the others. Everyone was just passing by, and no one knew how long this life would last. The deeper the entanglement, the more sorrow it would bring. Lu Chen said lightly, hee, it's all like flowers in the water and a moon in the mirror, not worth mentioning. The more this happened, the more curious Chen Yalan became, blinking her eyes at Lu Chen. What kind of past does this man really have? The other sisters saw the scene and let out excited screams in their hearts. Ah, they match so well. At this moment, Chen Yalan turned her head and looked at them sternly. Why haven't you finished eating yet? So slow? Don't you have to work? The sisters immediately scattered. Then Chen Yalan turned to Lu Chen again and asked, are you still adapting to work recently? Thanks to you, the girls told me that they no longer feel like they are being watched after working overtime at night. Thank you for your hard work. Lu Chen waved his hand, it's nothing, just a small effort. I even specifically checked around recently and didn't find that stalker. With no one else around, Chen Yalan playfully smiled and said, hee, that's because we have Lao Chang with us. He looks so righteous that the bad guys dare not do anything wrong. Lu Chen chuckled and stood up. Maybe, well, Chen Yalan, let me tidy up. It's time to go out for delivery. Sure, go ahead, Lao Chang. Chen Yalan nodded with a smile, watching Lu Chen clean up the trash and leave. Chang Ma, how cruel were your experiences in the past? It made you keep silent and buried deep in your heart. He was like a man wrapped in a thick cocoon. After so many days of contact, there was always a faint sense of alienation, as if he would disappear in the next second. But the more mysterious he was, the more she wanted to peel away that thick cocoon and see what was inside. The image of Lu Chen holding a knife bare-handed, indifferent to injury and blood, lingered in Chen Yalan's mind. A man like a mystery. Lu Chen didn't know what Chen Yalan was thinking, nor did he try to guess. He was very open-minded. People like him were basically devoid of marriage, love, and family. Now Lu Chen's only goal for the rest of his life was to rid the world of evil. 4:30 p.m. After finishing up the work at the store, Lu Chen informed the sisters that he had to go out for something tonight and asked them to leave work early and be safe. Then he left the southern city and headed towards the Chongming Special Affairs Bureau. He had been delayed for a day already. Tonight, he must finish it. Near the Chongming Special Affairs Bureau, Lu Chen stood smoking next to the street garbage bin. He had already changed into cleaning clothes in the car, wearing a hat and carrying an inconspicuous bag. At 5:30, a large garbage truck approached slowly from the street behind him towards the Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Chen stubbed out his cigarette, looked around, and quickly approached the wall. As the garbage truck turned, he lightly jumped and clung to the back, grabbing a broom and a trash can, calmly standing behind the truck. The gate of the Special Affairs Bureau opened, and Lu Chen smoothly blended in. No one paid attention to a garbage truck heading to the Special Affairs Bureau, let alone whether there was anyone on top of it. The garbage truck drove directly to the back of the Special Affairs Bureau building. Lu Chen jumped off the truck, lowered his head, holding the broom, and walked towards the back door of the Special Affairs Bureau, while the garbage truck drove inside. Normally, the Chongming Special Affairs Bureau closes at 5 or 6 o'clock, but there were still many vehicles in the parking lot behind, indicating that the Special Affairs Bureau was very busy during this time. Lu Chen observed his surroundings and walked through the back door staircase. There were still many people bustling in the lobby on the ground floor. Lu Chen lowered his head slightly and glanced around, hunching his body, looking every bit like a janitor. When passing by the restroom, he slipped in. It would be too suspicious to wander around empty-handed. Restrooms on the ground floor of such public institutions usually have cleaning supplies. When Lu Chen came out again, he was carrying a bucket and a mop, heading up the stairs towards the top floor. Taking the elevator would be too risky, with a high chance of exposure. As he reached the third floor, clatter, clatter, clatter. A hurried footsteps echoed from above. Lu Chen immediately tensed up, continued climbing the stairs with his head down, observing the newcomer from the corner of his eye. Before long, the person descended beside him, without stopping, and continued briskly downstairs. In a fleeting glance, Lu Chen saw a pair of clean leather shoes, his heart sinking slightly. As expected, within a few seconds of passing each other, the security personnel carrying documents suddenly stopped on the stairs below, his eyes flashing with suspicion as he turned to look at Lu Chen's back and asked, "Huh? Janitor? Didn't old Wan take a day off today to visit his grandson? Who are you? Did old Wan call you to help out?" Upon hearing this sudden question, Lu Chen did not stop, still slowly climbing the stairs, his brain spinning rapidly. How should he respond? This is all a trap, truly worthy of the Special Affairs Bureau. Seeing his puzzled expression, the security personnel's eyes turned cold, and he quickly walked towards him. Pat. Comrade, may I ask? The security personnel came up behind Lu Chen, patting his shoulder. Lu Chen turned around, looking bewildered at the security personnel, placing the mop bucket aside and gesturing, Abba. The security personnel, looking at his clear eyes and hand gestures, scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Oh, he's actually a hearing-impaired person. Seems like I overthought it. No wonder he couldn't get into the criminal investigation department back then. His observational skills are too poor. After all, who would dare cause trouble at the Special Affairs Bureau? He then gestured. The city government is undergoing an inspection today. The cleaning company left with their staff at 4 in the afternoon. Did you not hear and got left behind? Lu Chen's heart sank, continuing to pretend not to understand, gesturing, Abba. Then he pointed upstairs and shook the mop. The security personnel was about to say something when his phone rang. Beep. After answering, he hurriedly said, "Oh, Zheng Tin, I'm coming. I'm on my way." "Forget it. You go mop the floor, then you can leave. Your company's staff have already left." After gesturing this, the security personnel turned and left. Lu Chen quickened his pace, heading towards the top floor. Damn, almost got caught, truly not a bright spark. Arriving at the 9th floor, Lu Chen walked over to the stairwell. He started mopping from the inside out, while observing the situation. The director's door was half open, the deputy director's door tightly shut. There were no cameras in the corridor. Lu Chen passed by the deputy director's door and discreetly pressed his ear against it, trying to listen. There were faint voices inside, but too soft to make out. Buzz. The system's 30% probability event information transmission effect was activated. This function was hit or miss. Inside the deputy director's office, standing in front of the desk was Yi Zhong's assistant, Fang Lei, dressed in ordinary clothes. Fang Lei respectfully said to Deputy Director Hu, "Mr. Yi said he would like you to rest there tonight." Deputy Director Hu, with a cigarette in his mouth, frowned, "Humph. What time is it now?" The inspection team has already settled in at the Huaya Hotel in Chongming District. Am I looking for trouble? Hearing this, Fang Lei said again, "Director Hu, don't you know? Among the members of the inspection team that came this time, one of them is Mr. Yes, Aunt." Deputy Director Hu's eyes lit up, his gaze shifting as he said, "Such big news, why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Lei smiled, Director Hu, isn't it to let you relax tonight and discuss the situation? Ha. Alright, tell little Yi I'll come by later. Deputy Director Hu smiled broadly. Fang Lei bowed respectfully, preparing to leave. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen quickly moved away. The next moment, Fang Lei left the room, gently closing Deputy Director Hu's office door, glanced at the janitor without much thought, and hurriedly left. Vice Director Hu was full of malicious intentions, pondering how to use this connection to trip up Lao Wang. To reach this position and climb higher, one must compete fiercely. Lao Wang hasn't made a move against me because my uncle is the secretary of the provincial party committee in Handong province. Similarly, I haven't made a move against him just because his uncle is the secretary of the provincial commission for discipline inspection in Handong province. Politics isn't about fighting, it's all about human relationships. If handled properly this time, maybe I can join forces with Yezant to bring down that guy Lao Wang. Then, Chongming district will be under my control. Hu Qingsong swirled with malicious thoughts in his mind, eagerly anticipating the banquet at the Phoenix nightclub tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. I must plan something special and thrilling this time. Thinking about it, he felt a bit excited. outside the door. Lu Chen was also excited, but in anger. Based on the conversation of those two beasts just now, he had a few new targets in mind. Alright, so, this is the legendary mastermind behind the scenes, huh? Just you wait. Lu Chen placed the bucket and mop in the restroom, then walked over to knock on Hu Qingcong's office door. Bang! 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 2 seconds later, Hu Qingcong's voice came from inside, now calm and composed, "Come in." The door opened. Hu Qingcong looked towards the door as a janitor walked in. He was about to dismiss him when his eyes caught sight of the trash can nearby, so he changed his mind. "Janitor, just take out this trash, my office doesn't need cleaning, didn't I tell your company last time?" "Okay," Lu Chen replied, then closed the door and headed towards the trash can next to Hu Qingcong. At that moment, Hu Qingcong felt something was off. Why did he close the door while taking out the trash? They were less than 2 meters apart. The next moment, Lu Chen pounced on Hu Qingcong like a cheetah, swift and fierce. "What?" Hu Qingcong reacted quickly, trying to dodge. But Lu Chen was faster, delivering a harsh kick with his left foot straight to his chest. The kick made him frown in pain, unable to make a sound despite his open mouth. Hu Qingcong, who had long been drained by power, money, and lust, was no match for Lu Chen. Soon, he was subdued and his mouth and hands were taped with duct tape. Lu Chen then carefully began erasing any traces related to himself in the room. The muffled sounds of the scuffle hadn't attracted anyone's attention. With no one in the adjacent offices, Director Wang was out, and the archives were downstairs. After clearing the traces, Lu Chen sat opposite Hu Qingcong. He observed the anger and confusion in his eyes. Lu Chen removed his mask, smiling as he looked at him. Hu Qingcong was even more puzzled. He didn't recognize this person at all. This guy was audacious. Disguised as a janitor, he came to the Special Operations Bureau to subdue him, a deputy director. What the hell was going on? Without giving him a chance to speak, Lu Chen took out a cotton cloth from his bag, folded it 3 times in front of him, then wet it. Seeing this, Hu Qingcong's eyes filled with horror. Is he sent by Lao Wang? No, it shouldn't be, he doesn't have the guts. The next moment, Lu Chen grabbed his hair and said something that made his blood run cold. "Do you know? In this world, no one can stop me from eradicating evil. I've said it, that death was just the beginning." Hu Qingcong stared in horror. Memories flashed back to that day in the Special Operations Bureau meeting room, the scene of that mentally deranged outburst. He stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. All shock and disbelief. This can't be true. Is it him? Half an hour later, finally witnessing the scene before him, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. After scanning and checking the scene once more, he closed the office door, retraced his steps back to the rear of the Special Operations Bureau, and waited for a while. Before long, at 6:30 p.m., the garbage truck had finished collecting all the trash from the dormitory building. Seizing the moment when the driver wasn't paying attention, Lu Chen climbed up again, hid behind, and followed the truck out of the Special Operations Bureau gate. Neither fast nor slow, the timing was just right. At the street corner, Lu Chen jumped off the truck, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, exhaled, and gazed at the brilliant sunset, muttering to himself with a smile, "What a beautiful day. Mission completed +1. Justice points +10. Buzz. System evaluation. The host impressed the system with the handling of this corrupt case. Since the host did not actively seek or use the system's help, yet completed this challenging task, a reward of 10 justice points is hereby granted. Encouragement for reaching 100 justice points soon and unlocking surprises." Lu Chen smiled faintly, driving a plain van, blending into the traffic and disappearing. By 7:30 p.m., most of the Special Operations Bureau staff had left for the day, leaving only the criminal investigation team working overtime on the 3rd floor, their lights still on. Interestingly, until 8 p.m., no one had gone to the 9th floor to look for Hu Qingcong. Fang Lei, Yizong, and the others had already prepared entertainment at the Phoenix nightclub, waiting for Hu Qingcong to arrive. However, by 9 p.m., he had not shown up. Subsequently, Fang Lei's calls went unanswered. Seeing Yizong's fading smile, Fang Lei knew he couldn't stay there any longer. "Yizong, I'll go pick him up. Maybe something held him up tonight," Fang Lei said, bending slightly. After some thought, Yizong replied, "Go ahead." "Got it." Fang Lei drove back to the Special Operations Bureau in Chongming District, registered, and entered. Seeing Hu Qingcong's car still in the parking lot, Fang Lei got out of the car, headed upstairs, and arrived at the door of Hu Qingcong's office on the 9th floor. He called out a couple of times, knocked, but received no response. He turned the handle and pushed the door open. The sight before him left him dumbfounded immediately. At that moment, coincidentally or not, footsteps were heard behind him. "Damn it! Regardless of what chaos Fan Lei might have caused by being discovered, Lu Chen had already showered and was now lying in bed. Tonight, he had taken care of a big threat. The current situation in Nan City was just minor disturbances, and Lu Chen didn't feel like going out to catch those small fries. It was time to get some rest for the early shift. Late at night, the lights were still on at the Chongming Special Operations Bureau. Fan Lei was being interrogated in the interrogation room. Speak up, did you really do it? How could it be so coincidental? Special operations. I'm really innocent. It wasn't me. I discovered it as soon as I arrived. Then why were you here? Explain clearly. Speak up. This. I came to see Director Hu for something. What thing? Acting so suspiciously. The surveillance saw your car here twice. Stop beating around the bush and confess. Fan Lei was like a mute eating cactus, unable to speak of his bitterness. At that moment, all the field operatives with no ongoing cases were called back. Director Wang was furious, slamming the table. This is a challenge to the Chongming Special Operations Bureau. This is a challenge to the rules. Investigate. Leave no stone unturned. Not a single clue should be overlooked. A murder case has reached the deputy director of our Special Operations Bureau. This outlaw must be brought to justice. Although Wang Hongming also wanted to bring down Hu Qing-song, it was definitely not in this manner. A deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau died in the office, in such a posture. What an irony! The nature of this incident had changed. It was now a challenge to the rules of the Special Operations Bureau. No matter how corrupt deputy director Hu is, that is something for the rules to handle. This shouldn't be the outcome. Changnan. A big-boned man riding a bicycle weaves through the alleys of the old city, his eyes flashing with green light, scanning the surroundings, searching for something. After passing through several alleys, the big-boned man spots his target. A seductive woman in revealing attire stands at the end of the alley, her face heavily made up, leaning against the doorway smoking a cigarette. He rides his bicycle over, his eyes still surveying the area. The seductive woman looks over upon hearing the noise, lazily saying, "Hey, wanna have some fun, big brother?" The big-boned man parks his bicycle, looking around once more. The woman chuckles at his nervous demeanor, saying, "Hee, big brother, it's okay, first time playing? Don't worry, it's safe." Upon hearing this, the man turns his head, his eyes emitting a green light, and smiles at the woman. "Oh, is that so? That's good then." Early morning. Two vicious criminal cases erupt in Chongming District again. You waited all night at the Phoenix nightclub for Fan Lei to return with Director Hu, but their phones were unreachable. When he checked the news in the morning, he was dumbfounded. Hu Qing-song was murdered, found dead in his office. He sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Damn it! Could it be that idiot Fan Lei's doing? Lu Chen sat in the studio having breakfast, listening to his sisters chattering about the news they read in the morning. Little Baozi looked at everyone, a bit scared, saying, "Do you know? Hu Qing-song, the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau in Chongming District, was brutally murdered in his office. This world is too crazy." The bespectacled girl nodded in agreement. The BMW Beast case hasn't been solved yet, and now there's another brutal murder. I feel like it's so dangerous outside now, all these murders. And a villager found a headless female corpse in the Huangshui River in Changnan this morning. It's too scary. Oh, stop talking, let's eat. It's terrifying. Lao Chang, it's so dangerous outside, you must protect us, okay? Da Xiang Jiangyang coquettishly said. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Alright, I'll escort you all home after work recently. With me around, everything will be fine. Hearing his calm tone, seeing Lu Chen's confident and steady demeanor, his sisters inexplicably felt much more at ease. Lao Chang is the best. Of course, Lao Chang has always been a reliable man. Chen Yalan sat next to Lu Chen, watching him speak, her eyes sparkling with a bright light, then she smiled lightly. Yes, that's right, Lao Chang has always given a sense of security. Very reliable. Alright, let's get to work. During this time, don't stay out too late at night, go home early, and don't wander around, it's unsafe outside, got it? Yes, Manager Chen. Got it, Manager Chen. After exchanging greetings with Chen Yalan, Lu Chen went out to work. Sitting in the car, his eyes gleamed with a cold light. Alright, just a few nights without going out, and a murderer pops up in Changnan. Isn't this provocation? Driving on the road, Lu Chen keenly noticed plainclothes officers moving around at every intersection, seemingly looking for someone. No way, they found me so quickly? No! If they found out it was me, they would have gone straight to Manager Chen's studio to arrest me. Lu Chen muttered to himself. There were also special operations checkpoints at the intersections, checking IDs. Lu Chen calmly handed over his ID from inside the car. The officer scanned it with a device, then waved him through. Special Ops, may I ask, what are you checking for? Lu Chen asked naturally. The officer shook his head and said, we're looking for fugitives, none of your business. Move along. Alright, Special Ops. Lu Chen drove away. These two cases have once again ignited the internet. The previous case involving the animal abuser hasn't been closed yet, and now it's the deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau who has been killed. Although the Bureau has issued strict orders not to disclose any information, this matter is too big to be contained. The other case of the headless female corpse being thrown has also had a significant impact. In response to this, netizens in Chongming District commented, Gotham? It's a joke compared to our Green Vine City. That's child's play. In my opinion, Green Vine is the real Gotham City. Severe punishment. Must be severe punishment. A deputy director of the Special Operations Bureau was killed in the office of the Bureau. This isn't just murder. It's a terrorist attack. We need anti-terrorism measures in Chongming. Chongming is too dangerous. People get attacked at night, hit by mud trucks while driving, chopped at home, and now even killed in the office. Oh, and by the river, they can even find a headless female corpse. TSK. I've already booked my plane ticket and will leave at noon. It's too scary here. The internet is buzzing with excitement. At this moment, in a village, a middle-aged man ran back from the village entrance, bursting into a small courtyard and excitedly shouting, Jichao! Jichao! That person is dead. He's been killed. We can finally overturn the case. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man with mottled gray hair heard this and stood up excitedly. Tears welled up in his eyes. He stammered, Is it him? Is it who? Is he dead? It's him. It's that animal. Absolutely true. Good. Jichao was wrongfully imprisoned at the age of 17, and with insufficient evidence, he was convicted of rape by Hu Qingsong and sentenced to 15 years. The bitterness and hardships during these years are indescribable. At only 32 years old now, he looks like an old man. Over these years, Jichao has suffered greatly, living with the stigma of a rapist. Meanwhile, Hu Qingsong climbed to the position of deputy director, stepping on the backs of those he oppressed. Jichao's case is not an isolated one. In this soil-breeding sin, there are many people who have suffered. Upon hearing this news, they were overjoyed, tears welling up in their eyes. Heaven has opened its eyes. Eliminate evil. Eliminate evil. During the vigorous investigation by the Special Affairs Bureau in Chongming District, a group of people, including journalists, gathered at the entrance of the bureau. Among them were farmers, workers, students, and small business owners, all bearing the marks of hardships on their faces. But at this moment, their faces were filled with radiant and content smiles, without exception. With a deep breath, Jichao suddenly let out a cry. The years of torment and sorrow erupted from his mouth, as if to shake the heavens and tear down all veils of shame. Overturn the case. I will overturn the case. Without the oppressive hand of that animal, they finally gathered the courage to come here. Others, influenced by this, also shouted excitedly together. Overturn the case. Overturn the case. The voices echoed in the Special Affairs Bureau of Chongming District. Seeing this scene, more and more onlookers gathered. Curious bystanders came to inquire about the situation, and the victims, in turn, shared all the injustices and grievances they had suffered. As they spoke, tears flowed freely. So many years. They have suffered too much. The people who learned the truth were also furious. How could such things happen? They joined the ranks as well, shouting in unison, Severe punishment. Overturn the case. Righteousness will prevail over evil. The Special Affairs Bureau of Chongming District was also alarmed, and Director Wang hurried downstairs to the entrance of the bureau. Facing the emotionally charged crowd, listening to their cries of overturning the case, Director Wang quickly walked into the crowd and loudly said, Fellow villagers, don't rush. Let's take it one by one, we'll discuss it inside. We will definitely clear your names. When Jichao heard this in the crowd, he became furious and shouted loudly, just lightly saying you'll clear our names? But who will return the lost 10+ years of my youth to me? What do you say? Yes, my mother passed away 3 years ago. Can you bring back my mother's life? Wah! My child, left us at such a young age. Bring back my child. Cries and wails filled the air. In that moment, Wang Hongming seemed to age 10 years. He remained silent. The journalists captured these scenes and shared them online. 2 days passed. The security personnel reviewed all the surveillance footage frame by frame. On the day Hu was murdered, numerous people came and went, with over 600 individuals present, and more than 300 cases reported. There were all sorts of trivial matters, along with reports on cracking down on crime and evil. The security personnel knew that the culprit was definitely among these people. However, gathering evidence was proving difficult, especially with the overwhelming number of cases, causing them to go sleepless for several days. Criminal investigator Yang, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, smoked while watching the surveillance videos. For some reason, at this moment, in his mind echoed the mad rant of the evil-spirited young man Liao Kaifeng before his death. Starting from today, you filthy bugs covered in sins. One by one, all of you will wait for me to kill you. Ha ha ha. Remember, these 12 people are just the beginning. I will not rest in this world full of villains. I swear to never reincarnate. Could it be that whose death? Thinking of this, Yang gave a bitter smile, rubbing his cheeks. He was getting confused. How could he start believing in superstitions? How could a dead person possibly come back to life? Let's continue the investigation. Perhaps behind this series of events, there is some brainwashing organization at play. After spending 4 points of justice, and after these days of investigation and reconnaissance, Lu Chen also figured out the whereabouts and activities of Chai Hongkai's parents. That little beast's old man owned several properties in Chongming district and usually lived in the villa area. During this time, he was running around frantically for that beastly son's matter. The weather tonight was gloomy, as if it was going to rain. After escorting his sisters off work, Lu Chen watched the last person, Chen Yalan, going downstairs and said, "Chen Yalan, you should go back early too. In the old city area at night, all sorts of people come out." Chen Yalan rubbed her tired eyes and coquettishly said, "I also want to move to a different place, but the rent in the new city area is expensive, while it's cheaper in the old city area. I have no choice. In the second half of the year, after completing these big orders, I will go check out a new location." Lao Chang, thank you for your hard work, for sending us all the way this late. Lu Chen smiled faintly. It's okay, I don't have anything to do at night anyway. Hearing this, Chen Yalan looked at him expectantly. If you have nothing to do, how about going for a drink tonight? What do you say? Lu Chen seemed to remember something and clapped his hands. Oh, I almost forgot, there are things in the dorm that I haven't tidied up yet. Chen Yalan, it's late, go back and rest early, drive slowly on the way. After speaking, Lu Chen quickly drove away. Watching Lu Chen's fleeing figure, Chen Yalan stomped her foot in anger, her body trembling slightly. Humph, it's always like this. Am I some man-eating tiger? Lu Chen sat in the car, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. That was close. Almost fell into the woman's trap. Then he played that opera and hummed along. "De, you don't distinguish between good and evil." Returning to the dormitory by car, after some preparation, he set off again and arrived outside the villa area in the East City district. By now, it had started drizzling. After adjusting the crooked camera on top with a bamboo pole, he swung the grappling hook and climbed over. Putting the camera back in place, he hid the grappling hook on the side. Clad in black night clothes, he blended perfectly into the darkness. Dodging the cameras along the way, he arrived in front of a villa. At this point, even the damn bodyguards had gone back to rest. The lights in the hall were still on. Quietly approaching, he could hear a man and a woman talking inside. "Woman, those bastards. They want my son's life even without money. I want to kill them all. It's so infuriating. Look at how much tax we've paid for our family business, how much economy we've boosted. Killing a few people means nothing. Man, we can't kill them all, there are too many people. I've already bribed the prison officials. We'll frame a death row inmate to die in his place. It's just tough on my son, he'll have to live a different life from now on. Woman, damn it. What's the big deal? So what if a few commoners die? Can their lives compare to my son's life? Man." Lu Chen couldn't bear to listen any longer. He circled around to the back door of the villa, using the rain as cover to forcefully open the handle leading to the underground floor. The first floor of the villa was equipped with a security system. Breaking in would trigger an alarm. The housekeepers and cooks lived downstairs. The housekeeper heard the commotion, got up from bed, and went to check what was happening. Just as she stepped out, her mouth was covered, then she felt a sharp pain in her buttocks, about to scream, her neck was hurt, and she fainted. Lu Chen wasn't one to tolerate trouble. He wiped the blood off the knife, dragged the housekeeper into a room, tied her up, searched the drawers, found a room keycard, and then headed towards the cook's room. Just a slight punishment, a stab in the buttocks, gagged and tied up. Let them learn a lesson. After dealing with the two, Lu Chen patiently waited. It was 2 a.m. The damn parents finally fell asleep. Lu Chen quietly got up, swiped the card to open the door, and left the basement to go upstairs. Click! A faint sound of the door opening. Lu Chen stood by the sleeping parents' bed. He was a man of few words. Swift and decisive, the sharp knife directly severed the throats of these two beasts who valued human life as worthless grass. The parents, in excruciating pain, opened their eyes, staring in horror at Lu Chen standing by the bed, clutching their neck wounds, making a hoarse sound. Lu Chen calmly said, "Take a deep breath. The first experience of death is like this. Don't panic, it will be over soon." They never imagined that someone would dare to enter and kill them. Lu Chen then wrote on the wall, "An eye for an eye, it's only fair. Failure to teach, it's the parents' fault. Feel the pain of losing loved ones. Chai Hong Kai." In prison, Chai Hong Kai still had no remorse or admission of guilt. His mindset was the same as the damn parents. A few commoners, poor lives, if they die, they die. I wonder what his reaction will be when he learns his parents were killed. With the task completed, Lu Chen disappeared into the rainy night. Mission accomplished +2. Justice points +10. Buzz. System evaluation. The host is becoming more like a precise assassin walking on the edge of a knife, ruthless and decisive. No innocent lives are taken unjustly, no guilty ones are spared. Very good. I admire you. Keep up the good work. Justice points reward +10. Looking forward to the day when the host accumulates 100 points to unlock a surprise. Humming a tune, Lu Chen cheerfully drove a plain Wuling van, heading towards the Phoenix nightclub under the shroud of the rainy night. Lu Chen knew, the more people he killed, the greater the risk of exposure. However, under his careful operation, this dangerous path had already achieved significant results. He single-handedly eliminated 2 major threats, and reduced the crime rate in the entire southern city. It can be said that even if he dies now, it's worth it. Every extra day alive, every extra thing done, is pure profit. Even the final performance of the incident. Lu Chen has already made up his mind. Killing so many beasts, isn't it just a death sentence? I'll just use this life to pay you back. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into a crazy laughter, echoing in the rainy night from the van. Ha 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 ha, who's to blame? It was you, Hut Chin, who released such a monster that night. 3 a.m. Although it was a rainy night, it didn't affect the business of the Phoenix nightclub in the northern city. Many luxury cars were still parked outside the magnificent nightclub. A row of bodyguards in black suits stood at the entrance, all fierce-looking, indicating that the owner of this nightclub was not to be trifled with. There were also many scantily clad, sexy women coming in and out, welcoming guests, even getting into luxury cars with some bosses and leaving in style. Lu Chen was like a stray dog, driving a Wuling, parked far away from there. There was no way. He just wanted to get closer to take a look. Those security guards swarmed around him like flies on dung and drove him away. TCH. Lu Chen spat out of the window. At a glance, this is a place of extravagance, corruption, and filth. Today, I'm in a good mood, I won't bother with you guys. After recognizing the place, he wandered around and then went back to rest at the dormitory in the south of the city. What Lu Chen didn't know was that this whole area was under Ye's control, all of Ye's people. Soon, a little brother received information from the peripheral brothers. He knocked on the door and reported to Yi. Knock knock. Yi, boss? Inside the office, Yi sat on the boss's seat like an emperor, elegantly holding a cigar in his right hand, smoke curling around, his eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Hearing the greeting at the door, he didn't stop, and calmly said, "Come in." The little brother came in, respectfully keeping his head down, not looking anywhere but at the floor. Yi, with his eyes closed, said, "Speak up. I'm in a bad mood right now." The little brother hurriedly said, "Yi, our peripheral surveillance brothers found a Wuling van circling around the Phoenix nightclub with a clear purpose, as if familiarizing themselves with the environment." Yi tilted his head back with his eyes closed and remained silent. After a moment, Yi felt that all things belonged to the wise, everything was meaningless, he was neither happy nor sad at this moment, as if he had transcended, calm and unruffled. Have someone check the license plate of this vehicle, find him, bring him over. In the middle of the night, circling around here, definitely not up to any good, maybe it's related to what happened before. In the northern city, who doesn't know that the Phoenix nightclub is his territory? Not to mention this surrounding area. Even the entire northern city, most of it is his industry. Ordinary people wouldn't be wandering around here at 3 a.m. Yes, Yi. The little brother bowed his head and left the room. Then, Yi squinted his snake-like eyes, took a puff of his cigar, and exhaled slowly. Interesting. Seeking death and coming to him. As Lu Chen headed towards the south of the city, a man with a large frame wearing a black raincoat, still riding that contraption of a bicycle, was darting around in various old city alleys. His eyes emitting a green light, scanning around as if searching for prey. He really liked this kind of rainy night. Feeling the dampness of the rain splashing all over his body. It was akin to blood splattering on his face. There was a strange similarity. He even started humming. But soon, he became restless. Why is there no one around? Why is there no one tonight? Every circle has its own communication channels. In the chicken coop, there are flocks of chickens. In the student community, there are groups of students. Bosses have their own circles, and Ikuan has his own group. Except for criminals, he has no group. Since the streetwalker disappeared at night and was found dismembered in the Huangshui River the next day, chaos erupted in the chicken coop, and someone recognized her. She was a prostitute named Ruru. It was unexpected that she had been murdered. So, during this period, everyone stopped taking clients at night, and by 8 o'clock, they all withdrew. There was no choice, fear was rampant. The big bone man became increasingly restless, his eyes revealing an undisguised desire to harm and kill, riding his bicycle frantically, searching everywhere, his blood boiling. What great weather! It can't be wasted. He wanted to act boldly. He wanted to kill. He had been in hiding for 10 years. Returning to his old ways was due to the recent case of Lu Chen killing 12 people in a row. When he saw the news video, looking at those bloody blurred photos, a strong desire surged in his heart, uncontrollable. These cases completely tore apart the prison he had built within himself, arousing deep-seated perverse desires. Lu Chen returned to the southern part of the city and, passing through an old street, suddenly, a bicycle darted out from the alley ahead. Damn it! Lu Chen quickly hit the brakes. Screech! The piercing sound of the brakes echoed through the night. Bang! Because the bicycle emerged too suddenly, and it was raining, the braking distance was not enough, and he still collided. Lu Chen quickly stopped the car, took a tool from his waist, opened the door, and went to check the situation. The big-boned man was thrown 2 meters away and lay on the ground, taking a moment to recover before quickly getting up. The desire to kill and act boldly in his heart was somewhat diminished by this collision. He looked at Lu Chen getting off the van and instantly recognized him. He was the truck driver with many women working for him. The big-boned man felt somewhat wary of this truck driver because he could smell a heavy scent of blood on him, and every time he saw him from afar, he couldn't help but want to avoid him. The big-boned man knew that this truck driver was definitely not simple. He was familiar with that smell. Both were murderers. The scent on him was the smell of having killed someone, even more so than himself. Lu Chen came over to help him. Sorry, brother, are you okay? It's raining heavily, and the braking distance of the car was too long. Let me take you to the hospital. The big-boned man quickly waved his hand. No. I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital. I have urgent matters to attend to. I have to leave first. With that, the big-boned man pushed his deformed car and was about to leave. He couldn't go to the hospital. Going there would mean blood tests and registration, which would be disastrous. Besides, who knows if this guy would take him to the hospital and then kill him in the car. Driving a truck around in the middle of the night, what else could it be if not to kill someone? He hurriedly fled. He pushed the car and walked quickly not far. Lu Chen's voice sounded behind him. Hey, wait! Instantly, the big-boned man tensed up all over, his facial expression turning fierce as he faced away from Lu Chen, his eyes emitting a cruel green light. Is it coming? His right hand slowly rotated the bicycle handle. The right handle of this bicycle had been modified by him, with a sharp knife inside, making killing, dismembering, and skinning effortless. You dropped your wallet. Lu Chen was at a distance from him, slightly leaning his body, unable to see his right hand, holding out a wallet with his left hand. The big-boned man stopped rotating his right hand, turned around, saw the wallet, glanced at Lu Chen's expression, and smiled. Things were too urgent, I forgot. Thank you. With that, he walked over slowly, took the wallet. Lu Chen asked again, are you really not going to the hospital? The big-boned man quickly waved his hand and said, No need. I'm in a hurry. With that, he turned around and continued pushing the cart. The right handle of the cart also loosened. Just then, Lu Chen's expression suddenly turned fierce, his right hand hidden behind him raised high, holding a small axe. He fiercely swung it towards the big-boned man's head. The big-boned man seemed to have anticipated all this in advance, swiftly swinging the bicycle with his left hand backwards, pulling out a sharp knife with his right hand, and running into the alley. The bicycle happened to block the swung axe. Lu Chen didn't chase after him but picked up the axe, standing alone in the rainy night, facing the dark and deep alley, the eyes of a cold-blooded demon glaring coldly into the depths, as if seeing through the darkness. The big-boned man who had run far into the depths of the alley turned back and saw this scene, sending chills down his spine. Luckily, I escaped quickly. This guy is indeed a maniac. When Lu Chen bent down just now, the sometimes reliable system suddenly displayed information about the man in front of him. Character information: Tian Mingyue, Class A wanted criminal, at the age of 23, beat and forced his sister-in-law, sentenced to 9 years after being caught. Upon release, he did not repent but harbored murderous intentions, returning to his hometown to kill his brother's family, then fled to Jiang province, committing 8 more forced murder cases, some involving children. He is the worst of the worst. He then fled to Hubei province, committing more murders in villages along the way, with strong anti-detection and wilderness survival skills, moving through 3 provinces before finally fleeing to Hanong province, where he assumed a new identity as a water delivery worker, hiding in Chongming district for 10 years. Lu Chen finally understood what the girls in the studio meant by feeling someone was peeping. He had never been this angry before. If one day he was no longer around and this beast was not found, what would happen to them when they worked late and went home at night? Lu Chen dared not think about it. He stood in place. A chilling voice, as cold as hell, sounded, "System, track his whereabouts." Buzz. Justice points -2. Coordinates deployed. Then a red dot lit up in his mind, showing Tian Mingyue's whereabouts and residence. Lu Chen calmly sat back in the car, checking the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. He then sent a text to Chen Yalan. "Chen Yalan, I have something to attend to. I might not be able to buy breakfast tomorrow morning, so I'll be late to the studio." Just as he put down his phone and started the car, beep beep, the phone screen lit up. Lu Chen picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Chen Yalan. He rubbed his head. He was careless. Damn it! Why is this woman still awake? Lao Chang, are you a night owl? Why are you still up so late? Did you sneak out to see someone? What's up in the middle of the night? Can I help you? Then another message came. What's going on? Just tell me, you're driving me crazy. He didn't hesitate when committing murder. But this time, Lu Chen stared at the phone screen in silence for a long time, hesitating for more than 30 seconds. Chen Yalan sent another message. Where are you? What are you doing? Are you in the dorm? I'm coming over. Seeing this, Lu Chen, his eyes red, fiercely tapped the phone screen and sent a message. Chen Yalan. Manager Chen. Is this any of your business? It has nothing to do with you, right? Then he threw the phone aside without looking at it again. He knew that sending this message would break someone's heart. But what needs to be cut off must be cut off. Chaos must be contained. It's better to crush the problem at the beginning than to be devastated when it's exposed. Ruthless. Be ruthless. Be ruthless to others. Be ruthless to yourself too. Lu Chen drove away in a van and disappeared into the rainy night. The rain poured down harder, sounding like crackling, much like the mood of certain people. Chen Yalan did not reply anymore. Tian Mingyue ran frantically in the heavy rain. He was very familiar with this old district, having delivered water for 10 years, allowing him to navigate all the alleys and old streets. The person just now was truly terrifying. He had never seen anyone like that before. Every time he thought of the scene just now, a chill ran down his spine. At this moment, he even regretted a bit. Why did he come out today? If he hadn't come out, he wouldn't have encountered that person. This place is no longer safe to stay. He really wanted to kill me. I need to find a new place. Half an hour later, Tian Mingyue finally returned to his residence. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Tian Mingyue's mood slightly improved. He went upstairs, opened the door, and returned home. At 5 a.m., with the sky getting brighter, he didn't turn on the lights. Closing the door, he entered the living room, preparing to enter the inner room. A flash of lightning struck. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. Tian Mingyue stood frozen, motionless, as if his blood had thickened and stopped flowing, feeling a chill rising from under his feet. A dark figure was sitting on the sofa. Tian Mingyue's stiff neck slowly turned. He only saw a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes were filled with overwhelming murderous intent, brutality, anger, and cruelty, like natural enemies such as cats and mice, lions and cattle. Lu Chen was their nemesis of evil. The next second, he moved, like a spider pouncing on Tian Mingyue for prey. Heh, can a murderer be afraid too? Lu Chen attacked, clearly sensing Tian Mingyue's movements were sluggish. There was resistance, but the trembling body and distorted movements exposed Tian Mingyue's fear at the moment. Lu Chen didn't care about those minor injuries, only avoiding Tian Mingyue's fatal attacks. After a short while, amidst the thunder, after 3 minutes of fighting, Lu Chen subdued Tian Mingyue, bound his hands with a rope, hung him from the ceiling beam, set up a camera behind him, and began recording the punishment. Cough, spare me, Tian Mingyue spat blood, pleading as he looked at Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen cruelly smiled, licked his lips, and said, "You made me harm a good woman tonight. Soon you will know what it means to wish for death." Lu Chen turned to the sofa, picked up a canvas bag, took out a packet of nails and a hammer. He slowly approached Tian Mingyue, his expression fierce. "Heh, from now on, remember this well. This nail is for your brother and sister-in-law." "How? How did you know?" In Tian Mingyue's horrified gaze, Lu Chen pressed the steel nail against his head and picked up the hammer. Bang! 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 He started nailing. Boom! Ah! Along with the thunder, there was Tian Mingyue's agonizing screams and wails. This one is for the women you forced to death. This one is for the children. This one is for the streetwalkers. Tian Mingyue kept wailing. The intense pain in his skull was driving him insane. Kill me! Kill me! Please, kill me! Lu Chen, hearing this, burst into a maniacal laughter on his fierce face. Ha ha ha! Kill you? I've said it before, for you, death is a luxury in my hands. These three are for me to avenge Chen Yalan. The camera silently recorded everything, no sound, just punishment. 5:40 a.m. Lu Chen wiped off the bloodstains, briefly tended to his wounds, and put on a brand new black raincoat. Tian Mingyue set a timed message on his phone to report the location of a Class A wanted criminal, then left the rundown building. Every bone in Tian Mingyue's body had been broken by Lu Chen, hanging like a piece of rotten mud from the ceiling. He had 12 steel nails driven into his head. Not a patch of skin was left unscathed. But he was not dead yet. Tian Mingyue had been injected with a dopamine hydrochloride solution by Lu Chen, barely clinging to life. This was originally prepared by Lu Chen for his own severe injuries. This beast was different from the previous ones. He had completely lost his humanity. Lu Chen not only wanted to torture and mutilate his mind and body mercilessly, making him unable to seek life or death, he also wanted him to be caught. Let the law judge him again. Give closure to the families he had harmed. Put a perfect end to those brutal cases. For this, he would rather not have that lifeline. At this moment, buzz. System evaluation. The host's completion of each event has always surprised the system, especially this time. Originally thought the host would unhesitatingly take his life to gain more lifelines for himself, but unexpectedly, deep down, the host always cared about those who had suffered. Therefore, considering everything, his soul would still be taken after death. Lifeline reward valid. Advanced issuance. Lifeline +1, total, x10. Justice points +5, total, x55. Very good, very perfect. However, Lu Chen, who had received the reward, was not the least bit happy at this moment. His heart was heavy. Walking into the heavy rain, he prepared to drive back to the dormitory. After parking the car, he noticed a familiar pink car parked in the corner. Lu Chen had just arrived at the dormitory building when he saw a familiar figure standing at the door. She had traces of rain on her hair wet, her unadorned pretty face looking a bit tired but still beautiful. It was Chen Yalan. Lu Chen's heart was deeply moved, and he walked slowly towards her. Chen Yalan also raised her gaze, looking at him. The two remained silent for a long time. Chen Yalan's feelings were complex. She had previously dated a boyfriend for 5 years, and one night when they went out to play, they encountered armed robbers. She had thought her boyfriend would protect her, but to her surprise, in the face of death, her boyfriend had abandoned her out of fear, choosing to leave her alone and run away. Chen Yalan had cried bitterly at the time, facing the robber's knife with her chest, just wanting to end it all. Unexpectedly, this action had scared the criminals. They were also desperate, owed wages by their boss, just trying to get some money in a hurry, not intending to kill. Just then, they heard the sound of a special operations vehicle and ran off with the money. From then on, Chen Yalan focused solely on her career, no longer involving herself in personal relationships. So when that day came and Huang Mao pulled out a knife, everyone avoided and gave up, except for Lu Chen, who fearlessly stood up and gave her a great shock. She even fantasized in her mind. If her boyfriend that night had been Lu Chen, faced with the robbers, he would definitely not abandon her and run away alone like her ex-boyfriend did. Such a man was truly attractive to Chen Yalan, who had been hurt before. Facing her gaze, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Come in and talk." Opening the door, he walked in. Chen Yalan followed silently behind. Then Lu Chen closed the door, faced Chen Yalan, and took off his raincoat. Chen Yalan's initially puzzled expression turned into intense shock after he removed the raincoat. Blood. Wounds. Lu Chen took off the black raincoat, revealing a body covered in blood, and those wounds all over his body. Some wounds were still bleeding. Suddenly, Chen Yalan's heart was like a stormy sea. This is. She wasn't scared, just shocked by everything in front of her. Chen Yalan hurried forward and was about to help Lu Chen with his wound. Lu Chen raised his hand to stop her, looking at her worried eyes, and said lightly, "Chen Yalan, we are from 2 different worlds. After today, I will leave. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. The money you gave is in the drawer, I only used a part of it. Consider it as my payment for these days of work." Hearing this, Chen Yalan's body trembled. Feeling helpless, she hugged her elbows, eyes brimming with tears. This was the second time she had been rejected today. It was really heartbreaking. Lu Chen frowned, he hated it when women cried. Enough. Stop crying. You have no idea what kind of person I am. At that moment, thunder roared, enveloping Lu Chen's final words as they struck her ears. Fine. I'll tell you. I'm a crazy murderer. Got it. Are you satisfied? Lu Chen confessed directly to her. Chen Yalan had deceived herself, imagining 100 identities and reasons Lu Chen might say. But she never expected him to be so candid about this identity. Chen Yalan stood frozen in place, trembling all over, her legs weak. How could it be possible? How could you be a murderer? She recalled countless moments in her mind, and the words he had spoken that day. He was so gentle and kind. Lu Chen ignored her and proceeded to undress, clean the wound, bloodstains, clothes, and pack his things, all done with skill and professionalism. During this time, Chen Yalan watched from the side, gradually calming down from her initial panic, fear, and nervousness, replaced by numerous questions in her heart. Lu Chen didn't understand women. A man with obvious brutal experiences, a face marked by hardships, burying his painful past deep inside, showing courage in the face of danger, a gentleman. And then one day, his identity suddenly reversed, revealing himself as a murderer. Such a character was fatally attractive to women. Never underestimate a woman's curiosity. Chen Yalan approached, holding the canvas bag, looking at him with a hint of determination in her eyes, and said softly, Lao Chang, let's surrender. I'll find you the best lawyer. You must have your reasons. Confess, surrender voluntarily, it will be considered, and when you come out, I'll be waiting for you. Hearing this, a hint of warmth and a smile flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. During this time, he clearly felt Chen Yalan's transformation, from gratitude and admiration at the beginning, step by step to liking, and now. But they were destined to be impossible. Then he coldly said, wait for me to come out? Holding my ashes? Do you know how many people I've killed? Move aside, or I might end up killing you too. The icy killing intent hit Chen Yalan's face, making her pale as if she might really be killed. But she didn't back down. She knew Lu Chen wasn't that kind of person. Lu Chen stared at her intensely for 5 seconds, then suppressed all his killing intent. The next moment, he gently touched Chen Yalan's head and said, be good, I will surrender. You are indeed a good woman, but you shouldn't fall in love with a murderer. I'm sorry, Chen Yalan, I walk the path of a demon. Love, family, marriage have nothing to do with me. I know you must have many questions now. Don't worry, you will know everything in a couple of days. Goodbye, Chen Yalan. After saying this, Lu Chen plunged into the rain without looking back. Lu Chen arrived at the parking lot. In the rain, he cleaned everything in the van that could reveal his identity. Packed into a hemp bag, he left the place, mainly to avoid implicating Chen Yalan and the others. It was 8 in the morning. Chai Kangdal's bodyguards arrived at the villa area to prepare for the boss's departure. After waiting for a while with no movement and the doors locked, they observed from the outside, all was quiet. Messages were sent to the cook and the maid, but there was no response. Something was wrong. Trouble had occurred. The bodyguards quickly rushed to the back door. As expected, they found the courtyard door leading to the basement open. Rushing inside, they saw the subdued maid and cook, their hearts sinking even further. They went straight upstairs to Chai Kangdal's master bedroom. The moment they pushed the door open, all the bodyguards were shocked to see a horrifying sight. 2 large pools of blood on the bed were chilling to behold, and the line of blood on the wall. Their boss, Chai Kangdal, who controlled a large industrial area in the factory district and ranked among the top 10 wealthiest in Chongming district, had been killed in his own home. The secrecy of this villa area was high, and only a few people knew that Chai Kangdal lived there. Yet, under these circumstances, he was murdered in his own home. Report to the Special Service. At the same time, the Southern City Special Affairs Bureau also received a report from the Special Service. What? Information on Class A wanted criminal Tian Mingyue. Let's go check it out. The Special Service vehicle headed towards the dilapidated building in the heavy rain. Initially, the Special Service cautiously observed the surroundings, and seeing nothing unusual, they headed upstairs. The door was slightly ajar. The 4 of them pushed it open and witnessed an extremely rare scene. Despite the Special Service often dealing with criminal cases, they had never seen such a brutal scene. They were human too, not superhuman, and they felt fear. They were all taken aback. They saw a person with not a single patch of intact skin, contorted body, hanging from the ceiling beam in a cruel manner, with steel nails in their head. The person, upon seeing someone enter, spat out blood foam and weakly said, killed me. The Special Service's hearts turned cold. Quick, call an ambulance. In his current state, even his mother probably wouldn't recognize him. How could the Special Service identify this guy as Tian Mingyue? Saving a life was the priority. In the small Chongming district, one wave had not settled before another rose. two shocking cases emerged again, reigniting the enthusiasm and scrutiny of netizens. First, the industrial tycoon Chai Kangol and his wife were brutally murdered in their own master bedroom. Then, the fugitive sadistic killer, Class A wanted criminal Tian Mingyue, who had been on the run for over a decade, was captured and subjected to brutal torture, nearly killed. The crimes were committed last night in the early hours. After studying by special service personnel, the methods used by the perpetrators were identical to the Hu Bureau death case. Apart from Tian Mingyue suffering inhuman torture, the deaths of Hu Bureau and Chai Kangol and his wife were clean and precise. Based on the above clues, it was deduced that the same person was the killer. After days and nights of investigation by the special service personnel, progress was made in the case. They discovered the janitor who shouldn't have been at the Special Affairs Bureau that day, and the suspicious van roaming the area. Furthermore, the van's license plate was fake. Based on these clues, all pointed to this person being the killer. They also found out that he frequently operated in the southern city area. According to the only eyewitness at the Special Affairs Bureau, a crime sketch resembling 6 points of Liu Chen was freshly released and circulated on the internet. The Special Affairs Bureau's announcement followed suit. The person in the sketch is the perpetrator of these three cases, and we urge the public to be vigilant. A reward of 100,000 yuan will be given to those providing information. If you have any leads, be sure to report to the Special Affairs Bureau immediately. A large number of special service personnel also flooded into the southern city, going door to door to inquire. At the same time, another group headed towards the southern city to search, each with their own methods, starting investigations through the channels of informants and thugs. These two groups of people became more and more alarmed as they investigated, discovering that the crime rate in the southern city had dropped during this period. The demon rumored to roam the streets late at night was highly likely to be that person. Ye's subordinates quickly reported this news upwards, sparking discussions. Damn! He's really ruthless. This is what true ruthlessness looks like. Our shady dealings are nothing compared to him. Just petty crimes. Punishing villains, eliminating evil, taking down corrupt officials and wanted criminals. Damn! Impressive. Impressive my ass. Damn it! The way he operates, aren't we, shady characters, also on his hit list? Damn! That's true. Brother, what you said makes me a bit scared. Don't worry, brother, from my investigation, as long as you don't do anything too extreme, he generally doesn't kill us lackeys. If he does, it's usually that person. Ye's henchmen looked at each other in silence. The Special Affairs Bureau's Special Operations team also had grim expressions. Captain Yang clenched his fists angrily. This is simply lawlessness. The rest of the team also expressed their anger. His arbitrary judgment and killings are no different from those beasts. He must be brought to justice. This is a challenge to the rules. This is not right. No matter what his motives are, we must arrest him. Use of firearms is permitted if necessary. This is an extremely dangerous individual. The internet exploded as well. The public opinion this time was clearly going awry. The laborers who had been exploited by the heartless capitalists also spoke up. This heartless capitalist has finally died. I feel so relieved. When he built a factory in my hometown, he directly used an excavator to demolish the old houses. My poor mother, crushed to death inside. They only compensated 50,000 in the end. Great news. The factory run by this heartless capitalist paid the lowest wages, making us work continuously in 3 shifts day and night. No resignation pay at all. I had urinary blood 2 years ago. They didn't even pay me for a year's work. This beast has finally died. Ha ha ha. I thought someone important died, turns out it's this old beastly bastard. The victims' families in the case of Chai Hongkai also spoke out. Retribution. This is retribution. Let this little beast experience the pain of losing loved ones. Well done killing him. This family of beasts even tried to buy my daughter's life with money. No way. They said my daughter's life is cheap. I hate it. I wish I could kill them on the spot, but I don't have the courage. Good riddance. Good kill. My father was on his way to buy me medicine when that beast hit him and killed him. Until now, I haven't received a verdict or an apology. Maybe I won't ever get one, right? I have late-stage pancreatic cancer. My poor wife and children. What's the use of these beasts dying? I'll never see them again. The comments about Tian Mingyue were full of hostility. Why wasn't he killed? He should have been tortured to death. Nonsense. Why wasn't he killed? He's in the hospital. I'm a doctor at XX hospital. You're all wrong. When this beast was brought in, it was a sight to behold. I really didn't want to save him, but I had no choice. I know too. This beast seems to have experienced inhuman torture. Kept shouting to kill him. I don't know what he went through. I'm Yuan Yuan's father. I found out today that this beast has finally been caught. I've bought a plane ticket and flown here. I've been looking for this beast for over a decade. Sold all my property, relatives advised me not to look for him, saying it was meaningless, that I should live well. But I can't live. When I close my eyes, all I see is the tragic scene of my 12-year-old daughter Yuan's death. Well, now he's finally caught. Those netizens who were originally bystanders, after reading this series of comments and news, felt the emotions contained within, fell silent for a long time, and no one made jokes or witty remarks under these news anymore. Because those were all real screams of pain. Every word bleeds. Every sentence cuts to the heart. People's hearts are connected, flesh and blood. How can they not understand such agony? However, although most people sympathize with the suffering of the victims and find these cases satisfying, they all died like beasts. But that doesn't mean they support Liu Chen's use of violence to counter violence. Because from birth, their education taught them to believe in rules, respect rules, and handle everything according to rules. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. If everyone acted like him, wouldn't society be in chaos? Not advocating, not encouraging, each to their own. They believe that no matter the reason for murder, it is a crime. No one knows. At this critical moment, Liu Chen unexpectedly left the southern city. After packing up his things, he rode his motorcycle along the outskirts and arrived at the northern city of Chongming district. 3 pests have been eliminated, but 2 are still enjoying life. One is a certain Yizong, the other is his aunt from the supervisory team. The former, Liu Chen, has already sentenced to death in his heart, while the latter still needs further investigation. Studio. Chen Yalan anxiously arrived on the 3rd floor. Seeing Chen Zong in such a state and not seeing Lao Chang again today, coupled with the news of the murder suspect case, everyone felt uneasy. Jiang Yang hesitated. Chen Zong, Lao Chang, did he not come today? Chen Yalan, with tired eyes, looked at them and changed her usual style, gently said, let's not discuss Lao Chang anymore. He won't be coming again. Let's focus on work. There might be someone coming to investigate today, just tell the truth. The women looked at each other, wanting to say something. Chen Yalan waved her hand, signaling them to stop and walked towards the office. She also saw the morning police report and news of the case. Lao Chang, is it you? Killing them, for a few beasts, sacrificing your own life, is it worth it? No wonder Lao Chang said he couldn't wait for his release. In this situation, no matter how good a lawyer is, he killed 3.5 people, including a deputy bureau chief, he will face the consequences. 9:30 a.m. The special forces led by Yang arrived at Chen Yalan's office in the clothing studio. The rest of the special forces questioned the women one by one. Yang asked about the truck driver to Chen Yalan. Where is your truck driver? Yang's gaze was sharp. Chen Yalan calmly replied, he didn't come to work today, I don't know where he went. Yang asked again, I heard he was a homeless man before? He came to work at your store after a heroic act? What was he doing at night, do you know? Chen Yalan shook her head, I don't know him well. I hired him as a truck driver because he seemed honest and decent. Bang! You're lying. You know. Yang slammed the table. Chen Yalan's expression showed a hint of panic. Yang noticed this. Chen Yalan, be honest, knowing and not reporting also carries criminal responsibility. What do you want me to say? I really don't know where he went. He didn't come this morning, and his phone is unreachable. After a round of questioning, Yang and the special forces left the studio and headed towards Liu Chen's dormitory. Yang, we're getting close. The special forces exclaimed excitedly. Yang lit a cigarette and said with deep eyes, yes, it's likely Chang Ma. But why did he do this? Clearly, things were getting better. The female boss of this studio even had a crush on him. Why did he choose the path of crime? Another special forces member said, to punish evil? Yang glared at him and said, remember your identity. We are special forces. How can you say such things? He committed murder. He's a murderer. It's illegal no matter what his purpose is. He must face the consequences. Yes, Captain. Let's go. The group headed towards Liu Chen's dormitory. They pushed the door open and entered. A bed, a blanket, a pillow, 2 sets of clothes for changing, a few thousand yuan in the drawer, and nothing else, just empty. This was Chang Ma's dormitory, extremely simple. Yang, on the surface, remained composed, but deep down, he felt some emotions stirring. Another Liao Kaifeng. Could this be what he meant by just the beginning? The problem was these two had no interaction at all. Report to Director Wang, once we confirm the suspect, we'll start the operation. Chang Ma has been wandering for decades, his survival and counter-investigation skills are very strong, capturing him won't be easy. Yes, Captain Yang. Whether to say it or not, they knew Chang Ma was committing a crime. However, there was one thing they couldn't avoid, the case of Hu Qing Song. It could be said that at his position, with the backing of the provincial committee, without Chiang Ma, he might never face justice. This was the darkness. Phoenix nightclub. Mr. He sat in his office, looking at the messages sent by his men. Combined with the news reports of 3 recent cases, he suddenly felt a chill. Damn, this guy was hanging around me before. Could he have been planning to kill me too? This is insane. Damn it, didn't he bother to find out who I am? Damn. Despite his words, he still picked up the phone and gave orders. Call more brothers to the nightclub, let's suspend operations for a few days. Also, have Xiaoyu come up, I'm really pissed off right now. He hung up the phone. Mr. Yi took a puff of his cigar, easing his tense emotions. From these cases, this person seemed like a professional killer, ruthless and decisive. The Chai couple, Hu Qingson, all fell by his hands. He even caught a Class A wanted criminal. What did this indicate? It showed his exceptional investigative skills. There must be a team behind him. Mr. Yi dared not go home now. He felt like he would be found and killed no matter where he hid. It was safer to stay at the nightclub. Mr. Yi didn't believe he was Sylvester Stallone, able to fight his way from downstairs to here. At that moment, knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Mr. Ye's heart skipped a beat. He pulled out a handgun from the drawer and hid it under the table, saying, "Come in." Then, a young and beautiful girl entered. Mr. Yi relaxed upon seeing her. He put the gun back in place and smirked. Xiaoyu, come here quickly, I'm really angry right now. Yes, Mr. Yi. Xiaoyu answered sweetly and obediently walked over to serve him. The rain continued outside. In the detention center, Chai Hongkai lay on the bed, bored, wondering why his parents hadn't gotten him out yet. It had been so long. Suddenly, someone approached outside, knocked on the iron door twice, and said, Chai Hongkai, your family is in trouble. Chai Hongkai, still lying on the bed, with a disdainful look, said, Huh? Trying to make me confess? Already making up stories? The special agent in the detention center looked at him with contempt, took out his phone and played the news. Early this morning, industrial tycoon Chai Kangol and his wife were brutally murdered in their master bedroom by someone. Here is the detailed report. Clang! Chai Hongkai quickly got up and rushed to the iron door, trying to grab the phone, but the special agent took it back. Impossible. This can't be true. You're all lying to me, right? Chai Hongkai stared with wide eyes, grabbing the iron door, shaking it frantically and roaring. The special agent looked around, seeing no one else, turned back to him mockingly. Huh? When you killed their loved ones, you weren't like this. Why can't you handle it when it's your turn? Ha ha, it's true, your parents were throat cut and killed. Oh, by the way, do you know that the murderer wrote a line with your parents' blood on the wall? Want to hear it? Impossible. You're lying to me. My parents couldn't have been killed by someone. Nobody knows where they live. Fake news. What does the writing say? What does it say? Chai Hongkai stared at the special agent, shouting angrily, his eyes red, shaking the iron gate frantically. Seeing him like this, the special agent, thirsty in the hot summer, drank a bottle of ice soda in one go. That was refreshing. This beast wouldn't budge, still not admitting guilt, showing no remorse whatsoever. Now that the situation happened to himself, he became so agitated. Oh well. Ha ha, beg me and I'll tell you. The special agent taunted. Chai Hongkai certainly wouldn't beg him now. He kept cursing for 10 minutes, seeing the special agent still with that calm expression as if watching a show. His heart skipped a beat, feeling anxious. It should be true. He changed his expression and pleaded, Please, tell me, is this true? What does the writing say? Is it related to me? The guard smirked cruelly. Hee, it says, let you experience the pain of losing loved ones, Chai Hongkai. With that, the special agent turned and left. Soon, there were sounds of regretful wails and cries behind him. Lu Chen rode his motorcycle, disguised as a motorcyclist, heading towards the Phoenix nightclub. As he got closer to his destination, suddenly, he keenly noticed some people standing below the buildings nearby. They seemed like young troublemakers, looking around vigilantly, as if guarding against something. Lu Chen was startled, quickly changed his route, not heading straight to the Phoenix nightclub, but gradually veering to the right and circling from the outer perimeter. From his observation, the buildings surrounding the Phoenix nightclub were filled with these troublemakers. This was getting tricky. It seemed that Yi Zong had realized he was in danger. Those in the underworld were indeed different, with such keen senses. There were too many of them. He needed to think of another way. As Lu Chen was planning how to kill Yi Zong when he arrived at the Phoenix nightclub in the North City, the South City was already surrounded by special agents, with checkpoints at every intersection. Based on their analysis, after subduing Tian Mingyue, Chiang Ma must have been injured as well, unable to drive far, most likely hiding in an old alley in the South City for treatment. 2 days. It would take at least 2 days to search the entire Old City area in the South City. They had also stationed people at key locations in Chongming District, ready to capture Chang Ma and bring him to justice. This was not only an order from the Provincial Party Committee but also about upholding the law. Additionally, just to mention, everything about Hu Qingsong had been exposed. It had caused a big stir, and someone had died. There was no way around it, unless his uncle from the Provincial Party Committee intervened. This matter would definitely not be suppressed. His uncle was a smart man, so he had to decisively withdraw to protect himself. In the afternoon, at the entrance of the Chongming District People's Hospital, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, including journalists, farmers, workers, and women. They had all come for the capture of Tian Mingyue. Although their emotions were high, due to their inherent kindness, they did not disrupt the normal operation of the hospital, allowing ambulances and such to enter. An old man with white hair and weathered face stood on a high platform maintaining order, shouting, "Folks, even though that beast Tian Mingyue is in the hospital now, we can't stop others from coming to the hospital for treatment, you hear me? That would be illegal." "Got it, old Zhu. We'll follow your lead." Standing in front of them were the special forces and hospital security. After old Zhu restored order, he turned to the special forces and whispered, "Comrade, we just want to go in and see what that beast looks like now, and also ask him how he could do such a thing. Can we?" "Yes, special forces, we just want an explanation." After all these years, everyone still has a knot in their hearts. How can a person be so evil? How did he do it? The special forces looked at old Zhu with white hair, feeling conflicted. They knew this man, who had traveled alone across 5 provinces just to find Tian Mingyue. He had searched for over a decade, from his prime to middle age. His wife had died of illness on the way, but he never gave up, living with the sole belief of finding Tian Mingyue, and to personally question him about how he could do it. But old Zhu and his group were destined to be disappointed. Rules are rules. They couldn't see Tian Mingyue now, and the best outcome would be to see him in court. Although they seemed calm and reasonable now, both the special forces and old Zhu knew deep down that when they saw that beast Tian Mingyue with their own eyes, their emotions would not be as calm as they were now. They might even kill him on the spot. Wang Hongming learned of this news and hurried to the hospital. Faced with the crowd's requests, he felt helpless. On one side were the rules, on the other were the people. How should he choose? In the end, Wang Hongming made a decision. He vowed to oversee this matter, not allowing him to stay in the hospital for long, and once Tian Mingyue's vital signs stabilized, the case would be closed. At the same time, cooperating with the judicial department to proceed with the trial promptly, not keeping the crowd waiting for long. Evening. Lu Chen finally got an opportunity. That was the food delivery truck. With so many people guarding the Phoenix nightclub at night, they all needed to eat, and the defense was weakest while they were eating. That was when he could seize the chance to climb the wall from the side. The Phoenix nightclub was large, built in a European style, with hollowed-out second floors on both sides, providing good opportunities for climbing up. At 6:30, the food delivery van appeared at the intersection and headed towards the Phoenix nightclub. Lu Chen didn't approach immediately but waited for some time before moving closer under the cover of rain. The peripheral henchmen also went to eat at this time. There weren't many motorcycles on this road, so Lu Chen, blending in on his motorcycle, wasn't too conspicuous. Parking his bike in an alley across the street, he looked around and quickly moved towards the side of the Phoenix nightclub, throwing out a grappling hook and climbing up with force. In no time, he reached the second floor and then threw the hook again, climbing higher. He climbed all the way to the rooftop, then retracted the grappling hook. Everything went smoothly. He walked quietly on the rooftop, preparing to find a ventilation duct to descend. On his way there, Lu Chen had already spent 2 points of justice to track down Yi Chang's whereabouts. He found that Yi Chang had been staying in the office without moving, and he didn't know what he was up to. Finding the ventilation duct, he pried open the casing and crawled in, encountering rotating blades along the way. He used a soft steel wire to stop the blades and then removed them, progressing like this all the way. 30 minutes later, he arrived above Yi Chang's office through the ventilation duct. Peering through the grill, Lu Chen lowered his head to take a look. Well, you're really a lecherous one. This Yi Chang seemed to enjoy being served by girls, like eating lollipops. Buzz. System information prompts also appeared. Character information: Yi Chang, formerly known as Dong Xinrong, son of the district head of Tiannan district in Ltang City, a typical example of forcing women into prostitution, ruthless and extremely lecherous, convicted of crimes such as rape, forced insult of women, intentional harm, provocation, etc. 10 years ago, sentenced to death for committing multiple gang rapes and heinous murders, under the protection of his mother and father, Dong Xinrong transformed into Yi Chang, the underground king of Beicheng district in Chongming district, running the Phoenix nightclub, bribing officials, selling virgin girls, collecting protection fees, trading flesh for resources, controlling several mines, with Wang Jinsha mine being his main industry, and he has harmed countless girls to this day. Damn! Another beast. You should know he's still a virgin. Lu Chen's eyes were blazing with anger. Why are such beasts always from extremely powerful backgrounds? Born with a silver spoon, born in Rome, with such resources, instead of working hard for the country and the people, they indulge in these criminal activities. Damn it! The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lu Chen then made up his mind. He must skin this beast and send it to his parents. After more than half an hour of careful observation by Lu Chen, not because he was curious and had never seen such a scene before, he judged, it's been useless all along. In the end, Yi Cheng probably got bored, and he slapped Xiaoyu and said, "Get lost." Useless thing. Under Yi Cheng's threat, Xiaoyu, with a swollen mouth, flatteringly said, "Yes, Mr. Yi." It's no wonder she's so obedient and compliant, because she knows that at the Phoenix nightclub, not following Yi Cheng's orders could really mean death. 5 minutes later, she left the office. Yi Cheng sat there with his legs spread, smoking a cigar, looking arrogant and domineering. Then he picked up the phone and made several calls to instruct them to behave in the mining industry during this time. The last call was to his aunt. "Hello, Auntie, yes, I've cleaned up those loose ends as you instructed during this time, yes, come visit me when you have time, about Huqing Song? Don't worry, Auntie, I've taken care of it, yes, Auntie, you're so good to me. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Chen gritted his teeth with hatred. What else is there to investigate? He now only regrets not being a compatriot, unable to shoot laser beams. Otherwise, he would have killed his way to Tiannan district from here, no one could stop him. After hanging up the phone, Yi Cheng had just shown a smug look when he heard a loud bang above his head. Boom! He looked up. He saw Lu Chen breaking through the ventilation grill, descending from above, furious and ferocious. Damn! Are you a special agent? Yi Cheng reacted quickly, cursing angrily, grabbing the pistol from the drawer, resisting Lu Chen's descent with a kick, rolling forward with his bare legs. He recognized him at a glance. This man was the wanted criminal in the special agent's portrait. The madman who killed Hu Qingsong and others. Yi Cheng had arranged so many henchmen at the door, never expecting this guy to appear from the ventilation duct above. Lu Chen charged forward again with a sharp knife in hand. At this moment, Yi Cheng remained calm, a cruel smile on his face, raising the gun and shooting at Lu Chen. Bang! The first shot missed. Facing Yi Cheng aiming the gun, Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, still furious and ferocious. Bang! The second shot. This shot pierced through Lu Chen's shoulder, splattering blood, but he continued to charge forward. In Yi Cheng's horrified gaze, Lu Chen had already stepped in front of him. Before he could shoot again, his right hand fiercely stabbed into Yi Cheng's hand. Ah! The piercing pain shot up from his hand bones, and Yi Cheng let out a scream. The pistol also fell to the ground. He couldn't understand. Why did Lu Chen dare to charge at the muzzle? He acted as if being shot was nothing. Wasn't he afraid of death? Lu Chen kicked him to the ground, picked up the big black star pistol from the ground, and looked at it. Then he twisted his neck, his expression fierce, and said, "Hee, you shot quite comfortably, huh? Let me try too." He directly pressed the pistol against Yi Cheng's crotch and quickly pulled the trigger twice. Bang! Bang! He directly smashed that useless thing to pieces. Yi Cheng was going crazy. Lu Chen was too decisive. Before he could even beg for mercy, this guy shot him directly. Then, a pain 10 times worse than before shot up from his crotch, making him howl like a night owl. Ah! The feeling of shooting for the first time was great. Lu Chen felt satisfied from the depths of his heart. This guy was much more useful than a knife. The only downside was that he hadn't practiced shooting, so he couldn't aim properly, he could only shoot at close range. Bang! 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 After firing 4 more shots, the ruthless Lu Chen shoved a burning cigar directly into the wound to stop the bleeding, then turned back to open a drawer. Inside were 2 boxes of bullets and 3 full magazines. After removing the empty magazine, he reloaded a full one, put the remaining 2 magazines in his pocket, and quickly ran to the door to hide on the side. He could already hear the approaching footsteps outside. He chuckled. It seemed that many of Yi Cheng's men had arrived. Lu Chen cruelly smiled. After more than 10 seconds passed, bang! The door was kicked open, and a bald man rushed in, holding a spray bottle, and immediately saw Yi Cheng wailing in front of him. "Boss! You!" This was Yi Cheng's confidant. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold gun was pressed against his head. The next second, bang! His head exploded. Lu Chen didn't hesitate to shoot. He was very decisive. Then he turned his body and quickly pressed the trigger outside, firing 7 shots in a row. Bang 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 bang. Those gunmen were all shot, screaming piercingly, retreating while hastily opening fire in return. Bang! Bang bang! Lu Chen quickly hid on the other side, leaning against the wall, swiftly changing magazines, then picking up the spray bottle from the ground, waiting for several seconds. He heard the gunfire outside gradually fading. He leaped out of the door again, unafraid of death, directly engaging in a shootout with them, charging forward while spraying 5 times at the men in front. Bang 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 bang! Blood flowed like a river in the corridor for a moment. Wails filled the air. Due to the sudden attack, the henchmen, hearing the gunshots and screams, thought their boss was playing with guns upstairs and accidentally fired, so they hurriedly grabbed their weapons and rushed over. Little did they know, before they could even see the enemy, their most respected leader, De Biao, had his head blown off. Panic spread among them. Their fighting spirit was shattered. They never imagined how this guy managed to break out of Yi Cheng's office. Those gunmen were all shot dead, and the remaining henchmen with knives dared not approach. Tossing the empty spray bottle aside, Lu Chen pulled out his gun. Every step he took forward, the henchmen with terrified faces took a step back. Bang 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 bang! Lu Chen grinned ferociously, starting to point at the heads of the henchmen lying on the ground, who were shot and screaming, heartlessly blowing their heads off one by one. Watching the corridor turn into a river of blood, smelling the pungent scent of rusty blood, seeing the red and white matter being blown apart. When the last scream faded away, the corridor fell silent. Then Lu Chen, leisurely, began to change his magazines, his blood-stained fierce expression still glaring at them, not hiding his murderous intent. Don't rush, it will be your turn soon. Hearing these words, those little brothers who were originally timid and fearful finally collapsed. They had never seen such a ruthless killer before. Usually, they just bullied some ordinary people, the poor, and even in fights, they had never engaged in such merciless slaughter. This demon was killing without blinking an eye, just like slaughtering chickens. They had been around for more than 10 years, but had never encountered such a character. The scene suddenly descended into chaos. The little brother at the front was so scared that he was about to fall apart. He turned around and tried to squeeze his way out. Behind them, many unaware little brothers were pushing forward. Back and forth, they directly blocked the crowd here. Now, those little brothers who wanted to escape, under intense fear and terror, finally raised their knives towards the people blocking their way. Bang! Gunshots rang out at that moment. Show mercy? That was non-existent for Lu Chen. These beasts, each one deserved to die. Killing them all was not excessive. Want to repent? Turn over a new leaf? Do it in the next life. He only regretted not having a machine gun in hand. After emptying his pistol, he picked up the ones that hadn't been fired yet from the ground and emptied all the bullets. 7 minutes later, Lu Chen finally stopped, turned around, and slowly walked towards Yi Cheng's office. Behind him lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Yi Cheng was already numb with pain. He had lost too much blood and had no strength left to cry out. He had heard the gunshots and screams outside clearly, and when everything fell silent, Yi Cheng heard footsteps slowly approaching. When he saw that familiar blood-covered figure walking in, Yi Cheng fell into deep despair and fear. Lu Chen ignored him. Instead, he walked to the desk, wiped his face with a piece of paper, then picked up a cigar, lit it, took a slow drag, and exhaled. Lu Chen leaned against Yi Cheng's face, took off his shirt, and used the hot cigar to stop his bleeding, but his expression remained indifferent and calm. Yi Cheng took it all in, his face contorted in terror. Was this guy still human? Had he awakened? He wasn't human. He was a superhuman. A devil crawling out of hell. Yi Cheng cried. Having committed evil for over 20 years, he shed sincere tears for the first time, saying, "Spare me, please, spare me. I will definitely be a good person. I really know I was wrong." Lu Chen calmly turned his head to look at him, and smiled slightly. Hee, in the next life, definitely in the next life. Lu Chen did as he said, directly dealt with Yi Cheng, and didn't bother cleaning up the scene. It was meaningless. He packed the big black star pistol, spare magazine, and 2 boxes of bullets into a bag. At the same time, he used Yi Cheng's phone to set up another timed report to the Special Affairs Bureau. Then, he swaggered down the stairs with Yi Cheng's token in hand. No one dared to stop him along the way. Those little brothers, managers, and princesses who hadn't escaped yet, when they saw Yi Cheng's token being carried in his hand, it was their nightmare. A mountain they couldn't cross looming over their heads. As he was about to leave, Lu Chen turned back and said to them, "I know some of you were forced. Today I'll let you go. From now on, there will be no more Yi Cheng in the North City. Go home, listen carefully. If there's another Wang Cheng, Ma Cheng here, I will come back again." Ha ha ha. Lu Chen let out a maniacal laugh, stepping into the pouring rain with bloody footprints, leaving behind a group of terrified people. The scene they witnessed today was too shocking, it would haunt them for the rest of their lives, even causing nightmares. In the future, the vast majority of these people turned over a new leaf. Whenever they thought of doing evil, they would recall today's scene of hell on earth. The impact was stronger than being caught. After all, being caught didn't necessarily mean death. Princesses led by Xiaoyu showed a hint of confusion on their faces. They were initially deceived into coming here and had unknowingly grown accustomed to this way of life. Suddenly being told they were free left them at a loss. As for the sisters who harbored hatred and intentions deep in their hearts, after Lu Chen left, they quickly packed their things and fled the den, with the lackeys and managers not daring to stop them. 9 p.m. Letting the heavy rain wash away the bloodstains on his body, Lu Chen found his motorcycle, placed Yi Cheng's token in the basket, and left the northern city in a carefree manner. Lu Chen didn't know if his actions would be effective. He only knew that to deal with these villains, he had to be even more ruthless and wicked than them to instill fear in their hearts. What goes around comes around. If it doesn't work, you can try. See if I won't kill you. The incident involving Yi Cheng in the Beicheng Wang area had come to an end, with Lu Chen gaining the upper hand this time, thanks to his fearless and frenzied approach, achieving significant results. Buzz. This time, in the fight against evil, Yi Cheng and 6 of his henchmen, along with 46 lackeys, were punished. This time, he gained 18 points for fulfilling his mission. Accumulated total, 28. He also gained 10 points for justice this time. Accumulated total, 63. System evaluation. Host, you are truly a tough and courageous man. I bow to your strength. Venturing alone into the lion's den. Your methods are even more ruthless than these beasts. I can't imagine what you would be like if you turned dark. You have made outstanding contributions to eradicating the main culprit in Beicheng, and as a reward, you receive 10 points for justice. However, your time is running out, with only 11 hours left on your life countdown, so please plan accordingly. Lu Chen nodded, his justice points nearing 100, knowing he had to eliminate these major threats to gain more justice points. The road ahead is long and arduous. As for the remaining time in his life, he didn't care, as he had long planned for it. Despite being shot multiple times and covered in countless wounds, he was still standing strong, not allowing himself to fall. There were no ruthless professional killers or hellish demons. Throughout it all, he was just a stubborn and resilient soul, fulfilling promises within each shell. Before Lu Chen could send the follow-up text message he had planned, a recovered lackey picked up the phone and called the familiar special forces in the Beicheng area. Ring ring ring. The call connected. The lackey stuttered, Xiang Ji, dead, so many dead. Come quickly, the boss is dead too. When the special forces arrived at the 3rd floor of the Phoenix nightclub, smelling the thick scent of blood and witnessing the gruesome scene, everyone was overwhelmed. Hell! This is hell! What they saw was hell. Had the demons of hell come out? The special forces vomited for a while before tremblingly taking out their phones, saying, Quick, quick, call the professionals. Is this the work of superhumans or ordinary people? After hiding Yi Cheng's token and the pistol, Lu Chen, with the help of the system, headed towards the south with his motorcycle. At the same time, the special forces guarding the south of the city also received the news. What? Chang Ma appeared again. 53 people dead in the Phoenix nightclub. It was absolutely shocking and horrifying. Killing 53 people, the criminal investigation special forces shuddered just hearing that number. Had a superhuman in the city violated the confidentiality agreement? Weren't they afraid of the Dragon Kingdom's official superhuman emergency response center sending people to handle it? Subsequently, they left only a few people to stay in the south of the city. The rest hurriedly rode north. They never expected Lu Chen to return. South of the city. Clothing workshop. Lu Chen pried open the door, shakily made his way to his usual spot on the 3rd floor, sat down, lit a cigarette, and looked around with a distant gaze, bloodstains trailing behind him. Chen Yalan tossed and turned at home, unable to sleep, feeling restless. She got up, washed her face in the bathroom, and looked at her weary reflection in the mirror. The next moment, she inexplicably put on some clothes, grabbed her car keys, and decided to go check the studio. 20 minutes later, she parked her car, opened an umbrella, and arrived at the studio's entrance, only to see the door had been forced open. Chen Yalan's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the bloodstains on the floor, her woman's intuition telling her it was Lao Chang. Lao Chang had returned. She hurriedly opened the door, her heart pounding, and followed the bloodstains all the way up to the 3rd floor. Lu Chen leaned back in his seat, squinting towards the stairs, his eyes showing a hint of surprise and anticipation. Footsteps grew closer and closer. Chen Yalan finally appeared at the staircase, looking at Chang Ma, who was pale and covered in blood, leaning on the seat. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly. A touch of tenderness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he smiled faintly and said, Chen Yalan, good evening. Why? Why did you do this? Why can't we live happily together? Is that not good enough? Chen Yalan rushed over, looking at Lu Chen with tears in her eyes. Lu Chen shook his head. I killed Hu Qingsong, solved 33 cases, saved 33 families, killed the couple Chai Kangdal, fulfilled the lifelong wishes of over 700 people, caught Tian Minghua, and settled the wishes of 18 families. Just now, I killed dozens of people at the Phoenix nightclub in the North City, got rid of the tumor Yi Cheng and his cronies. At least for the time being, there will be no more crime lords in the North City. Countless families have been persecuted by these beasts, but from today onwards, the entire Chongming district will become better because of me, and the people's smiles will increase. So, do you still think I shouldn't have done all this? Chen Yalan was speechless, tears in her eyes as she looked at Lu Chen, unable to argue. After a moment, Chen Yalan unwillingly grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital." Lu Chen shook his head again. "It's useless, I'm about to die, I came here just to give you a gift." He smiled, patted Chen Yalan's shoulder, and said, "Manager Chen, won't you pour me a cup of coffee? I'm a bit tired." Chen Yalan wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, quickly got up to make him coffee. The two of them talked for a long time. From the first meeting to now, although they hadn't been together for a year or two, there were moments that would not happen more than a few times in a lifetime. At one point, Lu Chen leaned on Chen Yalan's arms for a while due to excessive blood loss, and Chen Yalan didn't mind the bloody smell on him. Chen Yalan was a rational and strong woman, and after understanding Lu Chen, she didn't dwell too much on it. She knew her love was small, while Lu Chen's love was great. In the end, as dawn broke, at 5:30 a.m., Chen Yalan looked at Chang Ma. Lu Chen looked at Chen Yalan and slowly said, "Forget this memory, start a new life, our lives are just beginning." Chen Yalan looked puzzled, but Lu Chen didn't explain further. Instead, he took her phone, sent a text message to the Special Agent Young team. 20 minutes later, a large group of special agents arrived outside the studio, blowing their whistles. Chen Yalan's tears were about to fall again, but Lu Chen gently wiped them away. "This is the gift I want to give you. It's not easy for you to struggle alone. If conditions permit, move to the East City and find a man who loves you. Don't cry. You are far from the person I first met, ha." Lu Chen laughed heartily. Shortly after, the Special Forces member Yang rushed over with a gun and, upon seeing the scene in front of him, angrily exclaimed, "You still have the nerve to smile. Do you know how many people you've killed? You devil." Lu Chen remained calm and said something that caught him off guard. Guilt is endless. Criminals are countless. I told you my 12 men were just the beginning. I wasn't wrong, right? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yang was shocked and waved for his team members behind him to stand down. He approached alone, his gaze intense, and asked, "Who are you exactly? What's your relationship with Liao Kaifeng? Do you belong to an organization?" Lu Chen waved his hand dismissively. "I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Stop the nonsense and prepare the reward for information for Mr. Chen. Don't renege on it, or I won't mind paying another visit to the Chongming Special Forces Bureau." Yang's expression turned sour. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think you can still walk away from this? Do you know what crimes you've committed?" Lu Chen smirked. "Indeed, I have committed a crime. I'll pay for it with my life, that should settle it. You stand so high and accuse me. Quite interesting. Why don't you go arrest your own corrupt officials? Feeling tough in front of me?" Yang blushed at his words. Infuriating. He wanted to, but how could he? Arrest his own chief? That would be suicidal. Enough. Stop this nonsense. I don't have much time left. Sort out Mr. Chen's affairs, and let's go, urged Lu Chen. Yang then examined the wounds on Lu Chen's body closely. Damn! What's stuck in that bullet hole on his shoulder? A cigar? Medical team! Medical team! Come save him! Yang shouted into the radio. Lu Chen reiterated, "No need. Remember, Chen Yalan has nothing to do with the things I've done. She's innocent. I asked her to report me as a way of thanking her for giving me a job, understand?" Special Forces member Yang glanced at Chen Yalan, then turned to Lu Chen. "All right, I understand. I investigated before, she indeed had no knowledge of your actions." Soon, a doctor arrived and, upon removing Lu Chen's shirt, everyone's faces turned pale. Chen Yalan was particularly heartbroken, her eyes swollen from crying. For bullet holes, one blocked by a cigar, the others charred, his body covered in bruises and wounds of all sizes, bones deformed, the injuries severe. The doctor exclaimed, "My goodness! How did you manage to survive with these injuries?" Lu Chen remained calm. "No need for treatment. Let's go. Remember to handle my body properly, scatter my ashes after cremation." As they conversed, news of the death incident in North City 53 shocked Chongming District. Subsequently, information about Chang Ma's arrest was revealed. Many people were stirred, heading towards the south of the city. After bidding farewell to Chen Yalan, Lu Chen, handcuffed, followed Yang downstairs. He had originally planned to hold another press conference at the Special Affairs Bureau, but the turn of events made him abandon that plan. The rain subsided. Before getting into the Special Forces vehicle, Lu Chen glanced back at the third-floor clothing studio, where a figure was crying with her face covered. "Old Chang! Woo-woo! Uncle! Old Chang!" Several cries came from the outskirts. Lu Chen's heart warmed, and he turned to see those sisters, all covering their faces, standing in the rain, weeping. He waved at them. The Special Forces members did not rush him. To be honest, although Chang Ma had killed, the people he killed indeed had committed crimes. Different stances, different identities, it was impossible for everyone to approve of Chang Ma's actions. After boarding the special vehicle, it slowly started moving, and Lu Chen closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the vehicle unexpectedly came to a slow stop. Lu Chen saw through the window a dense crowd of people standing ahead. Yang and the special team got out of the car, and there stood the elderly Mr. Zhu with white hair. Mr. Zhu and his fellow villagers stood in front of the car, with the families of the victims of the case involving the collision with the livestock and horses behind them. Upon learning that Chang Ma had been captured, they hurried here as fast as they could. Just as Yang and his team were about to reprimand them, the next moment, thud, they all knelt down in front of the special vehicle. Yang and the special team members were shocked and quickly helped them up. Mr. Zhu, with tears streaming down his face, said, "I understand that you caught him. He is a criminal to you, and killing someone should be punished by the law, but to us, he is a benefactor. I searched for over a decade, and he helped us catch that beast. I shouldn't say this, but I wish I could die for him. He is still young. With proper education, he can start anew. I'm old, and it wouldn't be a pity to die." Several other elderly people also shouted, "Special team, he did it for us common folks. We have no way out," he exposed the truth. "What's wrong with us old folks dying for him? My whole family was killed by Hu Song. It's meaningless for me to live alone. Please, special team, show mercy." Their words made Yang and his team feel ashamed and embarrassed. Yang said in shame, "Comrades, please don't make it difficult for us. You know this is impossible." Mr. Shu then said, "Special team member, could you let us see Chang Ma one last time? We want to talk to him." Yes, let us meet him." At that moment, the crowd slowly parted. A young man with an umbrella pushed a bald girl in a wheelchair closer. The girl looked weary, weakly saying, "Uncle Special Team, I have late-stage pancreatic cancer and won't live much longer. My only father was killed by the livestock on his way to buy me medicine. Can I see Uncle Chung one last time?" The words of the people struck deep. Yang felt a mix of emotions, looking around at their pleading eyes, feeling a myriad of emotions. He knew these were people who had been hurt. Before the incident, they had never seen Chang Ma, and after the incident, they knew him for the first time. They wanted to see Chang Ma. This was the first time, and also the last. If you hold the people in your heart, the people will hold you high. The law is strict, but people have emotions. Yang still agreed to the request. Although he might face punishment for it, deep down, he was just and stood with the people. Under the control of the special team, Lu Chen slowly got out of the car, facing the people. He had already heard their words while sitting in the car. Despite the many rewards the system had given him before, he hadn't felt much emotion. But now, Lu Chen raised his head, stood in the rain, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the people before him. People are complex, not entirely indifferent. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. He decided not to go to the special bureau and didn't need the press conference. What he had in front of him was the most precious reward he could have received. Everyone saw Chang Ma, his body covered in scars, his weathered face, and the moment he shed tears. He was Chang Ma. They deeply engraved this person in their minds. As the saying goes, as long as you keep walking, kind people will always meet. Infected by this emotion, everyone silently shed tears. They were delighted not only for their own rebirth, but also for clearing their grievances and avenging their enemies. Once again, Chang Ma was moved by their willingness to go this far for them. Kill corrupt officials. Eliminate evil and violence. Destroy capitalism. Using his own life as a bargaining chip to secure their future. He paused for a moment. Lu Chen spoke loudly, "Comrades, I feel your kindness and gratitude. To be honest, I have no regrets about this decision. However, do not burden yourselves too much. Everything I have done is not just for you, but also for myself. I once made a great vow to rid the world of evildoers, to break free from the cycle of reincarnation. This is what I should do. Also, do not follow my example. I have indeed broken the law. I have only punished those beasts who cannot be punished temporarily or whom the law cannot touch. For you, life is only once, so live it well. Cherish life. The same goes for this." As he spoke, Lu Chen's expression turned fierce once again. "Criminals cannot all be caught. Evil must be dealt with thunderous means. I want them to fear my killings, to tremble at my actions. You don't need to do this. Leave it to me. If killing means paying with my life, I accept it. Isn't it an eye for an eye? Judge me. This life, I give back to the law." To wicked individuals with guilty consciences, this expression of his was that of a murderer, a demon, a butcher, a threat to their lives. But to the people in front of him, what did they see in Lu Chen's face? They saw his furious anger towards evil. They saw his compassionate heart and thunderous methods. They saw countless evildoers trembling in fear. They were not afraid of Lu Chen's fierce anger. Instead, they saw the compassion behind that expression. "Comrades, live courageously and passionately. I have arrived in this world. The sunlight may not reach every corner, but darkness can. So I will become the darkness, enveloping all evil. You must live well. Only by living can you witness how I will kill these evildoers, one by one." His words were deafening, full of immense power, as if tearing apart the dark curtain above them. "All right, it's raining heavily now. Go back quickly." Lu Chen said a bunch of words that left everyone feeling puzzled. Only Yang's team felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Although the crowd didn't fully understand some of the words, they could still grasp the care and emotions in Lu Chen's words. That is, life is only once, cherish it, live well. Old Chang, farewell. Old Chang, take care. Uncle, Sob, farewell. Old Chang, you are a true man. Farewell. I will remember this day, and every time it comes around, I will bow to you. Lu Chen nodded heavily, scanning the crowd once more. He saw a girl tormented by illness smiling, saw those who had suffered wrongful convictions for decades finally exhaling in relief, saw the liberation of those who had searched across 5 provinces for criminals day after day, saw the workers who had been oppressed by capitalism straightening their backs, saw a glimmer of solace in the surviving families who had lost children, wives, husbands, fathers, and mothers, saw the sisters who had been forced into selling themselves finding a new life, saw those who had been ruthlessly harmed by dark forces finally finding someone to support them. Finally, he saw the sisters in the studio crying their hearts out. He also saw her, the most reluctant, the most unwilling, Chen Yalan, with swollen red eyes standing in the crowd. The vehicle started moving slowly. Lu Chen sat in the car, silent for a long time as he watched the gazes of the crowd on both sides. The crowd continued to watch him as he went further away. Regardless of the criticism and judgment of Lu Chen on the internet, those who were the loudest, who spoke the most, were not the victims in front of him. Not the people who had been persecuted. Lu Chen was dead. He died with a calm expression in the car. Yang's team was at a loss. This situation of dying without a fight was very much like one person, Liao Kaifeng. These two are of the same kind. Although the murderer is dead, the subsequent impact of this series of cases is still fermenting. Some people on the internet say he is lawless, contemptuous of the law, not advocating for such behavior, which is far from civilized development. However, some people argue back, without Chang Ma, how should Hu Qingsong be dealt with? Do we have to wait for him to retire and die of old age? How should Beicheng Wang be dealt with? And what about Chai Capital? They are left speechless. Some say no matter what his purpose was, murder is a crime that cannot be avoided. There are also those who support such behavior, saying that society needs people like him. He is the executioner of Bao Qingtian. In any case, the argument is endless. The words Chang Ma said before leaving have also sparked on the internet. Regardless of how netizens evaluate this video, those evildoers with guilty consciences, upon seeing this series of news and messages, are truly scared out of their wits. With Liao Kaifeng in front and Chang Ma behind, who knows who else might emerge and suddenly kill them. In short, after Lu Chen dealt with these major threats, the public security situation in Chongming district has been improving, and the crime rate is decreasing. That's the effect. Furthermore, after the special rectification by the anti-crime supervision team, coupled with Wang Hongming's strong crackdown, they are determined to rectify Chongming district. Overnight, all the dark forces seem to have disappeared. Those wrongful cases have also been cleared. Hu Qingsong was investigated, his assets confiscated, and although dead, he will be judged accordingly. Tian Mingyue has become a scoundrel, sentenced to death despite his mental breakdown, to be executed soon. Chai Hongkai has gone insane in prison, sentenced to death, to be executed soon. Yi Cheng's assets were confiscated, and the Phoenix nightclub no longer exists. All related ugliness has been thoroughly investigated. Those who need to be caught will be caught, those who need to be judged will be judged. The Chai Capital Group is scared of being killed. The board of directors decided to increase their compensation, showing a bit more humanity. Interestingly, those criminals who had been on the run for years, upon learning about this series of brutal cases, voluntarily surrendered. Because surrendering offers a chance to live, if another Chang Ma were to appear, they would undoubtedly face death. After witnessing the tragic case at the Phoenix nightclub, it's something no human could do. My goodness, the scene, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. They are truly afraid. Tianan District. A sudden delivery arrived at the district mayor's house. When his mother opened it, she saw a face. She was instantly paralyzed with fear. Dongcheng District, Chongming District. Chen Yalan stood on the rooftop of her new studio, gazing out the window, occasionally reminiscing about a person, an experience that is hard to forget. Nanchang Suburb. A piece of land was dug up. A pair of hands reached out, pulling out a box from the pit. Placing the box back on the electric bike. Lu Chen's expression was neither sad nor happy. He mounted the electric horse and left. This time, he wore a yellow vest, lived in affordable housing, and was truly the delivery king of Tianan District, a slightly better identity than the previous homeless man. Name, Zhai Zishir. Gender, male. Age, 28. Brief introduction. You are a diligent and honest delivery guy. At the age of 12, your parents left without a word, leaving you as a left-behind child in the countryside. Raised by your grandparents since childhood, you dropped out of school at 16 and started working in a black factory. Unable to bear the exploitation at 17, you escaped. At the age of 20, after seeing off your grandparents, you came alone to Tianan District in Ltang City to become a delivery guy, wandering the streets for 8 years. You are very familiar with the urban terrain of Tianan District, aware of the darkness hidden behind the shiny developed city. Tianan District is right next to Chongming District, with a slightly better development, reaching 80% urbanization. Ring ring ring. The phone rang. Lu Chen looked down and saw it was Lu's station manager calling. After answering, Lu's station manager's angry voice came through. Zhai Zishir, do you still want to work or not? Where did the person go? Why hasn't he been delivering food these days? Let me tell you, you won't get your full attendance pay this month. Lu Chen replied indifferently, do as you please, and hung up the phone. Damn it, he actually hung up on me. Outrageous. Lu, the station chief, looked at his phone, his face red with anger, cursing loudly. Zhai Zishir is usually honest and hard-working. Why is he acting so strangely today, daring to speak to me like that? Humph. I'll mark you as absent. Your salary for this month will be halved. Let's see how arrogant you can be. With that thought, Chief Lu smirked triumphantly. In Chief Lu's mind, he was the king of these delivery guys. He was the emperor. With a snap of his fingers, he could decide their fate. How dare anyone defy him? A few days ago, after waking up, Lu Chen checked the map and realized he was born in the Tianan district. So, he rode his electric horse back to the Chongming district and wandered around for a few days. He found that Chongming district had indeed improved. People's faces were brighter, and the atmosphere felt more positive. The troublemakers that used to be everywhere were nowhere to be seen, which was nice. Through interviews and observations, Lu Chen discovered that the common people were terrified by those recent incidents. It was truly horrifying. How could one person commit so many murders? They couldn't understand and could only console themselves with talk of ghosts and gods. There is a fierce demon roaming the earth, with a compassionate heart like a bodhisattva, using thunderous methods to punish evil, protecting the righteous, and bringing punishment to the wicked in the end. Seeing everything progressing positively, Lu Chen felt no attachment. He went to the funeral home, paid the fee, registered as a friend, claimed his own body, and then had himself cremated. Watching his own cremation was a peculiar experience. Lu Chen gazed at his burning self, the flames reflecting in his eyes, speechless for a long time. Beep beep beep. The phone rang again, and he looked down. It was Xiao Tang calling. Xiao Tang was one of his few friends in the Tianan district. They had shared a place for a while before Lu Chen got a girlfriend and they went their separate ways, but they remained on good terms and kept in touch. Lu Chen answered the phone calmly. Hello? Xiao Tang's concerned voice came through the phone. Stone brother, did something happen to you? You haven't been delivering food these days? Zhai Zishir was honest and somewhat self-effacing, not very talkative usually, so Xiao Tang called him Stone brother. Yes, there was a little issue, but it's all resolved. I'm coming back today, thanks for your concern, Lu Chen replied. That's good, it's resolved. Stone brother, when you come back, let's go out for a drink tonight to relax. It's settled then. I have to deliver food now, so I'll hang up, Xiao Tang said warmly before ending the call. Lu Chen put his phone back in his pocket, shook his head, chuckled softly, and left the funeral home without taking his ashes. Alone, he could rest anywhere. In the Tiannan district, at 3 in the afternoon, the weather was hot and stifling, the sun beating down heavily. Just as Lu Chen arrived at Moyu Road, he saw a commotion ahead, with many people gathered as if there had been an accident. Lu Chen was about to ride closer to take a look when he heard a piercing voice of abuse coming from the crowd. "You stinky food delivery guy! Even if I run you over, so what? And all of you, what are you all looking at here? The watch on my wrist could buy all your lives. Stop staring." The words were extremely harsh. Lu Chen frowned, his right hand subconsciously reaching for his pocket. He pushed through the crowd and was surprised to see someone familiar sitting on the ground. "Wasn't that Xiao Tang? Xiao Tang!" Lu Chen called out and walked over. The woman kept cursing, her eyes filled with disgust as another delivery guy arrived. Pretending to cover her nose, she opened her mouth and spewed venom. "What a nest of vipers and rats! Trashy friends are also trash. You all reek. You're all just stinky delivery people for life." Onlookers also pointed at her, saying, "Why do you speak like that? I saw you hit him." "Exactly, does having money make you superior? Such rude words. You hit someone and then blame others. What's wrong with delivering food? Does it bother you? Disgusting. I've already called the security. Wait until they come, let's see what you'll do." Hearing this, the rich woman with the refined face couldn't contain her anger, pointing at them again and cursing, "Who are you calling? Yes, having money makes you superior. I drive a BMW 7 Series worth over 2 million, you poor bastards will never touch that in your lives. What does security even matter? Do you know who I am?" The rich woman was aggressive, not backing down. She had always been pampered since childhood, never been cursed at by so many people before. If it weren't for the accident today, she wouldn't be on this path, wouldn't have encountered these people. Xiao Tang looked up, surprised. "Stone brother, what are you doing here?" Lu Chen nodded. "I just passed by Mayu Road and saw an accident here, so I came to check it out. I didn't expect it to be you. What happened? Are you seriously injured? Did you call for an ambulance?" Xiao Tang shook his head. "I'm not seriously hurt, just a bit of leg pain. I was going straight, didn't run a red light. This woman turned left and either didn't see me or something, and directly hit me." Seeing more and more people gathering and filming with their phones, the rich woman, not being foolish, didn't say more, but sat in her car, angrily drinking water. Lu Chen coldly watched the rich woman in the car, silently remembering her words. "Alright, the first incident in Tiannan district has come out? Calling us stinky delivery people, huh? Let's investigate tonight and see who you really are." Such arrogance, treating the lower class people like weeds, who gave her the audacity. 20 minutes later, the authorities arrived. They reviewed the surveillance footage and found that the rich woman was indeed at fault. The crowd that was cursed at had been waiting to see how it would be handled. Unexpectedly, after the rich woman registered her information, faced with the authorities assigning full responsibility to her, she angrily made several phone calls, refusing to admit fault, stubborn and arrogant. "What? It's my fault? You're all in this together. Who knew he would suddenly dart out? Fine. Let the insurance handle it. Humph. Want me to apologize? No way. You sue me. I have money to play with you." Finally, she even called a friend who drove a Porsche. Getting in the car, she just drove off. She didn't even spare a glance at Xiao Tang who was hit. It's as if these lower class people were not even the same species as her. Seeing her firm attitude, Xiao Tang, after checking his leg injury, said somewhat humbly, forget it, I'm not seriously hurt anyway. We can't afford to provoke wealthy people like her. It's time-consuming and fruitless, and in the end, we'll only get the compensation we deserve. It's not necessary. Stone brother, help me push the car aside. Comrade, let it go, don't impound my car, I still have deliveries to make. A few days of full attendance will be lost." At this moment, Lu Chen was seething with anger. He wanted to pull out his big black star from his pocket and press it against the rich woman's face. Empty the clip. On one side, a wealthy person who refuses to admit fault even when wrong, on the other, the lower class people trying to resolve the matter peacefully. Wealthy people, they have the luxury of time to play with you. But do you, lower class people, have that luxury? She won't admit fault. What can you do to her? Lu Chenshin took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and got up to push Xiao Tang's electric bike. He didn't blame Xiao Tang for being soft and avoiding conflicts. Through their flawed adult personalities, Lu Chenshin could see the shackles of their childhood. This world is ruthless. The wealth gap is too wide. This is reality. These are just words for those people to hear. For Lu Chenshin, there were only 2 steps: investigate, capture, and execute. Xiao Tang felt much better now. After Lu Chenshin helped him up, he walked towards his electric bike, ready to continue delivering meals. He said to Lu Qinshan, "Brother Stone, I can't drink with you tonight. I need to go to the clinic to treat my injuries." Lu Qinshan looked at him with a complex expression and said, "Alright, take care of yourself." Xiaotang smiled innocently and said, "I owe you a drink. I'm off." Watching Xiaotang ride away on his worn-out electric bike, Lu Qinshan also turned and sat on his own bike. The surrounding crowd was still discontented. "Stand up for yourself. Is that all? It's so frustrating. Well, what can we do?" That young man made sense. It's time-consuming and exhausting, and in the end, you only get what you deserve. We can't compete with the wealthy. I'll expose her online. It's infuriating. Ha, I advise you not to get into trouble. The wealthy have dirty tricks, and there are too many cases like this. Have you ever seen a wealthy person being punished? Damn it. Let's disperse, it's pointless. Lu Qinshan listened, remembered, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. How interesting. Encountering such things shortly after arriving in Tiannan district, it seems that this period will not be boring. As he left, some people in the crowd said, "Forget it, if the emperor is not in a hurry, why should the eunuchs be? They don't even care themselves." Look at his companion, smiling foolishly as he walks. "Let's go, let's disperse." Lu Qinshan returned to his low-rent apartment, hid the guy's belongings, and then walked out again to grab something to eat. He went to a noodle shop and ordered a bowl of beef noodles. As he ate the 3 pieces of meat, he scrolled through the local videos. Just as he took a few bites of noodles, the next moment, a middle-aged man with a weary look appeared on his phone screen, holding up his ID card and speaking tearfully into the camera. The man's sorrowful words rang out, "I am Ao Lanqin's second uncle. I am now publicly reporting Li Junyan, the mine owner in Tiannan district of Ltang City, for the unlawful harm he inflicted on my niece a month ago. My poor niece had her tendons and ligaments severed. Her body is covered in horrifying knife wounds. Over 10 fractures. Who can help us? Do, woo woo woo." The video stopped here. Ao Lanqin's second uncle was already sobbing uncontrollably, full of grief. He tried to speak several times in front of the camera, but couldn't get the words out. Lu Qinshan had put down his chopsticks and was about to click to view the person's information. The next moment, the local video platform banned the account. Not only was the account gone, but the video was also no longer available. Lu Qinshan was extremely certain that the content of this video was real. A middle-aged man holding his ID card, shedding tears in front of the camera, choking up several times. What was this if not injustice and persecution? He scrolled down and came across dozens of videos. Surprisingly, he stumbled upon another accusation video. It was posted by a young father. His face was haggard, his hair disheveled, tears streaming down as he recounted his son's ordeal. "Yesterday, my son was in Tiannan district. As expected, in just a few seconds, the video disappeared again." Lu Qinshan, sitting in the Lanzhou noodle shop, trembled all over. The owner thought he was unwell and hurried over to ask what was wrong. Lu Qinshan stood up, without answering, and didn't touch the bowl of noodles again. He walked out of the store, looking at the vibrant city shining under the sun outside. Watching the bustling traffic and hurried crowds, a violent rage surged in his heart. From this moment on, his face twisted in a grim expression. No matter how hard he tried to suppress it, he couldn't. Eliminate evil. Eliminate evil. Spending 2 points of justice, he directly located the position of Ao Lanqin's second uncle and headed towards the west side of the Tiannan district. Half an hour later, he arrived at a 6+1 staircase building. According to the system's location, his second uncle was on the 5th floor. He quickly climbed the stairs. Knock knock knock. Lu Chen knocked on the iron door, but no one came to open it after waiting for a long time. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the iron door again, shouting, "Is this Ao Lanqin's second uncle? I'm here to help you." After speaking, Lu Chen stepped back, exposing his whole body under the peephole. There were sounds coming from inside the house, as if someone was approaching. After a moment, a deep male voice came from behind the door, "You can leave, you can't help us." Lu Chen didn't give up, but continued to speak to the door. "I found the local video, you have to trust me, only I can help you. Since I found this place, I can find that beast." The person inside looked through the peephole at the delivery guy outside, seeing his serious expression, and couldn't help but be somewhat convinced. Creak! The inner door opened, and a middle-aged man, more haggard than in the video, appeared in front of Lu Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Lu Chen wearily, saying, "Can I trust you?" Lu Chen clenched his fist, looking at the man seriously. "You can trust me unconditionally." The man looked deeply at Lu Chen for a while before opening the door and saying, "Come in." Lu Chen followed the man inside and closed the door, entering the living room where only the man was present. The second uncle poured him a cup of tea and said, "To avoid trouble, I sent them all back to our hometown. Now I'm the only one left in Tiannan district. I've contacted the reporters, but they couldn't broadcast it. In the end, I had no choice but to keep posting videos online, but it's all been in vain." At this point, the second uncle wiped away his tears. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Tell me the details, I'll help you." The second uncle didn't have high expectations for this delivery guy, thinking he also wanted to use the power of the internet to spread the word. Afterwards, the second uncle slowly explained the whole situation. Ao Lanxin, 28 years old, a beautiful singer, her boyfriend was Li Junyan, a mine owner in Tiannan district. A month ago, Ao Lanxin was admitted to the hospital. Her parents and second uncle rushed over and saw the horrifying sight of Ao Lanxin lying in the hospital bed. They saw Ao Lanxin in a terrible state, with multiple knife wounds, over 20 fractures, tendons in her hands and feet severed, obvious bruises on her face, palms slashed, in a pitiful condition that made them burst into tears. They reported the case, but the Special Forces investigation concluded that she was attacked by a mentally ill person and couldn't be caught, leaving Ao Lanxin's family helpless. However, Ao Lanxin's mother found something suspicious. She found her daughter's private area in a mess. After a detailed investigation by the second uncle, it was discovered that the mastermind behind all this was one of Li Junyan's henchmen. Li Junyan suspected that Ao Lanxin was not carrying his child, and after forcing her to undergo a DNA test, they had constant arguments. In the end, he arranged for his henchmen to beat and mutilate her, severing her tendons, and subjecting her to a brutal assault before sending her to the hospital. The reporters brought in by the second uncle were also attacked by these henchmen, and the documentary they filmed couldn't be broadcast or spread. And then the most despairing thing happened. 5 days after Ao Lanxin was lying in the intensive care unit, she actually jumped out of the window and died by suicide. What a great farce this is! A dying person with a broken tendon actually jumped out of the window to her death. The autopsy is even more absurd, claiming that she jumped on her own. The rest is better left unsaid. How dark this is! By this point, second uncle was already in tears, crying in front of a stranger, a grown man reduced to this state. It shows how cruel this is. Dark. Helpless. Having understood the ins and outs, Lu Chen clenched his fists, grinding his teeth together, producing a creaking sound. An extremely ferocious expression appeared on his face. This is no longer just about one or two people. He was puzzled. Besides all the evil in Chongming district, has the Tiannan district been cut off from the internet? Or is public opinion being controlled by capital? Thinking of this, Lu Chen smirked silently, a cruel smile on his face. Alright, it seems the waters run deep. Lu Chen contemplated deeply. Clearly, there are people backing this beast, but delving deeper into the specifics might not be wise. Lu Chen then controlled his facial expression and said, "Alright, I have a clear understanding of the situation. Uncle, take a few days to rest, wait for good news from me." Second uncle wiped away a tear, looking at Lu Chen. "Don't do anything foolish. They are very powerful, with unfathomable forces behind them. We should leverage the power of the internet." Lu Chen shook his head, sincerely saying, "Since you've opened the door, choose to trust me. Be cautious during this time." With that, Lu Chen got up and left. Second uncle watched Lu Chen's retreating figure from upstairs, feeling a sense of impending major events. Later on, he shook his head, dismissing the thought. He gave a bitter smile. Second uncle's expression turned bitter as he thought to himself, "I've really made a desperate move. What can this delivery guy do?" After leaving the residential area, Lu Chen wandered around the hardware market, prepared some things, then returned to the low-rent housing, took out Dehaishing, wiped it clean, and gave it some maintenance. Once everything was ready, he took out his phone again and started browsing local videos. After searching for information about Ao Lanxin, unsurprisingly, there was no trace of her online. He then searched for related information. Just now he couldn't find the video of the young father's confession. Why are all these media outlets now actively reporting it? Tragic. Sorrowful event. Major incident. Here's what happened. A young man delivering milk tragically left this world due to an accident. Following the incident, the special forces promptly arrested the person involved. The young man's body underwent an autopsy and was placed in the funeral home. Upon hearing this news, the young man's parents were grief-stricken, wishing they could depart with him right then and there. From the occurrence until now, their only demand online was for the person involved to apologize to the entire internet. However, up to this point, for some unknown reason, that person remained silent. Several videos interviewing the mother also surfaced. In these videos, the young mother, beautiful as she was, knelt on the ground at the community entrance, crying uncontrollably, consumed by grief. For a mother, this blow was fatal. Originally, a raging fire burned in Lu Chen's heart, but now he saw several despicable comments under these viral videos. These dark and twisted individuals actually made comments like, "Their young man is gone, yet she still has the energy to dress up like this every day? Is the mother trying too hard? Looks like she dressed up before rushing over. This mother is definitely seeking attention. Ha ha, dressed so beautifully. Who knows if she's really crying or faking it?" Exactly. Maybe the next step is to attract fans, and then start live streaming to sell products. These despicable comments were like fuel to Lu Chen's fire. Lu Chen was so angry that he smashed his phone on the spot. "System, give me the coordinates of these parents. Justice points -2. Lu Chen quickly rode his electric bike towards the location. The young parents lived in the east city of Tiannan district. After half an hour, he arrived at a mid-range residential area, took off his delivery clothes, and walked in. He reached their doorstep. He knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Before long, an elderly lady with a sorrowful expression came to the door, opened it, and looked at Lu Chen in confusion, asking, "Young man, who are you looking for?" Lu Chen said, "I'm here to see your son and daughter, it's related to that matter." The old lady hesitated for a moment but eventually opened the door to let him in. Once inside, Lu Chen saw the young mother sitting on the floor in front of the sofa, holding a photo of her son and crying, with the young father comforting her beside her. When the father saw Lu Chen, he asked with a sad expression, "Hello, who are you looking for?" Seeing the despair and crying in the room, Lu Chen felt deeply uncomfortable. After a pause, he spoke, "Father Tan, Mother Yang, I already know all the ins and outs of the situation. Seeing you in such a tragic state breaks my heart. I know you must be feeling hopeless right now, but I want to tell you not to give up hope. If you can't bear it, you will be just like those despicable people." His words made everyone in the room cry again. Losing someone so close is very painful, especially seeing familiar things. It tears you apart. Tears flowed like a fountain. At such times, loved ones are very fragile and can easily go to extremes when faced with certain situations. Mother Yang cried, struggling to speak, Thank you for being the first outsider to come to our house and comfort us. We never thought about making him pay money. The young man is gone, what's the point of money? I just want him to apologize. But online, they still say such things about us." Mother started trembling again, and Father Tan endured his inner grief, comforting his wife. After comforting them again, Lu Chen solemnly said, "Father Tan, Mother Yang, just stay pure and kind like this. Leave the extreme evil to me. Can you show me your phone?" Mother Yang hesitated, but seeing Lu Chen's sincere gaze, she handed him the phone. Lu Chen opened her phone, found the highly popular video she posted online, and checked her messages. He noted down every single one of those despicable people spreading hate online. He didn't let any of those online bullies go. Lu Chen roared in his heart. "System, I need the locations of these 26 people. Buzz. System, host. Are you crazy? This is 52 points of justice. If you accumulate 39 more points, you can reach 100 points and unlock a surprise. Don't you care about that?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen roared in his heart again, "Give it to me. Justice points? Ha ha, do you think Lu Chen cares?" Whoosh. In an instant, Lu Chen, who had accumulated 61 points of justice, instantly consumed 52 points, leaving only a pitiful 9 points. Following that, 26 coordinates with a flashing crimson light appeared in his mind. Lu Chen returned the phone to the young mother and said to the couple, "I'll say it again, you focus on being kind, live well, the young man doesn't want you to follow him. There are so many beautiful things to see, things the young man never had the chance to see. You must see them for him. I promise you. After tonight, those despicable people will never speak again." Young parents were startled when they heard this and quickly tried to stop him, saying, "Friend, please don't do anything foolish. We are in a society governed by the rule of law." Lu Chen shook his head and didn't say another word. He left without hesitation, heading towards his nearest target. What a coincidence! The person he was looking for happened to be jogging outside the park near the residential area. Lu Chen grinned cruelly, parked his car outside the park, took out a sharp knife from under the seat, slung a canvas bag over his back, put on a mask and a hat, then disappeared into the woods, moving closer to the first target. Xiao Shu was happily running along the park's green path with earphones in, having watched that video as well. Seeing the young mother, elegant and beautiful, kneeling on the ground crying, unleashed the darkness in his heart, not hiding his malice. After all, there were no consequences for spewing hate online, so what did he have to fear? If things got out of hand, he could just delete it. Who could touch him anyway? He relished the taste of this verbal violence. The ugliness and perversion of human nature laid bare. As he passed through a secluded path with bamboo and shrubs on both sides, suddenly, a large hand reached out from the darkness, grabbed him by the neck, and dragged him in. Xiao Shu was about to scream when he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, then blacked out. His hands were bound. Lu Chun unlocked his phone and deleted all the online hate comments. Then he acted decisively and ruthlessly. He directly gouged out his tongue and sprinkled some Yunnan Baiyao on it. Very precise. The intense pain made this beast regain consciousness and attempt to scream, but Lu Chun firmly held his throat, silencing him. After taping his mouth shut, Lu Chun quickly vanished into the darkness. Justice +1. Like a ghost. The whole process flowed smoothly, taking no more than 3 minutes. Nothing but skillful hands. Guided by the system, he walked through blind spots and surveillance and headed towards his second target. This guy lived in a high-rise building in the residential area, making it a bit tricky. He climbed over the wall, kept his head down, and took the elevator to the target floor. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, and a fat, ugly man with glasses came out, named Men Jiang. Men Jiang impatiently shouted, "Who are you? Why are you knocking on my door?" Lu Chun didn't bother with him, directly drew his knife and stabbed him away from vital points. The man looked at Lu Chun in horror, about to scream, but was silenced and pushed into the room. The same process was repeated. Tongue extraction. Punishment. Lu Chun disappeared into the darkness again after going downstairs. Justice +1. As the first victim was discovered and reported to the special agents emerged like mushrooms after the rain. The entire Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau was alarmed. What kind of twisted case was this? Was it the work of those superhumans? But that's impossible. The entire district has bans and detection devices in place. If there were superhumans, there would be alerts. All the victims had their tongues removed. After the special agents investigated, the clues directly pointed to the incident involving the milk delivery youth. All the victims who had their tongues removed were individuals who engaged in online hate speech. Subsequently, the East City special agents mobilized fully and headed towards the home of Tan Fuyang's parents. Meanwhile, Lu Chun continued his crime spree, nearing madness, determined to punish those 26 beasts harshly tonight, just to fulfill his promise. Knock knock knock. The door of Tan Fuyang's parents' home was knocked on again, and they looked at each other in confusion, wondering why someone was visiting their home tonight. Upon opening the door, they were surprised to see the special agents. They were taken aback. At that moment, the special agents explained their purpose. Just an hour and a half ago, some of the people who had engaged in online hate speech against them had their tongues removed. Tan Fu and Yang Mu shivered with cold all over, exchanging a glance that revealed the horror in each other's eyes. That kid was actually serious? He really went to punish them. The question was, how did he know about these people's information? The special agents asked if they knew the specifics. Tan Fu hugged Yang Mu, signaling her not to speak, then looked at the special agents and said, "Comrade, as you know, my wife is in deep sorrow, and so am I. We have no spare energy to care about these matters. We don't know. I just want to ask, is that person still unwilling to apologize?" This unexpected question left the special agents unsure how to respond. Seeing the grieving look on their faces, they didn't seem like people who would dare to do such a thing. After a few perfunctory remarks, the special agents left. Tan Fu, Yang Mu, and their family looked at each other, unsure of what to say. They couldn't imagine that a stranger would go to such lengths for them. Although the methods were a bit brutal, it was indeed satisfying. This incident caused a huge stir on the internet. Videos and photos were posted online, all showing the gruesome scenes of those who had their tongues pulled out, captured by onlookers. This was the consequence of online violence. For a moment, the reckless and malicious comments decreased significantly. Even those who hadn't been dealt with hurriedly deleted their vile posts. But it was already too late. They thought it didn't matter, they could freely spew hate online, maliciously speculate and defame the victims, and just delete it if needed. But they didn't know that words spoken out loud were like sharp swords, piercing deeply. Online violence was like a nail driven into wood. Even if the nail was removed, it would leave a mark on the stake. 16 scumbags, just 10 more to go. Lu Chun licked his lips, and now the whole city was alarmed. Anticipating the movements of his targets, he acted in advance, cutting off their plan to seek refuge in the special bureau. A reckless female scumbag was within 100 meters of the special bureau. In a moment filled with hope, Lu Chun appeared from behind, giving her the deepest despair. Ha! Online violence, right? Spewing hate freely, right? Well then, welcome to the tongue hell. Dealing with scumbags who lived with their families was more challenging, and it took Lu Chun quite some effort. In the end, Lu Chun worked until 4 a.m. Justice points plus 26. Total 35. This was a purely losing deal, but he didn't care. Why should the victims be blamed? Why should online violence go unpunished? In Lu Chun's world, there was no such thing. You spew hate, your tongue gets pulled. After dealing with the last scumbag, Lu Chen hid in the underground pipeline, panting heavily, exhausted. Several times he almost got caught by the special agents. If he hadn't been so familiar with the terrain of the Tiannan district, knowing all the hiding spots and shortcuts, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those scumbags so quickly and evade capture. When all the stench had been punished, especially upon learning that the culprit had not been caught yet, the online environment of the Tiannan district was effectively purified. People became more civilized, more loving. No one spewed hate recklessly anymore, and everyone approached issues with positive energy, showing great enthusiasm and kindness, as if their civility had greatly improved. They were afraid. That guy was simply a devil. They had no idea how he found out the information about the online abusers, and his actions were resolute and ruthless. According to the first-hand accounts of those whose tongues were pulled out, they only saw a pair of blood-red eyes and a fierce face, like a demon from hell. On this late night, most of the Tiannan district couldn't sleep, leaving behind countless shadows. Tanfu, Yang Mu, and their family had complex emotions towards Lu Chen, a mix of gratitude and fear. How could there be such people in this world? Yang's mother, who had once harbored thoughts of death, regained the desire to live after the absence of those stimuli. The words Lu Chen said before leaving came to mind. You must live well. The youth doesn't want you to accompany him in death. Our country has so many beautiful landscapes that the youth never had the chance to see. You must go see them for him. Yes, live well. The next day, another piece of good news arrived. The criminal in the detention center, upon learning about the tongues of those online bullies being cut out, was frightened into confessing actively, publicly apologizing, and hoping for forgiveness from the families of the victims. He couldn't help but feel scared. Those who only talked had met such a fate, while the killer had not been found yet. Could he, as a key figure, escape? Perhaps something worse than having his tongue cut out, like being bound and run over by a car, could happen. The teacher grew more and more afraid. If Lu Chen knew his thoughts, he would surely sneer at them, mocking the teacher for overthinking. What's the point of all this effort? At most, he would be killed cleanly. Resting in the underground pipeline for a day, Lu Chen climbed out under the cover of night, returning to his cheap rental house. After cleaning himself up, he went out to buy some meat to replenish his energy before resting again at home. Every time an event occurred, Lu Chen was overexerting his body. Anyway, he wouldn't live long, so he might as well give it his all. As for injuries and illnesses, he didn't care. The case in Tiannan district also reached the ears of the special operations team in Chongming district. He looked at the news with a strange expression. The familiar radical methods, skilled modus operandi, and twisted anti-surveillance and investigation capabilities made him feel familiar. Tiannan District Special Affairs Bureau. Bang! Director Ma slammed the table in anger. Nonsense. We've been searching for the killer for 2 days and still haven't found him. Could he be a superhuman? Is this how you work with me? The embarrassed special operations team replied, Director, we've searched every corner of the city. This criminal is extremely cunning. Despite numerous surveillance cameras, not a single one captured him. The descriptions of the suspect by the victims are all different, and there are no traces left at the crime scenes. Everyone hasn't slept all night. It's really difficult to investigate. But it's definitely not a case of superhumans committing crimes. They are all in the city center, and our district's detectors haven't shown any superhumans appearing. Director Ma furrowed his brow and said sarcastically, since it's not superhumans, are you suggesting we close the case? Tell the victims that our bureau is not capable enough to catch the culprit, and they should seek help elsewhere. Is that what you mean? The special operations team lowered their heads. Director Ma slammed the table again, saying, Speak up. Why are you all bowing your heads? Are you burying your heads in the sand? I don't care what methods you use, but you must capture this criminal and bring him to justice. He's too audacious. It's simply lawless. I won't allow such a madman to exist in Tiannan district. Do you all understand? Everyone quickly raised their heads, answering in unison, Yes, Director Ma. Good. Meeting adjourned. On the third day, Lu Chen woke up full of energy. This body had been toughened in the labor camp since the age of 17, and coupled with not having a girlfriend for so many years, he was not someone those pampered college students could compare to. At 28, Jai Zi was in his prime. Lu Chen also noticed a pattern. Each time the system reincarnated him, it wasn't purely random. It was mostly characters from the lower class, male, with good physical attributes and distinctive features. He hailed a cab, went to the electronics market, and bought a second-hand phone, inserting the SIM card. Just as Lu Chen was about to search online for the coal tycoon Li Junyan and the aftermath of the tongue-pulling incident he had caused 2 days ago, he stumbled upon the news. First, the person identified as S actively and sincerely confessed, apologized to the entire internet, proactively contacted a lawyer to reach out to the victim's family for compensation, and promised to accept legal punishment, and so on. Then, the family of Tan Fu Yang expressed that they would not accept compensation, only hoping that he would apologize, accept legal judgment, and reform himself. Additionally, they stated they had no knowledge of the tongue-pulling case and were unclear about what had happened. Their next step is to leave the sorrowful city of Tiannan as a family and spend the rest of their lives in various parts of their homeland. Since the culprit has not been caught, netizens have shown positive energy and support for their decision, refraining from negative comments, making society better once again. Lu Chen calmly watched the news reports, having no objections to the handling of the situation. This was simply an accidental incident. If that teacher still did not repent, he would make his whole family suffer the same fate. As he scrolled through the news, the incident involving Li Junyan had not even begun. The wealthy woman had not even started looking for him yet. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Chen saw 3 incidents. One was the Dingqiu incident 3 weeks ago, another was the Zhangdai incident 3 days ago, and the third was the news of the incident at the Tiannan X hospital team 3 months ago. Reading the heartbreaking post from Dingqiu's mother on the internet, "Darling, my heart is broken, it feels like half of the sky is missing without you. I feel like you are still by my side, but I can't touch you. Every day, I feel like a walking corpse. When I dream of you, can you let me look at you a little longer? I dare not see those relatives and friends, afraid they will see my sadness." According to insiders, this teacher, Mi Yuenda, is from the Sakura people's Ishii village, and Ishii village's father is Ishii Shiro, the highest commander of the 137 Sakura country. What's most infuriating is that up to now, these beasts have played dead, remained silent, disappeared, closed the comments section, and handled it coldly. Seeing this, Lu Chen trembled with anger once again. Truly damn it! These dead beasts! Can't kill them all! Can't finish them off! These evils are like wild grass! Can't burn them all! Can't eradicate them all! Lu Chen roared in his heart. Why should the victims be guilty? Why should the victims' families spend the rest of their lives in torment while the perpetrators enjoy a fresh start? What about considering the impact? Avoiding escalation of the situation. Giving those who make mistakes a chance. Human rights should be respected. Damn it! Who will give the deceased people their human rights? Perhaps the truth is not like this, perhaps there are hidden motives, perhaps, and so on. Cases have new developments, twists, or reasons for handling them this way. They have their reasons, and so on. Those words are all too vague. The internet has no memory. Lu Chen didn't want to delve into the deepest truths of these cases. He's not a detective, nor a law enforcer. The overwhelming murderous intent seemed to gather like a river. He only knew the victims were all damn persecuted. Or maybe they were already dead. Under immense rage. Crack. The newly bought second-hand phone screen was covered in spiderweb cracks. Lu Chen almost crushed his phone. He resisted the urge to throw it away. He pocketed the phone and returned home. Today, he hadn't eaten a single meal. Lu Chen's eyes emitted an endless and overwhelming murderous intent as he sat quietly for 8 hours, waiting for nightfall. 7 p.m. He grinned fiercely. Are you beasts ready? The devil is about to be unleashed. Countless times, I silently scream in the dead of night, who can tear apart this endless black curtain? Countless times, tears streaming down my face, who will stand up for the people? Yes, it cannot be denied. The rules are becoming more and more stringent. But there are still evildoers. Lu Chen went straight to the entrance of the community on the east side of Tiannan district. After wandering around, he sneaked in through a side door and quietly entered the courtyard, closing his eyes to feel the gentle breeze. Here, there was a cleaner named Zhang Dai who chose to end her life due to the long-term harassment and ridicule from her colleagues. Following this incident, the community leaders of Tiannan issued orders prohibiting people from wandering around at night, so the courtyard was empty at this moment. It was here that Zhang Dai was reincarnated. All of this was because of those 2 despicable creatures who looked down on others. Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes with a murderous intent, and a chilling inhuman voice slowly uttered from his mouth. System, locate. Buzz. Justice. Point 2. The red dot is sensed right behind the Tiannan community in the apartment. Oh, still living in Tiannan community, huh? Feeling protected by the Tiannan community, huh? Lu Chen let out a cold laugh and, guided by the system, evaded most of the cameras and approached the location of that red dot. 3rd floor of the community apartment. Lu Chen hid downstairs, his eyes fixed on the room with the light on. The conversation inside the room also appeared in his mind with the help of the system. Mr. Song was talking to his wife. Mr. Song, it's okay, dear, this is not our fault. Mrs. Song, humph. Serves her right. It's karma. Who asked her to dress so tacky? But, honey, do we really have nothing to worry about? Mr. Song patted his chest. Trust me, there's nothing wrong with listening to me. What does her identity issue have to do with us? We just had a few words. We shouldn't be convicted for that. Mrs. Song, sigh, if you get in trouble, what am I going to do? Listening to these two despicable creatures shirking responsibility, there was no hint of sorrow for the death of Zhang Dai. Lu Chen couldn't bear it any longer. He stormed upstairs, filled with rage, and kicked open the alloy door of their apartment. The door lock was deformed by the kick. Once inside, Lu Chen went straight to the point. Wearing gloves, he slapped Mr. Song's wife across the face before they could react. Mrs. Song tightly covered her swollen face. Looking at Lu Chen's fierce gaze, she wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. The situation was so sudden that she felt inexplicably beaten. Then Mr. Song watched as a stranger barged in and slapped his wife. Immediately, he was furious. What are you doing? Why are you hitting people? His eyes widened in disbelief. Angry, annoyed, wrapped in various emotions, he stood up to confront Lu Chen. Did Aminos still want to resist? Lu Chen cruelly smiled. Faced with the things and fists coming at him, he didn't dodge. Pain? Ha. The physical pain was nothing compared to the mental torment and anguish. Lu Chen's soul was on the verge of collapse. He endured countless heart-wrenching feelings every day. Just by slightly empathizing with the victim's family, he felt like crying. Bang! Lu Chen kicked him hard. After knocking him down, he ruthlessly slapped him. In less than a minute, he had Mr. Song wailing on the ground. He also knocked down his wife. Then Lu Chen slowly got up, went to the door, gently closed it, and used tape to seal their mouths. Not all colleagues were despicable. Other colleagues living in the same building also heard the loud noise. Curious, they came down to see, and upon finding the door closed and no sound coming from inside, they turned back home. Regarding Song, they were also very disdainful. How could the Tiannan community even consider protecting such a colleague who causes harm to others? They only bothered to take a glance before losing interest in the specifics of what had happened. This was a lucky break for Lu Chen's actions. Lu Chen, who walked in slowly, sat on the coffee table, took out a cigarette from his pocket, looked at Song struggling on the ground, and then viciously kicked him. Song looked at Lu Chen in fear. Lunatic. Madman. Song couldn't understand why he was being treated this way when he didn't even know Lu Chen. After smoking half a cigarette, Lu Chen's cold eyes slowly uttered a few words. Repent well, you'll enjoy it later. After finishing the cigarette, Lu Chen stood up and wrote a line on the wall. Treat your colleagues with peace and kindness. Otherwise, I'll send your whole family to hell. The first few words were steady, while the latter ones were scribbled and manic, exuding an infinite sense of murderous intent just by looking at them. He tied up Song's limbs and gagged him. Lu Chen took out a large snakeskin bag from his canvas bag and stuffed him inside. Then, Lu Chen carried him back to the courtyard. Swift and decisive, Song lay in the courtyard and was once again harshly slapped by Lu Chen. Hearing Lu Chen whisper in his ear, "This is just a small lesson. Zhang Dai has nothing to do with you. I hope you mend your ways. Otherwise, it won't be this simple next time." He. Suddenly, Song understood everything. Endless remorse churned in his heart, realizing. His expression filled with fear and regret. Justice points +1, total 34. In the distance, the sound of flashlights and people's commotion could be heard. Lu Chen's actions had been discovered. They followed the trail and found their way to the scene. Lu Chen took one last deep look at the Tiannan community. He turned and disappeared into the darkness. When the campus security guards followed the trail to the courtyard with their colleagues, they were all shocked by the scene before them. They saw Song being brutally beaten and groaning in the courtyard. Extremely brutal. Everyone trembled in fear. Quick, call the special forces. Dial 120. In 10 minutes, the criminal investigation high team arrived at the scene. Seeing the severely beaten Song and the familiar modus operandi, they immediately linked it to the online tongue-pulling case. This was definitely the work of the same person. After cordoning off the scene, the criminal investigation high team looked at the extending trail and asked, "Does this colleague live in the community?" Another colleague replied, "Yes, he lives in the second building of the community apartments." The criminal investigation high team's heart skipped a beat. "Does he live alone?" The colleague, also shocked, stammered, He lives with his wife." The criminal investigation high team's expression turned serious, slapping his thigh. "Oh no. Hurry." Upon arriving at the apartment, they saw the alloy door that had been kicked in. Inside, everyone saw the chilling line of words on the wall. Colleagues trembled all over. Helpless, afraid, panicked. terrified. Their minds were boiling with emotions. They dared not harm their colleagues anymore. They would be beaten. Or their whole family would be. The Criminal Investigation High Team was also trembling with anger. Arrogant. Outrageous. Lawless. Investigate. He couldn't have gone far. Check the surveillance cameras. Quickly. Time. Lu Chen was running out of time. He didn't have the luxury to plan meticulously anymore. The Criminal Investigation Team was not to be trifled with. They had already found some clues. The more crimes Lu Chen committed, the higher the chances of being caught. Moreover, this time, the incident with the livestock had been caught on camera. System. Next target. Buzz. Justice points -2. This is a complete loss-making deal. Each event only rewards 1 point of justice, but it requires 2 points for positioning. If Lu Chen continues to eradicate evil in this way, the more people there are, the more he loses. He may even end up in a deficit, unable to accumulate 100 points of justice in his lifetime. But Lu Chen never regrets it. He stands against evil. 11 p.m. Tian'an Training Institution. 3 weeks ago, a young man named Ding Qiu from a training institution reopened resolutely after prolonged psychological pressure, leaving behind a grieving family secretly mourning, heartbroken. The whole class of young people fell silent, enticed by the promise of collective advancement offered by the training institution. Lu Chen smirked cruelly. Collective advancement, huh? Mockery and insult, huh? Alright. Just thinking about that young, handsome, kind boy who, upon returning home, resolutely drank a bottle of pesticide without hesitation. He couldn't imagine how strong the desire for death was. He didn't want to live at all. Such a young man. Lu Chen couldn't fathom how desperate he was at that moment. Too many people. This operation needs to be faster. That scum Li Chudao lives in the neighborhood opposite the Tian'an Training Institution. After changing into a new set of clothes, Lu Chen evaded the cameras and approached Li Chidao's residence. Li Chudao and his family were happily having dinner at home. They had no idea that in 5 minutes, they would face the knock of hell. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Li Chudao raised his head in confusion and looked at his wife, saying, "Go see who's here so late." Li Chidao's wife nodded, got up, and asked at the door, "Who is it?" Lu Chen cleared his throat and said, "Is Mr. Li at home? I've come to deliver something." Without much thought, Li Chidao's wife opened the door. The next second, she collapsed to the ground covering her face. Lu Chen rushed in, striking anyone he saw. During this time, he faced fierce resistance. In the end, with 3 screams, only Li Chudao was left in the room. He looked at Lu Chen in horror and said loudly, "Who are you? You're crazy. Crazy." Lu Chen was covered in blood, covered in wounds, scratches all over his face, even his eyes were cracked. But he seemed not to feel any pain. Looking at this devil, Li Chudao was terrified to the extreme. This was no longer a human being. This was a demon, unafraid of death. A demon unafraid of pain. Following the same pattern as with Li Chudao and Song Chudao, Lu Chen didn't take him away but lined up his whole family neatly, kneeling facing the door. On the living room wall, the words were still written. Death sentence +1, total 30. Justice point +1, total 33. Watching all this, Lu Chen smiled. There's a saying on the street, misfortune doesn't reach the family. But for these beasts, the whole family should sit neatly on the train to the other world. He believed that only by making those people fear death. When they wanted to do evil, they could look at their own mothers, wives, and children, reflect on themselves, and ask if it was worth paying such a high price to do evil. He didn't believe it. These beasts dared to do evil. Taking Li Chidao's phone, he looked through the chat records. He was smart. After the incident, he deleted all the chats with Ding Qiu. There were also messages from the training institution leader Zhang Dalu, telling him not to confess, just deny any discrimination, and that would be it. Lu Chen couldn't understand how this beast could sleep at night. Maybe beasts have big hearts. There were even chat messages from those young people who conspired with him. They were all unspeakable words. The darkness and ugliness of human nature are unimaginable. It's better not to dwell on it. Involved in this feast were not only Li Chudao but also 8 female beasts and 3 male beasts. Lu Chen, in his rage, was also pondering. He didn't understand what had happened to these people. It should have been a great time of youth, a time of positivity and sunshine. How could there be so much darkness? What were these beasts studying for? To climb up the ranks? Or to become colleagues again? Screw them all. Lu Chen grabbed his phone and sent a message to those people. He told them to wait for him in rehearsal room 3, saying there was an important announcement, and not a single one of them should be missing, or their qualifications for advancement would be revoked. It was only 11:28 now. Those beasts hadn't fallen asleep yet. Although they felt puzzled, they were still afraid of Li Beast's threat, so they got up and headed towards rehearsal room 3. Lucien quickly tidied himself up, threw away the sharp knives, and left the place, heading towards rehearsal room 3. After Lucien left, Li Beast's neighbor dared to quietly open the door and observe. Seeing that the stairs and elevator were empty, he cautiously pushed open Li Beast's door and walked in. When he saw the scene inside, the neighbor, old Li, was scared stiff, trembling, and quickly called the special guards. Feeling exhausted, Lucien bought 2 Snickers bars, 2 bottles of Red Bull, and a bottle of strong liquor at the store, and drank them on the go. A rush of heat surged from his belly, and he felt energized all over. He hurried towards the side of the community, ready to find a place to climb over the wall into rehearsal room 3. Justice points -2, total 31. Before long, he arrived outside rehearsal room 3. The voices of the beasts inside could be heard. It's so late, I wonder why Director Lee asked us to come. Could it be about that dead kid? Didn't we all agree on our alibis? Not sure, I saw his mom post a long article online that day, it was so ridiculous. My darling, Mom misses you. He. Ha ha, that's hilarious. If she misses him, she should go down and be with him. Who cares, we're covered anyway, if he dies, he dies. Lucien listened, expressionless, feeling numb. Damn it. Frustrating. He took out the iron chain from his canvas bag, locked the back door, and then took out 2 batons. Quietly opening the front door, he went in, locked the door behind him, and then turned to face the group of beasts. The 11 beasts, seeing Lucien enter with batons, were all stunned. The next moment, the female beasts let out piercing screams. Although the 3 male beasts were scared, they still tried to stop Lucien with nearby objects. Lucien cruelly smiled, his expression extremely fierce, and lunged forward. 12 minutes later, Lucien limped out the front door and disappeared into the darkness. Fate points +3, total 32. Justice points +1, total 32. 12:30 a.m. The security patrol of Z Institute discovered that the lights in rehearsal room 3 were still on. Filled with suspicion, they opened the front door and looked inside. The next moment, thud, the flashlight fell to the ground. Old Shui was scared stiff, and also called the special guards. The guards from the Criminal Investigation Brigade were going crazy. Damn it! Reports of one after another tonight. That criminal seemed to have a GPS tracker on him, they just couldn't catch him. Just as they came out of TNN community to search, they hadn't found a single clue when they received a report from the neighborhood at the entrance of TNN Educational Institution. When the detectives rushed over, they were stunned. They had never seen such a deranged murderer. Damn it, a series of crimes. And right under their noses in the Criminal Investigation Department. The problem was, they had set up so many checkpoints along the way, deployed hundreds of officers. How did this killer slip out of the encirclement? The high-ranking detectives stared at the identical words on the wall, their brains working frantically. Suddenly, he remembered. The one who died before was Zhang Dai's colleague. This time, it's Ding Chou's colleague who died. The murderer is. He's seeking revenge. Bang! The criminal investigation team leader slammed his fist hard against the wall, cursing angrily, "Beast! If you seek revenge, seek revenge. Why involve innocent families? He's truly a madman. Damn it!" Before they could investigate thoroughly, the alarm sounded again. This time it was the alarm from TNNZ Hospital. The criminal investigation team leader and his team members exchanged glances, suddenly realizing something, and they all trembled. As expected, a thunderous voice came from the phone. "Gao Wei, I'm giving you a life or death order. 12 hours. Capture him and bring him to justice. Operator, spread the word. All security forces in the entire TNN district, drop everything you're doing. Everyone on leave report for duty. 12 hours. You must bring this bastard to justice. Otherwise, don't bother coming back." Bang! The call ended. Everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. "Search!" The criminal investigation team leader roared, rushed out, heading towards TNNZ Hospital. When they arrived at rehearsal room number 3, they witnessed a gruesome scene. Blood everywhere. Corpses. A total of 11 bodies. This was a huge deal. This bastard had really crossed the line. Everyone present was furious. After half an hour of meticulous inspection, the criminal investigation team leader finally discovered some clues. He gathered everyone and said sharply, "Let all comrades radiate outwards from here within a 3 kilometers radius. He's injured, and extremely weak now. Can't run far. He must be hiding somewhere catching his breath. Focus on checking underground pipelines, hidden corners, and nearby rental properties. Leave no stone unturned." "Yes, The orders were given, and following the blood trail on the ground, the team arrived at the school's bushes. The blood trail ended there. Despite searching 300 meters outwards, the team found no more traces of blood, wondering how that bastard managed it. They all believed Lu Chen couldn't have gone far. But at that moment, Lu Chen had already left the area. Even with 12 broken bones, 18 blunt force injuries, 39 abrasions, severe fractures in his hands, arms, and right leg, his face was bruised and scratched, he continued to move swiftly, heading towards the final target location. This time, he didn't bring Dehaishing, only a knife, and facing multiple opponents made it challenging for him. Earlier at Li Chideo's house, he had already faced resistance from that family. Then he rushed to rehearsal room number 3, battling those beasts. As he fought on, he started feeling weary. Those two male beasts saw Lu Chen showing signs of fatigue, driven by a strong will to survive. They fought back with a few brave female beasts. Lu Chen was not a superhero, so it wasn't easy for him to deal with the crowd. But one thing was certain, he wasn't afraid of death. A person who fears neither pain nor injury, who is ruthless and decisive, who can defeat him? Lu Chen suffered injuries. Those beasts lost their lives. In the southwest corner of Tianan District, Tianan X Hospital. After 2 hours of navigating through the city, taking various routes and using different methods, Lu Chen finally arrived here. By now, his vision was darkening, his body reaching its limits of exhaustion. He couldn't go on. He needed to rest. It would be a waste to die now. Lu Chen hid behind the garbage dump at the back of Tianan X Hospital, picked up some discarded fruits, took a few bites, then squeezed into the garbage pile, made a nest, and lay down. He needed to rest for a while. The surrounding stench did not affect his determination to hunt down the beasts. 2 hours later, he rose like a demon, draped in his coat, and headed towards Tianan X Hospital. On the other side, the guards of the Tianan district were eager to turn the city upside down, and finally found a clue. They saw a figure in a coat limping on the monitor, appearing and then disappearing into the darkness. Although it was only for a short 5 seconds, the criminal investigation team was certain. This was the killer. As intermittent surveillance videos appeared, everyone analyzed his route. He headed north in the city. Just as everyone was getting excited and ready to head north, the criminal investigation team frowned and stopped them. No, he's not going north. He's taking a detour. Didn't you see it? He could have taken a route without cameras on this side. Why did he deliberately reveal himself on this side? None of the previous cameras captured him, so why now? He's trying to mislead you. Everyone looked at each other, realizing that what the team leader said made sense. The criminal investigation team continued, "We need to think from the criminal's perspective. Look, his current condition is very poor, not thinking about escaping or hiding, yet still active. What does he want to do? Where does he want to go? What else does he have to do?" Suddenly, a guard thought of something and said, "Tianan X Hospital. It's Tianan X Hospital." Everyone looked at him in confusion. The guard exclaimed excitedly, "All these things he's done are related to recent university student cases." Without discussing the ins and outs of the matter, they immediately set off for Tianan X Hospital. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already arrived at Tianan X Hospital, making his way straight to the pharmacy. There was a doctor on duty at the pharmacy. The duty doctor never dreamt that tonight someone would come in with a knife and demand adrenaline shots for themselves. "Comrade, please stay calm. You're covered in wounds, even with adrenaline shots, it won't help." Lu Chen, pressing the knife against him hoarsely said, "Stop talking nonsense, give me 2 shots, quickly." The duty doctor broke out in a cold sweat, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, inject another tube of glucose, quickly." After 2 shots of adrenaline and 1 tube of glucose, Lu Chen felt a surge of strength throughout his body again. To protect the duty doctor, he knocked him out. Then Lu Chen ran towards the residence of Professor Mi Yuenda at the back of the hospital. That damn professor, just a beastly professor. Doesn't care about curing or compensating. Fine. I'll send you straight to another world to be a beastly professor. Justice -2. Lu Chen sprinted towards his target location. He was running out of time. Arriving at the professor's door, Lu Chen knocked heavily. Bang bang bang. Ha! Not opening? Bang bang bang. Lu Chen continued knocking. After knocking for 2 minutes, the stubborn professor still wouldn't open the door. At the same time, the guards in the recent jurisdiction of Tianan X Hospital received the message and rushed towards the hospital. Wailing sirens. 3 police cars with sirens blaring arrived at the entrance of Tianan X Hospital. Some guards ran towards the hospital interior, while others headed straight to the surveillance room. Soon, they found the duty doctor who had been knocked out in the pharmacy. After waking him up, they learned about Lu Chen's whereabouts from the doctor. After injecting 2 shots of adrenaline and 1 tube of glucose, Lu Chen ran towards the back of the hospital. Quick! Contact the criminal investigation team. We found him! We found him! Then, they armed themselves with pistols and chased towards the back of the hospital. As the sound of breaking glass echoed, Lu Chen crashed to the ground. Since the professor wouldn't open the door, Lu Chen had no choice but to climb down the gas pipeline, break into the 6th floor through a side window. Holding a sharp knife, he entered the living room, seeing the tightly closed door of the master bedroom. When the criminal investigation team arrived, the Special Operations Unit had already engaged in a standoff with Lu Chen. Half an hour ago, Lu Chen opened the door, only to find the professor sleeping soundly with earplugs in. I don't know what took so long, sleeping like a log, just like a pig. There was no one else in the room. It seemed that this accommodation was just a temporary arrangement by the hospital for him, as this livestock herder didn't usually stay here. Before he regained consciousness, Lu Chen directly cut off his tongue. For these beasts, he didn't want to hear a word from them. Ni Yuanda looked at Lu Chen in horror. This stranger came in and cut off his own tongue. The intense pain instantly woke him up. His professional medical knowledge told him that cutting off the tongue wouldn't cause immediate death, but if the bleeding continued, he would undoubtedly die. The problem was, he couldn't speak now. How could he beg for mercy? Ni Yuanda fell into despair. Back to the present, criminal investigator Gao Wei and the special agents pulled out their guns and aimed at the door. This was the first time they saw Lu Chen, the one responsible for 26 cases of tongue cutting. Now, he wanted to commit another crime by killing the herder Su, right in front of them. Finally, they saw him. This lawless madman, murderer, lunatic. They saw Lu Chen cunningly hiding behind Su. Despite the various scars and bruises on half of Lu Chen's face, his expression was extremely indifferent, his eyes icy and chilling. Seeing this look from Lu Chen, the investigators couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Gao Wei stared at Lu Chen and shouted angrily, "Stop making mistakes. Stop now. You've killed enough people. Do you know what you've done? Simply killing people won't solve anything. Let's talk things out." While Gao Wei was actively trying to communicate and calm Lu Chen down, the other special agents began scanning Lu Chen's face for facial recognition. After some attempts, the criminal's information appeared on the device. Name, Zhai Zisher. Age, 28. According to Social Security information, he was a delivery driver. The special agents then relayed this information to Gao Wei through their earpieces. Gao Wei was furious. Damn it! A delivery driver. You're neither an awakened nor a superhuman. What are you doing? Fighting evil and upholding justice, is that what you should be doing? Too extreme. Gao Wei spoke again. Zhai Zisher. Let's talk. Put down the knife. Your injuries are severe. You'll die if you continue like this. Zhai Zisher. Are you listening to me? The reason Lu Chen didn't immediately kill the livestock herder was that it wasn't yet dawn in Tianan district. He was waiting for daylight. As for what Gao Wei said, he didn't listen to a word of it. Suddenly, Lu Chen made a move, making the special agent slightly nervous. He took out a bag of hemostatic powder from his canvas bag and stuffed it into Mi Yuenda's mouth to stop the bleeding. The special agents breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Wei thought Lu Chen had been persuaded and quickly added, "Zhai Zisher. It's useless to stop his bleeding like this. Let him go and hand him over to us. We'll try to handle this leniently." Ignoring Gao Wei, Lu Chen's eyes wandered, looking out the window. They tried to persuade him again for 40 minutes. He remained silent. This criminal was as tight-lipped as they come. It was really tricky. The higher-ups had given strict orders. The heinous acts this beast had committed were too severe to warrant execution by firing squad. He had to be captured alive for trial. So, what was he waiting for now? Gao Wei swallowed hard, looking at Lu Chen, pondering. The next moment, a hoarse voice, as if from the depths of hell, sounded in front of everyone. "Contact the press." What? Gao Wei and the others thought they had misheard. Lu Chen's voice turned cold again. "Pick up your ears. I'm telling you to contact the press." Hearing this, Gao Wei said sternly, "Impossible. Do you know what you're doing? You're committing a crime. Do we have to live broadcast for you? As long as you let him go. Whatever you ask for, just say it." Other special agents echoed, "Don't daydream. Let him go quickly. Rules are fair and impartial, they won't favor anyone. If you continue to break the law, you will only face the consequences and punishment of the rules. You have killed so many people. Do you not feel any guilt in your heart? Don't continue to sink deeper into the abyss of crime, turn back while you can." Feeling the vitality gradually fading from this body, listening to the persuasion of the criminal investigator in front of him, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned fierce. The next moment, swish, the knife placed on Mi Yuenda's neck began to exert force, and a trickle of blood seeped out. "Stop! Cease your criminal behavior." Seeing this scene, the criminal investigators panicked and quickly tried to dissuade him. Gao Wei also shouted repeatedly, agreeing to his request. "Jai Zisher, calm down. I agree to your request. Don't move the knife. I promise. Do you hear me?" Mi Yuenda, who was almost unconscious, felt the pain on his neck and woke up again. Gao Wei then turned and left the scene to contact the horse bureau. 8 minutes later, he returned to the scene and said to Lu Chen, "The director agrees to your request, but there's one condition. You can't wield the knife in front of the camera. Put down the knife. We'll give you a chance to express yourself." Hearing this, Lu Chen sneered and hoarsely said, "Ha, if I put down the knife, can I still stand here and speak? You're fooling kids, aren't you?" Gao Wei froze. "Then what do you want to do? We've also contacted the press for you, they'll be here soon. But your current behavior cannot be exposed on camera. You are committing murder. It's a crime. Don't you realize?" Lu Chen didn't immediately argue with Gao Wei. Instead, he took out a large black plastic bag from his back pocket. Holding it up in front of the criminal investigators, he covered Mi Yuenda's neck and his own right hand holding the knife. "If I wanted to kill him, I would have done it already. Stop pushing me. I don't have much time left. Stop the nonsense. I said I won't kill him, so I won't. Tell your sniper to move the crosshairs away from my forehead. Now! Back off." After speaking, Lu Chen led Mi Yuenda outside. Despite losing blood and being beaten and cut, Mi Yuenda, driven by the will to survive, cooperated with Lu Chen's actions. Gao Wei and his team retreated with grim faces. They were furious. They had never seen such a cunning, cruel, calm, intelligent, and fearless criminal. "All right, stay calm. I'll make them back off." Gao Wei tried to pacify Lu Chen. Then, speaking softly into his earpiece, he said, "Stay calm. He has no intention of killing now. Everyone, retreat. We must keep him stable. The horse bureau said Mi Yuenda must not die here. He is a key figure in the medical field in Tiannan district, a leading expert in tumor immunology research." Lu Chen coldly glanced at the corner upstairs and said to Gao Wei, "Don't think about launching an assault. I just want to talk. Don't force me to kill him." Hearing this, Gao Wei and his team's eyes blazed with anger. This audacious and daring criminal, threatening again and again, intimidating. There had never been a criminal like him. Arrogant. The criminal investigators were so angry their teeth were about to shatter. Lu Chen led Mi Yuenda downstairs, leaning against the wall. Although his legs were weak and his whole body was trembling, the hand holding the knife did not waver. Looking around, all he saw were armed criminal investigators. Lu Chen's facial expression turned fierce again, and he uttered words full of murderous intent. One by one, "Where are your people?" The next moment, he suddenly pulled out a small knife from his pocket with his left hand and ruthlessly stabbed Mi Yuenda in the waist. Instantly, extremely painful sobs erupted from Mi Yuenda, who had his tongue cut off. "Ah! Ah!" Witnessing this scene, Gao Weihong turned with red eyes and roared at the dispatch team behind him. "Damn it! Why is the dispatch team still holding back the reporters? Let them in! Do you have to force him to kill someone?" 20 seconds later, a more furious voice came from behind. "Gao Wei, what are you yelling about? Do you look like a captain now?" Ma Ju roared and hurriedly ran in with 16 reporters from outside. Gao Weihong was taken aback. Ma Ju continued to shout, "It's a great shame. Our Tiannan District Special Affairs Bureau actually compromised with a poor, extremely evil lunatic murderer." All the detectives showed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing this. Although Ma Ju had a hot temper, when he came in front of Lu Chen, he did not act aggressively but softened his tone. "Jai Zisher, you have killed too many people so far, spare him. Give him a chance, and give yourself a chance. There is still room for redemption in everything. You are an honest rural child, raised by your grandparents since childhood. You have suffered a lot over the years, and only started to see some improvement after working in the Tiannan district. I don't understand why you have become so extreme, killing so many people in succession. Have you ever thought about their relatives? How do they feel upon learning about the tragic death of their family members? Do you know how much negative impact these things will bring? We are handling those matters. It's not like we are not doing anything. You are too extreme." Ma Ju persuaded patiently. Lu Chen just looked at him quietly. 2 minutes later, ha ha ha, Lu Chen burst into a fierce laughter. Everyone was stunned by this sudden burst of madness. How could he still laugh? Wasn't Ma Ju right in what he said? Even the reporters were at a loss. They hadn't even started taking pictures yet, and the man had gone crazy? The next moment, Lu Chen's ferocious shout rang out, "Laughing my ass off. I'm extreme? Are these bastards not extreme in their actions? Where the hell were you all earlier? Oh, I killed someone, and here you are. And those parents who were cyberbullied, where were you when they were in trouble? Don't give me that crap about investigating. Speak up. Where the hell were you? Standing high and mighty, spouting a bunch of high-sounding words, I don't believe it. If it was your son or daughter who died, can you still calmly advise me not to be too extreme now? It's disgusting. If you can't speak, shut the hell up. Let the reporters come over. His words were deafening. The people present were speechless. Ma Ju opened his mouth to retort, but when he thought about what would happen if it were his daughter, the outcome. In the end, out of self-respect, Ma Ju sternly replied, that's not a reason for your extreme actions. Killing someone is a crime. What do you want to tell the reporters? I warn you, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Otherwise, I won't let them film. Lu Chen snorted coldly, I don't have much time left. Ma Ju, do you want to see me die here with this beast? Hearing this, Ma Ju's expression changed uncertainly. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind, reporters, come over. See what he has to say. Seeing him agree to let the reporters come over, Lu Chen also slightly relaxed his tense mood. After coming this far, with just one step left, he didn't want to waste all his previous efforts. The reporters gathered about 30 meters in front of him, and Lu Chen slightly loosened his grip on the knife, signaling with his eyes to Ma Ju, Gao Weihong, and the others, indicating that he was also taking a step back. Ma Ju and Gao Wei nodded grimly, waiting to hear what he had to say. Lu Chen addressed the reporters, start the live broadcast. I have something to say to the families of the victims. The reporters turned to Ma Ju, who pondered for a moment. The case of Zhai Zishir had caused a huge uproar, instilling fear in the people of Tiannan district. Despite numerous days of unsuccessful attempts to capture him, the Special Affairs Bureau was under immense pressure from the public. Now that they had finally caught him, it was the perfect opportunity to make an announcement. Going live to speak to the families of the victims would also divert attention effectively. As long as he didn't say anything divisive during the broadcast, it could proceed. With this in mind, Ma Ju agreed, the live broadcast is allowed, but it will be done by our Special Affairs Bureau. Others can only film. Adjust the delay. I will decide when to cut it off, to prevent any inappropriate remarks from being aired. Subsequently, the reporters set up their equipment, and the Special Affairs Bureau initiated the live broadcast. First scene of the arrest of the suspect in the major criminal case in Tiannan district. The live broadcast had just begun. Instantly, over 100,000 residents of Tiannan district flooded into the live stream. When they saw Lu Chen appearing on screen with Mu Yuenda, the number of viewers skyrocketed. Countless barrage comments flooded the screen. Punish the demon. Punish the murderer. Special forces, take him down. Quick, arrest him. Great. Finally caught this madman. He's a demon. He must be shot down mercilessly. Chief Ma watched the barrage of comments and felt relieved, looking at Lu Chen with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Unexpected, isn't it? Although Lu Chen was unaware of the comments in the live stream, he knew they were not favorable. He paid no attention to the opinions of the onlookers. At that moment, his face remained calm as he silently stared into the camera. Those who knew Lu Chen were shocked as they watched the live stream on their phones. How could it be him? Uncle Air, who always followed the latest news, immediately entered the live stream. When he saw Lu Chen, he was stunned, his pupils dilated. Just a few days ago, this young man had promised to help him. How could he suddenly go out and kill so many people? Confused. So confused. 10 seconds later, Lu Chen's hoarse voice sounded on the camera. I know you're watching. Sorry, I was supposed to handle that matter. Now that you know, my life is at its limit. Don't worry, wait a few more days. Upon hearing these words, Uncle Air felt a mix of emotions, his eyes slightly moist. He knew Lu Chen was speaking to him. This child, on the brink of death, still remembered his concerns. Uncle Air wanted to tell Lu Chen, child, it's not worth it. Those beasts are not worth you sacrificing yourself for. Then Lu Chen continued, one person does the deed, one person bears the consequences. I have not been influenced or instigated by anyone, I planned and executed these cases on my own. The webmaster of Zhai Zishir also entered the live stream. When he saw Zhai Zishir's face, his legs turned to jelly. His heart raced, blood pressure skyrocketed. Oh my god, how could it be him? How could he kill so many people? The webmaster was terrified, as he usually bullied and oppressed the deliverymen below him, and now a murderer had emerged from among them. And it was the most honest one. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, his pants slightly damp. He quickly returned to his office to mark all the deliverymen as full attendance and cancelled all the deductions. Xiao Tang also saw Stone Brother in his phone. He couldn't believe it and confirmed it repeatedly. He took out his phone to make a call, but it went unanswered. Only then did he confirm that it was indeed Stone Brother. Stone brother, how could you? How could you do these things without any warning? Just to stand up for those students, was it necessary to go to such lengths? That meal will never be tasted again. Tan Fuyang's parents saw the live broadcast at the highway service area, clicked on it, and saw the young man who had helped them. They never expected him to do so much. Seeing him surrounded by the police, Tan Fuyang's parents were tearful. They really wanted to ask him in person. Was it worth it? Lu Chen continued to explain the case process. Different from the netizens who criticized heavily, the victims' families who had experienced grief and sleepless nights. They saw such a young man standing up for them, making such a sacrifice. Watching the live screen, their eyes were blurry. Tears streamed down their faces. They couldn't stop choking. They were both heartbroken and moved. This was a death sentence. For the sake of standing up for these strangers, he was willing to give up his bright future in life. Why? How could he go to such lengths? After explaining everything, Lu Chen lowered his head slightly. He tore off part of the black plastic bag covering his head and said to Bo Chudaomi Yuenda, "Are you willing to pay?" Yuenda nodded continuously. In fact, he thought to himself, after you, aminos, are caught, let's see if I still care about them. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen took out his phone from his right back pocket. Come on, transfer the money yourself, with the note donation without compensation. Yuenda was dumbfounded. He could only start operating in a trembling manner. He made calls to the bank and transferred money, taking more than 10 minutes. Netizens and the on-site reporters were stunned. The barrage decreased significantly. This shy Zishur Aminos was still concerned about those victims. Is this what a deranged murderer should do? Everything came to an end. Lu Chen was already pale, his eyes gray-white, and his body functions were on the verge of collapse. He could hold on until now, all thanks to a resilient soul inside his frail body. With his last strength, he kicked Yuenda away, dropped the sharp knife, and stood up straight again. Facing them, he let out a final roar. Evil in this world cannot be eradicated. Come on, judge me by the rules. I'll give you this life. Tiannan District. Let me unveil this endless darkness. Remember, this is just the beginning. The echoes of his final roar lingered in everyone's ears. Ma Ju Gaowei and others quickly rushed forward, wanting to subdue Lu Chen and help Yuenda. But as they ran up to Lu Chen, they saw him tilt his head, his eyes completely dull. Zhai Zishur was dead. He stood upright until the end. After a medical examination, it was found that he had suffered severe injuries, with bruises and fractures all over his body, internal bleeding, and hadn't eaten properly for days. According to common sense, he should have gone into shock and died long ago. What was it that made him hold on until now? Everyone felt a mix of emotions. Justice points +1, total 33. Zhai Zishur died in front of all the people in Tiannan District. Some continued to advocate for severe punishment, rectification, and harsh measures. But some fell into deep contemplation. Just now, according to insiders, 9 hours ago, Zhai Zishur had donated all his savings from the past 8 years, nearly 860,000, in 4 parts. He donated it all. Who could do such a thing? At the age of 28, in the prime of his life, he resolutely embarked on this irreversible path. The final roar spread across the entire internet. Even in death, he died standing. Those with brains have begun to ponder the essence behind the events. What exactly is supporting him? Things escalated. The case of Zhai Zishur had a terrible impact. The methods were too extreme. The vast number of involved parties, the families of the victims, and the families of the victims before them all spoke out on the internet. It was chaotic. Capital pressure? With things having escalated to this point, how can there be any pressure? Furthermore, according to his colleagues, Zhai Zishur had no hobbies, he just worked and went home. He was very honest, and he had been doing the hard work of delivering takeout for 8 years. They didn't understand why Zhai Zishur suddenly changed so drastically and did such a thing. The more netizens dug, the more shocked they became. His parents abandoned him, he took care of his grandparents until their passing, dropped out of school at 16 to work illegally, struggled until he was 20, never had a romantic relationship. His few friends were still his colleagues in the delivery business, he lived in a cheap rental, had no entertainment. It's as if this person, from birth until now, existed for this moment. Zhai Zishur completely tore apart the veil of shame hidden beneath the glamour of Tiannan District. Subsequently, a large number of wrongful cases began to resurface. Zhai Zishur was willing to die for strangers he had never met. How could the families of the victims who were deceived remain silent? Enduring bullying but not daring to speak out. Stand up. Resist. Brave resistance against the dark forces. Tiannan District Special Affairs Bureau meeting room. Smoke filled the air. Director Ma and Gao Wei and their special agents sat in the meeting room, exchanging glances and smoking continuously. The S Commission had just severely criticized them. This year, Tiannan District was originally expected to receive the award for the construction of a safe and civilized new area issued by the city, but now with such a big incident, it was all in vain. Previously, they had suppressed those cases, trying to minimize major issues and trivialize minor ones. Emphasis was on mediation. Now, oh well, can't suppress it anymore. The families of the victims who were killed by Zhai Zishir also went to the Special Affairs Bureau every day to demand compensation. What compensation? The people are dead, and his personal assets have all been donated. There were many subsequent impacts, leaving them in a mess. It just confirmed Zhai Zishir's words. Why didn't he do it earlier? Coughed twice. Director Ma looked up and asked, "When will Director Wang from Chongming District arrive?" A special agent looked at the watch and replied, "In 15 minutes, they will be downstairs." Phew! Director Ma took another puff of smoke and exhaled slowly, "Then we'll wait a while." 10 minutes later. Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. A special agent went to open the meeting room door, and Director Wang entered with 3 veteran criminal investigators. Director Wang looked at Director Ma and smiled. "What? Are you all cultivating immortality, riding on clouds and mist?" Director Ma stood up to greet him, patting Director Wang on the shoulder and shaking his head. "Brother, don't laugh at me, I'm really at a loss. With such a big incident happening at this critical moment, we've wasted the whole year." Director Wang nodded. "To be honest, the cases that occurred in your Tiannan district are strikingly similar to the cases that occurred in our Chongming district some time ago. That's why we're here." Hearing this, Director Ma looked at him in confusion. Director Wang slightly moved aside, revealing a person behind him, and introduced, "This is Yang Chuan from our Chongming District Criminal Investigation Brigade. Let him give you a detailed introduction." Yang walked forward, greeted Director Ma with a firm handshake. "Hello, Director Ma. I'm Yang Chuan." Director Ma shook his hand and looked at the special agent in front of him with a weathered face and sharp eyes, saying, "Hello, Yang Chuan." Director Wang nodded and said, "Let's begin." Then Yang Chuan inserted a USB drive into the computer and projected the cases from Chongming District onto the big screen. "Everyone, please take a look." Everyone looked up. The screen was filled with a complex web of case threads. Chongming Wang Jin's death case. Hu Yangxin, Wang Jin's younger brother, KTV girl crushed by a mud-headed car case. Family conspiracy case. Hu Qingsan's conspiracy case. Chai Kangol and his wife's conspiracy case. Tian Mingyue's case. Involvement of the criminal gang led by Yi Chang, as well as other cases of heroic deeds without harming anyone, and so on. The Ma Bureau in Tiannan District and other special agents had heard about these cases, but the files were not with them, so they were not very clear on the specifics. Yang Chuan then mobilized a few key figures again and introduced them. In conclusion, everyone knows about these cases to some extent, but what I want to say is, all of this originated from this one case. Chongming Wang Jin's death case. Yang Chuan played the surveillance video from that food store, and as everyone watched, they saw that after the heroic young man Lu Chen was beaten to death by Wang Jin and others, Hu Yangxin appeared, and the next moment, Lu Chen, who was lying on the ground, actually got up, fell again after killing Wang Jin. Everyone looked somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, the words spoken by Yang Chuan made them shiver. The Lu Chen you see, was already diagnosed with brain death before killing Wang Jin. And it's not an awakening. He's just an ordinary person for sure. Damn. What? The special agents in the meeting room all exclaimed in surprise. Yang Chuan gestured for everyone to calm down. Later, after the forensic autopsy, it was confirmed that he did die, but then came back to kill Wang Jin. I can't go into more details, as the investigation is not complete yet, and it's still a mystery. In short, after this Lu Chen's resurrection and killing of Wang Jin, a series of heinous criminal cases began to emerge. First, the mentally ill Liao Kaifeng. Then the vagrant Chang Ma. They all said some crazy things, like, "This is just the beginning. The evil cannot be caught." And they all have one thing in common: once dead, they stay dead, all brain dead. Yang Chuan paused here, looking at everyone's grim faces, and continued, "After Chang Ma's death, the crime rate in Chongming district significantly decreased, many fugitives surrendered, and there were no more such criminal cases until the incident involving Zhai Zi in your Tiannan district. So I suspect." Yang Chuan's voice lowered, and as he paused, the next moment, a voice interrupted him. Ma Bureau Chief, with a solemn expression, deep eyes, hoarse voice, said, "According to your analysis, could this be a deeply hidden, brainwashing cult organization?" Instantly, everyone turned their astonished gaze to the Bureau Chief Ma. Yang Chuan also turned, with a shocked expression, staring at the Bureau Chief Ma intently. "Chief Ma, I haven't finished." When Yang Chuan spoke, everyone's gaze turned back to him. Did Chief Ma make a mistake? Yang Chuan hesitated and said the second half of the sentence, his eyes already showing respect. How did you guess? Wang Hongming nodded inwardly. Indeed, Chief Ma, a retired army reconnaissance soldier, had an incredibly strong deductive ability. Chief Ma lit a cigarette, raised his head, his gaze lost in memories, softly said, because I had encountered a brainwashing cult organization during a mission in the army before. After a heated discussion, Yang Chuan expressed his opinion, and he decisively said to everyone, so based on the discussions and consultations from all sides, the incident involving Jiazi and Tianan district is by no means over. It's just the beginning. It might have already started, but we don't know. Gao Wei also said solemnly, if Yang's analysis is correct, we need to plan ahead. We must not allow such behavior to run wild like a wild horse. We must nip it in the bud. Exactly. I agree with everyone's thoughts. Lao Wang, I propose that the two districts jointly organize a large-scale drill and educational event focusing on safety and law. What do you think? Ma Bureau inquired. Wang Bureau pondered for a moment. This is a good thing. It can improve the legal literacy of the people and allow for a legitimate thorough inspection of the entire district. Good. Lao Ma, your proposal is excellent. Let's discuss the specific details while everyone is here, and finalize the implementation after the meeting adjourns. The high-level police of Chongming District and Tianan District were preparing to join forces to deal with various upcoming criminal cases, but no one expected that Lu Chen would be out of the country for the next week. When Lu Chen died this time, his consciousness unexpectedly immersed in a pure white space. The system's voice sounded. Buzz. Congratulations, host, your hidden score has reached 3,000 points. We are now specially launching a 7-day random location roulette activity. During this period, justice points rewards will be doubled. Lu Chen was stunned, then he saw a large roulette wheel floating in front of him. There was a blood-red pointer pointing upwards. The roulette wheel was filled with numerous countries: Sakura, Eagle, Maple Leaf, Grizzly, Siam, Tianju, Stick, and so on. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Isn't this a minigame for scoring points? Great! He directly reached out to spin the roulette wheel, his eyes fixed on the red pointer. Which country to go to? The Tianju chapter is just a few chapters, mainly for scoring justice points in the mini-game. This new map is the beginning of hell. Here, it's a nightmare for women and children. It's the most perverted, the most bizarre, the most inhumane, the map with the most animalistic content, the map with the greatest disparity between rich and poor. It's a map where class distinctions are like a chasm. This is also the map with the most cases of rape and murder in the world. Here, being born a girl is the original sin. It's more brutal than the 18 layers of hell. On average, a woman is raped every 4 minutes on this map, and nearly 1 million female infants die in the womb every year. According to statistics, this map had an average of 160 murders, 241 rapes, and 94,826 kidnappings per day last year. Due to the large population, extreme wealth disparity, and the special surname system, here, it's a living hell for the lower-class people. Some may ask, since living in such hell, why have children? Because most people here believe in Tianzuism, and Tianzuism deeply restricts women. Indescribable. In general, 3 factors influence: faith, traditional beliefs, and economic factors. And in this map, everyone, including women themselves, believes a woman's only role is to have children, to be a tool for reproduction. It's pathetic. Lu Chen once heard of a heinous case in this map. It was an outrage that even insulting animals would be an understatement. In St. Bon, a 16-year-old girl. This shows the general situation. Coupled with the friction between this animalistic map and the Dragon Kingdom at the border, several young soldiers were sacrificed. Pure love, only for the Dragon Kingdom. So, Lu Chen harbored an intense hatred towards this map. Compared to the ugly incidents happening in this bizarre map, the trivial matters in Greenvine City are simply not worth mentioning. A strange smell mixed with rancid odor, feces, curry, spices, and body odor entered Lu Chen's nostrils, causing him to slowly open his eyes, feeling a bit choked. What came into view was a building style with colors completely different from the Dragon Kingdom, which Lu Chen found intolerable. The original place where he lived was small and run down, with a very harsh environment, and the room was filled with a lot of old junk. Buzz. The system settings followed. Name: Carmenjit Aloha Shataro. Age: 26 years old. You are a strong-bodied Shataro person, working as a laborer in the town of Kalatka Bangaka in the Karatka province. Note: Reward Roulette, Evil Elimination Reward 20:1, Justice Points Reward 1:2. Lu Chen sat up, feeling uncomfortable looking at the gooey substance in the plate on the rotten table. Then he looked at himself in the small mirror. Goodness! So dark and strong. But that iconic goatee made Lu Chen feel nauseous. No more looking. He threw away the mirror. Then his eyes scanned the room. Regardless of anything, the first thing he had to do when he woke up was to find a weapon to slaughter with. A moment later, he found a short iron rod in the corner and pulled out 2 rusty curved knives from the drawer. Alright. According to the system introduction, here, only 20 beasts eliminated reward 1 life, but justice points are doubled. That's not bad at all. Lu Chen thought to himself, got up and left the room. He couldn't wait for a moment. Lu Chen, who pushed open the door and walked out, looked at the stacked buildings outside. Below, the crowd was bustling, mostly dark-skinned, with narrow and long heads, deep eye sockets, high and narrow noses, thick hair, smelling of curry, with few women on the streets. Looking around, all he saw were Shadtaros and Dalit people. Those men all had goatees around their faces like the iconic one. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, "Hey, Carmenjita, were you with a woman last night? Why are you getting up so late?" A curry-scented voice came from beside him. Lu Chen turned to look. It was the tea seller who lived next door to him, dark and fat, with a lecherous expression and a goatee hanging from his chin. System information appeared in his mind. This guy was not a good person. Although he was a low-caste Shadtaro, he enjoyed playing with and humiliating Dalit people, sneaking out at night to commit crimes, but was never caught, because those women he committed crimes against had no rights and had to accept it. The next moment, bang! Lu Chen suddenly rushed forward, pushing the tea seller into the room with an iron rod. He pulled out a curved knife with his right hand and stabbed him hard. The black and fat tea seller fell into a pool of blood, clutching his neck, looking at Lu Chen in horror. He didn't understand. Why did Carmenjita, his neighbor, stab him in the throat after just 1 sentence? There was his brother in the room. His brother sat on a stool, dumbfounded, not reacting yet. Lu Chen turned his head coldly to look at him. This brother was also a beast. He had committed unforgivable crimes with his brother. Lu Chen, filled with cruelty, swung the iron rod fiercely and smashed it down. Life taken 18-0. Justice points +2. Gently closed the door. Lu Chen wiped the blood off his face, ignoring the curious looks of the onlookers around him, and walked downstairs into the crowd. He finally understood the system's intentions, why it had arranged such a strong character for him. With so many beasts gathered here, how could he survive without being strong? Rewards, rewards. That's all that matters. Lu Chen wandered through the crowd, the curved knife in his waist bag, holding an iron rod, his eyes scanning around as if they were lit up. Just then, good. Not far away, he saw a skinny young man, hunched over, his dark face lecherously looking around, his eyes like a rat's, stealthily reaching into the front pocket of a person, thinking no one noticed him. The next moment, Lu Chen pushed through the crowd, his strong body allowing him to easily reach the skinny man, and before he could react, he viciously smashed his right hand with an iron rod. Crack! With a crisp sound of bones breaking, all the bystanders felt a dull ache in their bones. The next moment, a terribly fierce howl erupted from the dark-skinned young bystander's foul mouth. Ah! The man with the distinctive hat turned bewildered, watching the young bystander whose hand had been broken suddenly understanding something, pointing at him and shouting repeatedly, "Shower! Shower!" Shower means thief or robber. Other Shudra people also pointed at him, shouting continuously, "Shower!" Lu Chen paid no attention. He kicked him to the ground, stomping on his arms and thighs with his feet, ruthlessly breaking them one after another. Extremely fierce. Lu Chen listened to the young bystander's screams on the ground, his face showing a ruthless expression as he looked around at the fearful onlookers. Not a single person dared to meet the gaze of this burly and ferocious Shudra man in front of them. Justice points +2. Lu Chen smiled, realizing that even with such brutal methods against thieves, there were still thieves taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd. The 3 glaring words above their heads were highlighted in Lu Chen's eyes by the system. Currently stealing. Alright. Lu Chen revealed a cruel smile, pushing through the crowd in front of him, heading towards the 3 bystanders one by one, pointing a metal rod at the first one and roaring, "Shower!" The black and yellow-faced bystanders were all bewildered, their rat-like eyes filled with horror as Lu Chen charged towards them in rage. They even forgot to withdraw their hands from the victim's pockets. How did this guy discover me? The victim followed Lu Chen's gaze and saw the thief directly in his pocket. In 3 swift steps, Lu Chen smashed the first bystander's shoulder with an iron rod, then relentlessly chased after the other 2 thieves without stopping. In less than 2 minutes, these 3 thieves probably wouldn't dare to commit evil deeds again or attempt any more robberies. Sirens could be heard in the distance. Lu Chen left after finishing his business, hiding his deeds and name. Justice points +6. It's not that others were without guilt, but acting in broad daylight wouldn't resolve much and could easily be overwhelmed by the numerous Shudra people. Let's wait until nightfall. By then, After wandering through 3 streets, breaking the bones of 16 more thieves. Justice points plus 32. Finally, Lu Chen faced the pursuit of the patrol. The patrolman from Tianju, dressed in brown clothes and hats, followed the clues into the alley and spotted the robust figure of Lu Chen. The next moment, they blew their whistles and shouted as they ran towards him, brandishing wooden sticks. Toot! Hey! Stop right there! Toot! You little rascal! Stop! Lu Chen glanced back, originally planning to escape, but just one look made him abandon that idea. These Tianju patrolmen were also beasts. The system's explanation of the situation was as follows. 3 days ago, in the village of Ersi near the town of Jiakachide, a 50-year-old mother and her 22-year-old daughter were at home when a group of men barged in, attempting to commit a crime in front of the mother. Of course, the mother resisted. When she tried to intervene, the men brutally beat her with sticks. Then these beasts even called a barber to shave the heads of the mother and daughter on the spot. They paraded and condemned the mother and daughter in the village. All because these beasts faced resistance during their criminal act. It even escalated to more heinous acts. It was simply beastly to the extreme. And all the villagers turned a blind eye, maintaining silence. Some even took advantage of the situation. It's truly unbelievable. Unbelievable. 3 days after the incident, the father returned home to find the mother and daughter in such a state. After hearing their cries, he finally went to report to the Tianju patrol. Ironically, the family never mentioned reporting to the police again. Lu Chen deliberately slowed down, leading the 2 Tianju patrols to run into a secluded alley. By the time they reached the outskirts of the town, the 2 patrols behind were panting, sweating profusely, and cursing nonstop. Damn bastard. Damn it. Just a little bit more. Don't go to that disgusting place. Damn it. You damn brat. If I catch you, I'll break your legs. As they ran into a secluded alley, a gathering place for the untouchables, the Lit-Ita people, and a few mixed Chiloto people, where the dirtiest and most despicable tasks in Gakachita town were done by this group of people. Generally, no one would come here. Before Lu Chen could deal with these 2 beasts, he looked up and saw a sleazy-looking, skinny Lit-Ita person standing in a sheep pen next to a short courtyard wall. The damn beast! What's more infuriating was that he spoke fluent Longwa language as soon as he opened his mouth. This scene was truly revolting. Damn it! I'll beat the hell out of you damn beasts. Unable to bear it any longer. No need to endure anymore. Who says you can't slaughter beasts in broad daylight? Screw you! Lu Chen roared, leaped into the air, and jumped in. With an iron rod in hand, he aimed for the head of the Lit-Ita person. A resentful blow. Powerful and forceful. The stupid beast immediately restarted the game. The 2 Tianju patrols behind also chased after them, witnessing this scene with great fear. One of them even threw away his baton and prepared to draw his gun. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't give them a chance. He pulled out a rusty curved knife from his shoulder bag with his left hand, turned around, and fiercely swung it at one of the Tianju patrols. Then, like a leopard, he pounced on the 2 of them. The rusty curved knife had just pierced the chest of one Tianju patrol when Lu Chen was already in front of them. The other Tianju patrol had just pulled out his gun and aimed it at Lu Chen when he swiftly cut off his right hand with a curved knife. A piercing scream erupted from the mouths of the 2 beasts. *2 Lu Chen had no trace of mercy. He raised the iron rod high, and struck, decisively and ruthlessly dealt with these 2 beastly Tianju. 15 for the mission. Justice points plus 4. Total 38. Then Lu Chen bent down, took the gun from the Tianju patrol, put it in his bag, turned around, and strode towards the depths of the alley, his crimson eyes scanning left and right incessantly. Not enough yet. These few beasts were simply not enough. Attracted by the commotion, many Tianju emerged from the dilapidated buildings on both sides, hiding in the courtyards, doorways, and windows, silently watching. These Shiloto and Lit-Ita people living at the bottom of society had long been numb. They were indifferent, ruthless, and beastly. They only cared about watching the show. Not a single one of them called the police. Running 20 meters. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned his head and looked at the dilapidated house built with various old boards on the right. From inside came the sound of pleading cries. Woo! No! Boom! Lu Chen kicked open the door, and the scene that greeted him made him tremble all over. Low caste! Low caste! These were not even considered human beings without rights, just beasts. It's pathetic. They even considered themselves as beasts. For Lit-Ita people were squeezed into this dilapidated house, where they were usually subjected to all kinds of bullying, feeling unable to be reborn, living in torment and suffering every day. Only violence and crime could give them a sense of being alive. They were numb to their expressions. They had become accustomed to being bullied by anyone. Seeing Lu Chen barging in, they just turned their heads slightly in surprise. The beast even turned to Lu Chen with a smile, and said, "Are you coming too?" In Lu Chen's eyes, the meaning of that sentence was, "Welcome to hell." Roar! Lu Chen roared, his eyes blazing red, unable to hold back any longer, fiercely swinging his iron rod and curved knife. 3 minutes later, Lu Chen was covered in filth, slowly walking out of the broken house alone. He looked at the numb onlookers outside, suddenly bursting into a fierce and mad laughter. Ha ha ha! Then he pulled out the pistol made by Sang-gu from his bag and started shooting at them. 3 shots jammed once, 13 bullets, only 9 were fired. The group of beasts, numb and foolish as they were, knew to run when faced with the gun. 9 bullets, ultimately killing 7 beasts. Fate points 4 out of 0, total 30. Justice points plus 4, total 42. Justice points increased rapidly, but there was no hint of joy on Lu Chen's face, still maintaining a fierce anger. In this place full of scum, under the chaotic judicial system of the numb, only a quarter of the scum cases would eventually be convicted. Justice not only is often delayed but also frequently absent. Domestic violence is commonplace. The domestic violence rate is nearly 40%. Alright, this is damn sick, needs treatment. Lu Chen twisted his neck, dropped the pistol made by Sang-gu, wearing a fierce expression like a demon, began smashing doors one by one. If encountering those sick, he would forcefully treat their illness. And the 2 numb patrolmen who had just entered the alley had already been stripped clean. 3 hours later, the sky darkened. Lu Chen could barely lift his arms, covered in filth. He forcefully treated the 68 beasts living in this place, with an iron rod in one hand and a curved knife in the other. Knocking and cutting, very smooth. During this time, Lu Chen faced no resistance. Their minds had been thoroughly brainwashed, the system deeply ingrained. Helpless. Fate points 18 to 1, total 31. Justice points plus 136, total 178. During the treatment, Lu Chen discovered an even more bizarre event. Not far from this town, there was a sugar factory that contracted vast sugarcane fields, where most of the workers were cheap child laborers and farmers, and those women under 40 who had their uteruses removed. Because sanitary pads or tampons were expensive, removing the uterus allowed them to work in the fields without worrying about menstruation. The employer seemingly kindly provided loans for the surgery fees. As long as they kept working in his sugarcane fields, they could always repay the debt. But what they didn't know was, harvesting sugarcane could not repay this cost. They could never repay the debt even if they worked until death. Originally, he was planning to make a move in the village, but now he had to go there first. Listening to the prompt sound from the system in his mind, Lu Chen headed towards the factory. Buzz! Congratulations, host, for reaching 100 justice points. Surprise now unlocked. Leaving the town. Lu Chen looked around, all he saw was garbage, feces, stinking ditches, and some bodies and unidentified body parts carelessly discarded outside. He coldly glanced back at this densely populated town. He would come back. For this group who fundamentally do not know what is moral, reason, right, wrong, good, evil. Brainwashed beasts. Just chop them down. Lu Chen sat under a crooked tree, immersed in thought. Just after accumulating 100 justice points, the surprise system reward was unlocking the backpack function, store function, and gifting a newbie gift package. He looked at the shiny newbie gift package in his mind's backpack, speechless. Did the system mean he was still a newbie up to now? The backpack doesn't have many storage compartments, just 30 slots, with one slot taken up by the newbie gift pack. What could be inside? Lu Chen eagerly shouted, "Open the newbie gift pack." Buzz. The system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining, bound, short sword courage *1, bound, bulletproof baseball cap *1, bound, waterproof workwear *1, bound, sturdy hammer *1, bound, non-slip shoes *1, bound, tough rubber gloves *1, glucose injector *10, adrenaline *5. Note, bound, special clothing, once dropped, will lose its original properties and regenerate in the backpack. Lu Chen was overjoyed, pretending to scold, "Wow, awesome. You damn system, this newbie gift pack is a bit late. If it came earlier, I could have dealt with more beasts." The system ignored him. Unable to wait a moment longer, Lu Chen stood up, stripped off his clothes, and put on the hat, workwear, shoes, and gloves from the backpack. System's products are always top-notch. The materials are solid, and the wear is comfortable. The hat felt like an ordinary one, but how it could withstand a bullet, he had no idea. What he liked most was the short sword. Courage. The 30 centimeters long short sword had a comfortable grip, a slightly curved blade, a matte black finish, serrations on the back, 2X-shaped engravings on the blade, a faint glow on the sharp edge, giving it a subtle yet fierce look. Holding it, facing the enemy, no matter how powerful they were, it would give you endless courage. What a courageous blade! Lu Chen held courage in his right hand and swung it towards a crooked tree trunk. Thud! With little effort, it cut 2/3 in one stroke. A great blade. Time to slaughter. Lu Chen grinned wickedly, took out a glucose injector from his backpack, injected himself, and then hurried towards the Blackheart sugarcane factory. 7 p.m. Approaching the Blackheart sugarcane factory, Lu Chen witnessed some beastly scenes along the dirty rivers, where many baby girls floated. In this country, women's fate is truly tragic. Arriving at the site of the Blackheart sugarcane factory, Lu Chen looked at the brightly lit interior, where the factory production area worked day and night. He didn't see the farmers, women, and child laborers working in the fields. They were probably resting at home. According to what the sutras said, they toiled hard in the fields during the day, harvesting and transporting sugarcane to the factory, occasionally working overtime at night, with very low wages. Quietly approaching the factory gate, he saw 4 guards. As he got closer, he observed them. Well, the 4 sutras, taking advantage of their positions as factory guards and security, often intimidated and extorted the farmers and women, and occasionally caused trouble in the sugarcane fields. It's time to slaughter. Lu Chen hid the knife behind him and strode towards them. The 4 sutras guarding the gate saw someone approaching and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Get lost! Hey, you brat! Don't come any closer! What do you want? This is not the place for you to come. Get lost, or we'll beat you to death." These people were uncultured, illiterate, and used to mischief. Seeing Lu Chen alone, they were ready to teach him a lesson. The 4 of them, hands on their hips, menacingly approached Lu Chen, with the leader pointing and cursing at him, raising his fist in a threatening manner. They got closer and closer. When they were just a meter away, Lu Chen suddenly raised his right hand. The light of courage flashed and disappeared. The next moment, the leader, with his fist raised like a fool, the black guy, stopped his chattering abruptly. His fist slowly dropped, and he stood there dumbfounded. The 3 as behind him were puzzled, wondering why the leader was standing there foolishly. "Give him a lesson quickly." Lu Chen grinned menacingly at them, gently pushing the black as. In an instant, separation, until it fell to the ground. Slaughtered. Killed. In the blink of an eye, their arrogant and domineering expressions turned into fear and dread. They quickly turned and ran. Good knife. Courageous and fast. Lu Chen smiled satisfactorily, swiftly catching up to the fleeing as. One by one, ruthlessly, all 4 of them fell in a pool of blood. 14 kills, total 31. Justice points plus 4, total 182. Lu Chen twisted his neck and walked towards the back of the factory. He didn't want to go to the production workshop, it was already late, and they were still working overtime, just some poor cattle and horses, let them be. He arrived at the residential area. This was where the heartless boss and his thugs, oh no, employees, lived. They were a group of beasts who devoured people. To prevent riots, the boss hired a large number of employees to maintain stability. Before Lu Chen could get close, he heard laughter and revelry coming from the building, with the sound of a woman wailing on the rooftop. Downstairs, 3 strongas were smoking and chatting, discussing the woman on the rooftop. They provided loans to poor women to have their uteruses removed, so they could toil in the sugarcane fields day after day. Even for the farmers, life wasn't any better. Men were treated like livestock, with heavy workloads and minimal pay. There was no way out, they were born to be exploited and oppressed. The 3 strongas also saw Lu Chen approaching with a knife and sensed danger. They started shouting loudly, calling for their monkey friends. Before they could finish shouting, Lu Chen decisively rushed forward. Slaughter! Chop! Cut! The 3 strongas had no weapons and one was killed on the spot, while the remaining 2 turned and ran upstairs, with Lu Chen in hot pursuit. Just as they reached the second-floor landing, Lu Chen saw the 2 who had fled earlier, now angrily brandishing knives at him, with a crowd behind them armed with various weapons. The mob waved their weapons, cursing and threatening him. Lu Chen twisted his neck, flipped open his backpack with his left hand, and swiftly injected adrenaline into his thigh. He then gazed menacingly at the mob, a cruel smile playing on his lips, his eyes gradually turning crimson like those of a demon, exuding an unbearable sense of oppression. So many people, so many weapons. I'm so scared. I might die. Ha ha. Let death come. Lu Chen advanced instead of retreating. Amid the surprised expressions of the mob, he wielded his courage with his strong physique and plunged into the fray. The mob behind them watched the unfolding battle, constantly cursing. What a mad lunatic. 1 minute. 3 minutes. A sense of inexplicable panic rose in the minds of these brainless, violent criminals. Monster. Monster. Ah. Run. He's a demon. He's a demon. Why did a group of us suddenly cry out so desperately, calling Lu Chen a demon? Because on the corridor, it was a horrifying sight. Courage was sharp. Lu Chen, injected with adrenaline, reacted extremely fast and struck hard. The weapons wielded by the mob were no match for him. It could be said that they were all just damn gravel. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot, focusing only on avoiding fatal attacks, paying no heed to the scratches from their sticks. Swearing and slashing, "I'll make you all beasts. Slash. Beasts. Slash. You're criminals. Criminals. And rapists. Slaughter. Damn it, provoking border conflicts. You want to fight. Fight. Clang. Swish swish. I'll send you on a trip to another world." Lu Chen slaughtered ferociously, fearless of death, while speaking a language they couldn't understand. This terrified them even more. They were convinced this guy was a demon crawling out of hell. Ah, run. He's a demon. An invincible demon. Quick, run. God, save us. A demon has crawled out of hell. God, where are you? Save us. The group of thugs were completely terrified, no longer daring to charge forward, all panicking and fleeing, rushing upstairs. The corrupt boss was smoking a cigar on the top floor, watching from the staircase, puzzled by the commotion below. Why isn't it over yet? It's just one person, right? I have so many men, can't they handle him? 10 minutes later. Silence fell below. The boss didn't dare to go down, just pacing back and forth between the stairs and the top floor, trying to see what was happening below, but he saw nothing, only traces flowing out from the building. The boss finally sensed something was wrong. Deeply frightened, he pulled out a gun, eyes nervously fixed on the stairs. Thud thud thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Each step felt like a blow to his heart. Unknown. Fear. Dread. Panic. Hearing the countless screams and abrupt silence, all emotions entwined in the boss's mind. The corrupt boss was on the verge of collapse. He didn't know, nor dared to go down to find out what had happened. The footsteps grew closer. Suddenly, a burly figure with a black hat, carrying a black dagger, appeared before his eyes. His work clothes were covered in traces, dripping down continuously. Bang! Trembling, the corrupt boss aimed at his head and fired a shot. The next moment, a scene that utterly shattered him unfolded before his eyes. The bullet. It couldn't kill him. It bounced off his hat directly. Duh! Demon! Demon! Ah! Instantly, the corrupt boss let out a miserable cry, collapsing to the ground, hands clasped in prayer, tears streaming down his face. He gazed in despair as the figure turned around, his red demon eyes seemingly devouring him. Lu Chen heard the gunshot, but paid no attention, feeling like he had been tapped on the head. He walked up to the corrupt boss, his cold eyes fixed on him. The system prompt appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Character information: corrupt boss of the sugarcane factory, for 8 years from construction to now, earned a huge profit with extremely cheap labor, colluded with local authorities, suppressed dozens of heinous cases, directly or indirectly causing the deaths of over 300 people, committing all sorts of evil deeds. He is the king of this area, acting wantonly. After tormenting those people, he even forced them to undergo hysterectomies and work for him, the most despicable of all beasts. All right. Ignoring his pleas and cries, Lu Chen grabbed his hair, courage in hand. He opened his chest. Instantly, the corrupt boss wailed and screamed, trembling in fear. Lu Chen's fierce expression was as hard as iron, showing no mercy towards this beast. As the corrupt boss neared death, the last incomprehensible words he heard were, "Even the heart is red, why is it so dark?" Thus, Lu Chen, single-handedly, slaughtered 116 beasts, carrying various weapons. A legendary battle. Fate points +5. 2/6, total 37. Justice points +232, total 414. After slaughtering so many animals, Lu Chen's hostility diminished significantly. He took out a cigarette from the heartless boss's pocket, lit it, and then walked towards the room on the rooftop. Creak! He pushed open the door. Lu Chen saw 4 iron cages. Inside were women without clothes. They were slaves bought by the heartless boss, intended for. Lu Chen took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled slowly. As a person from the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't bear to witness such scenes. Having experienced hardships himself, he could better understand suffering. It was precisely because of this that he admired that great man even more, who, along with many predecessors, had pulled the Dragon Kingdom out of the abyss, setting a series of measures to smooth out the wrinkles of nearly 200 years to come. How great it was! Lu Chen opened the cages and set the women free, saying, "I've slaughtered them all. Take the money and run, you are free." The group of women looked at Lu Chen in fear, motionless, afraid to run, scared by the beatings, thinking this was another trick. Lu Chen didn't try to persuade them again. Instead, he went to the heartless boss's room and stuffed all the money from the drawers, bedside table, and cabinets into a sack. Carrying the heavy sack of money, he returned to the women, threw a few stacks to each of them, regardless of whether they understood or not, and said, "Let me tell you, there has never been a savior. No reincarnation. No slaves. We are all human beings. Stand up if you want to live. Take the money and go. If you don't want to live, continue kneeling as slaves." With that, Lu Chen slung the sack over his shoulder and left. He was going to the peasant villages to distribute money. 30 minutes passed. The group of women didn't move at all. Just then, a young woman in her teens seemed to be stirred, despite the discouraging looks from the others, her face showing a struggle. She was sold by her own parents, still young, afraid of pain and death. She didn't want to die. She looked at the open cages in front of her and the quiet outside, finally taking the first step. The other women watched her numbly as she walked downstairs. 10 minutes later, the young woman returned excitedly, telling them about what she saw outside. "Dead, they're all dead. We are free. Can a spark ignite a prairie fire here?" As Lu Chen walked, he prepared to see what was in the system store. Just as he clicked in, before seeing what was in the store, a pop-up window appeared. "Big sale, only 100 justice points now. You can participate in a 10-draw lottery to win big prizes. Come and join." Damn it! Bad luck! Lu Chen closed it directly. He hated things like lotteries the most. He had played a certain forward game before, all traps, claiming big prizes, drawing rare items, all fake. In the upper right corner, it showed, Level 1 Store, indicating that he could upgrade to a higher level. The store had 4 main categories: food, weapons, equipment, and support. Lu Chen decisively clicked into the food category and started looking. He hadn't eaten anything until now, feeling anxious from hunger. Steamed bun *1 priced at 1 justice point, cola *1 priced at 1 justice point, bread *1 priced at 1 justice point, pan-fried white strip *1 priced at 2 justice points. Great! Food was very cheap. Vegetarian staple foods and regular drinks were all 1 justice point, meat was 2 points, and the most expensive was only 3 points, very affordable. Justice points -6. Lu Chen took out the cola, pan-fried white strip, white rice, and chopped pepper fish head from his backpack, sat on the ground, placed the dishes on the sack, and started eating. He ate while observing. The items in the store were all regular items, nothing extraordinary. Perhaps due to being a level 1 store, the weapons were mainly cold weapons, ranging from 20 to 500 justice points. There are also some hot weapons, all of which are homemade products, rough and expensive. There is also a pistol called Shan Shang Che Homemade. It is said to have 6 bullets in one gun and can fire 2 shots. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. That gun was really ugly, wrapped in duct tape, and priced at 250 justice points. The equipment includes some common stab-proof vests, riot shields, and their prices are similar to weapons. There are also auxiliary items that Lu Chen found quite useful at a glance. Inside were various modern society drugs, some immediate drugs like anesthetics, adrenaline, hormones, stimulants, which were relatively expensive, averaging 80 justice points per tube, while delayed release pills were cheaper, ranging from 20 to 50 justice points. Close the store. These things were of little use to him for the time being. The path of the proxy was invincible. Why would he need external help? Lu Chen quickly finished his meal, then drank all the cola in one go, letting out a satisfied burp. Burp. Comfortable. Dragon Country's food is still the best. The food in Tianzhu, on the other hand, was all like feces, he just couldn't eat it. Let's continue the journey. Lu Chen, under the cover of night, carried his snakeskin bag and headed towards the peasant village. It was different from the Dalit beasts waiting aimlessly on the edge of the town. Although there were many livestock and horses here, there were even more lower-class people who, despite being oppressed, still wanted to survive. Resistance? Resistance would only bring greater cruelty. They just wanted to survive. What's wrong with that? Knock knock knock. A peasant family resting inside the house suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside. The family got up from the bed, looking at each other in confusion. The young daughter, a little tired, asked, "Papa, who is it?" She was only 12 years old and had already been helping her parents work in the fields. But such days wouldn't last long. According to the local customs, after her first menstruation, she would be married off to another farmer's son living here, trapped for life in this sugarcane field. The peasant father, suppressing his fatigue, got up to see who it was. "I'll go check." The door opened. He saw a burly Shudra man standing outside the door, carrying a large hemp sack, exuding a strong aura, his eyes as sharp as a demon. The strong smell of blood all over him immediately woke the peasant father up. Suddenly, he looked at Lu Chen standing outside the door with vigilance, tense all over, but still asked friendly, "Friend, it's late, do you need something?" Without a word, Luchin placed the hemp sack on the ground, took out a stack of banknotes from it, and threw them towards the man, saying, "I killed the corrupt sugarcane factory owner. With his death, the debt is cleared. From now on, you don't have to repay it. This is his money, take it." Hearing this, the peasant man looked at the man in front of him in horror, stammering, You killed him? Then, who should we work for in the future?" Luchin coldly snorted, "Stop the bullshit. Unite. Form a union. Work for yourselves." With that, Luchin turned and walked towards the next dilapidated house of a peasant. That night, many people were awake and restless. Luchin distributed all the money to those suffering peasants and the women enduring lifelong pain from having their uteruses removed. As Luchin was about to leave, a large group of peasants followed behind him. They were honest and simple, their faces marked with vicissitudes and cruelty endured from exploitation. This incident was too significant for them. The corrupt boss had exploited them for 8 years, resorting to beatings and killings at the slightest resistance. They had endured too much to survive. Just as Luchin was about to leave the village, someone gathered the courage to ask behind him, "Friend, who are you? Did you really kill them all?" Luchinji stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. His face was calm like water, devoid of joy or sorrow, his eyes sharp and full of spirit, complemented by his strong and tall stature, exuding a powerful aura. Luchinji scanned the group of farmers slowly. None of them dared to meet his gaze. In the next moment, Luchinji spoke loudly, "I am the hope and light of millions of people at the bottom of society. There has never been slavery or reincarnation. Workers and farmers must unite. We must resist oppression. Do you want your descendants to be humiliated and treated like animals for generations to come? To toil under their feet for lifetimes? Why should your wives and children endure such suffering? Why should they have the power to oppress and take from us? They are not gods, they are human too. They will die too. If there truly are gods, let them come and kill me now. What nonsense gods!" His words were shocking and deafening. The farmers were so frightened by his blasphemous words that many of them immediately knelt down, clasping their hands in prayer, begging for forgiveness from the divine. Seeing their reaction, Luchinji was furious, his eyes bulging with anger. He shouted, "Stand up! I command you to stand up! No kneeling allowed!" Some of the kneeling farmers, terrified by his demonic appearance, stood up, while the rest continued to pray and bow. Rome wasn't built in a day. Luchinji, with a fierce expression, said to them, "You can go to the sugarcane factory now. If there must be gods, then in this world, there is only one true god, the demon god." With that, Luchinji turned and left, singing a song they couldn't understand from a distance, "Arise, slaves suffering from hunger and cold. Arise, all the suffering people in the world." Although they couldn't understand the words, they could feel the emotions conveyed within. Justice points -20. Total 388. Luchinji exchanged for some pills to boost physical activity and stimulants, continuing towards the town without stopping. The night's events were far from over. Under the cover of night, back in the town, Luchinji headed towards the criminal's hideout he had discovered during the day, kicking down doors, breaking in, slaughtering like animals. 1, 2, 3. 132. 233. With his own strength, he stirred up a storm in the whole town. 3 hours later, the sky was beginning to lighten. Luchinji found himself surrounded by the men of the town at the street corner. His muscles were almost melting, his condition extremely poor. His face had transformed into a terrifying visage like a demon, but his eyes remained bright, shining like lanterns. The men of the town looked at Luchinji in fear. This man had massacred 233 people in their small town overnight. They shouted, "Demon! Demon! Kill this demon! Kill him! Kill him!" Although their cries were fierce, not a single person dared to approach him. They were deeply afraid of this devil. Seeing this, Luchinji burst into a mad laughter. "Ha! Devil? I am the demon god." Sensing that his body had reached its limit and the town's animals had been slaughtered, after uttering those words, Luchinji did not waste any more time with them. No amount of talking would help. He faced the men directly, plunged the knife fiercely into his own chest. Luchinji, dead. After his death, all the special features of his clothes disappeared, leaving only a fragile shell of the knife. Seeing him take his own life, the people rushed forward. Naturally, they saw the indestructible short knife, their eyes filled with greed. The fastest runner grabbed the knife. In the next moment, snap! The knife handle shattered into pieces. He looked bewildered. This was only Luchinji's first day. In the following 4 days, Lu Chen kept reincarnating in various regions of Tianzhu, not knowing if it was deliberately arranged by the system or random, all in places that were backward, poor, and strictly stratified in terms of class. There was even a time when he reincarnated directly into that village of beasts. It was the village where the two mother and daughter walked down the slope. When he found out where he was, he immediately drew out courage from his backpack. What else was there to wait for? Slaughter. After slaughtering all those hooligans, he was surrounded by a crowd of villagers and chose to end his own life. Since Lu Chen came to Tianzhu, oh boy, he single-handedly increased the mortality rate of the brutal slaughter in Tianzhu. After in-depth investigation by journalists and research experts, it was found that the perpetrators were all standing up for the oppressed lower caste or untouchables who had been violated. All those who died were criminals who had committed sins. In addition, every time Lu Chen finished slaughtering livestock, he would say something before dying, such as calling for the demon gods, slaves to rise up, unite, and resist oppression. Over time, a legend and a new sect gradually began to spread on a small scale. The legend goes that the demon gods cannot bear to see the Shudras and Dalits suffering in the world, so they descended miracles, selecting chosen ones from among them to become demon gods, invincible and dedicated to slaughtering those criminals who escaped punishment. A new sect, the Tianzhu Workers and Farmers Demon God sect, also began to spread gradually, with its doctrine stating that there are no slaves in this world, everyone is a dignified human being, and where there is oppression, there will be resistance. Whether this spark can ignite a prairie fire depends on themselves. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. On the fifth day, Lu Chen reincarnated for the first time into the upper echelons of the pyramid. Shatadri. When he opened his eyes on the comfortable bed, smelling the fragrance of flowers in the room, he got up, pushed open the modern glass door, walked onto the balcony, and looked at the modern, bustling city outside, feeling a sense of astonishment. He had been wandering in places of stench, death, chaos, and crime all along. He never expected Tianzhu to have such a place. That day, he spent the morning outside and didn't find any crime. It was quite ridiculous. After the invaders defeated the local indigenous people, seized the land, became the masters, and turned the natives into slaves, they lived generation after generation in hell. The invaders enjoyed the sunshine and the fragrance of flowers. It was difficult for the invaded to even survive. Logically speaking, the group that Lu Chen should have slaughtered the most was these invaders. But now they were not committing crimes, nor doing evil, living peacefully and happily with smiles on their faces. It was the mistake of their ancestors. The ZJ system that had been passed down was meant to better manage and control the large number of natives. If those numerous natives were to rise up, would they not repeat the same things on this group of high caste people? They definitely would. This was a profound issue. Throughout the day, Lu Chen pondered over this issue. Did those people slaughter wrongly? No, they didn't. They committed crimes, they were violent, they deserved to die. But was it really their fault? Then whose damn fault was it? Finally, in the afternoon, Lu Chen discovered a high-caste murderer hiding in the civilized city, who had wantonly slaughtered 13 low-caste women but was released due to insufficient evidence. Everyone could see that the high caste protected him. Lu Chen then slaughtered him in public, kneeling and facing into the distance. In the horrified eyes of the surrounding people, in the moment when the police sirens sounded in his ears, Lu Chen indifferently said to the crowd, "All people are equal. There are no slaves or masters. People are their own masters." And then he chose to end his own life. On the last day, Lu Chen reincarnated as a traveler wandering the entire region on a motorcycle. He rode his motorcycle along the small roads of Tianzhu. The sunlight filtered through the dense palm leaves, casting dappled shadows. The air was filled with the fragrance of spices and nature, creating a sense of tranquility. It felt as if the whole of Tianzhu was left with Lu Chen and his motorcycle. He rode along a winding path, with fields of swaying rice on either side, creating golden waves in the breeze. Occasionally, colorful birds flew overhead, leaving behind a crisp chirping sound. It was only at this moment that Lu Chen emerged from the immersive slaughter of the past few days. He took a deep breath, feeling the freshness and serenity of nature. Today, he would not slaughter any animals. He quietly found a hill to climb, watching the clouds roll and the sun rise and set. He realized that he couldn't cure the illness of this country. 7 days. It passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen had grown a lot from his initial brutality to now, feeling at a loss for words. He had gained much and remained true to himself. In his lifetime, he would rid the world of all evil. But the sins of the country left him helpless. He would strive. Perhaps there would be an opportunity in the future. Keep going. Buzz. The system prompt sounded. Tianzhu 7-day experience card expires. At midnight, the soul will return to the southern heaven automatically. System comment. The host has matured and embarked on his own path, the system cannot comment. Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled, "Humph." This time, Lu Chen had a great harvest. In these 7 days, he slaughtered over 1,000 animals. Total points x 121. Justice points x 1320. Midnight. Lu Chen's vision went black. Southern heaven. I'm back. During these 7 days, Lu Chen's actions continued to ferment, and all sorts of undercurrents were in motion, but he was unaware of it all. He only wanted to slaughter that coal boss. During the 7 days Lu Chen was away, the Tianan district and Chongming district were on high alert, conducting various activities and drills. Anti-cult education for the public, criminal case knowledge dissemination, legal education, anti-crime propaganda, drills, defense deployment, rotation. The special forces hadn't rested a day. Bang! This is a load of crap. How did I fall for his nonsense? Ma Ju slammed the table in the meeting room, furious. Gao Wei smoked with his head down. They had been on high alert for a week, not seeing a damn thing. Yang Chuan had been so confident that a criminal case would occur. And now, even the number of theft cases had decreased significantly. Yao Wei also criticized after the fact, "I knew it. Things don't just happen like that. Brainwashing organization, I haven't found a single clue linking these people to any cult activities. Evidence always remains after an incident, but this damn cult doesn't leave a trace. Isn't this just nonsense? Humph. Lift the ban in 2 hours. I've been scolded by the superiors for the past few days. My ears are calloused from all the scolding, wasting so much manpower and resources, and not finding a damn thing. I think that guy is just a paper tiger. I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind later." Ma Ju left angrily, heading home to take a shower since he hadn't bathed in days at the police station. Chongming District. Wan Hongming and Yang Chuan sat in the office looking puzzled, constantly reviewing and studying the previous cases. This doesn't make sense. Why is this not following the usual pattern? Yang Chuan scratched his head, pulling out a handful of hair. He hadn't slept well in days, losing clumps of hair. Wang Hongming rubbed his eyes and said, "It's not your fault. I also fell into a misunderstanding. It's possible. Maybe Chang Ma and the others are indeed just isolated incidents. Our actions were very secretive in the past few days. If there really was a super brainwashing organization, they would have acted by now. Pass the order, withdraw everyone, rest well." Yang Chuan left feeling regretful and ashamed, constantly doubting himself. Wang Hongming had just stood up when he received a phone call from the Horse Bureau. He moved his phone away and answered the call. The next moment, "It's Lao Wang. You guys are really formidable. Just a few words from you have made thousands of people in our 2 districts unable to sleep day and night. What a great show of power." A string of curses. There was also someone who, after learning about the events in Chongming district and the fierce words of Zhai Zi before his death, was originally on edge, even calling his brothers to sleep together with weapons, but unexpectedly, a week had passed. Hey, guess what? Not only did nothing happen, but he even gained 3 pounds. What a load of crap. And that's just the beginning. It's all nonsense. Today is the 8th day. Li Juyan completely let go of his restraints, called his brothers, and headed to the business KTV. MMC. Let the music play, let's dance. Arangsen's second uncle had been busy spreading the news online during this time, but the interest was never high. The case had already been closed, there was no way to reopen it. 7 days had passed, not a single message had been received, and the second uncle was considering giving up. He was truly alone. But no one expected. Lu Chen. He was back. The king had returned. He was no longer the old Lu Chen. It was the same old rental house, the familiar air, the familiar noisy sounds outside the door. Lu Chen opened his eyes, filled with vicissitudes. Buzz. The system's settings rang out again. Name, Wu Yang. Gender, male. Age, 32. Brief introduction. Born with a large red birthmark on your face, you were abandoned as a baby and left in a coastal fishing village. A kind fisherman couple raised you, and at the age of 16, you started fishing at sea to support your family. When you were 25, the fisherman couple encountered a huge storm at sea, and their boat capsized. You came to Tiannan district in despair and started working as a designated driver for 7 years. With the experience of struggling at sea from a young age, you were strong, energetic, and knew Tiannan district at night like the back of your hand. After freshening up, Lu Chen went out, grabbed a shared bike, and rode towards the subway station, preparing to head straight to Li Juyan's company in the north of the city. The original owner had little money on him, as the fisherman couple who raised him had a married older brother. All the money he had earned over the years had been given to that brother, leaving him with only 568.22 yuan. Why did he choose to take the subway? Lu Chen also had a mischievous curiosity. He wanted to see if there were still any incredible troublemakers around. The journey was calm. Looking at the familiar faces of the Longwa people around him, he felt a sense of belonging. They were much more pleasing to the eye than those black monkeys. He boarded line 2, heading north on the subway. There were many people on the subway, men and women. Lu Chen stood for 3 stops in a row without seeing any troublemakers, and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, things had improved a lot without those weirdos around. Just as the next stop arrived, an old lady with her grandchildren squeezed in, and she went up to a young man and said in a strange tone, "Oh, people nowadays, they don't respect the old or care for the young." This scene immediately caught everyone's attention. The old lady's shriveled mouth kept chattering, making the young man sitting there blush and hastily stand up to leave the carriage. The people around also looked at the noisy old lady with disdain. This scene also caught Lu Chen's attention. He saw the old lady, after taking her seat, favoring her grandson and making her granddaughter stand on the floor. The next moment, the old woman took out snacks from her bag, tore them open, and fed them to her grandson. The grandson sat arrogantly in the old woman's arms, eating snacks and provocatively glancing at the pitiful granddaughter below, occasionally making faces and sticking out his tongue, a mischievous child indeed. Watching her brother eat snacks, the granddaughter standing on the ground was drooling with desire. She softly and pitifully looked at her grandmother, saying, "Grandma, can I have some too? I also really want to eat snacks." The old woman replied, "What can a girl like you eat? It's the time for your brother to grow, let him eat. As an older sister, you should always give in to your brother no matter what. Understand?" The people around felt a mix of emotions. However, due to others' family matters and the old woman's seemingly cunning and fierce appearance, no one dared to speak up, but some secretly recorded everything. These deep-rooted beliefs of the older generation about favoring sons over daughters are hard to change. But who is Lu Chen? He is not someone to be trifled with. No one is speaking up, right? "I will. How dare you be a grandmother like this? Is this how you act as a grandmother? You should have died early. Still promoting this favoritism towards sons over daughters? You old beast. Remnants of the old times. Are granddaughters not human? Are you even worthy of living in this world? You're just wasting food by being alive." Lu Chen rushed in front of the old woman and started cursing at her loudly. The crowd was shocked. "Damn. So brave. Quickly record this. It feels so satisfying to hear him curse her. Brother, you're amazing. Damn. How dare he confront the old T0 Plus version face to face." Suddenly, everyone in the train compartment looked at this man wearing a mask with great respect, standing there speaking out for justice. "Let her eat. You old beast. The bullying incidents caused by those bad kids are nurtured by you old beasts. Why should a sister always give in to her brother? Why not your mother? Are you even human? Disgusting. Living to such an old age for nothing. Old beast." The old woman and the mischievous child were dumbfounded by the continuous scolding from this burly man in front of them, taking a moment to react, staring blankly as Lu Chen pointed and scolded them. "Wah!" The grandson's crying filled the air. The old woman finally reacted, her wrinkled and withered black face turning red with anger, visibly looking a few years younger because of the swelling caused by her rage. "Ah, you bastard! What's it to you? You're the beast. Your whole family are beasts." The old woman stood up holding her grandson, angrily cursing. The grandson cried while saying, "Grandma, beat him, Grandma." "Wah!" The old woman, watching her grandson cry so sadly, reached out her right hand towards Lu Chen's face, cursing, "You disgusting thing. Full of crap. I want to see what kind of thing you are." The old woman ripped off Lu Chen's mask, looking at his red blotchy face and sarcastically said, "What an ugly thing. No wonder you're full of crap. You're the beast. What does my family matter have to do with a bastard like you? You motherless beast." The old woman's insults were extremely harsh, and seeing Lu Chen not reacting, she raised her hand to slap him. Lu Chen grabbed the old woman's right hand, staring at her with a fierce gaze, his eyes gradually turning red, a surge of killing intent rushing through him, directly aimed at their faces. "You dare to shout again? I'll kill you." Then, the old woman and the mischievous child's screams were cut off. They felt like their throats were being tightly choked by something. Watching Lu Chen's eyes full of killing intent and his terrifying face, their legs went weak, and they slumped back to their original positions. Lu Chen stood there pointing at the old woman's nose, saying, "If I catch you favoring sons over daughters again, right now, immediately, feed her for me." Mad fears the crazy fears the insane fears the reckless. Hindered by the terror of Lu Chen, the old woman fed reluctantly. Lu Chen had shifted all the pressure onto the old woman and the brat. The granddaughter didn't feel scared, instead happily munching on snacks, grateful as she looked at Lu Chen and said, "Uncle, you're so kind." "Thank you, Uncle." Lu Chen kept his eyes on the old woman feeding the granddaughter snacks, watching for 2 stops, and as he was about to get off, he turned around to leave. Seeing him leaving, the brat felt empowered and shouted, "Don't feed her. Grandma, leave her here." The old woman also said, "Good grandson. Let's go back and talk. That bastard is still here." The surrounding crowd was speechless. What kind of beastly talk was this? Someone with a conscience recorded the scene and immediately posted it online. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore, turned around, grabbed the old woman's face, and slapped her hard. Smack! The crisp sound seemed to strike everyone's hearts. It felt satisfying to listen to. This slap knocked out 2 rotten teeth from her mouth. "This slap is for you. Stop favoring boys over girls. You've lived so long but still act like a beast. If you haven't figured it out, hurry up and reincarnate." The next moment, the brat didn't escape either. Smack! A slap swelled the brat's face, causing intense pain and crying. "This slap is for you, little beast. Such a young age with malicious thoughts, fighting for favoritism and being ruthless." Ignoring the cries of the two, when the car reached the station, Lu Chen quickly left, disappearing into the crowd. Hidden talents and fame. Justice Point +1. This video, once released in the evening, caused a huge uproar. So satisfying. Really satisfying to watch. There were even female netizens crying out. She had been like this since childhood, always having to give in to her younger brother, and now her brother's marriage requires her to contribute 200,000. She really doesn't want to live anymore. Instantly resonating with a large number of netizens. They all felt that Lu Chen's actions were truly gratifying. However, some still thought, isn't this illegal? Insulting and assaulting others. Some enthusiastic netizens reported the old woman to the authorities. The child's mother, through friends' reposts, saw the video for the first time. She was so angry she stopped working. She took a taxi to the subway exit to intercept the mother-in-law, while calling her husband, "Look at what your mother did. I wondered why our daughter had lost so much weight since your mother arrived. Watch that video. Tell your mother to leave. Otherwise, I'll divorce you." She never expected her daughter to suffer such humiliation. Initially, both children were fine, and shopping was fair and just. Never thought the mother-in-law would influence them negatively, turning 2 good children into this. The husband was both angry and cowardly. "My mother was also hit. That child. We just need to talk to her nicely. You dare talk back." Justice Point -2. After getting off the car, Lu Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight to the entrance of Li Junyan Coal Mine Company, located in the outskirts of Beicheng in Tiannan District. Li Junyan's company was tall and imposing, with a large fenced area. Looks like this beastly coal boss made a lot of money. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, paid the driver, and sent him off. The driver gave Lu Chen a strange look. He didn't understand why he was here, and it didn't seem like he worked inside. This was not a good place, better leave. The taxi sped away. Lu Chen walked slowly towards the security guard. The guard, an old man, sat back in his chair, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Lu Chen stood in the middle of the large iron gate. The old man was indifferent, just giving him a sideways glance. The system prompts information lit up in his mind. The old man guarding the door was actually the second uncle of one of the little brothers who had bullied Ao Lanshin. At that time, Ao Lanshin was viciously injured inside and sent out, but this second uncle did not report it. Instead, he helped them cover up the bloodstains, truly a den of thieves. Lu Chen reached into his pocket and took out the crumpled 500 yuan bill, gesturing towards the old man. Sir, can I bother you with something?" The old man felt a very attractive flash of red in the distance, opened his eyes to take a closer look, and saw Lu Chen waving a few hundred yuan bills at the door. "Oomph, a few big shots. Walking around as if I've never seen money before." The old man scoffed. Despite his words, he honestly stood up and slowly approached. "Spit it out quickly. This is not the place for you to come. If you have nothing to do, get lost." Just as the old man reached the door, preparing to take the money, the two were very close. Suddenly, the money in Lu Chen's left hand disappeared, and he swiftly grabbed the old man's collar and pulled him towards the iron gate. Then, he took out courage from his backpack. He swiftly thrust it towards the chest of this beastly old man. Plap! Facing the old man's horrified expression, Lu Chen calmly said, "Take a deep breath. Don't be nervous. It's always like this the first time. I'll take you to play in another world." Dealt with him decisively. Justice Point +1. Lu Chen directly cut off the lock chain on the iron gate and pushed the door open. He dragged the collapsed and convulsing old man into the guardroom and closed the iron gate again. Lu Chen walked towards the building. This was Li Junyan's lair. The coal boss liked to buy land when he made money, but he only built one building on such a large piece of land because he planned to wait for the land value to rise before selling it. The coal yard did not need the boss himself to manage it. Usually, Lee Junyan would be here with a group of little brothers, casually drinking tea, with not many people around. It was peaceful and beautiful. But today, that peace and beauty would be gone forever. Because his nemesis, Lu Chen, had arrived. Since the video of Lu Chen slapping the evil mother-in-law went viral, the Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau received many reports. The operators were speechless. "You're not even a relative, why are you reporting it?" The victim didn't even report it. These netizens really have nothing better to do. Chongming District. Due to the heinous criminal cases caused by Lu Chen, many people were afraid of being slaughtered by him, and even though were afraid of their whole family being slaughtered, so they began to pay more attention to their children's education. They warned them not to bully their classmates. Otherwise, you won't see your parents, grandparents, or anyone else. The crime rate in Chongming District plummeted, the brutal slaughter cases almost disappeared, the special campaign to combat organized crime and eradicate evil made significant progress, and the black sheep within the police station were all cleared out. One of the powerful and domineering big capitalists, the Chai family, was wiped out, and other unscrupulous capitalists also toned down their behavior, starting to emphasize civilization, quality, and improved treatment. They couldn't help but be afraid. Who knew if the next one would be Wang Ma, Zhou Ma? This also led to the detectives having a lot of free time. Yang Chuan also had time to surf the internet. Due to his deliberate attention, he also came across the video of the woman being slapped in Tianan District. After watching it, he felt a familiar sensation. What was this feeling exactly? Then, a flash of insight struck Yang Chuan's mind. It was the incident of Liao Kaifeng punishing the confident woman on the subway. Since that incident, the heinous criminal cases began to emerge one after another like mushrooms after the rain. Not good. It's bad. That brainwashing organization is going to slaughter people again. Thinking of this, Yang Chuan quickly stood up and ran towards Director Wang's office. When he arrived in front of Wang Hongming, he explained his analysis, and Wang Hongming's expression turned serious. He still had some trust in Yang Chuan. "Are you sure it's not a superpower committing the crime? How certain are you?" Yang Chuan hesitated for a moment, his expression firm as he said, "It's not a superpower. I'm 70% sure. It's that guy. Ordinary citizens couldn't possibly do such a thing. I know them too well. This guy definitely has a problem." Director Wang gave him a deep look and nodded. "All right, I'll call old Ma right away." Beep beep. Wang Hongming called Director Ma and relayed Yang Chuan's analysis. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Then came Director Ma's angry voice, "You old Wang, you won't stop until you get me fired, will you? What kind of analysis is this? I watched the video, it's just a civilian standing up against bad practices. It only shows that the citizens of Tianan District are energetic and have a sense of justice. What's all this nonsense? Is it a crime to slap that evil woman a couple of times? Are those bullying kids raised this way? Back in our day, we took so many beatings." The conversation veered off track, and Director Ma seemed to realize it and steered back. "All right, you can stop now. Trying to harm me again? No, what benefit do you get from getting me fired? We're equals, old Wang. Be more sensible." Beep beep. The call was hung up. Wang Hongming and Yang Chuan looked at each other. Yang Chuan felt somewhat unwilling and wanted to say something, but Director Wang waved his hand to interrupt. "We've said what we needed to. Director Ma also has his reasons to consider. They faced a lot of pressure from the previous incident, so now they can only take it step by step. That's all we can do. Director Wang, I'll take my leave then." Yang Chuan left with some self-doubt. His intuition told him that there was definitely something wrong with that person, but the incident happened in Tianan District, where there were also police officers, and he didn't have the authority to investigate. At that moment, he remembered the words Liao Kaifeng said in the car. Yang Chuan's myriad emotions finally turned into a long sigh. Ah, Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau. Director Ma did have a moment of wanting to believe Wang Hongming's words, but upon second thought, the previous operation was time-consuming, costly, and yielded no results, and they were severely reprimanded by their superiors. He dismissed the thought. Stability is still the priority now. Social stability, everything good, that's what they strive for. You're living so comfortably and carefreely. Lu Chen walked past the screen in front of the building and saw a few hooligans playing pool in the lobby, all smiling and looking very pleased. There was no reception desk, only hooligans. The hooligans also noticed Lu Chen walking in and all approached him with unfriendly looks, the bald leader poking Lu Chen's chest with a pool cue, saying, "Ugly. What the hell are you doing here? How did Lao Sun let you in? The other lackeys slowly surrounded him, looking fierce. Lu Chen remained composed, scanning the surroundings. The system information indicated that these people were thugs raised by Li Junyan. Although they weren't involved in that heinous incident, they often violated women's wills and engaged in fights as a routine. Are you deaf? Speak up. Speak. The bald thug poked Lu Chen again, looking very arrogant. Swish. Without hesitation, Lu Chen sidestepped and a knife appeared in his hand, swiftly slashing sideways, cutting across the bald thug's neck. Holding courage, fearless. A faint red line slowly emerged from the bald thug's neck, freezing the terrified and pained expression on his face. All the hooligans witnessed this scene, feeling a bit panicked, trembling slightly. Even if they were bullies and arrogant, they had never seen someone who could kill without a word. They then pushed him to the ground. Eliminate evil. Slash. Ah. Don't kill me. No. Ah. With thunderous strikes, Lu Chen swiftly chased down the fleeing thugs. His towering figure allowed him to catch up to the weak-kneed individuals in no time. One slash, one thug down. Blood splattered 5 steps in the hall. Justice points +1, total 1321. Justice points -10, total 1311. After locking the front and back doors with iron chains from the system store, Lu Chen wiped the blood off his short knife, put on a baseball cap from his backpack, changed into non-slip shoes, injected adrenaline, and began searching floor by floor in the elevator. The second and third floors were empty. The fourth floor housed a kitchen where people were innocently preparing food. On the fifth floor, an office contained finance personnel engrossed in their work, oblivious to the commotion. Lu Chen scanned the room and left, recognizing them as innocent employees. The sixth floor was a gym, with only 2 janitors cleaning. The seventh and eighth floors were occupied by 2 drunken thugs sleeping, whom Lu Chen sent on a dream trip to another world. The ninth floor was filled with smoke, and upon exiting the elevator, Lu Chen heard the sounds of gambling and shouting. This floor turned out to be a small casino, crowded with Li Junyan's men playing cards and gambling. The place was packed with around 100 people. Seeing the crowd, Lu Chen's heart surged with determination. The X-liquid began to boil. A fierce intent emerged on his face with a large red mark, as he realized these people were nothing but beasts oppressing the honest miners. As the first henchman spotted Lu Chen at the door and shouted, everyone gradually fell silent, eyeing Lu Chen with disdain and contempt. The 2 groups stared at each other. In the next moment, Lu Chen grinned ferociously. Facing hundreds of people, he charged forward. Death? I am death. A mob of misfits. How could they defeat Lu Chen, who emerged from hell itself? Even the most vicious criminals would fear him. They would fear death. Otherwise, they wouldn't flee. But Lu Chen feared no death. He was death itself. Having slaughtered over 1,000 beasts in Tianzhu, Lu Chen knew exactly where to strike these beasts. The rough men were stunned. They had never seen such a fierce individual. No, a peerless fiend. Their criminal minds couldn't comprehend. Why? How could this lone man dare to charge at so many of them? Initially spurred by fresh blood, the crowd resisted, wielding various weapons and charging forward recklessly to kill Lu Chen. It wasn't until they witnessed familiar body parts flying in the chaotic battle that the rough men understood. This was a monster. Injected with adrenaline, Lu Chen's reaction speed far surpassed theirs. The saying held true. Lu Chen only dodged fatal blows, wearing a bulletproof baseball cap, completely unfazed by blades and bullets. Superficial wounds were nothing but scratches to him. What did it mean to rid evil? It meant to terrify these underworld thugs, making them kneel and beg for mercy, ensuring they trembled for decades to come. The thought of the underworld brought back memories of this massacre. They dared not repeat their mistakes. Rehabilitation was a matter of law. But in his eyes, it was a one-way ticket to another world. The wails of ghosts and wolves grew louder as the rough men realized that this man with a face full of red marks was a slaughter machine. Extremely precise and ruthless despite being unskilled. That black blade is incredibly sharp. No weapon can match it. Neither can any person, nor any blade. How can this continue? Despair spread among this group of thugs. Normally, they relied on their numbers to bully the honest folks, but today they were ruthlessly bullied by one person. No, they were mercilessly slaughtered. X-Splatter Casino. Bodies littered the ground. After Lu Chen slaughtered 36 people, these beasts of thugs finally broke down, screaming in terror and despair. Ah, he's not human. He's not human. Ah, demon, demon. Ah, run. Save me. Save me. I don't want to die. Who will help me? He's not human. He's a devil. Faced with their wails, Lu Chen showed no mercy. His heart was steel. It was iron. Oh, now that it's happening to you, you know fear, you know how to beg for mercy. Did those miners you beat to death not beg for mercy? Did those black workers who died underground not wail to you? Those tragic families who lost their breadwinners, couldn't even get compensation, wept in sorrow as they lived the rest of their lives in grief, didn't they also break down? These beasts only understand pain and regret when the blade is turned on themselves. It's too late. Mere superficial wounds, how can they compare to the bone-deep agony suffered by the oppressed masses? Lu Chen didn't care about the scars and excruciating pain all over his body, he continued to pursue and strike. His face twisted in a grimace. He wasn't swinging a blade, but the liberation and torment of those unfortunate miner families. 20 minutes later. 9th floor cleared. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, blood pooling around him. He once again injected adrenaline into his thigh from the backpack and exchanged it for a vial of vitamin K1 injection to stop the bleeding. Minus 20 justice points, total 1291. Execution points plus 61, total 184. Justice points plus 10, total 1301. System evaluation. The host is now a qualified slaughter god. The system is not worthy of evaluation. Except for his head and feet, Lu Chen was covered in countless wounds, standing amidst a sea of corpses, his face pale, calmly lighting a cigarette. Hiss! Exhale. At that moment, he noticed the elevator descending. 12, 11, 10, 9. When it reached the 9th floor, the elevator stopped, the doors opened slowly, and 3 people walked out engaged in conversation. These 3 were none other than Li Junyan's henchmen who participated in the crime of tormenting and abusing Alan Xin. As they stepped out of the elevator, their eyes were suddenly stung by a sea of red. They stopped talking, focused ahead, and immediately turned pale with fear. What did they see? Bodies strewn all over the floor. These were their brothers in crime, now torn apart. This scene of hell deeply shook them. One of them even screamed in terror. Lu Chen turned around, cigarette in hand, and limped towards them. What's with the noise? Don't you know it's loud? They then noticed a figure in a duckbill cap still standing in the corner. In their view, they saw Lu Chen covered in wounds, his face stained with blood, his crimson eyes gleaming with an immense and overwhelming intent to slaughter, like a demon god in the world, approaching them. Under the intense gaze of those eyes, the 3 of them were petrified. Their brains screamed, danger! Run! You'll die! Run away! But their legs were as immovable as pillars. Standing in front of the 3, Lu Chen stared coldly at the person in the front and said, "You were involved too, right?" Without waiting for a response. "I'll make you commit a crime." Commit a crime? Lu Chen swung his blade directly. A piercing wail echoed, "Ah!" The other 2, seeing the younger brother of the fallen comrade on the ground, felt a twinge in their own hearts. In the next moment, their legs miraculously regained movement. They quickly turned and fled, entering the elevator, frantically pressing the button to go up. The elevator doors, usually quick to respond, now seemed unbearably slow. 1 second. 2 seconds. Finally, the elevator doors were about to close. Lu Chen crossed over to the kneeling wailing lackey, silencing him with a backhanded strike. The 2 lackeys watched in panic as the elevator doors were about to shut. Thud! A hand grabbed the elevator door. Instantly, despair filled the lackey's eyes. The elevator doors opened again, revealing Lu Chen's fierce face before them. He walked in slowly. Lu Chen intended to make them feel bone-deep despair, from flesh to soul. To make these beasts experience the despair and fate of Alan Xin before her death. Then, in a hoarse voice, Lu Chen spoke, feeling desperate, aren't you? I'll give you 10 seconds to wail. 10. Before he could finish the countdown, Lu Chen swiftly cut off one person's younger brother, then, in his cries, swiftly severed the other's younger brother. Thus, he suppressed these 2 beasts, listening to their cries, pressing the elevator button, heading upstairs. He wanted Li Junyan to hear what it means to be in a living hell. To eradicate evil completely. The elevator went directly to the 12th floor. Lu Chen knew they had come down from here, and Li Junyan must be here too. Buzz! After a slight tremor, the elevator doors slowly opened. The piercing wails also spread out, echoing wildly in every corner ahead. There were 3 large rooms here, a meeting room on the right, an entertainment room on the left, and Li Junyan's large office straight ahead. Hearing the piercing wails, Li Junyan emerged with 4 trusted lackeys, his eyes filled with confusion and anger as he looked towards the elevator. Who the hell is howling like a ghost and wolf? The next moment, he saw Lu Chen, with his 2 wailing lackeys on either side, the ground beneath them stained with blood. Lu Chen also saw Li Junyan. This guy didn't look like a good person at all, with triangular eyes, sparse hair, tall and slightly chubby, a sinister look on his face. Lu Chen stood facing them, grabbing the hair of the lackey on the left, his crimson eyes fixed on Li Junyan, his right hand slowly extending the knife towards his neck. Li Junyan angrily shouted, "How dare you?" Put. Lu Chen not only dared, he dared again. Seizing the head of the lackey on the right, he repeated the same action. Extremely cruel and insane. The four trusted lackeys watched, somewhat frightened. This guy was a mad butcher. Li Junyan's face showed panic as he hurriedly said, "Quick, get weapons." The lackeys hurried back to the entertainment room's safe to grab guns and weapons, while Li Junyan turned and ran towards the large office where his personal handgun was kept. Hee, weapons won't help you. Lu Chen grinned ferociously, dashing towards the entertainment room. He chased into the entertainment room. Two lackeys were opening the safe, while the other two grabbed machetes and clubs and charged at Lu Chen. They aimed to buy time for their brother to get a gun. Unfortunately, they had no idea what was on Lu Chen's forehead and what he held in his hands. The next moment, the machete came down towards Lu Chen's head. Lu Chen didn't dodge or evade. He took the lackey's blow to his head. In his eyes, transitioning from surprise to horror, courage pierced directly into his heart without hindrance. Another thug wielding a stick came charging over, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could it be possible? The machete couldn't cut through his hat? What kind of hat is that damn thing? Without giving him a chance to guess, Lu Chen drew out courage, stood tall, took a hit on his shoulder from the stick, fiercely thrust courage, and once again dealt with the two of them. From start to finish, it took less than 1 minute. The two thugs who were opening the safe finally pulled out shotguns, but before they could load them, Lu Chen had already charged towards them. They had their backs to Lu Chen just moments ago, so they didn't witness that shocking scene. The thug who loaded his gun the fastest was decisive, aiming the gun directly at Lu Chen's head and fired. Bang! Another thug heard the gunshot and turned around. In the next moment, both of them were dumbfounded. The shotgun pointed at Lu Chen's forehead at close range only left a small circle of X marks on his hat. How is this possible? A bulletproof baseball cap. Swish! Swish! Without giving the two of them a chance to recover, Lu Chen swiftly sent them on a trip to the other world. Experience points +7, total 191. Justice points +2, total 1303. He also took a shotgun from the safe and leisurely began loading bullets. 3 minutes later, he heard footsteps and shouts outside. It was Li Juyin shouting, "Daki, have you dealt with him?" No response. Then Lu Chen heard the footsteps outside gradually fading away. Li Juyin realized something was wrong and prepared to escape to the main office to hide while calling the police. How ironic. Faced with such a group of evil coal bosses, when encountering someone even more sinister than them, their first thought was to call for help. Just as Lu Chen peeked out, he caught a glimpse of Li Juyin retreating. Li Juyin saw his head poking out and started shooting frantically. Bang! 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 The continuous bullets forced Lu Chen to retreat. Although his head was bulletproof, his face wasn't, and getting shot would waste a life. Counting his bullet shots, Lu Chen suddenly rushed out, lowered his head, and started shooting. Bang! 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 Li Juyin, lacking Lu Chen's composure, crouched in panic, dodging and shooting wildly until his gun was empty. Seeing Li Juyin out of bullets, Lu Chen's eyes filled with cruelty as he threw away the shotgun. He charged straight at Li Juyin. 10 meters. 5 meters. Just as Li Juyin reached the office door, he turned to close it. But in his pursuit of grandeur and arrogance, he had a tall, solid wooden office door that was difficult to close quickly. Bang! Lu Chen kicked him directly, knocking him to the ground. Li Juyin sat on the ground in pain, clutching his chest, looking at Lu Chen with a mix of horror and confusion, unable to understand if this guy was human or a ghost. What about his many brothers? About 100 of them. Are they all gone? Lu Chen wasn't in a hurry to finish him off, as it would be too easy to kill this beast like that. He lit a cigarette, gazing at Li Juyin with a deep look and said, "Have you ever thought about this day?" Li Juyin, puzzled and in pain, looked at him and said, "Brother Henrun, who are you? I don't seem to know you, right? Do we have any grudges or enmity? What about my little brothers?" Click. Lu Chen suddenly stomped on his right hand, which was secretly reaching for a knife behind him. Ah! Li Juyin let out a piercing scream, then glared at Lu Chen with a vicious look and roared, "You violated the confidentiality rules. You must be a superhuman or an awakened one. You can't touch me. Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Country official superhuman emergency center coming for you?" Lu Chen nodded repeatedly, seemingly conjured something out of thin air, and calmly said, "I don't know about awakeners, supernaturals. All I know is that you're going to die." Li Junyin's face turned pale, his pupils trembling. He finally realized he had kicked an iron plate. What kind of method was this? Creating something out of nothing? This wasn't an awakener either. "Brother Hen, I won't ask who you are anymore. I have a lot of money. A lot. A lot of money. Can I buy my life with it? He looked at Lu Chen with a pleading expression. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Just when Li Junyan glimpsed a ray of hope, he heard Lu Chen say, "Alright, contact the finance downstairs now. Tell them to donate all your assets, I can make your death easier." Li Junyan's expression changed, hesitated for a few seconds. Ha! Smack! 2 hard slaps woke him up. Li Junyan looked at himself in horror, his spirit and soul on the verge of collapse. "Awakener! Awakener!" Lu Chen's hoarse voice rang out again. "I said, as long as you cooperate obediently, otherwise, hee." Li Junyan, tears streaming down his face, begged, "Please, spare me, I haven't offended you, have I? I'll give you money, why do you want me to donate it?" Alright. At death's door, still playing tricks, truly a cunning leader. Lu Chen looked at him in this state, couldn't help but smirk, "TSK, ha." 10 minutes later, Lu Chen smiled at Li Junyan. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. 2 minutes later, Li Junyan died with his eyes wide open. He never knew until his death. Who was this person? Where did he offend him? Why did he do this? What was that eerie ability? That's more like it. Filled with endless resentment and humiliation. A trip to the foreign land, fitting the protagonist's template perfectly. Of course, midway, Li Junyan contacted the finance downstairs and donated all his assets. Although the finance department was puzzled, they complied due to Li Junyan's threats. They had no idea that upstairs had turned into hell. And this building, when the police arrived later, would not be able to clean up, only to be demolished. In the end, Lu Chen did one thing, took a picture of this beast and sent it to Alan Xian's second uncle. Finally, he limped away from there. For big characters were written on the wall. Eliminate evil. Fate +1. Total 192. Eliminating a coal mine leader, justice points +10. Total 1313. Lu Chen left. 30 minutes later. A scream came from the hall. It turned out that the chef came downstairs and saw the thugs lying in X Park. But he didn't report immediately because he knew who he was dealing with. When the chef went upstairs to report to the boss, after pressing the elevator button, the elevator with X slowly descended, the door opened, and he saw 2 dead and terrifying little brothers in the elevator. Immediately, the chef was scared out of his wits and dared not take the elevator on this side, taking the elevator on the other side directly to the boss's office, where he saw half of. That's how it happened. In a certain residential building, Alan Xian's second uncle was contemplating whether to continue. Even her father was advising him not to continue, unable to outplay them, just go home and live a quiet life. Alan Xian's mother, on the other hand, supported him and spread the word in their hometown, but it was of no use. Just then, buzz. His phone received a multimedia message. The second uncle opened his phone in confusion, clicked on the picture. The next moment, his eyes widened suddenly. He recognized this person even if he turned to ashes. Li Junyan. The person in the photo looked extremely miserable, clearly beyond saving. Who was it? Who would use such cruel means to take down this coal tycoon of the dark forces? Second uncle pondered, and at that moment, he tapped to go back and saw the title of the message. "Sorry, second uncle, for keeping you waiting. How is this possible?" Second uncle's pupils dilated, his face full of horror. "Kept you waiting? It's him, but he's long been dead." Immediately, second uncle started dialing the number, but on the other end came, "Sorry, the number you dialed is out of service, Suarue, and Mu." He recalled the solemn promise made by that young man, the determined look when leaving, the calm expression in the face of death. Unconsciously, the flowers seemed unreal, the mist indistinct, and his vision gradually blurred. It took him 20 minutes to accept this news. Second uncle quickly informed Alan Xian's parents about this news too. Dead. That beastly Junyan has finally died. Li Junyan's death was a huge blow to the Tiannan district. He brought in a lot of tax revenue for the district every year, being a major taxpayer, and he was close to the district chief of Tiannan, both helping each other to reach their current status. Interestingly, he also had connections with Yi Chang, who was stripped of his power in the Chongming district. Both of them were stripped by Lu Chen. It must be said, it's a kind of fate, indescribable. Today, the district chief not only lost a friend but also lost a strategic partner and an economic pillar. Nonsense. Is this how you handle things? An entrepreneur from our Tiannan district, slaughtered in his own building. Do you have any face to be this damn bureau chief? Investigate. You have 1 day. I'll give you 1 day. You must catch him and punish him severely. I want to know what kind of case this is. If it's a superpower, I'll contact Longwa Official Superpower Emergency Center. If it's not a superpower, you better catch him quickly. Yes. District Chief Dong. Beep beep beep. Director Ma's face turned ashen as he put down the phone. Slap. He fiercely slapped himself twice. He couldn't help but regret the phone call Wang Hongming made to him. Gao Wei. Gao Wei. Gather your team. I'm giving you only 12 hours. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The special forces in the jurisdiction had already headed to Li Junyin's office building after reporting to the kitchen, and the criminal investigation team, under Director Ma's orders, also set off in that direction. Director Ma stood by the window, smoking, his face full of worry, and picked up the phone to call Wang Hongming. Beep beep, the call went through. Brother, something's happened. After telling Wang Hongming everything, he gave him a suggestion. Old Ma, I have to tell you, what happened to Li Junyin is just the beginning. Instead of chasing after the killer, it's better to keep an eye on those target groups he might go after, you know. After hanging up the phone, Wang Hongming called Yang Chuan, looking at his self-doubting, haggard, and hair-loss appearance, and said, Yang Chuan, your analysis is correct. Tiannan District has committed another crime. This time, it's a major criminal case. Yang Chuan was startled, then visibly rejuvenated, excitedly saying, I knew it. I knew it. My analysis was right. That guy definitely has a problem. Normal people wouldn't do such things. His behavior and actions are just like Liao Kaifeng, Chang Ma, and others. Director Wang looked at his excited state somewhat puzzled. Why are you so excited? You're not involved in this arrest. Yang Chuan took out a cigarette, lit it for Director Wang, and said somewhat reluctantly, Director Wang, you don't know, I feel frustrated. Those criminals from the previous criminal cases like Chang Ma, I feel like we caught them. Yet it feels like we didn't catch them. I always feel like these guys have turned into someone else, making me a bit mentally exhausted. I really want to catch them and send them to prison. Let them face the consequences of the law. It has become an obsession now. Director Wang chuckled and said, you need to calm down. How could they all be the same person? Each of them has their own life trajectory, just deeply hidden. They won't reveal any issues until they commit a crime. If you want to catch the criminals, you can do that. I'll call Director Ma later to see if they need any help. Just relax and go do your work. Yang Chuan nodded and left the office. Was he just overthinking it? When Gao Wei and the team of detectives arrived at the building, there was already a large crowd outside, all pale and frightened like they had seen a complete collapse of their beliefs, some even vomiting uncontrollably. Seeing the detectives arrive, the special forces from the jurisdiction ran over with pale faces, saying, Captain Gao. The situation inside is extremely terrible. Brutal. The death toll has reached over 100 people. We also found traces of a gunfight. Gao Wei was shocked. What? Over 100 dead? How many perpetrators are there? This is an extremely brutal mass battle event. The Special Forces member said, Captain Gao, no, it's not a mass battle, it's just one perpetrator. Just him. What? Are you kidding me? Gao Wei couldn't believe it. They followed the Special Forces member upstairs, and as soon as they entered, they saw several bodies lying in the hall. Gao Wei signaled for one of his men to check while they continued climbing the stairs because there were 2 victims kneeling with their throats cut in the elevator. When they reached the 9th floor, Gao Wei and his team finally faced hell. Even the detective squad had never seen such a scene before. This wasn't a murder scene, it was a battlefield. The smell of blood filled the air, and the gruesome scene made the deputy captain fight back the urge to vomit and say, Gao Wei, call for backup, there are too many, it's hot weather, it's going to deteriorate. Gao Wei tremblingly took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed them out one by one. After everyone lit up, they managed to somewhat mask the smell of blood. Gao Wei's voice trembled as he said, okay. On that day, Lu Chun used a tough stance, thunderous methods, and hellish tactics to announce to them, he's back. The battle against evil in Tiannan District has begun. When Director Ma received the news, he immediately rushed over without stopping. As a representative figure of the military's transition, Director Ma had carried out countless missions, witnessing too many battle scenes with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. No matter how brutal and bloody the scenes were, he could handle them, but he still felt uneasy at the sight before him. Director Ma looked at Gao Wei and the others with a pained expression. Can a person really do such a thing? Is this guy still human? Even slaughtering pigs wouldn't be this easy, right? Have you checked the surveillance footage? How did the perpetrator do it? Is it really just one person? Gao Wei replied sternly, it's really just one person. He went from the security guard at the entrance, all the way up to the 12th floor, killing everyone in his path with a knife. Besides, he forced Li Junyin to donate all his assets, didn't take anything, just smoked 2 cigarettes. Director Ma frowned and asked, What was his motive? Have you sent people to investigate? Is the perpetrator's identity confirmed? Any injuries? Gao Wei took out several empty syringes from his bag and said, "Yes, we've sent people with special service dogs to track him down. The perpetrator's name is Wu Yong, 32 years old, a designated driver. According to the surveillance footage, the perpetrator has suffered many superficial and blunt force injuries, losing a lot of blood, but he has some kind of potion that he used to slow down the injuries." Wu Yong? This guy's name is Wu Yong? Damn it! Facing 100 enemies alone. Fearless and daring. With such ability, one would be valuable even in the Dragon Kingdom's special forces. What a pity! The path has gone astray. Director Ma pinched his nose bridge, deep in thought. Then he instructed, "Alright, the pressure from higher-ups is immense. You may suffer some losses, but you must swiftly capture him and bring him to justice. Such a peerless madman. We must not allow him to wreak havoc in society. Launch a citywide manhunt. The situation is too grave to contain." No one could have imagined that after evading surveillance, Lu Chen took a bath in the foul-smelling sewer to mask the scent of blood on him. He paid no heed to the passing of his own life. Hastening along, he arrived at the outskirts of the prison, concealed himself after erasing his traces. Tianan District Prison. Located in the northeast corner of the city, remote and seldom visited. Lu Chen slowly closed his eyes, sitting in silence, awaiting daybreak. He had planned everything, from the moment he slaughtered Li Junyan to now, guarding the prison gates. Tomorrow is the day when two beasts will be released. He will face the multitude of reporters and ruthlessly slaughter them. A shocking incident once occurred in Tianan District, the case of the brothers murdered for 30 yuan, 10 years ago. In a remote suburb of Tianan District lived a young pair of brothers who worked on a construction site during the day and ran a stall at the night market in the evenings. Every evening, they would immediately send the money they earned back to their hometown to support their parents. However, everything changed that fateful night. The elder brother, Zhang, aged 26, usually idle, along with his companions, including Fu, Wang, and Feng, aged 22, engaged in burglary activities across Tianan District. At 7 o'clock in the evening, they cornered the brothers. Due to their ambush and prior reconnaissance, the four beasts easily subdued the brothers. When they demanded money, they found only 30 yuan on the younger brother. This enraged the four beasts. "Quick! What's the PIN for your bank card? If you don't tell us, we'll kill your brother." Faced with threats and beatings from the four beasts, the elder brother couldn't bear to see his younger brother beaten to death. He was still young and shouldn't die there. So, he revealed the bank card PIN. One of the beasts went to the bank to withdraw money. After obtaining the money, they didn't spare the brothers because initially, they hadn't been honest, admitting to having only 30 yuan. They were beaten to death. And thus, the tragedy unfolded. All because of 30 yuan. The case caused a huge sensation, and the Tianan District Special Forces worked day and night to finally capture the four beasts. Among them, Zhang and Fu, aged 26 and 22, were immediately sentenced to death, ending their game with a gunshot. However, the other two were sentenced to only 15 years and imprisoned for reformation. Due to their good behavior inside, their sentences were reduced. 10 years have passed. Tomorrow is their release day. Many people couldn't sleep tonight. The Special Forces conducted extensive searches and checks, rigorously inspecting all entrances and exits in Tianan District. Journalists also flocked to Li Junyan's building, wanting to enter and film, but were stopped. They saw body bags being continuously carried out, realizing it was a major news event. The two beasts in prison were dreaming of their new life after release. The families of the victims, living in perpetual sorrow and pain for the past decade, had never had a good night's sleep. The two beasts were about to be released, and tomorrow, they would go outside the prison to see. The families of the two beasts were also preparing to welcome them home tomorrow. Lu Chen evaded checks from two passing Special Forces officers. It seems tonight will be quite eventful. Lu Chen climbed down from the tree trunk and gazed into the distance at the prison gate. The impact of this case was significant and extremely heinous. He guessed that many people would come tomorrow. But no matter who comes tomorrow, no matter how many come, he had decided the fate of these two beasts. Not even the gods could save them. Lu Chen declared, "If any of the beast's family members are present." He. Lu Chen grinned ferociously, his eyes flashing with a dark red glint. Justice points -50. Total 1,263. He exchanged for a homemade explosive package from the system store. Transformation? Rebirth? I'll send all of you damn bastards to a new world. Super cool chapter. One night passed. Ma Ju, Gao Wei, and the others, with dark circles under their eyes from staying up all night, sat together and had a cup of hot tea. "Ma Ju, we've checked all the entrances and exits in Tianan District, including places where people could hide in each vehicle, but we haven't found any trace of him. He shouldn't have escaped," Gao Wei said. Ma Ju scratched his head and said, according to Lao Wang, he won't escape, he will continue to commit crimes. Have you been keeping an eye on those people? Have you found any traces? Gao Wei shook his head. No, I've placed plainclothes officers at their residence and warned them to be careful, but there have been no traces all night. The group of detectives pondered. Where could Wu Yong be going? Ma Ju lit a cigarette, his gaze deep. Abandoned as a baby, working as a designated driver, giving all the money to his brother, and forcing Li Junyan to donate all his assets, at 32 years old, he was alone, without a wife or children. What an unstable existence. Wu Yong, oh Wu Yong, what are you up to? Is it worth risking your life for all this? The sky was getting brighter. Lu Chen noticed the first car arriving at the prison gate, with several journalists getting out and having breakfast. They discussed arriving early to secure a good spot to capture the first-hand hot news. Subsequently, more and more vehicles gathered here. 7 o'clock in the morning. 2 elderly people riding a dilapidated electric bike arrived, silently staring at the prison gate, standing aside without speaking. Some journalists noticed them and approached to ask who they were. The 2 elders did not answer, their eyes filled with indelible sadness and pain. 10 years. In the blink of an eye. They couldn't forget the tragic fate of their 2 sons. This miserable memory haunted them, clinging to them until death released its grip. Another discreet car arrived, and several middle-aged and elderly people got out, looking at the group of journalists, feeling a bit anxious. Ignoring the journalists' questions and interviews, they anxiously watched the prison gate, saying, "Why hasn't he come out yet? These journalists are so annoying." These beasts' families had already moved to a different place. Today was the day their son was released from prison, so they had agreed to come and pick him up. They were old, and they couldn't rely on their son to take care of them in their old age. 8:30 a.m. More and more people gathered at the gate, journalists setting up their cameras, ready to capture the moment. They positioned themselves in 3 waves. The largest group was the journalists, standing in the middle for the best shots. On the left were the perpetrators' families, on the right were the victims' families, standing far apart without interacting. The elderly victims' families were there for a simple reason. Their kind and good-natured nature led them to just want to see if those 2 beasts had truly repented, or perhaps, to receive an apology? However, the perpetrators' families were not involved, not even sparing a glance at the 2 elderly people. 9 o'clock sharp. Clang! A sound came from the small door beneath the prison gate. They were about to release someone. Lu Chen quietly approached the crowd and slowly moved towards the perpetrators' families, 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step, until he stood behind them. A faint stench wafted through the air, but no one paid it any mind, all eyes fixed on the small prison gate. Creak! The gate opened. Out walked 2 men, Wang and Feng, both now in civilian clothes with shaved heads. As they stepped out, they were startled by the sight before them. Why were there so many people gathered here? A hint of fear crept into their hearts. But then they thought, they had served their time, what was there to fear? Scanning the crowd, they noticed the elderly victims standing to the left of the journalists, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen them during the trial. Who cared? They had already spent 10 years in prison, what more could they do to them? Their gaze shifted to the right, where their families were waving at them, instantly stirring up excitement within them. Wang and Feng no longer spared a glance at the victims' families, instead, they walked towards their own loved ones, thinking about having a good time later. Ha 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 ha! Lu Chen watched, smiling inwardly, his face growing more sinister by the moment. Expecting beasts to reform themselves? Beasts who dared to take lives at a young age, spent 10 years in prison, and had no idea what awaited them inside. After being reformed, could they really set down their butcher knives and become enlightened? Seeing this, Lu Chen took out the last vial of adrenaline from his backpack and injected it into his thigh. He had given them a chance, but the beasts had not valued it. The elderly victims, witnessing this scene, appeared even more worn out, their spines seemingly broken, having given up on compensation in court, only seeking a harsher punishment for the killers. 10 years had passed, without a single apology. Screw this! Lu Chen grinned menacingly, pulling out his courage from his backpack and charged forward, swiftly taking down the beasts. In an instant. Surprise! Horror! Terror! Despair! Unbelievable! A look of sheer disbelief, akin to facing death, appeared on the faces of Wang and Feng. The journalists were drawn to their expressions, but all they saw was a blur of red. Courage was the sharpest thing in the world. It took Lu Chen just over 10 seconds to deal with them, and in the next moment, he exploded towards the beasts, charging at them as if engulfed in a raging storm. At that moment, Lu Chen was the storm. Wang and Feng were petrified, unable to move, watching their loved ones fall before them, feeling as if their hearts had shattered, consumed by immense pain and despair. Lu Chen, seeing the expressions on their faces, revealed a sinister smile as he sprinted, exuding a sense of agony and despair. And this is despair? How much more despair did the two brothers feel? Ah! As the journalists erupted in shock, Lu Chen had already reached the beasts. He ruthlessly severed their legs, forcing them to kneel on the ground. You won't admit your wrongdoings, huh? I'll make sure you do. The beasts let out a piercing cry. Ah! At that moment, they truly regretted it from the bottom of their hearts. Regretted why they had been released from prison. Why they had to endure such torment. Some bold journalists began to recover, realizing this was a super explosive piece of news. Since he hadn't harmed them, what was there to fear? They quickly started filming. Inside the prison, the guards heard the screams, peeked outside, and witnessed the gruesome scene, hastily calling for the armed police. They also drew their guns, pointing at Lu Chen and shouting loudly, "Drop the knife. What are you doing? Drop it now." Lu Chen's face twisted into a menacing expression as he tore open his clothes, revealing a body covered in countless wounds and infected sores, then turned and laughed heartily. "Ha! Shoot me!" Everyone was shocked by the extent of his injuries. And then they saw the bomb strapped to his body. 2 wires of the bomb were directly inserted into Lu Chen's heart. He grinned and said, "Kill me. This bomb will explode too." With that, he ignored the prison guards, grabbed the heads of the 2 beasts, and loudly declared to the elderly victims, "Old folks, I made them apologize to you by kowtowing." Bang! Lu Chen directly smashed their wailing heads fiercely on the ground. Once, twice, thrice. Flesh turned into a blur. The prison guards called in the armed police, but they were helpless against Lu Chen. After analysis by professionals, it was confirmed that the homemade explosive package was real. However, they were unsure about his claim that it would explode if his heart stopped beating. Theoretically, it was possible, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Reporters quickly posted this scene online. It immediately caused a huge uproar. However, the video was taken down in less than a minute. Ma Ju and Gao Wei learned of the news and immediately got into a police car with a group of detectives, rushing towards the prison at top speed. They ran through 20 red lights in a row. The 2 elderly victims saw the scene and tears streamed down their faces, not out of pity for the 2 beasts, but out of gratitude to Lu Chen for avenging them. At this moment, these 2 kind elderly people ignored the advice of others and walked firmly towards Lu Chen. They knew that Lu Chen would not harm them. With tears in their eyes, they said, "Young man, that's enough. If you kill them, you will die too. It's enough to come this far. Please don't fall into the abyss." Lu Chen shook his head, softened his fierce expression in front of the elderly, and said gently, "Not enough yet. Such things will happen again. I want to terrify this group of criminals and make them too scared to offend again. Please go back, elders, it wouldn't be good if you get splattered later." After persuading the elderly to go back, a gunshot rang out. Then a tranquilizer dart was shot into Lu Chen's neck. Lu Chen remained motionless, his face turning fierce again. He pulled out the dart, crushed it, faced a certain reporter, and chopped off the source of evil of the 2 beasts. Swish! "Let you bastards commit crimes." A piercing cry resounded, and the 2 beasts kept crying and begging for mercy. "Forgive me. I truly repent. Please spare me. Ah! Spare me. I'll go to jail. Please." Lu Chen, with a heart of stone, smiled and said, "If you spare that young couple, I won't be here." He cut off the beasts' mouths and noses. Beep beep, beep beep. At this moment, more than a dozen police cars rushed over and stopped nearby. Ma Ju and Gao Wei, along with the detectives, strode out with great momentum. Gao Wei felt a chill down his spine when he saw the scene before him. Committing sins. He slaughtered so many people again. He's truly a slaughter star reincarnated. Ma Ju walked over quickly, showing no fear of the bomb on Lu Chen, and roared, "Wu Yong! How many more people do you want to slaughter? Isn't killing over 100 people with Li Junyan enough for you? What exactly do you want to do? Drop the knife. Don't make one mistake after another." Lu Chen looked at him and chuckled sarcastically. Then, with a hideous and furious expression, he roared, "One mistake after another? Why are there such beasts? Why do they have the privilege of reforming and getting a new life? Give me those 2 lives. Oh no, it's a family of 3. If you can bring them back from the underworld, I'll spare them now. Let them die on the spot here. Can you do it? Speak. Damn it. Just slaughtered over 100 beasts. The Li Junyan, that beast, caused the deaths of hundreds in the black mines. Why don't you go persuade him to turn over a new leaf? Why don't you advise Alan Xian not to act? Alright, don't rush me. I'll visit the local police station." Lu Chen's crimson eyes scanned the group of people as if engraving them onto his soul. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, and 2 large doses of anesthesia needles pierced his neck again. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to pull them out and just waved his hand. The Horse Bureau saw his action and shouted, "No!" Before the words were out, he decisively chopped off the heads of the two beasts. He glanced back at the armed police aiming at him from the tower and smiled at the Horse Bureau. "I'm just puzzled why I'm unharmed? Do you know, the body is controlled by the soul. The flames of my soul's anger are almost burning through this body. Hee, how could a small anesthesia gun numb me?" The Horse Bureau took a deep breath. Now that everyone was dead, saying more was useless. He hoarsely said, "You don't know, I've been investigating. It requires evidence, not solving it like you by killing. That would only lead to chaos in society." Lu Chen shook his head. "I admire you police officers who uphold the bottom line. But as I said, criminals can't all be caught. Only with thunderous means. Slaughtering them will intimidate them all. Only then can the crime rate decrease." The Horse Bureau, hearing this, became agitated. "It's all nonsense. What you're doing is wrong." Lu Chen never expected to convince them, shook his head, and said, "I won't waste words with you. Come on. Arrest me so you can report back. The bomb is real, but I removed the fuse to scare you." Hearing this, the detectives rushed to the Horse Bureau, advising him repeatedly. "Horse Bureau, be careful, it might be a trick. Horse Bureau, let me do it. Don't listen to him." The Horse Bureau looked into Lu Chen's eyes, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely walked over and tremblingly removed the bomb from Lu Chen's body. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They handcuffed him, and the Horse Bureau's gaze was complex. The other detectives also surrounded him. At that moment, Lu Chen smirked, glanced at him, then turned to the reporters. "My body will face the judgment of the law. But in this world, no one can judge my soul. If one of me dies, there are still thousands and thousands of me. Those criminals, you damn bastards, clean your necks and wait for me. No matter where you hide, I will find you, slaughter you." A fierce intent to kill emanated from Lu Chen's body. Everyone felt a chill, trembling with fear. The next moment, Lu Chen tilted his head and died instantly. The Horse Bureau hurriedly held his body, looking at the foul smell emanating from him, the wounds all over his body, and the inflamed flesh, feeling a throbbing pain in his temple. "Damn it! It happened again! It happened again!" Everyone present thought of that phrase, looking at Wu Yong who died so easily, feeling a mix of emotions. Tears streamed down the faces of the two elders. How did it come to this? How did it come to this? Yes, he broke the law, fine, let the law judge his body, it's just death. Wu Yong faced death calmly. No one could blame him. He's already dead, what more could they want? To crush his bones to dust? But is there really such a thing as a soul? Pondering. The system is truly a beastly discriminator. Fate +2. Total 194. Justice point +1. Total 1264. The next day, Yang Chuan looked at the news from Tianan District, feeling extremely anxious. They should have listened to him. Now look what happened. A brutal criminal case in Chongming District reappeared in Tianan District. And it's just the beginning. Yang Chuan really wanted to go to Tianan District to catch the criminals, but the Horse Bureau, Gao Wei, and the others clenched their teeth, insisting on solving the case themselves, refusing outside help, which drove him crazy. Wan Hongming, on the other hand, seemed very indifferent. Nowadays, Chongming District is peaceful, people live in harmony, all the wrongful cases have been overturned, everything is moving towards a better future. The incident involving Chang Ma and others did not make things worse. The people were more inclined to solve problems through the law. Chang Ma once said something profound: cherishing life and living diligently is more important than anything else. As long as fairness and justice prevail, they actually did not have much resistance. Chen Yalan would still occasionally think of that person and sometimes visit his grave. She was surprised the first time she visited Chang Ma. She found Chang Ma and the others' graves spotless and filled with flowers. It was touching. She wondered who did these things, until one day, she saw those modestly dressed people and suddenly realized they were the underprivileged people who had once been persecuted. Next to Chang Ma's tombstone were two more, belonging to the terminally ill girl with pancreatic cancer and her father. The girl's tombstone read, "After I die, please bury me and my dad next to Uncle Chang. I've always heard that the underworld is terrifying, but I feel less scared knowing Uncle Chang is watching over me. Uncle Chang is the best." The girl's family fulfilled her wish. However, every time they came to sweep the tombs and looked at those small tombstones, tears would inevitably flow. The Li Junyan case, the cases of Wang, Feng, and their relatives in Tiannan District, stirred up a huge storm that could not be suppressed. The number of people involved, the severity of the crimes, the complexity of the relationships were unprecedented. The evil wife and her family were so scared at home that they couldn't stop trembling. They would dream at night of the man with the red birthmark stabbing themselves to death. They dared not be arrogant anymore. The district chief of Tianan, Lei Ting, was furious and immediately demoted the Ma Bureau to Deputy Bureau, ordering that such cases should not happen again. Ao Lanqin's second uncle and her immediate family set up white tables in their hometown and feasted for 3 days. In the hall hung 3 portraits, one of Wu Yong, one of Zhai Zisher, and one of Ao Lanqin. The second uncle seemed to know something but didn't say anything. He just told them to remember the anniversaries of these 2 people and that would be enough. The other relatives of the victims also firmly remembered the days of their benefactors, whether right or wrong. The fundamental point could not be bypassed. They had indeed sacrificed their lives to stand up for the common people. At this moment, standing on the high mountain were Tan Fuyan, his mother, and others, not only holding photos of their own son but also of Zhai Zisher, admiring the scenery together. It confirmed the saying, if you hold the people in your heart, the people will hold you high. Lu Chen never asked for anything from others, not to show off, but genuinely to eradicate evil. Every time he reincarnated, he never had a good meal or enjoyed a day of comfort, always tirelessly fighting against evil. This made his soul shine brighter and his flame burn stronger. If Lu Chen knew all this, he would surely smile and say to them, I died to punish the wicked, why are you crying? Mission 1. Lu Chen opened his eyes again from the bed, looking at the white walls and the orange and white clothes hanging beside him. Sanitation worker? The next moment, the system settings appeared. Name, Feng Tianan. Gender, male. Age, 24. Brief introduction. You are a natural cleft lip and lame orphan, adopted by the Tianan District Welfare Institute. Fortunately, Director Feng and the caregivers were kind to you, and you had a happy childhood without discrimination. You accepted your congenital deficiencies and at 18, decided to work to give back to the Welfare Institute. After numerous setbacks, a kind person introduced you to a sanitation worker job. You diligently worked from 4 a.m. every day. For 6 years, despite the meager pay, you sent most of your savings to the Welfare Institute. Being single, you were strong and familiar with the early mornings of Tianan. Lu Chen got out of bed and took a few steps, feeling nothing but a slight limp. Looking in the mirror, he only saw a cracked lip, which was more acceptable than those animal-like creatures. It was 2 p.m. Now, the original owner should have finished work and slept until now. There were a few text messages on his phone. One from the orphanage director and the mothers who were teachers. Director phone, child, you're not young anymore, you'll have to get married and have children in the future. I've saved most of the money you sent over. Come back this weekend when you have time, I've introduced a nice girl to you. Teacher, Xiaonan, living alone outside, take care of yourself, eat well and dress warmly. Mothers, how is Xiaonan doing outside? The mothers miss you, when will you come back to visit? Lu Chen felt warm inside. There is true affection in this world. However, he wouldn't let go of those creatures. Get married and have children? Sorry, Director Phone, mothers. I still want to create a world without sin. Lu Chen limped out of the room. This was the apartment of the sanitation company, not big but enough to provide shelter. It showed that the boss of this sanitation company was kind. After greeting his colleagues, Lu Chen left. Justice -2. Located the coordinates of that wealthy woman. The display showed she was in a luxurious mansion, not moving, probably still asleep from last night. Lu Chen hailed a cab and got in under the driver's curious gaze, heading towards the vicinity of the mansion. The driver was kind-hearted, chatting all the way without any discrimination. He even spoke very cautiously, afraid that Lu Chen might feel discriminated against. Finally, Lu Chen had to say helplessly, brother, I'm not sensitive, just talk normally, it's fine. I'm used to it. So the driver talked about the recent criminal cases, clapping his hands and driving enthusiastically, making Lu Chen fear he might crash. He even mentioned that he had dreams of chivalry and righteousness when he was young. But as he grew older, got a wife and children, and was burdened by the weight of life, he no longer had such thoughts. Upon reaching his destination, after bidding farewell to the enthusiastic driver, Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He was good at manipulating people but not good at socializing, making the driver a bit socially anxious. He casually had a bowl of noodles. Lu Chen wandered around the wealthy mansion, looking for an opportunity to act, no, to do something. After observing, he noticed only one vigilant security guard at the back door of the mansion. Lu Chen walked straight in. The guard just glanced at his sanitation uniform and let him pass without a word. Lu Chen found it strange until he crossed the flower bed and saw a group of cleaners mowing grass, picking up trash, scrubbing the floor, and cleaning. It dawned on him. Their uniforms were almost identical to his. The guard must have mistaken him for one of them. Just as Lu Chen was about to walk away, a supervisor called out, "Hey, you there! Come over and help me poke this drain." Me? Lu Chen pointed to himself in confusion. The fair-skinned supervisor nodded, pointing at him. Yes. You're free, come over. Lu Chen hobbled over, and the supervisor noticed his physical disability, feeling a bit embarrassed, his cheeks turning slightly red. Ahem, well, you can poke with a stick later. Let me find one for you, wait for me. The supervisor took Lu Chen to a place and went to find a stick. It was still early, and Lu Chen was happy to play along. The wealthy woman wouldn't wake up until evening, so it didn't matter if he left early. Lu Chen would wait for her return. Before long, the supervisor handed him a stick. Lu Chen took the stick and started working diligently, not minding the dirtiness of the sewer at all. The supervisor watched Lu Chen working so hard and made a decision. After it was all over, he would definitely mention to the company's boss to give this man a raise. He left. Half an hour later, Lu Chen also disappeared from there, leaving behind a cleared sewer and the stick placed nearby. Under the building where the wealthy woman lived, Lu Chen pretended to be cleaning in front, waited for over 10 minutes, and followed a resident inside. Once inside the building, it was much simpler. Following the mental target prompts, Lu Chen climbed the stairs all the way up to the 22nd floor. Upon reaching the corridor, he quietly observed. Indeed, the security set up by these wealthy kids was quite good, with fire doors and cameras. So, he waited. Lu Chen sat quietly in the stairwell. 2 hours later, the cleaning staff downstairs had already left, and the supervisor couldn't find the limping man anywhere, so he gave up. At that moment, the location signal moved. Lu Chen opened his eyes and sensed that the woman was about to leave her room. And then, damn it! Another 2 hours passed. Lu Chen was speechless, he had no idea what the woman was doing inside the room. The location marker kept moving back and forth inside the room. Finally, with the sound of the smart door lock, the wealthy woman finally left her home, opened the fire door, walked towards the elevator, pressed the button, and waited for the elevator to arrive. Lu Chen had already taken the stairs to the next floor and also pressed the elevator button. When the wealthy woman from upstairs entered the elevator and went down one floor, the elevator stopped. She noticed a cleaner at the door but didn't pay much attention, still busy texting on her phone. Lu Chen, holding a mop and wearing a cap, walked into the elevator behind her, stood behind her, and then used the mop handle to block the camera. The next moment, bang! He swiftly knocked her unconscious with a knife hand strike, subdued her, cancelled the down button of the elevator, and pressed the button to go to the top floor again. 1 minute later, ding! The elevator arrived at the top floor, and the doors opened. Lu Chen kicked her out with one foot, making her fall embarrassingly. After she disappeared from the elevator's surveillance view, he put down the mop, picked up the phone calmly, and walked out. It was just that simple. Efficient. Lu Chen carried her on his shoulder and walked up the stairs to the top floor. The wind on the top floor was strong. Justice point -1. He bought a roll of hemp rope, the roughest kind full of burrs. By now, the sky had darkened, and Lu Chen firmly tied her to the ventilation duct. Information about her appeared. Character information: Zhong Shu, 25 years old, granddaughter of the former director of the Southern District Mining Resources Bureau in Luteng City, G. Third generation, born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her life has been clearly arranged, a typical representative of hereditary privilege. Since childhood, she has lived a life of luxury without ever worrying about money. She is spoiled, arrogant, and looks down on the lower-class common people. After returning from studying abroad at a certain university, she was arranged by her grandfather and father to work at a certain unit. Although she receives social security benefits and a high salary, she has never worked a day. Lu Chen stopped reading here. Smack! Smack! He slapped her hard. His palm landed on her face that had been cut by a knife, making her already pitiful face, which had fallen like a dog, even more miserable. Her makeup was ruined, her false eyelashes were flung out, and her white face visibly swelled. Ouch, Zhong Shu let out a painful groan, waking up from being hit. When she opened her eyes and saw the cleaner in front of her, feeling the intense pain on her face, she immediately flew into a rage. Violently struggling. Want to slap him. At this moment, she's not thinking about anything. The first words that came out of her mouth were, "Ah, bastard! How dare you hit me! How dare you hit me! You!" Smack! 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 What? Showing mercy and pity? Lu Chen doesn't have that. He directly ruthlessly slapped her 3 times with his left hand. Zhong Shu's anger surged, and she angrily exclaimed, "You!" Smack! Smack! Lu Chen slapped her twice again. "You!" Smack! 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 Zhong Shu was almost dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lu Chen, her face swollen like a pig's head, tears rolling in her eyes, feeling extremely wronged. She hadn't even said anything yet. Why was she being hit? Lu Chen's cold gaze was like looking at a dead animal, looking down at her and saying, "Want more slaps? Today, I'll give you your fill." Even though Zhongshu was usually spoiled, arrogant, and proud, she was helpless facing this man with a heart of stone. Hatred and grievance intertwined in her heart. Never before. Never has anyone treated her like this. Even her parents, who have always been indulgent, have never been angry, let alone resorted to violence in over 20 years. And now, this ugly and flawed man in front of her, continuously slapping her face, throwing all her nobility, pride, and class to the ground. Insanely. Crushing. Trampling. Despising. Zhongshu's eyes were filled with boundless hatred, blaring fiercely at Lu Chen. If looks could kill, Lu Chen would have died a million times over by now. She hadn't fully grasped the kind of person she was facing. Hee, a lowly person like me dares to treat someone of your noble status like this. Do you feel humiliated? Do you want to kill me? I see the hatred in your eyes. You've lived in flowers and sunshine since birth, so you look down on the lower class, thinking they are all lowly, while you are noble, and we are lowly. You think we don't deserve to live in this world with you. After Lu Chen finished indifferently, he picked up her phone, opened various apps and chat software. Zhongshu's screen name was Flying Fish, full of flaunting wealth and disdainful remarks about the Dragon Kingdom's various systems and the lower class people. Sadly, there was a large group of bootlickers below. Seeing him browsing through her phone, Zhongshu couldn't help but be furious, her eyes filled with anger. What are you thinking? Lu Chen casually threw away her latest model iPhone, took out a knife from his backpack, and looked at her coldly. Seeing the knife, Zhongshu immediately calmed down, her mind becoming extremely clear. Her eyes instantly became clear. Let me go. You're a sanitation worker, right? You just want money, don't you? I have a lot of money that you've never seen in your life. My parents give me 200,000 pocket money every month. My grandfather's savings exceed 9 figures. Let me go, and I'll give you money that you can't spend in your lifetime. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. Ha ha ha. Money? Do you think I need money? Not for money? Then it's for. Hearing this, Zhongshu immediately became flustered, feeling the prickly sensation of being tied up with coarse rope, feeling uncomfortable all over. She looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes and stuttered, "Please, don't hurt me. I can help you find lawless, mature women, tall, short, white, black, fat, thin. I can arrange whatever type you want." As she became more and more outrageous in her words, Lu Chen was almost amused by this silly fool. "Shut up." Smack. He directly slapped her mouth hard with the blade of the knife. Several of her porcelain teeth were shattered, leaving her mouth in pain. Woo, woo, woo. Zhongshu trembled all over in pain, whimpering incessantly. Testing me with money and women? What do you take me for? Know this, your words are the greatest insult to me. This is just a small lesson, think clearly before spewing nonsense. Lu Chen's tone was icy. Zhongshu's tears flowed, her face filled with a look of pain and despair, screaming inside. Big brother, what do you want to do in the end? Not for money, not for women. Are you venting on me? At this moment, Lu Chen looked at her miserable appearance without any sympathy. Is this what despair and pain feel like? It seems that this G generation is just an ordinary person. Stripped of all the glory, she would still wail and suffer, not possessing extraordinary abilities. Lu Chen grabbed her right hand, adorned with diamond-studded nails, wondering how she wipes herself. Feeling his grip on her hand, Zhongshu trembled all over, wanting to pull her hand back. Suddenly, swish! Lu Chen raised his hand and directly chopped it off. Then, an indescribable sharp pain shot through her right wrist. Zhongshu's eyes widened in agony, trembling violently all over. Her eyes filled with pain and disbelief. Just as she was about to scream, Lu Chen swiftly reached out and tightly gripped her, preventing any sound from escaping. The pain intensified, and just as Zhongshu was about to faint from the agony, Lu Chen slapped her hard several times, bringing her back to consciousness. Zhongshu looked at Lu Chen with bloodshot eyes. Her heart sank to the bottom as she seemed to understand something. He was here to kill her. Don't look at me like that. To prevent you from cursing at the common people in the future, I just gave you a slight punishment. Rest assured, I won't kill you, Lu Chen said lightly. At the same time, he thought to himself, sorry, Xiaotang, I couldn't have that drink, so I helped you out. Then he exchanged for a roll of healing bandages from the system store and began to carefully bandage her. Justice points -1. Zhongshu's face was pale, her body limp, already numb from the pain. If she wasn't tied up, she would have collapsed on the ground long ago. Devil! He's a devil! Watching Lu Chen bandage her, Zhongshu was truly afraid. After finishing the bandaging, alright, you should be very cooperative now, so let's begin, Lu Chen said, turning on the phone's recording function and aiming it at her face. Start confessing, from how you manipulated behind the scenes to enter the G scene. How much assets are at home? How did the generations of shoe rats relay in absorbing X? How did your grandfather and father embezzle the country and the people's money? Tell me everything. With these words, Zhongshu immediately panicked. What manipulation behind the scenes, no embezzlement, all our normal funds. Lu Chen didn't want to hear her nonsense. He drew a knife and gestured on her face. Are you not quite awake? Do you want me to wake you up? I see your face is a bit deformed. How about I give you a few cuts for plastic surgery? Feeling the icy blade moving on her face, Zhongshu, terrified by his merciless expression, couldn't bear to imagine how he would cut her face. In the end, faced with disfigurement and deceiving her ancestors, she chose to preserve her appearance. She was about to speak, but Lu Chen stopped her, saying, "Start by saying what I told you. My name is Zhongshu, my father is Zhong. My mother is. My grandfather is. I am willing to take legal responsibility for the following statements." Zhongshu was completely hopeless, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a demon. Under his threat, she began to confess everything in detail. I am Zhongshu, my father is. I am willing to take legal responsibility for the following statements. Half an hour later, Zhongshu confessed everything. How her grandfather, during his decades as the director of the mining resources in the Tianan district of Greenvine City, abused his position. The corruption, bribery, misappropriation of country funds, and embezzlement of the people's money at the grassroots level. How her father took over the heavy burden from her grandfather. Leveraging the connections and prestige of the older generation, how they thrived in amassing wealth again. And many other explosive pieces of news. Lu Chen wasn't worried at all about her not telling the truth. The system information was there. After finishing the recording, Lu Chen had a tiny bit of selfishness. That was to have Zhongshu note, "I promise to donate without reclaiming," transferring two sums of money. One sum of 200,000 to Xiaotang, and another sum of 2 million to Tiannan Welfare Home. In the end, everything was settled. Lu Chen watched the recorded video and sneered. "Ha ha, is this what you call watching and inheriting? You damn generations of rats, climbing to a high position by sucking the marrow of Longwa and the people, still fancying yourselves as upper-class individuals, looking down on the lower-class people. I think you're worse than the old scavenger on the street. At least when the country is in trouble, they can donate most of their life savings to help those in need. Calling you animals would be an insult to animals. Be grateful. Be grateful that you only steal money and haven't done the things that enrage both heaven and people. Otherwise, I would have long ago." At the end, Lu Chen exuded a majestic killing intent as if he had slaughtered thousands of animals. The next moment, under the suppressive aura, Zhongshu shivered uncontrollably, her spirit on the brink of collapse. She saw a pair of eyes filled with immense crimson killing intent. At this moment, he seemed like a demon standing at the peak of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Breaking through the barriers of hell, he descended to the mortal realm. He injected her with a dose of vitamin K1 and glucose, setting a timed alarm message for her. Ignoring Zhongshu, who was already dazed and on the verge of collapse, Lu Chen disappeared into the darkness, hidden in fame and merit. He was ready to anonymously submit this information to all the journalists in Tiannan district. If things didn't turn out as he wanted, what would that mean? It meant it was a complete mess. By then, he didn't mind letting the high-level officials in Tiannan district experience what it meant to be. Walking smoothly out of the residential area, Lu Chen changed into a set of waterproof work clothes and non-slip shoes in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. After eating something casually, he found an internet cafe, paid 200 yuan to someone in a corner for the use of a computer. He processed the video, added a beauty filter to cover up the injuries and swollen face of Zhongshu. Then he mass sent it to the email addresses of all the news media journalists in Tiannan district. He left the internet cafe again, limping away into the night. At 9:30 in the evening, the special bureau of the Haofu residential area received an alarm message because it involved the child of a high-ranking executive. The response was swift. Before 10 o'clock, Zhongshu was taken to the hospital. 20 minutes later, Grandpa Zhong, Father Zhong, and Mother Zhong rushed to the hospital and saw Zhongshu lying on the hospital bed after treatment. It was heartbreaking. This was their obedient granddaughter. How did she end up in such a state? Who did this? Mother Zhong cried to the special agents, insisting on bringing the criminal to justice. They must be severely punished. He must pay the price. He must die. Grandpa Zhong and Father Zhong were also filled with extreme hatred. With tears in their eyes, they kept making calls and using their connections, determined to find the criminal. 10 minutes later, Zhongshu woke up, looking at the family in front of her shedding tears of grievance, emotion, and guilt. Then she slowly confessed what she had faced in front of the camera. In the blink of an eye, all the tears and wails abruptly stopped. The room fell into dumbfounded silence. In the darkness, someone was holding a phone, browsing the news displayed on the screen at 5 a.m. This morning, members of a child trafficking organization in Tiannan district were arrested by the special agents. They will be swiftly brought to court for trial at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Highly anticipated. The special agents escorting these human traffickers are from the jurisdiction of the Alan Xin case. A fierce smile appeared on the phone screen under the light, full of murderous intent. As journalists from major news platforms received the self-narrated video, a crazy shock unfolded tonight, spreading like thunder. Inside the hospital, both Mr. Zhong and his parents were dumbfounded, with Mr. Zhong even raising his hand in anger, almost sending his daughter to her demise. This is so damn outrageous. Outrageous. In just a moment, as the video rapidly spread on the internet, Mr. Zhong found that he couldn't make any more calls. People who were eagerly in contact just over 10 minutes ago had now blocked him. The same went for Mr. Zhong's parents. Each call resulted in a block. The two were in despair, and Mrs. Zhong, pointing at Zhong Shu, fainted in anger. It's over. Everything is over. Half an hour later. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking on the door echoed. Without waiting for their response, a group of people in formal attire with badges walked in from outside. The moment Mr. Zhong and the others saw this group of people, their hearts sank, feeling extremely bitter. They were from the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Zhang Han, Zhang Shangtao, you are suspected of serious violations of discipline. Please come with us now. At this late hour, when netizens were still awake, lying in bed watching videos, suddenly came across a video. They saw Zhong Shu, her face covered with a beauty filter, speaking to the camera. I am Zhong Shu, my grandfather. I take legal responsibility for my words. This immediately caused a huge uproar. What the hell happened? Is this a case of sacrificing family for justice? Outrageous. Outrageous. That old Zhong dog actually embezzled so much while in office. Damn beast. A family of beasts. Shameless. Damn. I'm just a delivery guy. Damn. This world is cursed. Why can they get away with it while we can only work in the fields? Are we not working hard enough? I passed the written test this year, but got rejected during the interview. Oh my god. Upstairs. Is this something you can say on the internet? Damn it. Intensify the investigation. How many more of these shameless beasts are out there? This is a tragedy. We must investigate thoroughly. No wonder we had to pay all sorts of fees 10 years ago. Now it makes sense. Netizens were all ignited with anger. They couldn't believe there were still such things, some of which were unspeakable. How could one find peace of mind? Then, a great god dug up Zhong Shu's outrageous remarks. The more it burns, the brighter it gets, vowing to burn a big hole in the dark sky covered by these black clouds. The special agents in the jurisdiction were also confused. How did things suddenly turn around? Should they still arrest people? After some consideration, the captain gave a firm instruction. Arrest them. They must be arrested. No matter how big a bomb they drop, each crime must be accounted for. The culprit is suspected of kidnapping, intentional harm, coercion, and other criminal acts. They must face legal consequences. However, after investigating all night, they found no clues. Meanwhile, in the jurisdiction of the Special Task Force investigating the Aolengson incident, they interrogated the 3 damn human traffickers all night, but they refused to speak. They wouldn't reveal the whereabouts of the abducted children. The human traffickers knew very well. Abduction and trafficking carry different penalties. Abduction carries a sentence of less than 5 years, while trafficking carries a sentence of 5 to 10 years, with severe cases punishable by death. They insisted it was abduction, not trafficking. So even if they were sentenced, it would only be for a few years. How despicable these beasts are. The child's father searched for over 10 years, finally finding the human traffickers, but these beasts refused to speak, never revealing where the child had been abducted to. Those families who lost their children didn't really want any compensation. They just wanted their own children back. But these beasts, in order to avoid the death penalty, remained silent no matter how they were interrogated. They completely ignored the pleading families on their knees. It was truly despicable. This incident caused a stir on the internet, but it wasn't as big as the other one. Netizens watching the tearful parents in front of the camera, with white hair and tears streaming down their faces, felt a mix of emotions. Some things are hard to say, but on the most prominent bullet screen, it read, "Support equal punishment for buying and selling. Support equal punishment for abduction and trafficking. Support the death penalty for human traffickers. Those fathers and mothers who openly wept in front of the camera, not holding back their heart-wrenching cries. Some searched for over 10 years, some for half their lives, some found their children, while others were still on the road searching. They sold all their belongings, traversing the land of the Dragon Kingdom, enduring the torment of pain and worry day and night. It was truly unbearable. As he passed by a residential building, Lu Chen heard the sound of an argument inside. He approached, stopped, and listened for a while. It turned out to be a neighborhood dispute. The cause was that the laborer Xiao Wang on the 8th floor, after returning home exhausted from work every day and wanting to rest, was disturbed every night at 12 o'clock. There were sounds of dragging chairs, things falling, children crying, and footsteps from upstairs. It was truly affecting his sleep. Xiao Wang endured for almost half a month, but finally couldn't take it anymore and went to the neighbor on the 9th floor to discuss the matter. However, he was scolded and told, "You're really nosy. Isn't it normal for children to make noise? Besides, do you have any evidence?" Xiao Wang was furious, and seeing that communication was futile, he bought a vibration device and used it on the floor above tonight. Unexpectedly, the other party wouldn't let it go. They demanded compensation for mental distress from Xiao Wang. "It was a typical case of I reason with you, but you act like a rogue. After I act like a rogue, you still want to reason with me." Lu Chen was filled with anger. Damn it! These beasts needed someone to stand up to them, to teach them a lesson and curb their arrogance. Who can guarantee that in this lifetime, they won't encounter a few of these uncivilized beastly neighbors? Strike when necessary. With this in mind, Lu Chen headed upstairs. The higher he went, the noisier it became. A crowd had gathered. When Lu Chen reached them, he saw a fierce and menacing fat tank pointing and continuously scolding a young man with glasses. The young man Xiao Wang's face was flushed red, clearly not a match for the fat tank. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason may not prevail. No more nonsense. Lu Chen limped straight towards the fat tank. The fat tank was enjoying the commotion, feeling like the most awesome and pleased with herself. Suddenly, she saw a young man with a duckbill cap and a limp running towards her at full speed. The next moment, smack! Lu Chen slapped the fat face hard. This scene also stunned all the onlookers. The fat tank covered her face, incredulously looking at Lu Chen and exclaimed, "How dare you hit me?" Lu Chen chuckled, "Hit you? I'm not just hitting you. I'm going to hit your whole family." With that, Lu Chen pretended to take something out of his pocket, but actually pulled out a short stick he had exchanged from the system mall. And he struck. Smack! First, he broke the fat tank's leg with a blow. Amid her hoarse screams, Lu Chen limped into her house. Husband? He also broke a leg. Stop aiding and abetting. Father-in-law? Let's spare the elderly. Respecting the old and loving the young, Lu Chen directly broke his arm with a stick. You damn well should set a good example for your descendants. Mother-in-law? You can't run away either. Child? Forget about the child. Lu Chen just grabbed him. He only gave him 10 hard slaps. Swiftly done. Lu Chen limped away confidently. Nobody dared to stop him, leaving behind the wailing tank family in the room. Young Wang's face turned red, watching Lu Chen's departing figure, filled with excitement. So satisfying. A man of justice. So satisfying. Justice points +2, total 1243. Inside the rental house, just as Tang and his girlfriend were cuddling affectionately, Tang's phone suddenly buzzed. 3 minutes later, when he opened his phone, he found out someone had transferred 200,000 yuan to him, with a note saying it was a donation. Holy crap, is this for real? Tang's girlfriend curiously took his phone and was also surprised. Oh my god. What's going on? Various complex emotions aside, they spent a sleepless night in excitement. They decided to use the money as a fresh start for a new family. Director Feng of the Welfare Institute in Tianan District had just finished inspecting the children's dormitories, massaging his sore waist on the way home. He also received a donation notification message. Who's messaging this late? When he checked his phone, in an instant, all drowsiness vanished as he carefully counted the digits. Ones, tens, hundreds, 10,000, 100,000. A total of 2 million donations. Great! A generous person. There are indeed many good people in Tianan District. Director Feng was overjoyed. Now the children's welfare could be greatly improved. The facilities could also be fully updated. After leaving the area, Lu Chen borrowed a motorcycle and rode along the edge of the road, clad in stars and moon, stepping on Ghostfire, heading towards the essential road leading to the Special Operations Institute in Tianan District. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a useful dump truck by the roadside. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. This game is quite realistic. Think of something and it appears. He directly abandoned the motorcycle, took out courage from his backpack, tinkered for a while, then sat on it. He started the vehicle. Roaring, Lu Chen drove the dump truck into the darkness. As the planet's core rotated, time in this sinful cosmic world also reached morning, 7:30 a.m. Tired Lao Yu got up, washed up, and went downstairs, ready to drive his dump truck to the construction site to haul soil. Today was his first day reporting for work. He had slept early last night. When he reached the alley, holy crap, where's my truck? Where is it? Lao Yu's bewildered eyes suddenly cleared up. He stood at the parking spot, frantically jumping. How could such a big truck disappear? 3 minutes later, Lao Yu finally accepted the reality and called the Special Affairs Bureau. Hello, this is the Special Affairs Bureau. How can I help you? Hello, my dump truck was stolen. Oh, sorry, what kind of truck did you say? A dump truck, with 4 wheels in the front and 8 in the back. The operator finally understood. Wow, the first time reporting a stolen dump truck, the world is really full of surprises. The local Special Affairs Bureau started investigating, checking the surveillance along the way. But Lu Chen was prepared for this. He dropped the license plate in a blind spot, swapped it with another dump truck nearby, and drove a distance to blend in with another soil hauling team at a different construction site. By 8 o'clock, Lu Chen saw that the time was right. He didn't even get the soil hauling ticket and left for his planned destination. At the same time, the Special Affairs Bureau in Aolangsan district was ready with the human traffickers, escorted by the 4 black-clothed men, preparing to depart at 8:30. Parking the car by the roadside, Lu Chen got out of the car, ready to eat a bowl of noodles and wait for them to arrive. Passers-by who saw him get out of the car couldn't help but feel puzzled and curious. Goodness, how can this person with a limp drive? Is this industry so competitive now? 8:40. Had a simple breakfast. Lu Chen got back into the car and lit a cigarette, his eyes gazing ahead deeply, sensing the approaching red dot in his mind. 10 minutes later, the red dot was almost at the intersection. Roar! Lu Chen started the vehicle, stepped on the gas, and slowly drove forward. 3 minutes later, boom! After a loud crash, Lu Chen, bloodied, calmly got out of the driver's seat, stood in front of the chaos, and lit a cigarette slowly. For Black Hunters, 3 human traffickers, all wiped out. Fate points +7. Total 200. Justice points +10. Total 1,253. Second uncle, A.O. Lanshin. This is my final word to you all. At this moment, buzz. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, on gaining 200 fate points achievement. Special character reincarnation function activated. Host can spend fate points to reincarnate into specific characters. Ha! New function? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Chen immersed himself in it, starting to explore this new function. Meanwhile, the numerous journalists and bereaved families who had been waiting at the interrogation court had not seen the human trafficker's shadow yet and started making phone calls to inquire. The next moment, they were stunned. They realized that they had been in a car accident 20 minutes ago. So, they hurried back to the accident scene without stopping. The special forces had arrived at the scene, restrained Lu Chen, and then began to clean up the scene and inquire about the incident. After a preliminary investigation, the accident had caused 7 casualties. Surveillance footage showed that the cement truck had directly collided with the Special Forces vehicle escorting the human trafficker. However, no matter how the Special Forces questioned, Lu Chen remained silent. At this moment, the journalists and bereaved families had arrived at the scene. The group of bereaved families, upon seeing the wreckage, immediately burst into heart-wrenching cries. Ah 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 ah! Woo 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 woo! These wails caught everyone's attention. They turned to look. They saw the bereaved families kneeling on the ground, looking at the wreckage and crying in pain. The special forces and journalists were puzzled. But Lu Chen understood clearly why they were wailing like that. Because the human trafficker was dead. The human trafficker had the location where they had sold their children. With his death, everything was lost. All hope was shattered. How could they not grieve? How could they not cry? Lu Chen stood up. The special forces, seeing this, quickly pressed him and angrily said, "Feng Tiannan, what are you trying to do?" Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "I have something to say to them, to those tragic families who have lost their children." Hearing this, the special forces immediately shook their heads and said, "Impossible. You can't go anywhere. You are now suspected of intentional kidnapping, injuring, and killing. You better confess. How did you bring this car here? How did you treat Zhang Shu? Our special forces high team is on the way here. Confession leads to leniency. Resistance leads to severity. I advise you not to be stubborn." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you say I can't go anywhere? It's ridiculous. Being in the fog but unable to see oneself clearly. Don't let me talk to the bereaved families? Fine. From now on, I won't say a word, you can try and see. After laughing, Lu Chen, with icy eyes, calmly stared at the special forces in front of him. The cold light in his eyes flickered. Being stared at by him, the special forces couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine, their backs cold. For a moment, their minds didn't know how to refute him. It was as if he held the truth of the world in his hands. Indeed, it was true. In a world where everyone was intoxicated, he alone remained sober. At that moment, Detective Gao Wei and others arrived at the scene, their hearts heavy at the sight of the chaos before them. Gao Wei approached Lu Chen, staring at him intently, and asked directly, "Are you part of the same organization as them?" Lu Chen was puzzled by his question, unable to make sense of it. Seeing this, Gao Wei completely abandoned the speculation he had about the XJ organization, based on what Yang Chuan had told him. With over a decade of experience in criminal investigation, he had developed a keen eye for reading people. He noticed that Lu Chen truly had no knowledge of this information just now, his eyes devoid of any emotion except confusion. "Never mind, I heard you want to talk to the relatives of the missing orphans. Can you tell me why?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "It's none of your business. How dare you speak like that?" The special agent was ready to handcuff him and take him away upon hearing this. "Hold on." Gao Wei stopped him. Then he said to Lu Chen, "Let's make a deal. If you truthfully confess everything to me, I will let you communicate with those relatives of the missing orphans. How about it? You know there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world." Lu Chen slowly turned to him, expressionless, and said, "What do you want to know? Do you want to know the truth behind all this, or why I did what I did?" Gao Wei looked into his eyes and asked, "I don't care about truths or lies. I only know what your intentions are. You were raised in Tiannan Welfare Institute as an orphan, under the care of the director, surnamed Feng Tiannan. You grew up in a healthy environment, worked diligently as an adult to support the Welfare Institute, but everything changed yesterday. Tell me, what caused such a drastic change in you? Kidnapping, harming others, coercion, theft, hitting people." Gao Wei took a deep breath. Then, he shouted angrily, staring at Lu Chen, "How can one person change so drastically? Are you hiding something, or are you not Feng Tiannan at all? Tell me, a sudden attack?" Ha ha. Faced with the threat, Lu Chen remained calm and composed, looking indifferently at the raging Gao Wei. "I can be Feng Tiannan, or anyone else. Your tactics won't work on me. When you grasp the truth, you will find all of this utterly ridiculous." The two locked eyes for over a minute. In the end, Gao Wei took a step back. He couldn't see through this guy. He was too composed and ruthless. "Feng Tiannan, I'm giving you a chance. I hope you will keep your promise," Gao Wei said through gritted teeth. This move carried great risks, but for the sake of the truth, he believed it was worth a gamble. Because before this, Yang Chuan from Chongming district had called him and said, "If you encounter such an event, never act with a tough attitude. These criminals are not afraid of death. You must inquire with a gentle approach to gather more information. I believe he will be willing to tell you the truth." Additionally, Yang Chuan had told him, if you can't handle it, he can come to help. Of course, Gao Wei considered the last statement as nonsense. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "All right, you won't regret it." With that, he waved off the special agent restraining him and walked towards the group of grieving relatives of the missing orphans. Gao Wei and the special agent followed him, curious about his intentions. Clack clack clack, the limping footsteps echoed. Amidst the group's wails of sorrow, the sound seemed faint, but Lu Chen's steps remained resolute. One step, one footprint. Lu Chen stood before them, looking at the kneeling, grief-stricken relatives whose temples were already streaked with white. He bent down to help the first person up. The middle-aged man with graying temples looked at Lu Chen, whose face was covered in bloodstains and somewhat disfigured, with a deep sense of sadness. Even though he knew that Lu Chen was the driver who had accidentally killed those human traffickers, even though he knew it was because of him that his own son had gone missing, he never blamed this man. He only hated himself. He hated his carelessness over a decade ago. If only he had been more careful that day, if only he had held his child in his arms, if only that day. For over a decade, he had tossed and turned countless nights, unable to sleep. Endless regret and pain tormented him, keeping him awake. Just as he wondered why Lu Chen was helping him up, he heard Lu Chen speak. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Lu Chen with excitement and said, "You wouldn't lie to me. You wouldn't lie to me, right? Are you telling the truth? Is it true?" The middle-aged man tightly grabbed Lu Chen's arm, his eyes filled with pleading and excitement. He begged the man in front of him not to deceive him in this matter. He was excited that this man was giving him valuable information. Gao Wei and the special agents also grabbed him, their faces serious as they said, "You can't joke about this. Lu Chen looked at them seriously and said, I never joke about these things. Not just yours, but yours, and yours too. Other relatives of the missing children also witnessed this scene from the side, looking up in surprise when they heard Lu Chen's words. Instantly, everyone became excited. They all gathered around. Everyone looked at Lu Chen with hopeful eyes, bombarding him with questions. Is it true? Do you really know where my daughter is now? You're not lying to us, are you? Please, don't lie to us. Is what you're saying true? It's understandable why they were so excited. For these relatives of missing children, any piece of information would make them search far and wide, just to find their own flesh and blood. Lu Chen turned to face everyone again and said confidently, yes. I haven't lied to you. I will tell you where the children are. They are at. Lu Chen proceeded to identify the children of these dozens of missing relatives one by one. Each identification cost him -2 points of justice. But Lu Chen didn't care. Justice points were far less important to him than reuniting these families. Gao Wei, the special agents, and the missing relatives were initially skeptical, until Lu Chen described their children's features, specific addresses, and even their full names. Everything was crystal clear. They couldn't help but believe him. Gao Wei was full of doubts at this moment. Logically, Feng Tiannan had never left the Tiannan district, so how did he know all this? But after he called the local special agent's office to confirm, everyone heard the message on the other end of the line. Wait a moment, let me check. Found it. There is indeed such a person. Instantly, emotions ran high. Tears streamed down the faces of all the families searching for their loved ones. They wished they could fly there immediately to find their children. Then, everyone looked at Lu Chen and expressed their deepest gratitude. Thank you. Sob. Thank you so much. Sob. I've been searching for my child for over 10 years. I never expected this today. Young man, really, I'm so grateful to you. Do you have any wishes? I'll do whatever I can to help you. Tell me, I have some savings. Do you need a lawyer or anything else? Just let me know. I'll help. The missing relatives surrounded Lu Chen, continuously expressing their gratitude. Lu Chen waved his hand with a smile and said, I'm sorry to have made you sad. I don't need you to do anything. Just pass on this love. When you encounter someone in need, please don't hesitate to lend a hand. Besides that, I ask for nothing else. Everyone was shocked by these words. Gao Wei and the others were at a loss for words, filled with confusion. Why is he doing this? I can't understand. I don't understand. Because of certain reasons. Sigh, it's hard to explain. Fiction is not a lawless place. Some things cannot be written. Damn your royal 3 tricks, damn it. After saying those words, Lu Chen turned calmly to Gao Wei and the others and said, I've said it before, I can be anyone Liao Kaifeng, Chang Ma, Zhai Zisher, Wu Yong, or Feng Tiannan. Until all the evils in this world are eradicated, I vow not to enter reincarnation. But the simplest thing is, I still hope you call me Demon God. With that, Lu Chen tilted his head and died on the spot. Death Order 1. He was getting more and more reluctant to waste words with these people. Just solve the problem and die directly. Why bother with so much talk? They're all nonsense, can't understand what's being said, can't change anything, what else is there to say? After he said this, Gao Wei and the other detectives' faces turned pale. What did they just hear? How could he say such a thing? Medic! Come quickly! Medic! Gao Wei grabbed Feng Tiannan, who was about to collapse, and shouted loudly for the medic. By the time the medic arrived to check, it was already too late. He was brain dead. Gao Wei looked at the familiar scene of death settlement, and couldn't help but think of those few people before. Gradually, an idea began to rise infinitely in his mind, his body trembling uncontrollably. Could it be? Could it be? From beginning to end, it's all one person. This idea made him break out in a cold sweat, his face pale. As a staunch materialist, his faith collapsed at that moment. If it's not the same person, then how to explain all the actions of Feng Tiannan? Can a person really change so drastically in a short period of time? Thinking of this, he tremblingly dialed the Horse Bureau's phone. And at that moment, in the consciousness space, a search option box appeared in front of Lu Chen. Specific character reincarnation function, points, 10, status value plus, wealth value plus, power value plus, appearance value plus. Interesting, status is always above wealth, and power is below them, hee. Indeed, in this world, no matter how high the power, they still fear eating lotus seeds. Appearance is useful but not that useful. Is that what the system means? Buzz. The host has already understood the truth, now please allocate the points, but be aware that the higher the points allocated to status and wealth, the more death orders will be consumed, please allocate wisely. Hearing this, Lu Chen tried to max out the status and wealth values. Status value 5 plus, wealth value 5 plus, power value plus, appearance value plus, then he clicked on search. The next moment, a bunch of character settings appeared on the panel. There were executives, tycoons, law enforcement, and even roles like lawyers and judges. But the higher their status and wealth, the more death orders they consumed, starting at 100 points. Seeing this, Lucien smiled. You see, people are indeed different. The death orders consumed by these upper-class individuals are exorbitant. What if I max out the status? What will happen? Buzz. Please, host, do not try randomly, or else the darkroom will warn you. Cut. Lucien waved his hand and directly closed the panel for the specific character reincarnation function. Reincarnate directly. I don't believe it. Even if I reincarnate as a commoner, I might still be able to make a name for myself. In the next moment, Lucien opened his eyes. Settings emerged. Name, Huang Li. Gender, male. Age, 22. Brief introduction, orphaned at a young age, suffering from brain illness and lack of coordination in limbs. You, who grew up in poverty, have become an honorable village guardian in the Huang family village. Roaming day and night in this mountain village, you have witnessed too many ugly things under the cover of night. Widow sneaking out, swapping babies, adultery, all trivial matters. There are even worse things happening. Surveying the surroundings, the same dilapidated house, filled with junk, it seems this character is even worse than before. At least the previous one was in a rented house in the city. Now, you've come directly to the village. Everything is random. It seems you still need to spend money to get a better reincarnation. At this moment, he remembered a famous saying, create happiness with your heart. If you're broke, screw you. Screw it. Being a village guardian suits me just fine. Carefree and unburdened. Lucien got up from the bed with a flip, stood up, and looked at himself in the mirror. Not bad. Quite messy. And ugly too. Truly fitting the image of a stiff village guardian. Recalling the system's warning about even worse things happening, Lucien opened the door and walked outside. Passing by a village courtyard, he heard noises and a woman's screams coming from inside. Bang! Thud! Ah! After a moment, a domineering voice rang out. Don't you dare disrespect me. I'll kill you. How dare you resist? Behave yourself. Thud! Another muffled sound of a blow. Then, a long-suppressed scream of a man echoed from the courtyard. Ah! Following that, the domineering voice burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Just then, bang! Lucien kicked open the courtyard door and walked in. He saw a meek man chained to the side, a sturdy young man with brown hair standing in front of him urinating, and a pitiful woman kneeling beside them, pleading incessantly. At this moment, the sturdy young man looked extremely arrogant. When they saw the door open, they turned their gaze. It was the village guardian. Huang Sanshao pointed at him arrogantly and said, Huang Li, this is none of your business. Get lost, or I'll kill you. He continued urinating, insulting the man. The meek man had a swollen face, showing extreme humiliation and indignation, yet he was also very afraid. Having been bullied for a long time, he didn't dare show any resistance. Huang Sanshao, the third son of the village chief of Huang family village, idles around all day, abusing women and beating honest villagers in the village, committing several cases of intentional injury and even rape, but his father, the village chief, always covers for him. The one being bullied was a villager of Huang family village, Huang Nyoma, an honest and hard-working man who had a disabled wife. They used to live happily, but caught the attention of Huang Sanshao. Today, he came to their door to rape his wife in front of Huang Nyoma. Huang Sanshao first chained Huang Nyoma and brutally beat him, completely ignoring the disabled woman's pleas and cries. He also greatly enjoyed this process of violence, but he didn't expect that someone with a death wish would come in. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Do you want to die? Ha! Just you wait. I'll kill you later. Huang Sanshao saw that Lucien didn't flinch at all, so he pointed at him fiercely and cursed. Sigh. Lucien sighed at his words and slowly raised his head, revealing crimson eyes. Comrades, even if you want to suppress the scores, at least support a bit. I need to eat too. At the age of standing on one's own, 1,000 thanks. You have chosen the path of death. Lucien stared at Huang Sanshao with his crimson eyes and said coldly. A surging intent to kill swept towards him. Whoosh! Huang Sanshao, caught off guard, was startled by Lucien's gaze. He couldn't even pee straight, feeling powerless. It just kept dripping there. This really infuriated him. You damn it! Do you not know who you are talking to? How dare you speak to me like this? Huang Sanshao cursed. Then he tried a couple of times, but that thing still wouldn't come out clean, just kept dripping, so he simply put on his pants, full of anger, and walked towards Lucien with big steps. He wanted to give this village guard Huang Li a good lesson. Huang Sanshao had just arrived in front of Huang Li, raised his right hand, ready to slap him hard on the face. The next moment, swish! Lucien, with a short knife in his hand at some point, made a swift and fierce slash, because the courage was too sharp. Huang Sanshao still didn't know what had happened. He continued to wave his hand, but felt empty. The next second, after Huang Sanshao waved his empty hand towards Lu Chen, all he saw was blood on his face. Ha! Can I make so much blood with just one slap? Just as he was puzzled, he saw that hand on the ground. It seems to be his own hand. Immediately, a piercing pain came, making him involuntarily let out a fierce scream. Ah! Huang Sanshao held his hand, stomping his feet non-stop. Pain! Too painful! Painful and scared. Huang Sanshao, pale-faced, was about to run out. Lu Chen directly kicked him down. So what if he's a village guard? So what if his hands and feet are not coordinated? Even if the body is incomplete? Even if the brain doesn't work well? Even if the reaction is slow? As long as the soul is strong enough, the will is tough enough, nothing is impossible. Everything is possible. There is a saying, if the Olympics compete for the strongest physique of humans, then the Paralympics witness the most indomitable souls in the world. At this moment, encased in Huang Li's crippled body, is the most indomitable soul in the world. Ah, Huang Li, you bastard! My father and brother won't let you off. How dare you cut off my hand? Ah, it hurts so much. Huang Sanshao rolled on the ground, screaming in agony, cursing non-stop. Lu Chen didn't go easy on him either. Making you damn talk nonsense. Making you damn spew crap. Making you damn flip the table. Swish, swish. Lu Chen gave him a harsh lesson directly. On the other side, the poor woman was looking for the key to unlock the honest man, watching Huang Li punish Huang Sanshao, hesitating whether to report to the special bureau. Lu Chen looked coldly at Huang Sanshao rolling on the ground in agony, showing no mercy in his heart. Bang! He kicked him fiercely in the place where he couldn't pee properly due to frequent urination. Tell me, what are you going to do to me? Huang Sanshao suddenly felt the pain, his eyes widened, his mouth gaping like a fish out of water. Wanting to scream but unable to. The pain was unbearable. Bang! Lu Chen kicked him hard on the head again. Scream! How are you going to deal with me? Come on! Kill me! Come on, come on! Lu Chen kept kicking and hitting Huang Sanshao relentlessly. He beat him to the ground, rolling and begging for mercy, suffering both physically and mentally. Huang Sanshao kept pleading, please, spare me. Why are you treating me like this? Ah! Huang Sanshao couldn't understand why Huang Li had turned into this. Wasn't he disabled and mentally challenged? How did he become so cruel now? Ruthless, merciless, decisive. After beating him severely, Lu Chen bent down and pulled out a half-pack of deformed cigarettes from his pocket. He took out a crooked one, lit it, and exhaled slowly. Then Lu Chen's cold voice sounded, I'll give you a chance, make a phone call. Huang Sanshao was in so much pain at that moment, he couldn't hear Huang Li speak, his eyes darkened, head spinning, and he felt dizzy for a while. Seeing him recovering, Lu Chen spoke coldly again, I'll give you a chance, make a call as many people as you can. Huang Sanshao, pale-faced, couldn't believe that Huang Li was giving him a chance. Bang! Seeing his disbelief, Lu Chen kicked him again. Don't want to call? Seeing he was serious, Huang Sanshao howled, I'll call. Then he took out his phone and dialed a number. The first call was to his village chief, Yidi. Beep beep. Hello? Sanner, what's wrong? After the call connected, a doting voice came from the other end. Then Huang Sanshao cried out, Dad, my hand has been chopped off. My lower body has been kicked. Come and save me. Wah! Hearing this, Yidi was furious on the spot. Who did this to you? Where are you now? Huang Sanshao, wah! I'm at Huang Nyoma's house. Hurry, Dad. Bring more people. Yidi, alright. You wait. I'll bring people over right away. Hang in there. Sanner. Beep beep. The call ended. Then Huang Sanshao looked at Lu Chen in horror. Lu Chen, expressionless, continued, keep calling. Call all your friends over. I said, call as many people as you can. Hearing this, Huang Sanshao quickly dialed numbers with one hand. Hey, Xiongzi, come to Huang Nyoma's house. I've been attacked. Bring more people. Hey, Xiufeng, I'm at Huang Nyoma's place. I've been attacked, quick. Huang Sanshao had many friends. He made 17 or 18 calls in a row, asking them to bring more people. Lu Chen smiled, then dragged Huang Sanshao towards Huang Nyoma's place. Huang Nyoma looked terrified as he watched Lu Chen. The disabled woman, however, didn't seem afraid, her eyes full of hatred fixed on Huang Sanshao. It was all because of this beast. Picking fights every day, beating her husband. Today, he even wanted to force himself on her. Serves him right. Standing in front of Huang Nyoma, Lu Chen said to him, "Unlock your phone and hand it over." Huang Nyoma was startled but complied. He opened the payment interface. Lu Chen scanned Huang Sanchao's phone, then handed it back to him coldly. "Transfer the money. Give him all your money. Otherwise, I'll slaughter you right now." Huang Sanchao wet his pants, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably as he nodded. After a series of transactions, he transferred a total of 84,000 to Huang Nyoma. Lu Chen returned the phone to him and said to the honest couple, "All right, it's none of your business now. Take this money and leave. Start a new life somewhere else." Huang Nyoma couldn't believe what Lu Chen said. The disabled woman, however, understood and kept nudging her husband, gesturing to him. "Hurry up. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave." Seeing that Huang Nyoma was still hesitating, Lu Chen was furious. He kicked him hard in the butt. "Get lost. You can't even protect your own wife. What kind of man are you? Now that I've sorted it out for you, why are you still hesitating here? Are you even human? She's really unlucky to be with you. Damn it." Being scolded and hit by Lu Chen like this, Huang Nyoma's face turned red and then pale, as if he had suddenly realized something. Yes, his wife had not enjoyed any happiness all these years with him, and now she was almost. The opportunity was right in front of him. He finally stopped hesitating, stood up firmly, and ran outside with his wife. After a while, there were loud footsteps and commotion outside the door. When Huang Sanchao and the village headman burst in through the gate, they immediately saw Huang Sanchao lying on the ground, barely breathing. At the same time, their gaze lifted. Everyone noticed the cold-blooded culprit. How could it be him? How is it possible that it's him? The most mentally challenged and disabled person in the village. Physically impaired, ugly, grew up in poverty, and suffered countless humiliations as a village guard. Huang Li, you're asking for death. When Huang Urge saw Huang Li, he exploded in rage, grabbed a stick and charged towards him. Damn it! How dare this mentally challenged person, who he had beaten since childhood, try to fight back? On what grounds? Huang Dage and Huang Yidi saw Huang Urge rushing forward, and they followed closely, ready to give Huang Li a profound lesson. Their arrogant minds never considered one thing. Do you see fear on Huang Li's face? Why hasn't Huang Li run away yet, but is still waiting in place? Look at Huang Li standing there. Does he resemble his former self? When Huang Urge rushed towards Huang Li, raising the stick high to strike his head fiercely, suddenly, he saw the look in Huang Li's eyes at that moment. Crimson, cold, merciless. Under the gaze of such eyes, Huang Urge couldn't help but feel a chill, but the stick in his hand continued its motion, determined to smash Huang Li's head. In that instant, Lu Chen grinned wickedly, moved forward instead of retreating, and plunged into his embrace, causing the stick to only hit his shoulder at the end. It was like a scratch. Huang Urge was about to step back a few paces to create distance for another attack when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down. At some point, a short knife had appeared in Huang Li's previously empty hand, now deeply embedded in his abdomen. Ah! Huang Urge tried to speak, but all that came out was a gurgling sound mixed with blood foam. Lu Chen's attack was swift and ruthless. This Huang Urge was also a brute, who had assaulted and raped village women several times. The victims often swallowed their shame and remained silent due to the village headman Huang Yidi's status. He had acquired several of the largest fish ponds in the village through despicable means, a complete village bully. Huang Sanchao lying on the ground witnessed this scene clearly. Suddenly, he shouted with all his might, "Urge!" Lu Chen laughed. "You brothers have a deep bond." Hearing this tragic cry and seeing Huang Urge motionless, Huang Yidi and Huang Dage's hearts sank. Oh no! Before they could run over, Lu Chen kicked Huang Urge to the ground, holding the shining courage in his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Huang Yidi and Huang Dage. Slowly, he uttered chilling words, "Come on!" One by one. Huang Yidi and Huang Big Brother's running pace came to a sudden halt, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at Huang Urge on the ground, watching the pool of blood expanding. Murder! Murder! Huang Li, what are you doing? How dare you kill someone? The group of villagers behind them, along with Huang Sanchao's cronies, all let out shocked cries at this moment. Hearing this, Lu Chen's icy gaze swept towards them. Murder? Ha ha, I'm not killing anyone. This is called slaughtering livestock. You want to kill me, right? Come on then. Zhao, come and kill me. Lu Chen's voice turned fierce as he spoke. At the same time, he bent his body and lunged towards Huang Yidi and the others. The courage in his hand was sharp beyond measure, defying gods and Buddhas. Huang Yidi and Huang Urge held iron rods in their hands, and as he approached, they hastily swung the rods. But Lu Chen's knife was faster. Swish, swish, swish. He directly cut the iron rods in their hands into iron handles. In Huang Big Brother's horrified eyes and his desperate screams, "Stop! No! Puff!" Lu Chen sent their village chief Yidi to meet God directly. If there is a God in this world. Huang Sanshao lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, watching his own father being killed, and once again let out a mournful cry. Father! Ah! Endless regret gathered in Huang Sanshao's heart. If time could turn back, he would definitely not appear here at Huang Nyoma today. Ha ha, now you know to call him father? Listening to their cries, Lu Chen showed no mercy. It's all crocodile tears. When villains wield knives to humiliate others, they don't scream like this. They never thought about the evil deeds they had done before, and the victims' cries were just as tragic. What are you screaming for? And you? Lu Chen pointed his knife at Huang Big Brother, his face fierce. Seeing his ruthless methods, they didn't expect Huang Li to go crazy. Gone mad with killing, they quickly turned and ran. The people at the door, seeing Huang Li killing like a madman, couldn't help but panic. Some of them quietly slipped away, a few reported to the guards, and more gathered together, holding weapons in their hands, neither daring to rush up to help nor daring to run away for fear of being laughed at, so they could only watch as bystanders. Thinking of running now? It's too late. Lu Chen directly swung the courage in his hand towards Huang Big Brother's back. The next moment, puff! The short knife plunged straight into his back. Huang Big Brother looked down in horror, the dark blade tip piercing through his body. He felt weak all over, his legs gave way, and he knelt down like that. No! No! Huang Li! Spare him! Each person is responsible for their own actions. Kill me! Huang Sanshao was still there, tears streaming down his face, pleading incessantly. Lu Chen didn't look back, turning a deaf ear. He walked slowly towards the gasping Huang Big Brother on his knees. He grabbed Huang Big Brother's hair and turned his face towards Huang Sanshao. Huang Big Brother's eyes were filled with despair as he saw his brother wailing non-stop. Huang Li! Huang Li! Lu Chen smiled cruelly. Evil to the core. He never pretended to be a saint. Swish! Lu Chen decisively pulled out the courage, taking Huang Big Brother's life as well. Witnessing his own father and elder brother dying in front of him, Huang Sanshao completely collapsed mentally, rolling on the ground in agony like a dying ember. Endless regret, hatred towards Huang Li, the pain of losing loved ones, suddenly erupted. Lu Chen once again pulled out a crooked matchstick, lit it, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Only when the knife falls on oneself does one know pain. When the Huang family's three beasts bullied the villagers wantonly, did you ever think about today? Now that the tables have turned, and it's happening to you, can't handle it? Ha ha, if you dare to step out and cause havoc, commit all sorts of atrocities, and seize recklessly, you should know that this day would come sooner or later. If you can face it calmly, I'll respect you as real men. He approached Huang Sanshao, stepping on his howling mouth. Without further ado, he sent him directly to another world. And thus, the three evils of the Huang family village that had lasted for decades were completely wiped out. At this moment, he turned to the crowd at the door, giving them a sinister smile. Anyone else looking for trouble? A few people in the crowd stirred. Fate points +6, total 206. Justice points +5, total 1258. Lu Chen glanced at the courtyard covered in bloodstains. This time, he didn't meet with the special agents again. He dealt with them directly and ruthlessly. When Gao Wei and his team arrived, they were all gone. After listening to the eyewitnesses' testimonies, Gao Wei furrowed his brows, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, as if making a decision. He then called the bureau to report the situation. On the other end of the phone, the bureau furrowed his brow and said, assuming, if it's really as you say, how do we catch him? His appearances are random. Gao Wei said, there's only one way, intensify the investigation of those who haven't been exposed yet. We can't keep chasing him, we need to take the initiative and arrest all those people. In this regard, I think we can ask Yang Chuan from Chongming District for help. I think he might know something too. The bureau said, alright, I'll contact him. Yang Chuan and his team finally set foot in the Tianan District Criminal Investigation Department. They met in the conference room. Although everything seemed bizarre, they had to treat it as a possibility. After all, isn't capturing those superpowered criminals what they should be doing? The meeting lasted for over 2 hours. Finally, Yang Chuan, with a serious expression, said to Gao Wei, we need to be quick, he acts faster than us, and always appears near the criminals. After the exchange, they each went to carry out their search tasks. Yang Chuan looked through the files of past cases in the Tianan district, pondering a question in his mind. Since he can possess or occupy bodies an infinite number of times, who is he? It definitely couldn't be Lu Chen, who died and came back to life, indicating he was also possessed. Before him, who could it be? Wow! If Lu Chen were here, he would definitely be laughing heartily. The so-called eagle-eyed investigator actually ruled out the correct answer first, quite amusing. But it's not entirely his fault. Lu Chen's resurrection and killing of Wang Jin indeed raised many suspicions. Only the theory of soul possession can explain it. This also coincides with numerous subsequent events, where the original hosts had drastic personality changes before the incidents, as if they became different people. And after a certain event, he had a weapon, that short knife. Eyewitnesses and cameras captured that sharp knife, but it was never found. After each event, the knife disappeared. Very mysterious. This also indirectly indicates that the killer might not be human. He is also evolving continuously. Thinking of this, Yang Chuan broke out in a cold sweat, involuntarily asking himself, can we really catch such an entity? No matter how they speculate and search, Lu Chen has been reborn again. The character's setup this time is quite interesting. It's his first time randomly landing on this kind of profession. Opening his eyes, he saw the corrugated iron room. Lu Chen scanned around and realized he was in a temporary corrugated iron dormitory. The setup information then emerged. Name, C. Weiji. Gender, male. Age, 26. Brief introduction. At the age of 16, your father took your mother and left the country by land, ready to make a name for himself abroad, leaving you to be raised by your grandparents. At the age of 18, your parents' whereabouts suddenly disappeared, the last contact being your father transferring a sum of $8,000 with a note to live well. After bidding farewell to your grandparents at the age of 20, you tried several jobs without success. At 25, you joined the Yinhong Road Bridge Construction Company as a construction worker. After working diligently for a year, one day you witnessed an ugly incident involving the project manager and the data clerk, and the project manager started targeting you. As expected, before even getting out of bed, the phone started ringing. Beep beep beep. Lu Chen picked up his phone to see. It was the project manager, Wang Tai. After answering the call, a furious roar came from the other end. C. Weiji, where the hell are you for today's concrete pouring? Do you not want to work anymore? If you don't want to work, then get lost early. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, his memory reminding him that C. Weiji had been working continuously for 2 months, and yesterday he had taken a day off to rest properly, with other construction workers overseeing the concrete pouring. Why is there trouble again today? Thinking this, Lu Chen indifferently said, Wang Tai, didn't I take a day off yesterday? On the phone, Wang Tai, hearing his defiant tone and direct address, immediately turned red with anger. This little bastard is really pushing it. Doesn't he know who's in charge on the construction site? C. Weiji, how dare you talk back? When did you take a day off? Let me tell you, you won't have perfect attendance this month. If there's a problem with the concrete pouring, I'll make sure you regret it. Do you hear me? Hurry up and come over to oversee the concrete pouring. Wang Tai continued his angry tirade. Lu Chen's hands were itching to give him a good beating. He wanted to smack his mouth to pieces. Beep. Ignoring it, Lu Chen hung up the phone directly. Heh, go oversee the pouring? What a joke. I'll send all of you to the parallel world to oversee. Wang Tai looked dumbfounded at the disconnected phone. He exploded immediately. Fuming with anger, he dialed again, and got hung up on. Hung up. Finally, blocked. Wang Tai was so furious, his eyes rolling, gritting his teeth, thinking about how to teach him a lesson later. Lu Chen got up, opened the dormitory door, and outside was a green shade. This project was located in a remote area in the Tiannan district, where the construction site was for a highway. The Yinhong Road Bridge Construction Company was responsible for a section of the highway as subcontractors, working on the bridge construction. The owner of this company made his fortune in the dark world, then established this construction company, cleaned up his act, made money, and moved to the big city to venture into finance. He left the operation of this company to his trusted henchmen to make money, and Wang Tai was one of the henchmen who followed the boss from the beginning. It must be said that this dark boss had some interesting ways. Even after making it big, he didn't forget his brothers who started with him. He even arranged a project manager position for the henchman's henchman. This also explained why Wang Tai was so arrogant and domineering. It was also Lu Chen's first time transforming into a construction worker. He took a drag of his cigarette and was ready to go downstairs to the temporary construction site area to see if there were any unsightly incidents to keep an eye on. As for Wang Tai's threats? Do you think he's afraid? If Lu Chen were to meet Wang Tai face to face and find out about the ugly things he had done, he would definitely send him to the parallel world to oversee immediately. As he passed by the workers' dormitory, he suddenly heard a woman scream, followed by muffled sounds as if someone covered her mouth. What the hell? Lu Chen hurried towards the source of the sound. The site managers lived in one building, while the workers had their living quarters. In construction sites far from the city, workers often brought their wives to work together, sometimes alternating work and rest. Therefore, the situation in the workers' dormitories could become complicated. Some brought their wives, some did not. It was quite normal for some dirty things to happen. Lu Chen arrived at the door of that dormitory upon hearing the noise. The door was tightly locked, and the windows were covered with newspapers, making it impossible to see inside clearly. He pressed his ear against it. Inside, he heard a woman's muffled gasps and a man's heavy breathing. Damn it! This was clearly an illegal activity in broad daylight. Bang! Lu Chen kicked the door open with force. Instantly, the scene inside the room became clear at a glance. Two middle-aged laborers were holding a middle-aged woman down on the bed, one covering her mouth, while the other was about to do something inappropriate. The three of them heard the sound of the door being kicked open and turned their heads to look. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with tears, looking pitifully at Lu Chen at the door, her eyes full of pleading. Save me! Save me! The two middle-aged laborers, caught in the act, showed a hint of panic on their faces, then glanced at each other. The situation was critical. They had no choice but to act. They exchanged a fierce look as if to say, "We have to do it." At that moment, system information appeared in front of Lu Chen. Wang He and Wang Hu, two brothers from Tiannan District's Fuqian village, were fierce and brave, unemployed drifters in the village, known troublemakers who had been expelled from the village after harassing the widows. After leaving the village, they joined this construction project with Wang Tai and became members of the rebar team. Today was the day for pouring concrete, so they found an excuse to come back and target this middle-aged woman they had been eyeing for a while. Smack! Wang He slapped the middle-aged woman hard, cursing her for attracting attention with her screams. He got up, glared at Lu Chen, and said menacingly, "Kid, listen to me. If you don't want trouble, pretend you didn't see anything, get out, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, humph." Wang Hu also released his grip on the middle-aged woman, stood up, took out a small knife from his pocket, and threatened Lu Chen. "Are you crazy? Skipping work and wandering around everywhere? Ha!" Lu Chen was infuriated by their arrogant attitude. "So, you think I'm wrong?" His face gradually turned fierce, with a cold gleam in his eyes. He spat out each word at them. "Come on, give it a try." Wang Hu and Wang He were furious at his words. "How dare you, you little brat, act all tough at such a young age." Wang Hu, with a hot temper, immediately lunged at Lu Chen, stabbing the knife towards his stomach. "Humph, just gravel." In Lu Chen's eyes, their actions seemed childish. Mastery in any task comes from doing it hundreds or thousands of times. Fortunately, Lu Chen was highly skilled in combat and slaughter. Swish! A dark black light flashed by. Wang Hu's right hand dropped weakly, and his arm plunged straight into Lu Chen's stomach. Ah! With a loud scream, Wang Hu was puzzled. Why did he stab Lu Chen? But it was he who felt the pain. Looking at Lu Chen's fierce face with crimson eyes, Wang Hu lowered his head to look. It's over. He's done for. At some point, his hand fell to the ground, and before him, Lu Chen held a black short knife in his right hand. How dare you! Wang He saw his own brother's hand being cut off by this young punk, immediately grabbed a stool from the ground and fiercely smashed it towards Lu Chen. Bang! Lu Chen bent down and dodged the attack, then swiftly went for Wang Hu's younger brother. He fell to the ground, clutching his crotch, screaming in agony, "Ah!" Bang! In the next moment, Lu Chen ruthlessly knocked him unconscious with the back of the knife on the back of his head. Too noisy, Lu Chen said coldly, then stared at Wang He intently, ready to pounce. Despite Wang He's ferocity, seeing Lu Chen so cold-blooded and decisive, and his skilled and ruthless attacks, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. How can he continue this fight? This guy is like a damn assassin. Wang He's eyes glanced behind him, looking around, trying to escape. Suddenly, he thought of the middle-aged woman hiding behind him, turned around with a cruel look on his face, and charged towards her to take her hostage. You're asking for death. Seeing Wang He heading towards his demise, Lu Chen wasn't going to let him off easy. Swish! He directly flung courage at Wang He's back. In the next moment, put! Courage pierced straight into his body. Wang He looked in horror at the knife protruding from his body. How could this be? How dare he? How dare he kill someone? Thud! Wang He fell on his way to the middle-aged woman. Seeing Wang He fall before her, the middle-aged woman couldn't hold back any longer and was about to let out a piercing scream. Ah! Lu Chen rushed over, taking 3 quick steps, and knocked her out with a swift chop. Looking at the fallen Wang He, Lu Chen showed no mercy. He pulled out courage. Before leaving, Lu Chen took Wang Hu with him and locked the door. Task completion +2, total 207. Justice points +1, total 1259. After dealing with this matter, he didn't immediately leave the laborers' dormitory but took a stroll around, making sure no troublemakers were left, then headed towards the office area of the construction site. Upon reaching the engineering department, he pushed the door open and walked in. To his surprise, he found the construction worker who was supposed to be covering for him playing games at his desk. Damn it! And it was a certain 4-letter game. Dai Feiwen, aren't you supposed to be at the construction site? Lu Chen asked with a frown. Dai Feiwen was the distant nephew of the project manager Wang Tai, who got the job through connections. There were a total of 4 construction workers on the project, working in pairs. Dai Feiwen was his partner. But now he was sitting here playing games, indicating that there was no construction management overseeing the concrete pouring at the site. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Dai Feiwen glanced at him and said, "What's it to you where I am?" Then he turned back to his game. He was originally at the construction site, but Wang Tai called him back, saying they needed to teach Lu Chen a lesson. Ha! Alright then. Seeing him like this, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh in anger. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a large hammer. Boom! Lu Chen swung the hammer round and smashed it fiercely onto Dai Feiwen's computer. The shattered monitor splintered, leaving several cuts on Dai Feiwen's face. Dai Feiwen looked at the hammer in front of him, his face turning pale in an instant. That hammer just grazed past his scalp. It was a hair's breadth away. Headshot. His whole body went numb, adrenaline pumping wildly. Bang! Lu Chen forcefully pulled back the hammer and struck between his hands again. Scream! Scream again, damn it! Playing games? I'll show you how to play. Bang! Boom! Lu Chen continuously swung the hammer without stopping. The commotion attracted other office workers in the area. The data clerk, Wu Mei, was in the next room and hurried over when she heard the commotion. She immediately saw Lu Chen smashing Dai Feiwen's computer. "Si Weiji, have you gone mad? What are you doing? This bastard actually smashed Wang Tai's nephew's computer." New grudges erupted instantly. Wu Mei burst into the meeting room and started scolding Lu Chen loudly. "You are such a country bumpkin. Are you crazy? Why are you smashing his computer? Causing such a big scene?" Upon hearing Wu Mei's voice, Dai Feiwen also reacted, his face turning from pale to red. He stood up abruptly, ready to hit Lu Chen. Lu Chen retaliated with a slap. Smack! Harshly slapping him back to his original position. Dai Feiwen's left cheek visibly swelled, looking bewildered. While Wu Mei was still speaking, Lu Chen turned around, glaring at her with icy eyes. In the next moment, smack! Another harsh slap, directly making her kneel on the ground. Wu Mei's loud voice abruptly stopped, covering her face as she looked at Lu Chen. Unbelievable! The old supervisor from the adjacent office also walked in. This old guy usually played around and delegated tasks to the junior supervisors. Whenever there was eating, singing, foot washing, or massage, he was the first to go, letting the junior supervisors handle work. He liked to act superior, using his seniority to lecture the younger ones, appearing very high and mighty, extremely pretentious. And now, here he came again. Old Supervisor Zhu held a teacup, tilting his head and looking at Lu Chen with a faint smile. "Shao Si, what are you doing? Why are you smashing someone's computer and hitting people? Apologize to them quickly. Also, compensate for the computer, treat everyone on the project to a meal, that will solve half of the issue, then you." Before this old bastard could finish speaking. Similarly, Lu Chen retaliated with a harsh slap, striking his old face hard. Smack! Puff! Old Supervisor Zhu hadn't finished speaking, but he spat out 2 teeth, the teacup fell to the ground, and Lu Chen's blow almost made him stumble and fall. Lu Chen kicked him down, his face frosty. "Damn it, you old bastard, do you still have the face to lecture me?" Old Supervisor Zhu covered his face in confusion, feeling both pain and numbness. His words came out incoherently. You're finished, you hit me. How dare you hit me?" At this moment, 2 representatives from the client's side entered, pointing at Lu Chen, ready to scold him. Alright, standing arrogantly on the moral high ground as representatives of the client, right? Smack! Smack! Lu Chen directly slapped them both, forcefully silencing them. The client representatives covered their faces, also looking at Lu Chen in disbelief. Is this guy insane? The project management staff saw the client representatives being hit, and one by one they gathered around, ready to reprimand Lu Chen. Shao Si, how could you? Smack! A slap! Shao Si, you! Smack! You! Smack! Smack! Lu Chen went berserk. Each time one of the management staff spoke, he slapped them. No more nonsense, just a direct slap in the face. Satisfying. Starting with the project management staff, he fiercely slapped 12 people in a row, and finally, Lu Chen stopped. He felt his right hand was a bit swollen. At this moment, the project management staff who hadn't been hit stayed far away. They watched Lu Chun holding a sledgehammer, with unknown bloodstains on him, looking fierce. They dared not approach him to accuse or stop him. This guy was like a madman. Who would dare to go near him? Approaching him meant getting slapped. The client sat on the ground, trembling, took out his phone, found the project manager Wang Tai's number, and dialed, "Wang Tai. You bastard. The construction worker in your project department, Weiji Aminos, has gone crazy. He hits people on site. He has beaten us, the first party, the supervisors, and even your construction workers. How are you going to handle this?" Humph. Beep beep. He hung up the phone, and the father of the first party called someone again. "Hey, come back to the project department quickly. I've been beaten up by Aminos." Wang Tai was at the pouring site thinking about Weiji when he received the call from the first party, learning about Weiji's outburst at the project department. What a little bastard you are. Have you gone mad? He immediately started calling his buddies and brothers, and then sat in his Land Rover parked nearby, speeding all the way back, ready to teach Weiji a lesson. Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the project department, turned around, and scolded the management staff who were looking at him. "Don't ever pull this Amino stunt again. Do your job properly. Be responsible. It's all because of the existence of some rat droppings, making these construction projects chaotic. You're lucky today. Next time won't be so fortunate. Got it?" he threatened. What is this guy talking about? Lucky today? Be responsible? What does all this mean? The management staff at the project department looked puzzled. Lu Chen strode to the parking lot outside, found a pickup truck, smashed the car window with a sledgehammer, opened the door, started the engine, and headed towards the pouring site. Lu Chen lit a cigarette, exhaled slowly, looking ahead. Wang Tai, just you wait. Some of the project management staff were about to report, but the first party stopped them. The father of the first party glared. Humph. Report. That would be too easy for him. Wait for Wang Tai to come back. I'll make him explain. But they were destined not to wait for Wang Tai. On the temporary road, Lu Chen unexpectedly saw Wang Tai's vehicle, speeding towards him from a distance. In the moment he noticed the vehicle, system information appeared before his eyes. Wang Tai, the person in charge of a certain highway project under Yanhong Road Bridge Construction Company, project manager, a henchman of the boss who had long left the Tianan district, owing millions in wages to laborers, misappropriating public funds for personal use, cutting corners in construction, replacing superior materials with inferior ones, making a fortune. 5 years ago personally got rid of 2 upright supervisors and several disobedient construction workers, burying them alive. In pile foundations, ruthless and decisive, covering his tracks cleanly, so he has not had any trouble so far, with a record of intentionally harming others, but all smoothed over by connections, also in KTV business venues, playing without paying, wantonly assaulting others, a scum of the old era, a social outcast. Alright, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with fierceness. Owing wages, burying alive, playing without paying at KTV, He stared fixedly at the Land Rover approaching in front. The 2 cars getting closer and closer. 10 meters. Lu Chen could see the surprised expression on Wang Tai's face through the car window, realizing that he had been spotted too. Good to see that. Lu Chen grinned ferociously, a crazy idea forming in his mind. By then, Wang Tai had already stepped on the brakes, preparing to slow down. Lu Chen injected a dose of adrenaline into his thigh that he exchanged from the mall. He didn't slow down, instead, he hit the gas pedal again to accelerate. Then he forcefully turned the steering wheel to the left. In the instant the 2 cars crossed paths. Lu Chen's pickup truck collided with the back half of the Land Rover. Boom! With a loud crash, both cars rolled over. The last thought in the panicked Wang Tai's mind before losing consciousness was just these 2 words, "Madman." Cough. Cough. Lu Chen coughed up blood as he crawled out from the deformed car window. His body was covered in blood, not a single piece of flesh left unscathed. If he hadn't injected himself with adrenaline first, he would have been done for. Feeling his brain in turmoil and with no sensation in his right hand and leg, Lu Chen surprisingly smiled faintly. Cough. Thrilling. Retrieving a large hammer from his backpack, he propped himself up slowly with it and moved towards Wang Tai. Kid, are you ready to meet your demon daddy? Tiannan District Funeral Parlor. Director Feng gazed at the body covered in white cloth before him, looking as if he had aged decades overnight, his temples now streaked with gray. Hunched over, he silently stared at that face. The white-haired bid farewell to the black-haired. Heartbroken. Tears streaming. Gradually, he couldn't see the child's face clearly anymore. Child. Why did you have to do this? Dad didn't want you to donate in this way. Dad just wanted you to grow up healthy, start a family and a career. Why did you have to sacrifice yourself? Sob, sob, sob. Child. Sob. That's not what you should have done. This was Director Phone, who had helped hundreds of children, a man who had dedicated half his life to them, a man who had never shed a tear no matter how tough life got. At this moment, he didn't hold back. Tears flowed. Behind him, the group of mothers and teachers were already in tears, sobbing incessantly, recalling the text messages they exchanged before. They didn't understand. Why was Fong Tian-nan fine before? How did he suddenly become a murderer, lying here? Clearly, he was such a good child. Despite his physical disabilities, even as a humble sanitation worker, he still used most of his savings to support the orphanage. Outside the funeral parlor, some bereaved families also watched in sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. Why did he have to die? Yes, why did he have to die? If Lu Chen were here, he would surely smile calmly, gently wiping away the wrinkles and tears from Director Fong and the mothers and teachers, saying, "Don't cry for me, don't be sad for me. Some are born with their own destiny, some things only I can do, only I can give them an explanation. Stop crying. Great love knows no bounds." At this moment, Yang Chuan and Gao Wei also arrived. They looked at the crowd in tears, feeling a mix of emotions. Conflicted. Did they make a mistake? Yes, they did. Were they wrong? Yes, they were. Really? They didn't know. Yang Chuan and Gao Wei really didn't know. They had no right to judge. Director Phone, rest in peace. This is his phone. There's a message for the orphanage inside. Gao Wei walked in and handed the phone to Director Phone. Is it Tian Nan's message? What did he say? Ah, Director Phone, I want to see too. Upon hearing this news, everyone who was crying gathered around. Director Phone wiped his tears, took the phone, and opened the memo. It read, "To my beloved father, Director Phone, and mothers." After a while, everyone silently wept. Gao Wei and Yang Chuan quietly left, lighting a cigarette and sitting in the car. Yang Chuan said, "Is this okay?" Gao Wei replied, "I don't know, but I think it's the right thing to do." Yang Chuan took a deep drag, exhaled slowly, and looked at the sky outside, saying, Punish evil and promote goodness. Great love knows no bounds." Bang! Bang! Lu Chen swung the hammer with his left hand and fiercely smashed it against the car door. Wang Tai's grand victory had already deformed, unable to open the car door. This bastard Wang hadn't died yet, just passed out. After all, the car was good. The safety performance was great. All the airbags had deployed, and the A-pillar and B-pillar were intact. There wasn't much blood on his face. It was Lu Chen who looked extremely miserable. Bang! Another blow. The door didn't open, but instead woke Wang Tai up. Ugh! Cough! Ugh! He opened his eyes in confusion, his mind very dizzy, looking outside somewhat dazed, not yet realizing what had happened. Bang! A loud hammering sound directly by his ear. Wang Tai jumped in fright. Gradually, he began to react, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen, recalling everything, then emanating boundless hatred. "You crazy bastard! I'll kill you!" With that, he turned to rummage for something in the glove compartment. "Ah, it's no fun like this. Cough, I just wanted to play with you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lu Chen wiped the blood off his face, smiling. He stopped hammering and instead took out courage from his backpack, fiercely stabbing the driver's door. The short knife pierced Wang Tai's left leg directly. Ah! Wang Tai couldn't help but let out a scream, forgetting to grab something, turning to clutch his thigh. Seeing him turn, Lu Chen lifted the hammer again to smash the car. Bang! 80! 80! After 380s, the door finally gave way and collapsed. He pulled it down. Lu Chen looked at Wang Tai screaming in the driver's seat and said lightly, "Feeling the pain now? Aren't you tough? Weren't you going to kill me? Come on." Wang Tai tightly held his thigh to prevent excessive bleeding. Hearing Lu Chen's words, he turned to him with a wry smile. "Brother, isn't this a bit much? Just because of this little thing?" Wang Tai smiled on the surface but harbored deep hatred inside. If he wasn't stuck in the driver's seat, he would have come down and killed that bastard long ago. Stuck, huh? Lu Chen seemed to see through his thoughts, indifferently saying. Wang Tai's expression stiffened, saying again, "How could it be, brother? How about this? I'll give you 2 million, spare me." Lu Chen remained unmoved. "Here, I'll give you a chance." With that, Lu Chen began cutting the deformed driver's seat with a knife to free him. This bastard acts like he doesn't understand human speech. "You really want to die, huh? Then I'll grant your wish." Wang Tai harbored hatred, his eyes filled with killing intent as he watched Lu Chen cutting the driver's cabin. At the same time, he reached for his phone with his right hand, pretending to bow his head to send messages to his brothers, sharing his location, urging them to come quickly. Lu Chen couldn't care less about his little actions. He wanted more people to come. The more, the better. 10 minutes later, Wang Tai was dragged out by him. By this time, Lu Chen's right leg had almost regained sensation, only his right hand still hung, as if broken, but he didn't mind. When Wang Tai came out facing Lu Chen, his face filled with a smile, about to speak. Swish! Lu Chen's hammer in his left hand had somehow turned into a short knife. The knife slashed from bottom to top, severing his right arm. You're disgusting, wanting to kill me so badly, pretending to be happy. Have you been loafing around for so many years? Did I let you out to make you smile? Ha! Lu Chen glared, angrily scolding him. I gave you a chance. You're useless too. Wang Tai looked at his severed arm on the ground, feeling the piercing pain, hearing Lu Chen's inhuman words. His heart was filled with urgency, anger, pain, hatred, fury, and regret. Ah! He knelt down again, clutching his empty right arm, letting out a fierce howl, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen as if he were a monster. How could there be such a person? Now you know to beg for mercy on your knees? You didn't spare those people you beat to a pulp, did you? Ha! Still owe wages? I'm telling you to owe wages. Smack! Lu Chen withdrew his courage and slapped him hard across the face. I'm telling you to play at the KTV for free. Smack! Wang Tai was on the brink of mental collapse, lying on the ground, allowing Lu Chen to slap him. Lu Chen was not lenient either. You lie down, I'll keep slapping. Backhand slap. Not more, not less, a total of 36 slaps in a row. At this moment, 2 cars were speeding towards them from a distance. Lu Chen stood up, twisted his neck, and smiled. The beasts are here. He injected 2 more doses of medicine and waited calmly. 2 Land Cruisers stopped in front of the Range Rover, and 7 people got out, all armed with knives and sticks. They saw Wang Tai lying in a pool of blood, his face turning pale. The leader pointed at Lu Chen and cursed, "You're really asking for death. Do you know who he is?" Lu Chen, now wearing a baseball cap, grinned ferociously and kicked Wang Tai on the ground hard, saying, "Oh, who is he? Isn't he a beast? You bastard! You're dead." This group of people immediately became furious, waving their weapons and charging towards Lu Chen. The first one ran the fastest, wielding a machete and aiming for Lu Chen's head. In an instant, clang! The machete-wielding man was dumbfounded. His hand went numb from the shock. How could there be the sound of metal hitting metal? Is this guy's head made of iron? In the next moment, Lu Chen struck back. Fast, accurate, ruthless, sending this beast straight to the other world. Just now, a quick scan revealed that these 7 people together couldn't produce any good deeds. They were from Xinzhou district. Located in a remote area, it was the newest development in Green Vine City, even more chaotic, with ugly incidents happening every day. Brother Egg. No! I'll kill you. The remaining brothers, seeing Brother Egg down, all went berserk, their eyes red, charging towards Lu Chen as if in a frenzy. Lu Chen dodged their heavy blows, some scratches were nothing to him. As soon as they got out of the car, in less than a minute, Lu Chen, wielding courage, directly slashed 3 people in a row. The remaining 4 looked at Lu Chen, covered in blood, feeling a chill down their spines. This guy was too terrifying. Just then, suddenly, Lu Chen fiercely chopped off his own right arm. He bit down on a dagger, coldly looking at the 4 men, exchanging a packet of hemostatic powder to cover the severed arm. Damn! Crazy! Devil! The remaining 4 were almost scared out of their wits at this scene. Those 3 brothers who were knocked down to the ground weren't even this shocked. This guy actually cut off his own arm. Doesn't he need that arm anymore? What a lunatic! How can we fight this? Run! While the 2 were still contemplating, the other 2 had already turned and started running. Heh, running? Lu Chen picked up the dagger again and chased after them. Exterminate evil. 2 minutes later, only a Land Cruiser with a broken engine, stabbed by a knife, remained here, along with 7 beasts who had committed numerous crimes on their way to reincarnation in another world. Wang Tai was still alive. Lu Chen walked over, without hesitation, injected him with adrenaline. He took out a pack of 100 cigarettes from his pocket. Lu Chen found a relatively clean cigarette, untouched by bloodstains, lit it, and took a deep drag. Exhale then. Smack smack. He slapped Wang Tai twice, saying, "Stop pretending, I know you're awake, transfer the money, as much as you have." Wang Tai's face was as pale as death at this moment. He had secretly watched the previous battle and could only describe it in 2 words, horrifying. This guy was simply inhuman. He couldn't understand why a mere construction worker could be so amazing, so decisive in killing. He even cut off his own arm. Wasn't that something ancient warriors did? Smack! Why are you looking around? Hurry up, I'm dying, time is running out. Hissing, Lu Chen slapped him again and took a puff of smoke. Yes, he was running out of time, close to death. Hearing this, Wang Tai felt his scalp tingling. Looking at Lu Chen's cold and icy eyes, he couldn't comprehend. All right, I'll do it. What's the password for your bank card? Smack. Another slap. I told you to transfer the money to those migrant workers. Not to me, Lu Chen impatiently said. Ah. Wang Tai's face, devoid of color, was filled with shock. Then what do you want? I'll do it. Seeing Lu Chen draw his knife, Wang Tai held back the words he was about to say, kept agreeing, and started transferring the money. This world is too crazy. At this point, he was still not doing it for the money. They were both about to die. And he was still thinking about the migrant workers. Damn it! Wang Tai felt indignant. Lu Chen's face was even paler at this moment, his body starting to tremble, struggling to control this flesh. He was reaching his limit. Wang Tai seemed to notice this and slowed down his actions. Seeing this, Lu Chen said lightly, if you keep this up, I'll send you down to accompany them. Wang Tai. 5 minutes later. Everything was done. Lu Chen made him stand up, and in Wang Tai's despairing eyes, he cut off his other arm and stuffed him into the Prado car. Then he sat in the driver's seat and started the vehicle. Roaring. He stepped on the gas, the speed increasing rapidly. 30 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour, 120 miles per hour, 180 miles per hour, 230 miles per hour. Wang Tai sat in the back seat, pale-faced, watching the scenery flying by on both sides of the car. He thought, it's over. Then he turned to look at Lu Chen, who was driving the car with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his expression indifferent. Wang Tai's heart was filled with mixed feelings. A dying man's words hold weight. His final words were, I haven't submitted to many people in my life. You are the most amazing person I've ever met. Boom! His words abruptly stopped. The vehicle took off. What does it feel like to crash at 280 miles per hour into a mountain? Lu Chen now knew. The loud impact also caught the attention of the construction team ahead. They drove over upon hearing the noise. All they found was debris scattered on the ground. There wasn't a single intact object. Oh, right. After observing and searching for a long time, they found that the dead person was likely Wang Tai, because wedged on a rock beneath the mountain was a piece of skin with a blue dragon pattern. When the project party learned of this news, they couldn't even hold the phone steady. The damn project manager was gone. This was a major accident. Then, something even more devastating happened. It turned out that the management staff found 7 more bodies on the road, and 2 bodies in the workers' dormitory. According to the surveillance footage, it was done by Si Weiji. Everyone's heart sank instantly, a chill ran down their spines. They finally understood the meaning behind Si Weiji's last words before leaving. That slap was truly a great gift. After this incident, it was said that the old supervisor dared not be corrupt anymore. Everyone was polite to each other, with a wary look in their eyes, afraid of another Si Weiji appearing and chopping them up. Fate points +8. Total 215. Justice points +5. Total 1,224. System comment, host, you are the craziest person I've ever seen, and the first man to be shattered into stars. Also, congratulations, host. Hidden points reached 6,000. Random location roulette 7-day tour event is open again. Justice points rewards doubled during this period. Lu Chen once again found himself in that pure white space, looking at the huge roulette wheel in front of him, feeling a slight excitement in his heart. Although the previous trip to Tianzhu earned him a lot of justice points, he still felt somewhat regretful for not landing in the desired destination. Not sure if this time he could spin to the country he wanted to go to. Well, let fate decide, anywhere will do. Lu Chen thought to himself and then said, System, spin the wheel. The wheel started spinning. Cherry blossom, eagle, maple leaf, grizzly bear, Siam, Tianzhu, stick, and so on. Signs of several countries rotated under the pointer. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Lu Chen didn't have much hope to begin with, until the name of that country gradually began to stop. Yes, Lu Chen's face flushed with excitement. Then he looked up to the sky and let out a crazy laughter. Ha ha, what a surprise. I've arrived. Fate won. Lu Chen's vision went black, then quickly opened his eyes again, filled with excitement. Any Dragon Country person would not stay calm in such a situation. He glanced around and saw the familiar quaint architectural style in front of him, cherry blossom themed, narrow and small. Indeed, it's the cherry blossom country. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile, unable to contain the fire burning in his eyes. At that moment, the system promptly provided the reincarnated character information. Name, Jotsong, Cherry Blossom. Name, Dongmen Shanmu. Gender, male. Age, 23. Brief introduction. You are the least favored child of the Zhou family in the coastal province, who couldn't bear the family environment at the age of 18 and came alone to the Cherry Blossom country's Sitecho to work illegally. For the past 5 years, you have been doing all sorts of low-level jobs, from backstage at a cowherd shop, washing dishes at a ramen restaurant, serving at a game center, to being a bouncer at a bar. You have seen all the darkness behind this glamorous city and the hardships of undocumented workers, as well as the arrogance and insults of the locals towards those who came illegally. Ha ha ha. Thinking that he had truly arrived at this haunting place, Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just as he was laughing joyfully, a voice interrupted him. You, Dongmen Shanmu. What the hell are you laughing at? You're so noisy. Keep it up, and I'll kick you out. Don't stay here anymore. A bald fat uncle with a few hairs on his head, round glasses, and a distinctive beard angrily pushed open the sliding door and pointed at Lu Chen, scolding him. Dongmen Shanmu. Remember, I provided you with accommodation. Because you laughed so arrogantly and obnoxiously just now, the rent for this month is increased by 15,000 yen. Got it, outsider. Although Lu Chen stopped laughing hysterically, his lips still curled up, unable to suppress it. This landlord was no good either, shady and sly, often extorting these outsiders for various reasons, even resorting to violence and insults after getting drunk, freely humiliating them. In their eyes, people like Lu Chen were not considered human. Only the locals of the Cherry Blossom country were. Lu Chen slowly stood up, smiling as he approached him. The landlord, Nigawa Koban, looked at him with a smile and was filled with anger, about to slap him when suddenly, swish! Lu Chen directly pulled out his courage and fiercely wiped it off. Nigawa Koban looked at Lu Chen in disbelief, clutching his neck tightly, making sounds of ha. Ha! Lu Chen grabbed the few remaining strands of hair on top of his head, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, dear Aleph *CK your mother. Take a deep breath. Yes, take a deep breath. The sleazy, bald, fat uncle who worked in copper smelting stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and then went straight to another world. Death count +1, total 215. Justice points +2, total 1226. Watching his unyielding expression. Smack! Smack! Lu Chen couldn't resist giving his fat face a few hard slaps. Finally feeling relieved, he changed into fresh clothes and left the place. He couldn't be bothered to deal with it anymore. If the Sakura country guards came looking for him, he wouldn't mind sending them all to another world with cheats. Just one word. Satisfying. Relieved. It's nighttime now. As soon as Lu Chen descended the stairs, he noticed several scantily clad Sakura country women standing not far away by the roadside. Inject patriotic genes? No. Harsh punishment for evil deeds? Yes. Lu Chen pushed the landlord's bicycle and rode towards the most chaotic bar street. His original job was distributing flyers at entertainment clubs. He was too lazy to go now. Getting straight to the point. Eradicate the Yumu Association. In Sakura country, the underworld is legal, with 3 main large gangs, the Toma Society, the Zaji Association, and the Kyoto Group. These 3 giants are officially recognized gang organizations in Sakura country, treating the locals relatively well but not so friendly to outsiders. Beneath these 3 major players, there are many smaller gangs. These smaller gangs are more vicious, committing all sorts of atrocities. In the Ute district, the Yumu Association members occupy a large part of the territory. The original owner had also been beaten and extorted by them. If the original owner hadn't kneeled down early, apologized promptly, they would have been thrown into the sea to feed the sharks long ago. But none of that mattered now. Because I'm here. Lu Chen grinned from ear to ear. Forcing to kneel, right? Beating, right? Extorting, right? You're full of crap, right? Alright. If I don't pull out all the teeth in your mouths, I won't be surnamed Lu. With that in mind, facing the seductive gestures of the JK girls on both sides of the street, Lu Chen remained resolute. Inject patriotic genes. That's their business. I'm only responsible for sending you all to another world with cheats. Half an hour later, Lu Chen arrived at the alley behind the Tegu Izakaya of the Yumu Association, one of their gang's gathering places. Next to it was the Mizumu Club, you know what it is. He casually tossed the bicycle aside. Once again, he rejected the blonde's invitation next to him. 3 times. Enraged, Lu Chen cursed loudly, damn it, I'm not into that stuff. Get lost. After cursing, he walked towards the darkness. Facing the darkness. Embracing the darkness. Slaughtering the darkness. Not far inside the alley, 2 Yumu Association gangsters stood against the wall, smoking, adorned with various necklaces and styled hair. Seeing Lu Chen approaching alone, Takahashi Shota pointed at Lu Chen with his cigarette and shouted, "8 dear." What are you doing? Get lost. This is not where you should be. Watanabe Koma also stood up and pointed at Lu Chen with a stick, cursing, 8 deer. Get lost. Listening to their nonsensical and annoying chatter, Lu Chen felt inexplicably irritated. These two animals, as Yumo Association gangsters, were drug addicts, womanizers, never doing anything serious, with blood on their hands, all outsiders they killed, acting arrogantly. Seeing Lu Chen unmoved, the two approached aggressively, raising their hands to strike Lu Chen with their sticks. TSK. Lu Chen chuckled, pulled a hat from his backpack, and put it on. The next moment, bang! Takahashi Shota's stick struck him on the head. Clang! As a sound of gold and iron intersected, Takahashi Shota's hands were numb, staring blankly at Lu Chen. What the hell is this? Lu Chen's expression gradually turned fierce, looking at them with a cruel smile. Alright, it's time for me to bring you a little shock from the Dragon Kingdom. Are you ready? The Dragon Kingdom's demon god is coming. Fast. A swift blade, like sunlight piercing through the darkness. Slash. Swish. It's courage. Lu Chen swung his blade, splitting Shota Takahashi in half from JJ's grip, putting an end to his brainless and sinful life, sending him on the last train to the world of the unknown. Ruthless. Decisive. Smooth. Who's talking about tearing apart G? Your Grandpa Lu is the real force against the Japanese invaders. Lu Chen spread his hands, closed his eyes, looking up at the sky, bathing in Shota Takahashi's warmth. The path to redemption. It's right here. You damn, are really a bunch of idiots. Bastard. How dare you kill Shota? I won't let you go. Bastard. Ah, I'll kill you. Watanabe Koma's neck veins bulged, his eyes glaring red, staring fiercely at Lu Chen, his extreme spirit of the underworld fully embodied, roaring, throwing away his stick, drawing his sword and charging towards Lu Chen, swearing to avenge Shota. Hearing his chaotic shouts, Lu Chen finally lowered his head, looking ferociously at him, a mocking smile on his lips, exuding a chilling aura, like a demon in the world. TSK, such twisted mental structure, now you're angry? Want to kill me so badly? Ha! Lu Chen dodged attacks with ease, continuing to taunt. Is that all? Show me the strength you used to bully women, still a bunch of idiots, can't even touch me? Please, give me a good slash, huh? Did you suck D and ruin your brain? Ha! You bunch of social scum, remnants of the old era. You're just like the long-standing garbage in the sewer, full of stench and filth. This world would be better off without you. What face do you have to live in this world? Doing all sorts of evil deeds shamelessly. If I were you, I'd die already. Each word struck deep into Koma, coupled with the fact that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch this man. He was angry, anxious, frustrated, ashamed, furious. Smack. Can't speak, huh? Are you mute? Even in this moment of evasion, Lu Chen fiercely slapped him. To make someone perish, first make them go mad. Watanabe Koma, treated like this, was on the brink of madness. He panted heavily, saliva flowing, his eyes bloodshot, hating to tear Lu Chen apart alive. Boundless hatred surged in his heart. Bastard! Bastard! Ah! Coward! If you have the guts, stop hiding. Ah! You bastard! Watanabe Koma raged madly at him. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. Not hiding? Fine. The next moment. Swish! Lu Chen closed in, grabbing Watanabe Koma's blade with his left hand. Using his knee and shoulder, he slammed him against the wall. Instantly, blood gushed out. Extreme pain, but his hand remained steady. Watanabe Koma was shocked by this scene, trying to pull the blade or twist it, but to no avail. He looked at Lu Chen, who was close by, with a fierce expression, his icy, piercing eyes. A phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back into you. This man. Alright, I'm not hiding anymore, so what? I'm giving you a chance, but you're useless, Lu Chen said calmly. At the same time, he fiercely slapped his cheek twice with courage. Smack! Smack! Scum like you, shouting about camaraderie, friendship, brotherhood, dreams, and passion, are nothing but piles of garbage. You haven't created any value for society, not even worthy of fertilizing the soil with your excrement, understand? Constantly chanting these slogans, calling yourselves gangsters, only to cover up the shameful deeds you've done. Who among the people outside likes you? How do your parents and family view you? Ha, do they despise you? Even cut ties with you? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue again? Smack! Watching his eyes lose their luster and his expression numb, Lu Chen once again helped him regain his senses. Although vehemently disagreeing, faced with Lu Chen's insightful words, he stood there with his mouth slightly agape, unable to come up with any retort. Those words drilled into him like a high-speed drill, piercing into his body. piercing into his heart, piercing into his mind. But this wasn't the final straw that broke the camel's back. As Lu Chen, with a playful expression, uttered the last sentence, the string in Xiaoma's mind finally snapped. He said, "You see, I was just talking casually, and you've already started doubting the gangster spirit you believe in. Does that mean you also think of yourself as garbage? Tut, tut, such a fragile and twisted soul, he 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 he." Listening to this demonic voice and the words that severely challenged his beliefs, Xiaoma finally had a mental breakdown. Tears streamed down his face. He cried and laughed. Ha ha ha. Garbage. Sob. Gangster. He he. Sob sob. Devil. Ha ha ha. Incoherent words spilled from his mouth. For trash within trash. He must be ruthlessly destroyed mentally and physically, then sent off to the afterlife. The howling abruptly stopped. Lu Chen casually arranged for him to board the car. Fate points +2, justice points +2. The howls of the two just now also reached Tegu Izakaya, and soon footsteps and reprimands could be heard from the back door. "Aid Yalu! Who dares to come cause trouble for our Yumu society? Are you tired of living? Idiot! Truly seeking death." There seemed to be around a dozen people making noise, no big deal. Lu Chen didn't avoid. Wearing a fierce smile, he plunged into the darkness without hesitation. Corridor. Narrow. 1v18. All armed with sharp blades. The second team of 18 members of the Yumu Society, led by Nakamura Akario, unexpectedly came face to face with Lu Chen. They looked at Lu Chen, covered in Takahashi Shota's blood, his crimson and cold eyes making everyone feel he was a ruthless person. The leader of the second team, Nakamura Akario, also felt a pang of fear. Then he thought about the many people behind him. What was there to fear? Ah, Aid Yalu. He's alone. Let's all kill him together. Charge! He shouted and led the charge. This would be the last wrong decision he made in his life. They had no idea what they were about to face. Damn it! A demon standing shoulder to shoulder with gods in human form. Cough! Cough! The corridor was a mess. Lu Chen leaned against the wall coughing up blood, covered in knife wounds, with 3 knives stuck in his stomach, thigh, and arm. The last one to fall was Nakamura Akario. His eyes widened, filled with shock and fear. Until the moment of death. He finally understood what they were facing. He wasn't human. He was a devil. A devil, unafraid of pain or knife wounds. A devil unafraid of death. Cough. It's over. Truly. Cough. Lu Chen didn't even have the strength to light a cigarette at this moment. The battle was extremely fierce, far more dangerous than before. These Yakuza members who were used to cutting people were much more difficult to deal with than the guys he had encountered in Chongming District and Tiannan District before. I really underestimated these beasts of the world. Looks like I'll have to. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen was killed. Death +18, total 235. Justice points +10, total 1238. Death -1, total 234. Lu Chen opened his eyes again, a hint of emotion in his gaze. He had been careless. It was a pity to waste a life like this. The high completion rate of previous events had given him a sense of ease. This made Lu Chen feel a sense of illusion. He seemed to be able to manipulate others at will. But in reality, who could guarantee that they could manipulate everyone at will? The world is vast. There is more than just him who is ruthless. This time, the second team of the Yumu Association gave him a profound lesson. He couldn't be reckless like before. The path to eradicating evil is long and arduous. Lu Chen seemed to be immersed in a state of enlightenment, starting to review all the events he had experienced before. Not afraid of recklessly killing the demon god, but afraid that the demon god would reflect. Who wouldn't be afraid of this Lu Chen? When the Sakura Kingdom guards arrived, the situation at the Tegu Izakaya had already been settled, and they looked at the extremely brutal scene in the corridor, suppressing the urge to vomit. How many years had it been? How many years had Sakura not experienced such an extreme case? And the ones who died were the local Yumu Association gang's second team leader and members. The perpetrators were outsiders. The guards felt that this case was very tricky. It involved a gang and outsiders. Moreover, both the perpetrators and the victims were dead. So how could they investigate further? They could only close the case hastily. Let the gang handle it themselves. After the Sakura guards quickly called for cleanup at the scene, they informed the Yumu Association headquarters and retreated. Upon learning of this news, the Yumu Association headquarters were furious and began a widespread search throughout the city. However, their search was a facade, while capturing people to vent their anger was real. This reincarnation was in the Sotai district this time. After a long while, Lu Chen finally got out of bed. It was still nighttime. The system's new settings appeared again. Name, Mengshi, Sakura name, Okazaki Shizuka, gender, male age, 27 brief introduction, you were born in a coastal village in a certain province. When you were 18, your parents died in a car accident. After handling your parents' affairs with a large compensation, you traveled for 2 years. Despite the grief in your heart, at the age of 20, you were deceived by a black intermediary who took all your savings and sent you to Sakura before disappearing. With nothing, you stood on the land of this Sakura country, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings and language, and the sadness in your heart faded slightly. So you stayed, like many undocumented people, you struggled in the lower industries of Sotai town for 7 years, often doing physical labor, making you strong. You had no desire to return to the Dragon Kingdom, as that was the source of your grief. Shizuka, you've worked hard during the day. Do you want to go out for a drink at night? At that moment, a hearty voice came from downstairs. Memories flooded Lu Chen's mind. In the past year, Mengshi had found a job that wasn't great, at a moving company, but unexpectedly, the boss was very kind. Seeing his honesty and diligence, the boss not only arranged for his accommodation but also paid him part of his salary in advance. It was evident that not all ambitious people in Sakura were beasts. Apart from those who did evil, the people at the bottom were the same everywhere. Complexity was never their trait. This is called tracing back to the roots, pointing directly to the essence. Oh, boss. I won't go, you guys go ahead and drink, I have something to do tonight. Lu Chen opened the door and walked downstairs, looking at Nagahara Ichiro, who was tall and had a simple and honest face. Nagahara Ichiro chuckled. Are you in love, kid? Be careful when you go out at night. The other 3 colleagues also joked with him with smiles. Ji Chao also has a nightlife. Go on, be safe. Goodbye. After bidding farewell to them with a smile, Lu Chen left the residence. This parting, it was destined to be their last goodbye. This place is located in Sotai Town, Nishijo District, near the mountains. The surroundings are residential areas and parks, very quiet, far from the hustle and bustle of the East City where the Yamukai headquarters is located. He was planning to stroll over to the city center, and as he set off on foot, it was just about dawn when he arrived there. It's easier to get things done late at night. After crossing a bridge, he looked ahead at the serene scenery of a small bridge over water in the park, dotted with fireflies. It was beautiful. If nothing unexpected happens. At that moment, the unexpected was about to happen. Suddenly, a woman's voice came in his ear, Lu Mingfei. Wait for me. Okay. Hui, I'll wait for you here. A man's voice replied. Lu Chen turned to see a woman with smooth red hair fluttering in the wind, chasing after a somewhat childish boy ahead, playing and chatting. Both of them looked like ordinary people. Hui played with Lu Mingfei in the firefly grass for a while. The firefly's light surrounded the two of them, looking very beautiful. Before long, Lu Mingfei glanced at Lu Chen in the distance, then took Hui's hand and said, Let's go. We've been out all day, it's late, let's go back first, or your family will worry. Hui obediently nodded and followed him. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, what a good youth. Unfortunately, I walked the path of a demon, with no girl waiting for me, only those damn Yamukai beasts waiting for me, hee. With that, he prepared to continue on. At that moment, he saw a tall man with somewhat mottled gray-white hair, a fierce face, and draped in a black robe appearing in the distance. His eyes glared with a fierce light as he watched Lu Mingfei and Hui walk away. Damn it! He really wanted to kill him. Lu Chen could tell he was no good just by looking at him, so he pretended to be strolling and slowly approached him. As he got closer, the system's prompt also appeared before his eyes. Helzuo, a man of will, has been in Sakura for 20 years, specializing in illegal underground trafficking of people, especially fond of young and beautiful girls, capturing them, selling them, forcing them to make movies. For more than 20 years, he has never failed, always like a poisonous snake, first staring at the target for several days, even half a year, and then seizing the opportunity. Cautious, ruthless, likes to act alone. Is the worst of the worst, host is advised to deal with him as soon as possible. Damn! Seeing this information, Lu Chen couldn't help but ignite a raging anger. Despite his growing maturity and handling of many criminal incidents, these beasts are just getting worse and worse. How can one control the urge to kill in their heart? Damn it! There are too many beasts. The thought of those young girls entering the abyss and bidding farewell to a beautiful future. How painful is that? Kill! Lu Chen's heart was filled with overwhelming murderous intent, but his face remained calm as water. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, leaned against his inevitable path, turned to look into the distance, lit the cigarette, pretending to contemplate life. In reality, he was just waiting for him to approach, ready to give him a ruthless blow. That sneaky bastard Helzage truly lived up to his reputation. Seeing Lu Chen blocked in his path, he took a detour, keeping his distance and continued to track the direction where Huai was heading. Alright, so this is how you want to play, I won't pretend anymore. Seeing him take a different route, Lu Chen turned directly, looking at him coldly and said, so you're really called Helzuj, huh? You're really asking for death. Having his hidden real name revealed after decades, Helzuj's face immediately changed, looking at Lu Chen with great fear, scanning him up and down, trying to recall his appearance in his mind. Strange. I've never seen this person before. How does he know my name? Before Helzuj could finish his thoughts, Lu Chen suddenly charged towards him. Seeing him coming barehanded, the fear on Helzuj's face vanished, replaced by a sneer. Arrogant. Thinking I would pull out a gun. Barehanded? Do you think I'm afraid of you without a weapon? Then, he moved his limbs, assuming a stance. 5 meters. 3 meters. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Helzuj was about to unleash a powerful kick to his face. Teach him a lesson. In the next moment, a dark short knife appeared instantly in Lu Chen's empty right hand. It was the courage. Helzuj's expression changed immediately. Lu Chen grinned ferociously. Prepare to die. Although Helzuj retreated quickly, Lu Chen's speed was even faster. Swish! After a flash of darkness, Helzuj's entire right leg was dismembered. His terrified gaze lingered on Lu Chen's short knife. How is this possible? Where did this guy pull out the knife from? In the next moment, a piercing pain shot through his right leg. Before he could scream, Lu Chen stirred something in his mouth, silencing the agonizing scream he was about to let out. Watching Helzuj rolling on the ground, unable to scream, Lu Chen's gaze was icy. Now you know how to scream? Those miserable girls who couldn't finish reading books, forced to act in movies every day, didn't they scream too? Truly a beast. Lu Chen stepped on Helzuj's face. Lu Chen said coldly, from now on, enjoy the feeling of being trapped in darkness, listen to the despair of those girls cursed by you. He pointed to his ear in front of Helzuj. Helzuj glared at him with resentment. Smack! Lu Chen didn't go easy on him, slapping his ugly face hard. Look at you. Aren't you so tough? What, you really want to kill me? Smack! Look! Look again! Smack! Smack! Lu Chen relentlessly slapped him a dozen times, leaving his face red and full of pain. He took out his phone from his pocket. Lu Chen checked all the information and locations of the girls' handling, summarized and edited them, and sent them to the Sakura guards, instructing them to donate all his savings to the Dragon Country Welfare Association. After doing all this, he smiled cruelly and said, hee, it's still early, I'm not in a hurry to go to Yumu Club now. Lu Chen directly grabbed one of his legs and dragged Helzuj into the depths of the forest. 30 seconds later, he came out again, picked up the leg, and went back. After more than half an hour, Lu Chen walked out refreshed, wearing a new worksuit, untraceable shoes, a hat, and gloves. Fate points +1. Total 235. Justice points +40. Total 1,278. Buzz. Due to the host's removal of the great evil hidden in the cherry blossoms, saving hundreds of miserable girls still alive in the world, the impact was enormous, changing their lives. Therefore, a reward of 40 points of justice is granted. Hope the host will continue to work hard. Got it. Got it. Lu Chen smiled, tapped his ear, walked through the park, found a courtyard, borrowed a cherry blossom person's motorcycle, and rode towards the city center. As he was driving on the road, roar, boom, buzz. From far to near behind him, came the sound of several ghostly modified motorcycles' exhaust pipes. Originally, Lu Chen ignored them, but these bastards were really asking for trouble. How audacious! Audacious! Nothing but trouble all the way. Bump! Hey, Yagadir! Ha ha ha! Hey! Hee! Ha ha ha! Wow wow! Speed up! The 6 ghostly youths rushed to Lu Chen's side, 2 of them with girls, each dressed flamboyantly, the leader of the ghostly gang wearing a large cloak with 2 big words on the back, Justice. They surrounded Lu Chen's motorcycle, hitting it with sticks and poking Lu Chen's head. This is unbearable. Lu Chen couldn't take it anymore. No need to endure it any longer. He directly took out a big hammer from his backpack, held the hammer in his left hand, the motorcycle handle in his right hand, his eyes flashing coldly as he stared at the leader of the ghostly gang. Stop showing off here. I'll make you fly. The ghostly gang leader, Yamada Koji, with justice written on his back, was taken aback. No one saw where this guy pulled out the hammer from. With Lu Chen's shout, Yamada Koji felt a bit embarrassed. With so many little brothers watching, he immediately started shouting, Yagadir. Nonsense. Who do you think you are? The other little brothers also started clamoring, bastard. Do you know who you're talking to? He's the leader of our Kakagawa gang. Exactly. Apologize quickly. Nonsense. Otherwise, we'll smash your bike. Yagadir. Smash the bike. Alright, can't do anything with you guys. Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated in another world? Fine, let's go. Lu Chen parked the motorcycle on the side, turned his neck slowly, looked coldly at the 6 motorcycles surrounding him. The Kakagawa gang members also stopped, aggressively walking towards Lu Chen. The system's corresponding introduction also appeared. Lu Chen quickly glanced through it, feeling disappointed. These guys didn't do anything particularly outrageous, at most bullying honest people, not daring to fight too hard for fear of being caught by the guards and scolded at home. Although they were all adults, these gang guys were like they were missing a part of their brain, doing bizarre things. Neither fully bad nor fully good. Can't even do bad things. Useless bastards. Ugh. Ha 2a. Lu Chen spat disdainfully at them. Since he couldn't kill them, he decided to teach them a lesson. Yaga dear. What do you mean? Bastard. At this point, they were still pointing and cursing at Lu Chen. All talk and no action. Watch closely. This is what a gang is. I am the real gang. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, after coldly uttering these words. Swish. Swift as thunder. He ran towards Yamada Koji empty-handed, punching him in the stomach. Yamada Koji was left gasping like a fish out of water, mouth wide open, eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, how can he just start a fight like that? Aren't we supposed to curse each other for half an hour and then go our separate ways? Why isn't he following the rules? Straight punch, charging punch, elbow strike. These were the simplest combat skills that Lu Chen honed between life and death. One strike to defeat the enemy. Lu Chen was not originally skilled in these techniques. However, after countless life and death battles, one day he suddenly had an epiphany, knowing how to fight and maintaining a calm and steady mindset. His hands became fast, fierce, and precise once again. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Chen had knocked down all the delinquent youths. They writhed on the ground, wailing incessantly, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lu Chen. He didn't spare the 2 women either. Equal treatment. Gender equality. Keep striking. Afterwards, with a flick, Lu Chen lit a cigarette, squatted next to Yamada Koji, and patted his face, saying, "Don't act tough like this next time, or I'll really make you fly." A chilling intent emanated from him. Yamada Koji looked at him fearfully, nodding continuously. Exhaling a puff of smoke in his face, Lu Chen continued, "You're all grown-ups, is this kind of thing fun for you? Let me help you quit." With that said, amidst their despairing gazes, Lu Chen wielded a large hammer. 80, 80, 80, bang, bang, bang. No. Ah. Wah. My Raijin. Ah. Stop. Don't hurt my partner. Ah. Koji. No. My Koji. Devil. You're a devil. Don't harm it. Come at me. Don't hurt my Yatua beast. Yamada Koji watched his beloved car being smashed to pieces with each blow of the hammer, feeling an intense pain in his heart. His cries grew louder, pleading incessantly. Listening to their cries, Lu Chen inexplicably burst into laughter, feeling like an evil boss. Ruthlessly, in front of their eyes, he trampled their cherished possessions with the most brutal means. Tonight would be a lasting pain for Yamada Koji and his group. After this incident, everyone tacitly agreed to never mention that night again, no longer identifying as delinquents, and focused on living and working well. Because their partner had been beaten to death by Lu Chen, and they were powerless to stop it. In the end, with the matter settled, Lu Chen mounted his motorcycle again, grabbed their helmets, and continued towards his destination. Along the way, he swayed his head, humming the familiar tune once more. With the sun and moon hanging in the sky, with ghosts and gods holding the power of life and death, only distinguishing between right and wrong, the good suffer poverty and short lives, while the evil enjoy wealth and longevity. Heaven and earth, fearing the strong and bullying the weak. Earth, not discerning good from bad. Heaven, wrongly judging the wise and foolish as the heavens. Thank you for the gifts. Another explosive chapter coming soon. Without riding more than 3 kilometers, Lu Chen encountered another special event. He caught a faint stench. This smell was very familiar to him, someone who often dealt with people. Sniffing, Lu Chen parked, stood still, and sniffed the air. The scent was very subtle, almost imperceptible without careful consideration. After searching around, he turned his gaze towards the adjacent single-story building. Late at night, only the faint light of the 2nd floor of this house was on. "Oh, you're playing indoor corpse hiding, huh?" Lu Chen circled around, found a good climbing spot, and climbed in directly. Following the scent, he arrived at the door, pulled out his courage, made a few marks at the entrance, pushed the door open, and walked in. As he entered the house, the smell intensified. After wandering around, he found that no one lived on the ground floor. Lu Chen, wearing noiseless shoes, stepped on the wooden boards without making much noise, only a faint creaking sound. He quietly ascended the stairs. In the silent night, in someone else's home, the killer on the second floor was still awake. This feeling was quite thrilling. As he got closer to the second floor, a faint murmuring voice could be heard from above. Misaki. Love. Luchan stopped in his tracks, listened carefully, but perhaps he was too far away to hear clearly. Then he continued towards the room where the voice was coming from. At some point, courage was already gripped in his right hand. When he got close enough, he finally heard clearly the voice filled with deep love, softly whispering, Misaki, I love you so much, this way you won't leave me, hee. You still look beautiful now, in my heart. You will always be the most beautiful woman. You are a beautiful woman who belongs only to me. Hee. No one can separate us. He frowned. What kind of nonsense is all this? Luchan, being upright and resolute, couldn't stand this gibberish, so he approached, drew a square on the door with a knife, then pushed it open with his hand, and peered inside, focusing on the room. In an instant, Luchan's pupils shook. Then his whole body began to tremble slightly. He saw a tall and sturdy man, quite handsome, holding a specially treated head and whispering softly to it with a silly smile. What a damn beastly act! The next moment, a system prompt appeared. Yuki Fujiwara, 32 years old, extremely possessive and extreme in actions, deeply in love with his girlfriend Misaki. They have known each other for 8 years, both graduated from Eastwood University, have been in Saitamachi for 3 years. Yuki Fujiwara demands that his girlfriend Misaki send a text every half hour, no password on the phone, must come home immediately after work, not allowed to linger outside, not allowed to go out with other friends, no. Opposite-sex friends, must revolve around him, and various other extreme demands. A month ago, due to his intense possessiveness, his girlfriend finally asked for a breakup. Yuki Fujiwara, of course, refused, and that night he kept her forever by his side. And this is called deep love? Luchan was truly dumbfounded. Damn it! What about Chanyalan? And there was Yuki Fujiwara holding Misaki's head inside, saying gentle words. Luchan couldn't bear to listen any longer, so he kicked the door open with force. Bang! In Yuki Fujiwara's shocked and puzzled eyes, Luchan burst in, holding courage, looking at him with a chilling intent. You dare talk about love? You're a damn beast. I felt sick just listening outside the door. Yuki Fujiwara was immediately furious upon hearing this. You can break in, rob, kill, steal, throw feces, collect rent, shoot a gun, anything, but saying he doesn't love her, that's unacceptable. Then, Yuki Fujiwara's face turned red with anger as he roared, what do you know? I truly love Misaki. I know every inch of her skin, her birthday, her hobbies, her favorite foods, her dreams, her intentions. I know whether her daily poop is solid or loose. There is no one in this world who loves her more than me. You will never understand how deep my love for her is. I sleep with her every day, I talk to her every day. Listening to his heart-wrenching roar, Luchan fell into silence, not because he thought he was right, but because Luchan felt sorry for Misaki for encountering such a beast. He looked at the head in Fujiwara Yuki's hand, which was somewhat unbearable to watch. From the contours of the face, one could vaguely see that Misaki, as she was called in life, was a gentle and lovely woman. However, she had encountered an extremely controlling and possessive man. It had been 3 minutes. That bastard was still howling over there, showing no remorse whatsoever. Luchan directly took out a big hammer and walked towards Fujiwara Yuki, who was still holding Misaki's head and muttering incessantly. Seeing him bowing his head, Luchan swung the hammer in a wide arc. Go to hell! Upon hearing this voice, Fujiwara Yuki turned his head to see a big hammer smashing towards him. It was close and fast. He couldn't dodge it in time, and fearing that Misaki's head would be damaged, he braced himself sideways. Bang! The hammer ruthlessly struck Fujiwara Yuki's shoulder. Crack! Along with the sound of bones breaking, Misaki's head still fell to the ground. Fujiwara Yuki was knocked down to the ground, emitting a fierce howl of pain. But it didn't last long. He endured the pain once again, reaching out his intact right hand to cradle Misaki's head in his arms. He kept saying, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Seeing him like this, Luchan was furious. Don't be afraid anymore. Don't be afraid. You killed her. Do you understand? You damn beast. You killed her, you animal. Bang! A blow shattered his leg. Ah! Fujiwara Yuki screamed in agony again, but he still didn't let go of Misaki's head, muttering incessantly. Not a trace of regret. Seeing his stubborn and foolish appearance, Luchan gave up. He was too lazy to continue talking to such a beast. He was even more mentally deranged than the previous members of the Yumu second team. This guy was beyond saving. He was directly sent on a one-way trip to another world. Putting away the hammer, Luchan took out his courage and cleanly sent him on his way. This damned beast still clung tightly to Misaki's head even in death, pressing his face against it. Lu Chen kicked him hard in the face, pushed him away, forcefully pried open his hands, snatched Misaki away, and set her aside. He couldn't even be bothered to look at that beast. Lu Chen lit 3 cigarettes, paid his respects to Misaki, and said, "Rest in peace. You also encountered a beast like this." He seemed to see Misaki smile faintly. Then Lu Chen wandered around the room and found the other parts of Misaki. He then called the Sakura guard, informing them of the situation. Lu Chen arranged Misaki properly, left the place, and headed straight to the Yumu headquarters. It was 2 a.m. It couldn't be delayed any longer. This time, they had to be taken care of for real. With a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a helmet, riding a Yamaha scooter, Lu Chen disappeared into the darkness. Hide your talents and bide your time. True love for someone is about warm companionship, silent protection, or letting go quietly, rather than forcibly keeping them by your side. True love is built on respect and understanding, selfless dedication, and tolerance, not on constantly uttering ugly words while holding onto a head every day. Lu Chen silently vowed, if he encountered such a beast again, he wouldn't waste words. He would just act directly. Ja. Fate +1, total 236. Justice points +2 +2, total 1282. So Tai Town's Central Business District. This city center was indeed different. It was 3 a.m. and there were still many cars and people on the streets. Especially near some small parks and street corners, there were quite a few cool girls standing around. Lu Chen saw someone approaching to inquire about the situation. Then the blonde woman explained that her father gambled, her mother was sick, she had a younger sister to take care of, and things were very difficult for her now. She begged him to help her. The man immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem, I must help with this task." The two of them disappeared into the depths of the forest. Lu Chen shook his head and sighed. There are still many good people in this world, helping others to treat illnesses even late at night. Yumu Hui headquarters. Looking at the dark gang headquarters that looked like a studio building in front of him, Lu Chen suddenly noticed some bad news. Who the hell can tell me why the gang's hideout can be located next to the security bureau? This is ridiculous. It's impossible to make any noise. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. He then wandered around the area, rejecting batches of invitations from various foreign girls that kept coming in pairs. Finally, Lu Chen found that there were fewer surveillance cameras on the street next to the security bureau, making it possible to climb over the wall and enter the Yumuhui headquarters from there. He arrived at the wall, looked up, glanced around, and took advantage of the pedestrians' inattention to jump onto a utility pole and climb up. Then, stepping on the fence, he exchanged for a grappling hook and threw it onto the balcony of the 3rd floor of the Yumuhui building. He began to climb. Due to the incident with the second team before, all the gang members of Yumuhui had gathered at the headquarters. Following the president's orders, they had just finished checking around, smashing a few shops, and bullying some outsiders. After venting and satisfying their desires, they returned. At this moment, they were resting inside the building, perhaps thinking that no one would cause trouble next to the security bureau. The building's security facilities were not that great. There wasn't a single guard. However, this also made it easier for Lu Chen to act. He smoothly climbed all the way to the top floor of the Yumuhui building without being noticed by anyone. Then, Lu Chen gently opened the door to the rooftop and walked downstairs with a fierce smile on his face. 9th floor. This seemed to be the entertainment floor, with a total of 8 rooms, 3 large and 5 small, all tightly closed. Lu Chen didn't have X-ray vision, so he didn't know exactly what was happening inside. There were potted plants on the corridor, giving the overall decoration a sporty and lively atmosphere. As he walked, Lu Chen felt like he stepped on something, and when he looked down, he saw it was a black lace thong. His gaze followed to the nearest small room door, where it seemed like some beastly activities were taking place. Click! With a slight sound of movement, Lu Chen courageously quietly opened the door. The first glance inside revealed not the usual hotel setup of a TV plus bed, but a train compartment? A train compartment. Yes. Lu Chen pushed the door and saw a train compartment. It was all white with red accents below, and 3 large characters were written on the compartment, Shinkansen. Those damn cherry blossom people, they really know how to play. Lu Chen cursed inwardly, then grabbed a knife and approached the compartment. From the outside window of the compartment, he couldn't see inside because it had been specially treated with a mist effect, giving passengers a hazy beauty while traveling. He continued to walk quietly forward. He arrived at the door next to the front of the train compartment. Courage quietly passed through the barrier and gently tore open the screen. There was a strange smell in the air. It was the scent of sin. Then, the exciting scene inside the train compartment unfolded before Lu Chen's eyes. Various tools and clothes were scattered on the floor. 2 rows of seats were laid back to form a large bed, with a man and a woman lying on it. The man was covered in tattoos. The woman was sleeping with a Shinkansen crew hat on. Aminos was really playing hard. Lu Chen looked at them with a fierce gleam in his eyes. These two seemed either too tired or too high from playing, sleeping like dead pigs, completely unaware that someone was standing at the head of the bed, staring at them fiercely. Hattori Shogo, one of the 8 core members of the Yumu Society, started from the bottom with the boss Higashino-ken, enduring the ups and downs of the underground world of Sotaicho for 16 years. Now, he has lost his previous vigor and vigilance, only enjoying participating in various movie shoots. Holding 12 lives in his hands, he co-manages the Yumu Society's film industry with one of the 8 core members, Sato Shota. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately covered his mouth. Swift and ruthless. You like making movies, right? I'll send you to another world to make them to your heart's content. Make plenty. Zap. Hattori Shogo felt a sharp pain, suddenly woke up, and opened his eyes to see Lu Chen's crimson eyes. Shilling. Then he felt something strange on his neck and tried to resist. He grabbed Lu Chen's arm, attempting to pull it away, but that hand was as immovable as an iron arm. The woman next to them, wearing a Shinkansen crew hat, also noticed the commotion. However, she was too tired, barely opening her eyes, mumbling, "Don't come, I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep." Then she turned over and fell back into a deep slumber. Lu Chen remained unfazed by this sudden turn of events, his eyes fixed on the people. That's it. Watching his terrified pleading eyes, Lu Chen remained unmoved. He continued to watch as Hattori Shogo gradually lost consciousness, not letting go. Justice must be served. After another 3 minutes, ensuring everything was in order, Lu Chen kindly tucked him in again. Then he exchanged a sedative and injected the sleeping woman. These women were all pitiful souls. Those who could come here were relatively obedient, and those who weren't had met their fate. Lu Chen wouldn't trouble them. Quietly leaving the room, one of the 8 core members -1, Hattori Shogo boarded the bus to the other world, waiting for the other brothers to gather before departing. At the entrance of the next room, employing the same tactics, he cut open the courage and walked in. Wow! Lu Chen was once again impressed by their interests. He felt like he had stepped into a forest. The room was filled with greenery and decor, with thick tree trunks reaching the ceiling and grass underfoot, a lush and vibrant scene. In just 2 words, wild and primal, reflecting the owner's personality. Suddenly, a voice came from deep within the forest. Hee, Satsuki, keep going, I'm feeling particularly inspired today. Since President Higashino-ken's order, I've beaten up 22 outsiders. You didn't see how they begged. Ha ha ha, oh my, that's something. Beautiful. Then a soft female voice chimed in, enough, hi, Akito-kun. 2 minutes passed. The man continued, boring, these days are so dull. I miss the glorious days of my grandfather. Let's go see him tomorrow and listen to his story about charging forward. Vice President of the Yumu Society, Akito Ishii, a man who inherited and promoted the Ishii gang's traditions, influenced by his family's values, has always enjoyed fighting and conquering. His grandfather, Ishii Gosei, survived to this day, a beastly old turtle. The family has branched out and multiplied over the years, with a large population. It's best for the host to decide for themselves. Aminos, decide for themselves? If I, Aminos, don't give you a chance, your egg yolks will be scrambled. Cut the earthworm in half. I'm not surnamed Lu. Zap 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 zap. Listening to the beast's words and combining them with the system prompts, Lu Chen immediately understood what the bastard meant. He couldn't bear it any longer. He headed straight for the hammock deep in the forest, brimming with murderous intent. Hearing the commotion, on the bed, the two turned their heads and saw the furious and ferocious Lu Chen. By Gaia! Before the familiar phrase 8 yas could even leave Jing Akito's mouth, Lu Chen, like a fierce tiger released from its cage, leaped from a distance of 3 meters. Swish! Die! This damned beast. Lu Chen didn't want to waste any words. No idle talk. Just straight to the kill. Torture? Torture was reserved for his family. Too fast. Lu Chen's movements were just too fast and ruthless. It wasn't until Shiage was splattered with blood all over her exquisite body that she wanted to let out a scream. She had just raised her head. The next moment, bang! Shiage was decisively knocked unconscious by Lu Chen. Needle in, leave. Then, Lu Chen, brimming with rage and killing intent, searched 4 rooms in a row, all empty. Only the last 2 large rooms remained unchecked. Just then, thud thud thud, urgent footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs towards the 9th floor. Lu Chen quickly scanned his surroundings and hurriedly hid behind a tall clump of greenery against the wall. When the person arrived upstairs, they went straight to the large room and knocked on the door, saying, "Military Advisor Hideyoshi, the president needs you. Come to the third floor after you're done. 2 minutes later. A young man's steady voice came from inside the room. All right. After relaying the message, the young man hurriedly ran back downstairs, not noticing the several doors that were not properly closed, as he didn't walk towards Lu Chen's direction. Military advisor? You think you're worthy? Lu Chen smirked coldly. Seeing that all was quiet, he swiftly moved closer and hid by the door of the large room. 5 minutes later. There was a commotion inside the large room, followed by the door slowly opening. A young man dressed in cherry blossom-themed attire, with a hairstyle resembling a pile of excrement on his head, walked out of the room. The man had a proud look, fair and clean, clearly accustomed to high status. Minister Hideyoshi, belonging to the Sakura clan, a member of the noble Sakura family, hired as a strategist and military advisor by the Yumu Society. Strictly speaking, not a member of the Yumu Society, details are inconvenient to disclose, only brought in for certain needs. As soon as Minister Hideyoshi stepped out of the room, he saw someone standing beside him. He turned to look and only saw a pair of crimson, violently ruthless eyes. The next moment, Lu Chen grinned ferociously. All right then, a noble, huh? He grabbed the man's mouth and pressed it against the wall. Then, with a swift series of actions, pain, torture, unbelievable. Minister Hideyoshi boarded the bus to the other world in a look of despair and unwillingness. He could no longer enjoy the benefits and happy life of his family. Lu Chen dragged him into the empty room from before, then quietly slipped back into the large room. He wouldn't let go of any possibility. Wipe out evil to the fullest. The interior of the large room was extravagantly decorated. Unlike the peculiar rooms before, this was a room for the elite, luxurious and stylish. After quietly observing the room, Lu Chen entered the bedroom. There were 2 stunning beauties on the bed. A perfect 10. No other men in sight. Lu Chen didn't spare a second glance, his heart of stone turned away. Inject patriotic genes? Humph. Revenge doesn't bring satisfaction. He quickly headed to the last large room to search. There was no one inside. It seemed like these beasts on the 9th floor had a bigger appetite. 6 minutes had passed. Lu Chen once again thoroughly searched the entire 9th floor, ensuring no beasts were left behind. He then hid next to the stairs and waited quietly. 3 minutes later. Thud thud thud. Urgent footsteps echoed once more. The young man, who had been waiting impatiently for someone to come down, hurriedly came up to urge them. Just as he was about to reach the 9th floor and run towards that large room, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. The next moment, he found himself in the company of those brothers, sitting on the bus to the other world. Lu Chen dragged him back into the room again, then quietly moved towards the next floor. 8th floor. Lu Chen quietly investigated and found that this was the dormitory. The dormitory of those poor women. Moving down. 7th floor, 6th floor were the fitness and entertainment areas. Too late, there was no one here. 5th floor was another dormitory. This was the resting place arranged by the Yumu Club headquarters for those little brothers. Normally, this group of little brothers did not live here, only a few guards lived here. Due to the incident with the second team, President Dong Yaken of the club called them all back. There were more people. After eating together, they all rested here. Lu Chen looked at the dozens of rooms, listening to the snoring coming from inside. Couldn't help but smile. Very ferocious. Swift and decisive. What's the point of having a showdown with these beasts? Strike while the iron is hot. He was now possessed by the god of death. This time, he wouldn't bother with the neck. Too many people, easy to cause trouble. Better to go for direct brain death, faster and more stable. It's just a bit of a pity. Can't hear their last words before dying. 8 dear, what's up? When he reached the 4th room, there was a smell of alcohol inside. Lu Chen suddenly discovered that 3 of the 8 arhats, Tanaka Takuya, Kimura Yuto, and Inoue Goba, were in this room, with empty bottles on the table. Isn't this a coincidence? He chuckled and sent them to reunite with the Brotherhood. Half an hour passed. 3rd floor, President Dong Yaken of the Yumu Club sat majestically in the large reception room, smoking a cigar and instructing them on the handover and development arrangements for the Yumu second team. The 4 arhats, Takahashi Shunsuke, Sato Shota, Yamada Tetsuya, and Ito Tsuyoshi, did not drink, and each expressed their opinions. At this moment, Sato Shota glanced at the time and said, President, it's been so long, he hasn't come down yet, should I go up and check? Ganyi, that kid hasn't come down either, could something have happened? Hearing this, Dong Yaken took a puff of his cigar, exhaled slowly, his face calm as he waved his hand. It's fine, Fushiyoshi is a noble descendant. The process of gene infusion is complex, understandable. Ganyi should be waiting at the door, be patient, he should be coming down soon. Ito Tsuyoshi sneered and said to Sato Shota, Shota is really a naive one, think about it, who dares to cause trouble at our headquarters? Yes, indeed, no one dared to cause trouble. It's just that some people see this place as a slaughterhouse, with these black bosses smoking, bragging, and boasting, recounting how they bullied and beat those outsiders before. Lu Chen was covered in traces of the Yumu Club's little brothers, dragging his tired body slowly. At this moment, he looked extremely terrifying, like a demon descending from the heavens, truly a god of the mortal world. Nothing is ever smooth sailing. During the operation, Lu Chen also encountered resistance, but it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, the demon god was striding confidently towards the third floor. Just standing in front of him, one could feel the strong, muddy, and bloody smell of killing intent. The grudge plus hatred of evil buff was already full. Just as they were laughing and joking, bang, boom, a loud noise came from the door. Immediately, everyone was furious, looking towards the door. "Hey dear, are you looking for death? Who is it?" Quickly cut off a finger to apologize. "Damn it, what a big fool. Nonsense. Who's the blind one? Hey dear. Die. Haven't seen the person yet." The core members of the Yumu Society headquarters began to curse loudly. President Higashino-ken was not as irritable as the Luohan members, but his tightly furrowed brow and icy gaze revealed his current mood. Unhappy. Very unhappy. But in the next moment, all these emotions were suppressed tightly, because they saw a person. Oh no! It should be said, they saw a demon, looking at him with a momentum like a raging sea of blood, and those inhuman eyes. Even President Higashino-ken, the founder of the Yumu Society, who had conquered the Yumu Society, once faced hundreds without flinching, the pillar of the Higashino family, a master of swordsmanship and bushido, a warrior proficient in martial arts, honored with the title of blood-handed demon slayer in Yotai Town, known as the king of the underground world of Yotai Town, extracting bullets from bones without anesthesia, and so on. Such a ruthless president. He was also deeply shocked by Lu Chen, who appeared in front of him in the posture of an extremely powerful demon, smashing into his sight. Silent as a cicada. No one present made a sound. 1 hour later, Higashino-ken was covered in blood, looking horrified, supported into a car by Ito Takeshi, who had lost his left arm, and Takahashi Shunsuke, with a knife inserted in his body. Escape! Following that, the indescribable Lu Chen tremblingly arrived downstairs, found an off-road vehicle, and chased out of the Yumu Society headquarters. Along the way, numerous vehicles and public property were damaged. The security bureau came to the neighboring Yumu Society hoping to find an explanation, and as they stepped onto the third floor and looked up, oh my, goodness gracious, 12 security guards, all scared out of their wits. Tonight, Yotai Town is in chaos. The dying Punisher demon god rampaged through the city center of Yotai Town, chasing for 30 kilometers. All the people of Yotai Town who witnessed this scene were terrified. Behind Lu Chen, there were at least 200 security cars chasing. No matter where Higashino-ken hides, where he escapes to, Lu Chen will never give up. God blocks killing gods. Buddha blocks killing Buddhas. In addition, tomorrow is the day of the collective sacrifice of the Sakura Country Dwanbei Soul Gathering Society, 2 seats, and many old turtles and nobles will attend. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. The people of the Yotai Town Security Bureau are busy to death. First, the park discovered the deformed beast Helsuk, after rescuing all the poor women, then in the residential area found Misaki and Fujiwara Yuki, and then the shocking chase and kill incident that shook the entire Yotai Town. The Sakura network is going crazy. Tonight, most of the people in Yotai Town were awakened by the 2 cars racing through the city. Bang! Higashino-ken and Ito Takeshi are now fleeing for their lives like stray dogs. Takahashi Shunsuke bid farewell as he drove the last car to cover their escape. This was already their 3rd car change. The demon was still chasing them. No matter where they flee to, Lu Chen is always right behind them. The number of Yumu Society members who have died at his hands has reached a terrifying 3 digits. What the hell is this concept? How much Higashino-ken wished this was a dream. Unfortunately, the intense pain all over his body and the despair in Ito Takeshi's eyes told him, this is all real. No! It can't go on like this. We will die. Higashino-ken looked at Ito Takeshi in the passenger seat and said, no, we can't keep running like this. We will definitely die. That devil won't let us go. Ito Takeshi looked back in horror at the vehicles biting at their heels, and it seemed like a pair of captivating eyes inside the car window were staring at him intently. President. What should we do? What should we do? No matter how awesome they were before. No matter how much they killed and plundered. No matter how long they held high positions, who controls a large number of members? In front of Lu Chen, that's a huge joke. Just a bunch of gravel. In the car behind. Lu Chen had no visible place on his body. The front passenger seat was full of various empty bottles of life-extending potions. His body had reached the ultimate limit. Only those eyes, still shining brightly, as if filled with divine flames. Unlike the previous life that could be suspended by Zhou Tsang, but not worth much, it might as well be dead. This life is different. He is willing to pay a great price to hang on, because the head of the beastly society of the entire Sotai town is right in front of him. Not doing it really makes him feel uneasy. Moreover, there is the shadow of Laobi among them. This is something that any spirited Dragon Kingdom person cannot tolerate. Even if his flesh and blood rot away, even if only a skeleton remains, he will charge towards these two beasts. Only death. Oh no, I misspoke. For Lu Chen, if one life is not enough, then 10 lives. If 10 lives are not enough, then 100, 1,000, 10,000 lives. No matter where you flee to the ends of the earth. I swear to kill these evil beasts. Are you afraid or not? In their 2 cars, a large number of escort vehicles and news reporter cars followed closely behind. Dense and endless. One chasing, one fleeing. They arrived at the outskirts of Sotai town on the bridge. Higashino hesitated for a moment, his face twisted in turmoil, and finally, he made up his mind. We surrender. We will surrender. Only the escort detention center can save us now. Nowhere else will work. Ito hurriedly said, President, turn around quickly. The devil is catching up. After Higashino made this decision, he eased off the accelerator, preparing to slow down and turn around. You slow down. I won't slow down. Lu Chen seized this opportunity. Stepping on the gas pedal, he directly slammed into Higashino's vehicle. He rammed him to a stop on the bridge. Clang! Lu Chen shook his dizzy brain, kicked open the car door, and limped over to Higashino's vehicle holding courage. The 2 guys in the car were dizzy from the impact, their ears buzzing, looking extremely frightened and terrified, their faces covered in bloodstains. Thinking, it's over. Ito looked at Higashino stuttering, President. Now. Put. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened, his mouth open but unable to utter a word. Higashino looked at the black short knife piercing through his buddy's neck, the despair in his eyes growing stronger. Why? Why won't he die? Why does he keep staring at me? Bang! He forcefully opened the car door, gave Higashino a stab in the waist, rendering him powerless to resist, then took him to the railing by the bridge. Drip drip. Wail. A large number of Sakura escort vehicles and news reporter cars had arrived here. It's now 5 a.m., getting brighter. As more and more people learned about this incident, Sakura citizens also gathered around to watch the commotion. The escort vehicles formed a circle around Lu Chen and Higashino. You are truly a big troublemaker. Do you know how much chaos you've caused us? You despicable Dragon Kingdom person. Scoundrel. Nuisance. Causing chaos in Sotai town. Confess quickly. Do you hear me? Nuisance. 8 troublemakers. The head of the Sotai town escort was furious, holding a megaphone and shouting at him like crazy. Click, click. Reporters all rushed over, constantly filming outside the cordon. The cherry blossom man shouted loudly, Are you called Mengshi? Why are you doing this? Dragon countryman, can you explain your motives? Look here. Look at the camera. Mengshi, Dragon countryman. How did you kill that group from the Yumu society? Can you explain? Is it Dragon country kung fu? Lu Chen, with a completely hopeless Ken Ino in tow, remained silent, coldly staring at the group of guards and journalists. At this moment, he had no desire to speak to these jabbering fools. Just then, a clear female voice in Mandarin came, Mengshi, why are you doing this? Can you explain the reason? Hearing this, Lu Chen turned to look, somewhat surprised. Why were there still people from the Dragon country? He saw a female journalist in a suit waving at him, with 2 men standing behind her, raising signs as Lu Chen looked over. Dragon Country's frontline news in Cherry Blossom City. Alright, this is getting interesting. Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he shouted in Dragon Country language, These beasts are different from those 3 major societies. They cause trouble in Sotai town. They harm the lower class people. They force those girls to make movies, extort protection money, rampantly smash the shops of outsiders, beat up the outsiders. In the past, no one dared to intervene. But now I'm here. I'm taking charge. Remember, the deaths of these Yumu society gang beasts are just the beginning. Also, tell the people of Ryakuto City, I'll play in Cherry Blossom for a few days and then return. Don't be afraid. When I return, I'll be in charge. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Country journalists understood the first part. However, they couldn't quite grasp what Lu Chen said next. What did it mean? The cherry blossom journalists and guards who didn't understand the dragon country language were utterly confused. They had no idea what he had just said. The cherry blossom journalists who understood began furrowing their brows, quickly starting to prepare subtitles to swiftly send out this piece of news. Baga, speak in cherry blossom language, you bastard. The head guard's face turned red with anger. He was hopping mad, pulling out a gun and pointing it at Lu Chen, threatening, hurry up. Speak in cherry blossom language. Let him go. Did you kill Minamoto Hideyoshi? You bastard. Do you know you've made a big mistake? Lu Chen was fed up with his yelling. Turning around, a fierce killing intent swept out, his crimson eyes fixed on the head guard. Say it again. I'll kill all of you. The cherry blossom head guard was instantly like a chicken with its neck pinched, unable to make a sound. He couldn't even croak. His face turned bright red. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes. That guy. Such a terrifying gaze. Although the group of guards weren't the ones specifically targeted, they were all startled by Lu Chen's gaze. That guy was like a mouse seeing a cat. A natural enemy. Killing intent. Enough talk. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lu Chen coldly glanced at them, swiftly and decisively sent Ken Ino, and boarded the bus to the other world. With that, most of the members of the Yumu Society set off in an orderly manner. Baga, stop, you scoundrel! The guard's shouts came a moment too late. Bang, 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 bang. Following that, gunshots rang out, hitting Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen decisively flipped over and jumped off the bridge. The cherry blossom guards were not worthy of punishing the dragon country people. Instantly, everyone rushed to the railing to look down, only to see a splash of water. This nearly 30-meter high bridge offered no chance of survival. The guards were furious and hopping mad. Then, they looked at the large X marks on the ground, as well as the skin fragments and small pieces of foot bones that Lu Chen had dropped, sinking into contemplation. He was injured so badly. Still standing? Is this guy still a human being? Thinking back to the majestic and demonic aura of Lu Chen just now, an infinite fear surged in everyone's hearts. Seeing him jump down, the Dragon Country journalists felt both regretful and excited. Big news. This is definitely big news. A lone Dragon Countryman taking down an entire gang, with all casualties being from the Sakura people, is definitely a piece of news that the Dragon Country citizens would love to hear. Although they didn't quite understand what he said afterwards, they still unalteredly edited the footage of him being chased out of the Yumu Club and the video on the bridge together, adding a thin watermark before sending it to domestic platforms. In an instant, it caused a huge sensation. Damn, what a hero. Ha ha ha, fierce. Rambo's filming is too conservative. Awesome. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, so tragic. Ha ha ha, sorry. I really feel so sorry for the deaths of the Sakura people. Ha ha ha, upstairs. Do you have to be so obvious? Ha ha ha. The platform was instantly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Deputy Ma, Yang Chuan, and Gao Wei sat in the meeting room, watching the video, and the three of them looked at each other. This guy. His words. Why do they sound so familiar? Thinking back to the Wang Tai case, there hadn't been a case like this since it happened. An idea involuntarily gathered in their minds. Finally, Deputy Ma took a deep drag of his cigarette and said to the other two, "This is an opportunity. In the next few days, we must bring all the criminals in the Tiannan district to justice. Don't wait for that devil to come back." Yes. Yang Chuan and Gao Wei left with solemn expressions. But as they walked, when they thought of what happened in Sakura country today, a sudden realization struck them. They couldn't help but smile at each other, sharing a tacit understanding. We're going to Sakura. Ha ha ha. Yeah, we're in Sakura country now. Ha ha. Inside the meeting room, Deputy Ma frowned as he watched the Sakura news. After a moment, he suddenly relaxed his brows. Oh, how interesting. He went to Sakura. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the room instantly. The people of Dragon Country didn't enjoy their happiness for long. Because of what was about to happen next, they would be even happier and more excited. The whole country would celebrate. They couldn't wait for the new year to come early. Every household bought firecrackers to celebrate. Baga, you guys are useless. How could you not find him? 8 Yalu. Hurry up and search. Look downstream. The head of the guards listened to the report, feeling furious. They hadn't found Lu Chen. It was damn frustrating. At this moment, the mayor of Sotai town sent a communication request, and the head of the guards answered the call. Daimoku, is the situation resolved? It won't affect the 9A.M. Duanbei Soul Summoning Society ritual, will it? The head of the guards, Daimoku, thought for a moment. He jumped from such a height and got seriously injured. That guy must be dead. There shouldn't be any problem. Mayor, there is absolutely no impact. Everything can proceed smoothly. Oh, then prepare for stability work, no room for error. This time many surviving old heroes will participate. Yes. Mission completed plus 176. Total 412. Justice points plus 300. Total 1582. Buzz. System comment, host. You are damn awesome. Single-handedly taking down 231 members of the Yumu Club Yakuza gang in Sotai Town, saving 1861 poor women, rescuing countless families hanging on the cliff's edge, bringing shock from Dragon Country to Sakura, single-handedly increasing the happiness rate of the lower-class people in Sotai Town, far-reaching impact, significant meaning. Therefore, a reward of 300 justice points is hereby granted. Furthermore, what is the host still persisting in? Why don't you look like a living person now? Why not take the chance to use the substitute life opportunity? In the dark sewer, Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He injected 2 more doses of life-sustaining medicine. Cough. How can I fall now? Today at 9 o'clock is the day when those old tortoises gather for sacrifice. Countless souls of the Dragon Kingdom are supporting me from behind at this moment. Those powerful hands, haven't you seen them? How can I fall at this moment? As he spoke, Lu Chen straightened his crippled body. In his eyes, it seemed like a raging flame was burning. It was the belief of tens of millions of souls. It was the spiritual backbone of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Despite his severe injuries, he couldn't make much noise at the moment. But the words he spoke the next second were like a bell tolling, resonating through the sky. I will let out this earth-shattering roar, descend from the sky with a body of flames, resound throughout the universe. Swear to give them a brilliant, eternal, unforgettable memory of sorrow. I want them to shudder involuntarily every time they think of today. To leave them with an unforgettable soul-devouring memory. Contains a high level of horse rate, 8 elegant deer. Get out of the way. Idiots. Exit the security line. That's not where you should be standing. Get lost. Due to Lu Chen's incident, these guards were scolded harshly, so their temper was very irritable. 7 o'clock in the morning. There were still 2 hours left until the grand ritual of Duanbei soul summoning in Sateicho. But many people had already gathered on the outskirts. Apart from the locals of the Sakura Kingdom, the rest were tourists and friends from the Dragon Kingdom and other countries. Unlike the tourists from other countries who were watching the show with smiles, the tourists from the Dragon Kingdom and the Stick Country watched with shame and anger, wishing they could rush in and smash everything. They were not just paying respects. This was not paying respects. This was shitting on the heads of the people of the Dragon Kingdom and the Stick Country. Fun fact, although the Stick Country is shameless, their hatred towards the Sakura Kingdom is not much less than that of the Dragon Kingdom. Afterwards, the guards pointed at the group and cursed at them. They ordered them to leave the security line. Especially when they saw those people from the Dragon Kingdom, the Sakura guards remembered Lu Chen's incident before and felt very resentful. They were extremely angry. They directly pointed at the noses of the people from the Dragon Kingdom and shouted at them to get lost. The security line kept expanding outward. The tourists from the Dragon Kingdom and other countries were somewhat angry. These damn Sakura dog guards were too much. Damn it! They don't even allow us to look? A Dragon Kingdom anchor opened a live broadcast with an angry face towards the Duanbei soul summoning, titled, Sakura is paying respects again. Immediately, a large number of Dragon Kingdom netizens crowded in. Everyone was furious. The barrage kept flashing, urging the anchor to go and burn it down. Burn it! Damn it! Anchor! We'll send you rockets. I'm telling you. Go and burn it down. We'll all send you gifts. Go on. Anchor. It's infuriating to watch. Is the anchor a man or not? Go and do it. Burn it. At first, the anchor really looked around, using the live camera to capture the scene, trying to find a way to intervene. But soon he dismissed the idea. Sorry, brothers. You've seen it too. These bastards are heavily guarded. They've driven us all the way here, hundreds of meters away from the main area. How can I rush in? Immediately, the barrage decreased significantly, and some remained silent. There were still some who kept insisting, anchor. Burn it down. Just charge in. Call more people. Forget it. Look at all those bastards with so many guards. They'd love to encircle us. How do you expect the anchor to rush in? He's not Superman. You're so eager. You go and burn it. Burn it. I won't watch it anymore. It's so infuriating. The anchor was helpless and had to continue the live broadcast without looking at the barrage. Half an hour later, cherry blossoms and old tortoises kept coming in cars, passing through the security under protection, getting out of the car, and walking towards Duanbei Hunshao. Exactly 8 o'clock. Another 300 words were harmonized here, sigh. Later, they began to rehearse in advance, lining up according to their respective positions. Harmonized 200 words. Mighty. Hundreds of large beasts stood in line. The status of these large beasts is not comparable to that of ordinary cherry blossom civilians. Each one has a noble status and position. Lu Chen and others were waiting for this opportunity. It's to give you, the damn cherry blossom country, a chance to suffer. However, the only regret is that not all personnel came here, but some. Asterisk because some went to visit the old eagle country and didn't come here. Damn it! It was again and again. This scene, in the eyes of the people of the dragon country and the stick country, was even more infuriating. Hateful. Angry. Some emotionally charged individuals had already started cursing. Bye. Damn you. Bye. Damn it. A bunch of beasts. But cursing was meaningless, they didn't care. As 9 o'clock arrived, they began to regroup and set off from the main gate. Duan Bai Hunshao. The formal worship process begins. Those old tortoises were all excited. Squeezing out a few drops of crocodile tears was also very flattering. They bowed and bent to the extreme. Despicable. When the netizens of the dragon country saw this scene, they were so angry, frustrated, roaring, "Isn't there anyone who can come and deal with these beasts?" At this moment, row. A helicopter took off in the distance and flew towards this direction in the sky. However, only a few people noticed this scene, and they didn't care. On the helicopter, the pilot looked in horror at Lu Chen, who was almost unrecognizable, covered in blood, wearing a coat with bulging pockets. Lu Chen coldly placed a knife against his neck and said, "Behave and fly, and you'll live." The helicopter pilot felt like he had run into bad luck. He was a private pilot for a cherry blossom tycoon, about to depart to pick up the tycoon, but he was being held hostage by this guy. At this moment, Lu Chen started a live stream on his phone. Title, Live Broadcast of Duan Bai Hunshao asterisk. The next moment, hundreds of netizens from the dragon country crowded in. When they saw Lu Chen, they all exclaimed in horror, and many were so scared that they exited the live stream. The barrage kept rolling. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It wasn't because the netizens of the dragon country recognized Lu Chen, but because his current appearance was truly terrifying. As expected, before Lu Chen could speak, a prompt message popped up on the screen. Your live stream is too bloody and cannot be broadcasted. Signal interrupted. Damn it! It got blocked. Lu Chen was speechless. He then exchanged for a bottle of water from the system, washed his face, cleaned off the bloodstains, then turned around and slapped the cherry blossom pilot hard, saying, "Give me your phone too." The pilot reluctantly handed him the phone. This time, Lu Chen directly opened 2 live streams on his phones, one placed behind and one held in his hand. This time there was no prompt. However, the netizens from the dragon country who rushed in started to criticize heavily. Another damn clickbait. Opening 2 live streams. Did you lose half your ears? Special effects? What's on your body? Tomato juice? Can't you act more realistically? Still on a helicopter. This special effect is amazing. Come on. What goods are you carrying? Hurry up and put them in the shopping cart. Such a crowd pleaser. Anchor, you're really something. At this moment, someone unexpectedly discovered that his appearance was exactly the same as that of Meng Shi. Immediately after, many people recognized him. In an instant, the barrage exploded. Is it Meng Shi? Is it you? Damn! Stop cursing, stop! This is the hero of Dragon Country. Stop cursing. You're cursing the wrong person. Damn! It's really you. Oh my god. Quick! Share the live stream. The live stream spread at a crazy speed. Lu Chen faced insults with indifference, and in the face of praise, he remained composed. He addressed the live screen. Fellow countrymen, record this, remember this day. I, Meng Shi, solemnly declare here that all my actions are of my own volition, without any indication or inducement from any country, person, or organization. I take full responsibility for my actions. They have no relation to anyone or any country. There is no intention against any ordinary citizens. At this point, the helicopter had arrived over the location of Duan Baihan's summoning. Go Huang heard the commotion, looked up, and cursed loudly. What the hell are you guys doing? Why is there still a helicopter up there? The high-ranking officials also had unpleasant expressions. How could there be a helicopter hovering above in such a solemn event? Truly incompetent. The mayor directly called the chief guard of Daming, incompetent fools. Look up. Why is there still a helicopter in the sky? How do you handle things? Immediately, everyone looked up at the helicopter hovering in the sky. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked at the live camera, his expression gradually turning fierce, and with a wave of his hand, He tore off the coat he was wearing, revealing the intense justice bound all over his body. From head to toe, there were damn 20 of them. The netizens of Dragon Country were shocked. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Chen exchanged shout from the system and poured it all over himself. The netizens of Dragon Country were once again deeply shocked. In that instant, all the barrage disappeared. Lu Chen laughed ferociously. Ah, after 78 years, let me represent with a roar. Listen well. The roar of over 20 million heroes. The next moment, swish, he was engulfed in raging flames. This flame seemed to want to burn away all injustice and darkness in the world. At that moment, he seemed possessed by that man. Then, under the tearful gaze of millions of Dragon Country netizens, that resolute flame of will unfolded into blazing burning wings. He leaped fiercely downwards. At that moment, below Duan Baihun's summoning, everyone looked up, all of them dumbfounded, watching that blazing, dazzling flame. Like a god descending from the heavens, Lu Chen was clad in flame battle armor, looking down at the crowd below with a determined gaze. There was not a hint of pain on his face, and he erupted into a thunderous roar. You beasts! Today, I am draped in flames with a broken body. I vow to cleanse the world of sin. Feel the roar of over 20 million heroes. I curse you all. Ha ha ha! The flames smashed down towards the crowd of worshippers. At that moment, watching the flame descending from the sky, like a divine punishment, all those who were worshipping were trembling with fear. They had never seen such a sight before. It was truly terrifying. Only a few old tortoises seemed to remember something. The expressions of these beasts were forever frozen in that moment. The next moment, boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the universe. The shockwave knocked down all the people on the outskirts, making their ears and noses bleed. Huge black flames and mushroom clouds billowed up. The entire Duanbei Soul recruitment asterisk has collapsed. Millions of people from the Dragon Kingdom watched silently as the live broadcast went blank. Some emotional individuals even burst into tears. With my remaining body, cleanse the sins, refuse any form of invasion, condolences, mourning, paying respects, commemorating, exterminate evil, ignite the roar, erupt with justice. Nothing can stop a burning pure soul of justice. The Darwari clan will always be here. The sacrifices of over 20 million compatriots, your roars and cries, everyone heard them. That day, the people of Sakura watched as divine punishment and roars descended from the sky, finally recalling the ultimate resistance and piercing sirens they faced during the invasion. That day, they once again awakened the eternal pain in their hearts, recalling the scorching temperature exceeding 4,000 degrees, enduring silently with a tough stance. They began to feel fear. Turns out, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, their bones have always been strong. Dare to do this, not necessarily afraid to do that. Afraid. After this incident, the Sakura Kingdom angrily demanded an explanation from the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom remained firm, directly responding. Explanation? What explanation does the Dragon Kingdom owe you? We only have nuclear bombs. No explanations. Moreover, the party involved, Meng Shi, has already stated, this matter has nothing to do with anyone, organization, or country. And now you come out demanding an explanation? Truly shameless. What explanation do you want from the Dragon Kingdom? If you want to fight, then let's fight. Seeing the Dragon Kingdom's firm stance, the Sakura Kingdom couldn't help but simmer down, just incessantly uttering phrases like, strong protest, stern condemnation, firm resistance, and the like. Additionally, the gears of fate began to turn. The fishing village where Mengshi resided was personally visited by the provincial party secretary to pay respects, and Mengshi was posthumously awarded the titles of National Hero and Valiant Hero medals. In this fishing village, Mengshi's name was directly placed on the first page of the family genealogy. Originally neglected by his grandparents, after this incident, he suddenly became popular. Relatives from 18 generations away came looking for him, insisting on staying here, saying that breathing the hero's hometown air could invigorate and increase vitality. Every household bought firecrackers, even the security bureau led the way in setting off a grand firecracker. The atmosphere across the country was like a festive season, but Lu Chen was unaware of all this. At this moment, he opened his eyes again. Surprisingly, he found himself in the residential area of Fukuda City in the Sakura Kingdom. At the same time, the rewards for the previous event were also announced. Mission points plus 220, total 632. Justice Point Explosion Max Super Reward plus 2,000 points. Damn! Why so many? Is this a bug? These points shocked Lu Chen. Buzz! System. First, the host completed a milestone event, allowing the people of Sakura to relive the fear of the past, achieving a deterrent achievement. If all Dragon Kingdom people are like this, how dare the pirates? Which will accompany them for life. Second, the Dragon Kingdom celebrated nationwide, and everyone knows about this deed, with a significant impact, dissipating much of the resentment in the people's hearts, indirectly preventing many crimes. Think about it, so many Sakura people died, and even the shrine was bombed. Will you still be angry during this period? The reward is a comprehensive calculation and not a bug. What if I bomb the other one too? Lu Chen quickly asked. Buzz. System. The host is prohibited from stacking achievements. They will not solemnly visit like this again. What happens the first time is the most important, so if the host bombs the other shrine, they won't get as many justice points. If I can't get it, then so be it. I still wanna bomb it. What are justice points anyway? Lu Chen grinned wickedly. Deducting the previous purchase of 20 intense justice 1000 point justice points and those life-threatening potions, adding the 2000 points from this time, the justice points have reached 2352 points. Name, Shahongfang, Sakura name, Takeda Taro, gender, male age, 35 brief introduction. When you were 22, you thought the cherry blossoms were all gold, thinking you could easily make a fortune, so you followed a fishing boat here. After being severely beaten, you realized it was all nonsense. After traveling through several cities, you chose to stay on Fuyu Island because of its small population and low competition. You are one of the millions of undocumented people, currently working at a processing plant in Fuyu Island City for 13 years. Recently, life has become increasingly difficult. The cherry blossom money, which was not easy to earn in the first place, has been declining rapidly in wages, benefits, and treatment levels due to the arrival of those who are caught up in the rat race. Lu Chen got out of bed. This is a house he rented, and the owner is not on Fuyu Island, so he just pays her every 6 months. He pushed open the window, breathing in the fresh air outside. Just as he started to relax a bit, suddenly, "Hey, Keiko, where are the things you were supposed to bring? Why didn't you bring them? You 8 idiots. Are you ignoring what we said? Humph, teach her a lesson." A burst of small 8 idiot voices came from the nearby alley. Lu Chen looked over and saw several small 8 idiots bullying someone, and he couldn't help but smile. It turns out that bullying knows no boundaries. As long as there are people, there will be bullying in society. Lu Chen went downstairs directly. Although he despised this race, he also didn't want to see bullying happen. As he approached, the situation became clearer. 3 small 8 idiots in black school uniforms, 2 girls and a boy, were surrounding a girl in the same uniform, shouting insults at her. "Hey, Keiko! What did we tell you yesterday? Where are the things? You daughter of a bitch. Useless. Can't even do this simple task." Then, Keiko, whose black school uniform was almost faded, looked at them pitifully and said, "Yesterday my mom didn't come back. There's no one else at home. I'm sorry, I couldn't get the yen. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry." As she spoke, she continued to bow and apologize. The 3 small 8 idiots, looking at her pitiful appearance, had no compassion at all, with mocking smiles on their faces. At this age, they were purely evil. Without fear, they had no restraints or experience, fearless beings. Moreover, the cherry blossom rules protected them. What were they afraid of? Lu Chen stood nearby smoking, silently watching them. The 3 small 8 idiots saw Lu Chen, but showed no intention of stopping, even giving him a disdainful glance. That look seemed to say, "What can you do to me?" Little Huey's father died early, her mother raised her alone. Due to lack of skills and education, she could only work in the pitiful film industry to earn money to support her daughter Keiko. Her mother would work late every night, sometimes not coming home at all. Keiko grew up in such a family environment, feeling inferior and timid, living in darkness her whole life, always accepting things as they came, never having any rebellious emotions. Just then, as the boy small 8 idiot was about to hit Keiko, who kept bowing and apologizing, "Hey!" Lu Chen's sudden angry shout interrupted his action. Instantly, "You 8 idiots! Shut up! What are you doing? Get lost! It's none of your business, jerk!" Like lighting a bomb, the 2 small 8 idiot girls pointed at Lu Chen and cursed at him. Lu Chen casually flicked away his cigarette. Eyes glinting with hostility, he walked towards them with a fierce expression on his face. "You bunch of punks! You really have the nerve, don't you? Do you think this is the Dragon Kingdom? I don't care who you are." Huizi looked up timidly and noticed Lu Chen approaching. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen became the brightest light in Huizi's dark life. She had no choice, she was born into darkness, and she was not alone, as many such things happened in this world. The world is vast, and Lu Chen cannot be everywhere, but he will intervene when he sees it. With a clear conscience, The three punks knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. They would never dare to do wrong again in their lives because their hands would never be able to lift a finger again. It's done. Lu Chen threatened coldly, don't even think about revenge. I know where all of you live, and no matter where you hide, I will find you. It won't be so simple then. I will make your whole family pay. Watching the pitiful sight of the three punks, Lu Chen showed no mercy. He even lit another cigarette, smoking indifferently. What's the use of changing for the better? It's not about punishing everyone for the actions of a few. Some creatures are just born evil. They are incarnations of evil. These creatures cannot change their ways. Otherwise, how do you explain repeated bullying? Why does it still happen despite increased education and control? There are reasons for this. That. Arigato. Huizi bowed deeply to Lu Chen, her eyes already glistening with tears. She never had a father. She had never experienced the care and support of an adult male. Being from a single-parent family was pitiful, especially with a mother who worked in the film industry. Lu Chen walked over and gently touched Huizi's head, saying, "Don't give up the desire to live. The world is dark, but it is also full of light. At least you have a great mother, I have nothing." He took out all the yen he had on him and handed it to her. Huizi was shocked and quickly waved her hands, saying, "No, I can't accept it." Lu Chen stuffed it into her backpack, then decisively turned and disappeared from the crowd. There was no hesitation, very suave. Huizi watched him walk away, feeling a deep longing for the sense of security she had just experienced. In her heart, she thought, if I had a father, it would probably feel like this. Lu Chen borrowed a cherry blossom person's motorcycle and headed straight for a factory in a certain place on the island, where he heard they were up to no good. Along the way, he read the news on his phone while riding. The cherry blossom news was all about his actions in Sotaimachi, scaring the cherry blossom people enough. Although the screen was filled with protests and condemnations, Lu Chen only saw two words in these dense comments. Fear. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen laughed heartily. Fear is the damn right reaction. Then another piece of news caught his eye, causing the smile on his face to slowly fade. Da Xiang will return to Sakura in 3 days for a speech and declaration. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the bizarre weapon in the system store, Shan Chase homemade. A flash of hostility crossed Lu Chen's eyes. Alright, you just wait. On this journey, Lu Chen felt that the development of Lushan City was not great, much worse than Sotaimachi, with hardly any decent gang organizations around. Glancing around, all he saw on the street were some low-level thugs who had never seen blood. The public order here is okay. He didn't encounter any scum along the way. The factory he was heading to was quite far from here. He estimated it would take about an hour to get there. Just as Lu Chen was marveling at the good public order here, the next moment, he was slapped hard in the face. Bang! Along with a huge crash of vehicles colliding, 2 cars crashed into each other. Then 2 people got out of the vehicles. They were from the small gangs Muki Hui and Jima Hui. The surrounding group of Sakura citizens immediately hid away upon seeing this scene, taking detours, closing doors, afraid of being implicated. You 8 bastards! You scoundrel! Yano Daiki, don't you owe me an explanation? You smashed my place and accidentally killed 3 geishas. Ogawa Takashi pointed a machete at Yano Daiki and shouted loudly. Yano Daiki got out of the car with an indifferent face. So what? What can you do to me? Why didn't you say this when you smashed my water club? Those 3 geishas were just an accident. It has nothing to do with us, okay? Hearing this, Ogawa Takashi couldn't hold back his anger and rushed towards him shouting, You 8 bastards! You're asking for death! Seeing him coming, Yano Daiki also roared and took out a weapon from the car, engaging in a fight with him. This dog-eat-dog scene is rare. Lu Chen originally wasn't planning to intervene. It would be best if these 2 gangs killed each other, saving him the trouble. The next moment, system prompts appeared in front of him. Among the 3 dead geishas, one of them turned out to be Keiko's mother. No wonder Keiko waited anxiously last night, but her mother didn't come home, thinking she was working overtime. That night, Keiko's mother saw Yano Daiki and his men smashing the place and hurried to escape. But she was accidentally killed by Yano Daiki's henchmen in a fit of rage. She fell to the ground until she completely lost all signs of life, her eyes still staring outside, her body still in a crawling position. She wanted to go home. She wanted to be with her daughter. Unfortunately, she couldn't go back. Seeing this, Lu Chen's face gradually turned cold. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it slowly, parked the car, got out, took a deep breath, exhaled slowly. Who could understand his current mood? Oh, what a bunch of beasts. Why can't they be killed, really? Can't be killed. Lu Chen strode towards the 2 groups of people. The faster he walked, the more urgent he became, until he started running completely. Lu Chen was completely ferocious. The waves of killing intent surged in his eyes again, almost condensed into a vast sea of murderous intent. Legalization? To hell with your legalization. Kill, 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 kill. The two groups were fighting. Suddenly, they felt a chill all over, as if they were being targeted by something. Everyone involuntarily stopped their attacks, turned their heads to look over there. Then, they saw a pair, terrifying crimson eyes. At this moment, Ogawa Takashi was still yelling, "You 8 bastards! Who are you?" Yano Daiki also threatened Lu Chen, "Don't come over, you scoundrel! Looking for death?" Two henchmen heard their boss being so tough, so full of courage, they immediately gained courage and rushed towards Lu Chen shouting, "Wow wow wow! 8 ga!" At this moment, Lu Chen was extremely angry. Flames of anger burning. Having grown up without parents, he hated the feeling of losing parents the most. Thinking of that child Keiko, knowing that his only mother was killed, As they got closer, Lu Chen opened his right hand, silently reciting, "Courage!" Shwa! A flash of black light passed by. The two sides crossed paths. Lu Chen continued to rush towards the group of people, without looking back at the appearance of those two beasts. Ogawa Takashi and Yano Daiki looked at their henchmen standing still, couldn't help but angrily scold, "Yuga! What are you standing there for? He's coming over!" The next moment, crash! Shattered all over the ground. Instantly, everyone from these two factions was terrified to the core. Shocked. Hearts. Trembling. Not a hint of resistance left. Facing the approaching Lu Chen, they really wanted to run away at this moment. But, damn it, their legs turned to jelly. Scenes of people being hacked into pieces with a few slashes. These bastards had never seen anything like it before. Lu Chen grinned ferociously and charged into the crowd. In an instant, blood mist filled the air. Some of the bastards couldn't even scream in agony, while others lay on the ground wailing and rolling. What a thrilling sight! The direct killing left these bastards completely demoralized. In less than 3 minutes, all the bastards were lying on the ground. Even 2 cars had their engines blown up by Lu Chen. Those with hats were also cut in half. The ones wailing on the ground were beyond description. Not a single one left? That's right, not a single one spared. Until both groups of bastards were dealt with. Cars blown up. All the belongings of the thugs inside the cars were taken out and smashed. Weapons were cut in half. Seatbelts were severed. All their possessions were packed into backpacks. Only then did Lu Chen, with red eyes and panting heavily, light a release and exhale slowly. With a hoarse voice, he slowly uttered, "Eliminate evil." Who was he saying it to, or was it for himself to hear? He turned and walked towards the motorcycle, disappearing in the direction of Huizi. Fate points plus 26. Total 657. Justice points plus 30. Total 2,382. Half an hour later, the guards of Fu Island City arrived late, watching as everyone at the scene bent over vomiting continuously. Arriving at Huizi's doorstep, looking at the courtyard, although a bit run down, but very clean, Lu Chen knocked on the door with mixed feelings. Knock knock knock. Soon, Huizi's voice came from inside. "Who is it? Has mom come back?" Clatter clatter clatter. In no time, Huizi ran over quickly, opened the door, only to see Lu Chen covered in blood. She couldn't help but be surprised. Before Huizi could speak, Lu Chen threw the bag in his hand in front of her, gave her a complicated look, then turned and left. Huizi looked at the bloodied Lu Chen with some fear. Although she didn't understand his behavior, she still asked, wait, what is this? Sir, have you eaten? I'm cooking." Lu Chen waved his hand without turning back. He mounted the Yamaha and left directly. Not a word was spoken from start to finish, nor did he want to explain anything. He was neither a babysitter nor a saint. This was enough. It had been delayed for too long. Those bastards in the factory were probably eager for a trip to another world. On the way, feeling the breeze on his face, avoiding the cherry blossom guards searching everywhere, Lu Chen headed resolutely towards the seaside factory. After that incident, most of the population near the factory had basically moved away. It had become like a dead zone. Only a small number of management personnel, directors, and armed forces were stationed here on rotation. These bastards, under orders from above, acted wantonly, disregarding the lives of the entire Blue Star human race and marine life. Extremely despicable. Shameless to the extreme. Finally, an hour and a half later, Lu Chen arrived on a secluded path not far from the factory. The entire perimeter of the factory was surrounded by wire fences, with only one main entrance road, heavily guarded by cherry blossom forces on the other side. But there were no guards here because the entrance had been sealed off. Lu Chen got off the motorcycle and cleared a passage with his knife, continuing to ride the Yamaha further inside. He couldn't wait any longer and didn't want to take any detours. The factory area was divided into different zones, and he headed straight for the newly built operational control area. The scene of the incident was no longer accessible, going there would be futile. Along the way, he avoided 2 armed patrols in protective gear, and apart from them, he didn't see anyone else. Luckily, the Yamaha motorcycle wasn't too loud, or he would have been discovered. 5 minutes later, Lu Chen parked the vehicle to the side, put on a hat, changed into work overalls, put on shoes, and wore gloves. Then, with a wicked grin, he looked at the massive factory building and said, "You beasts, are you ready?" Grandpa Lu was coming with that. He directly slashed open the side door of the factory and walked in. From entering until now, he felt a slight tingling sensation all over his body. But it wasn't a big issue. The factory area was vast, with various large equipment in operation. Lu Chen searched around but didn't see anyone. However, he spotted a scooter. He hopped on the scooter and strolled around the factory area. From the west to the east, he finally saw 3 Sakura people in full-body protective gear in a small room. After parking the scooter, he directly twisted the door and walked in. The 3 Sakura people in protective gear heard the commotion and turned to look, puzzled. In an instant, everyone was stunned. How did this guy run in without wearing anything? The leader immediately scolded angrily, "Bastard! Are you looking to die? This is not where you should be. Get out!" The other 2 also shouted angrily, "Leader, don't let him leave. This sneaky bastard showing up here definitely has ill intentions. Contact the armed forces. Capture him and interrogate him. Yes, he's a big troublemaker. I suspect he's a spy. Don't let him leave." Chirping and chattering. Lu Chen felt irritated listening to their rapid-fire bird language. "I'm not here to listen to your comedy routine. Damn it!" He charged directly at the 3 people. While rushing, he pulled out courage. The 3 people saw a knife suddenly appearing in Lu Chen's right hand, feeling shocked, angry, and scared. Without analyzing how this guy did it, they quickly grabbed things around them and threw them at Lu Chen while running. But wearing heavy protective gear, how could they be a match for the fearless Lu Chen? Closing in swiftly, he slashed at the nearest Sakura scum. He pulled down diagonally from the shoulder area. Hiss! With a slight hissing sound, the protective gear deflated, and the person let out a scream before falling to the ground. Swift and fierce, his actions were extremely ruthless and decisive. Seeing the leader forced to split up, the other 2 Sakura operators were truly terrified. Who would have thought someone would charge in fearlessly and kill on sight? Bastard! Scum! Quick! Kamatsu! Press the emergency button. At those words, Lu Chen's eyes turned cold. "You still want to press the emergency button? Giving you face?" He fiercely swung courage at the person. Swish! Directly hitting the Sakura operator on the forehead, turning him into Ultraman Taro. Ah! Seeing his colleague turn into Ultraman Taro, standing there motionless, the last operator was petrified, his legs weak. Lu Chen grinned wickedly, extended his right hand downward, and then opened his palm. In the next instant, a large hammer appeared in his hand. This scene once again shocked the Sakura operators. He scared them so much that one of them knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down, begging for mercy with continuous apologies. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Please spare me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Lu Chen remained unmoved, sneering, "What a bunch of lowlifes. Just a moment ago you wanted to mess with me, and now you're begging for mercy on your knees? Is kneeling and kowtowing in your genes? Come on, then. Bark like a dog a few times, and I'll let you go." Hearing this, the Sakura operator clung to this lifeline like a drowning man, crawling on all fours and barking like a dog. Woof! Woof woof! Woof! Lu Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter at his ridiculous appearance, laughing heartily until tears streamed down his face. "Ha, you bunch of animals, back in the day, you forced the common folk to bark like dogs, didn't you? But let's not dwell on that. When you were fooling around, did you ever think this day would come? Oh, no, you didn't think about it, did you? You're just tools, what do you know? Just like a dog led by its owner to pee anywhere, you just pee into the ocean and call it a day, regardless of the raging flood, right? Isn't that so?" Bang! Lu Chen viciously smashed his hammer down on the man's thigh. Crack! It broke directly. Ah! A cry of agony rang out. Lu Chen roared, "Are you deaf or what?" The operator rolled in pain, trying to speak, but then he saw Lu Chen, with a fierce expression, raising the hammer high. "You really want to talk, ha? I was just kidding with you. No, no." In the operator's eyes filled with despair and terror. The next moment, crack! His consciousness plunged into darkness. After dealing with them, Lu Chen walked out of the control room, rode a scooter around all the entrances and exits of the factory, closed all the gates, and locked them. He found the power room. Without further ado, he strode in, drew his knife, and swiftly dealt with the two inside. Pull down the switch. Crack. Turn off the lights. His crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, his hoarse voice echoing lightly in the power room. Even a knife can break, but if you follow the knife, you might just find the owner. The next moment, the backup power started. Emergency lights came on. The main equipment was still running, but under the dim light, the entire factory seemed like a different dimension. Lu Chen stood guard at the power room door, beheading 3 fools in a row. After waiting quietly for another 5 minutes, no one else came down. No one else? Justice points -500, 1852 points. He lit a cigarette, exchanged 10 times justice from the system store, placed 4 in key equipment corners, and then headed upstairs. Quietly, like the Grim Reaper. The thought of these animals causing trouble and then bowing and apologizing really made him so angry. Bowing, apologizing, gamanasai, aminos. After wandering around the second floor and finding no one, he dropped 3 justice items. The same on the 3rd floor, all server rooms. After installing 3 in the server room, Lu Chen went straight to the top floor. The 5th floor was full of labs and studios, with closed doors and emergency lights flashing red in the hallway. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned. What's this? Discovered. Bang. Bang. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly heard banging on the factory door from outside. He found a window, tilted his head slightly, and looked down carefully. Sure enough, a large group of Sakura armed forces had arrived outside the factory, smashing the entrance gate with their gear. They were indeed quick to react. That just made things more interesting. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he checked each room one by one. Draw the knife. Kick the door. Empty. Next room. Until he reached the end in front of the large door wrapped entirely in alloy, Lu Chen finally realized that the group of beasts must be hiding inside. Inside the alloy-sealed room. Phone June. Who are these people? I'm so scared. Yeah, Phone June. Why are we all hiding here? Why don't we go down and take a look? The sudden power outage is so eerie. 16 researchers in white coats were anxiously questioning their director. Director Foam adjusted his glasses and said solemnly, I didn't receive a response from the message I sent to the 1st floor just now, and there's been no word from the power room operators. It looks like things are not looking good. I suspect something must have happened downstairs. Ah, how is that possible? Phone June, how could anyone dare to come here? After that incident, all the residents here moved away. That's right. Could it be? Ah, just as they were talking, suddenly, the group of Sakura researchers let out screams of horror. They had seen a dark short knife inserted at the opening of the thick radiation-proof alloy door. The knife effortlessly sliced down along the door crack. This scene shocked everyone present. What was that? They were intellectuals doing research. They knew how sturdy that door was. It's impossible. This can't be happening. How is this possible? Gah! Gah! The group of highly educated individuals who never used foul language were now exclaiming in shock. Director Feng Jun's research office was also taken aback. He had never seen such a sharp tool before. This was definitely not a product of current human technology. This aminos. It had far exceeded the scope of Blue Star Materials science. Oh my god. They watched as the dark short knife effortlessly cut through the thick alloy door like cutting tofu. As the heavy door slowly collapsed. Bang! After a loud noise, Lu Chen appeared with a sly smile. Surprised? Unexpected? The Sakura researchers were on edge, but when they saw a person standing at the door, their fear lessened slightly. In situations of uncertainty, the unknown is the most frightening. Seeing that Lu Chen was just an ordinary person with a knife and not heavily armed, they were less afraid. Seeing this, some gathered courage. Director Feng scolded, Gah! What nonsense are you spouting? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, you're surrounded. There are armed forces below. You better find a way to escape before they come up. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later. Other researchers, seeing that he was alone with a knife, thought maybe things weren't so bad after all. They spoke up one after another. Gah! Who are you? Hurry and run for your life. Haven't you heard what Feng Jun said? There are so many of us and just one of you. There are armed forces below attacking. Why don't you run for your life? You think you can hold us hostage with just yourself? Ridiculous, Gah! Listening to their half-hearted scolding and threats, Lu Chen scratched his ear, tilted his head, and said, Red bean paste? I'm so scared, why should I run? Surrounded? Are you mistaken about something? Mocking them, he slowly approached them with courage. It's not me who's surrounded. His face gradually turned fierce, his eyes filled with killing intent, his voice growing louder. "It's you who are surrounded by me." The Sakura researchers were shocked. "Arrogant. Gah! What nonsense are you talking? You rascal!" Seeing him approaching aggressively, the researchers each grabbed whatever weapon they could find around them, looking serious. Pens, notebooks, keyboards, instruments, chairs. They were all pillars of the Sakura country. High-quality talents. They were usually researchers who typed on keyboards. What did they know about fighting? No matter how many there were, they were just piglets. Piglets gathered like this when they were slaughtered, completely unaware of the butcher's strength or what would happen next. As Lu Chen recklessly charged over, in the blink of an eye, 3 more piglets lay on the ground. The next moment, all the whales began to sing in a chorus like a melody. Lu Chen spared only the director named Feng Jun and 2 team leaders, slaughtering all the others. Not a minute more or less. Exactly 6 minutes. The armed group had already broken open the main gate, starting a swift search on the ground floor, with some heading towards the power room to restore electricity. All of this was within Lu Chen's plan. He lightly whipped the horrified Feng Jun's ugly face, counting down softly like a demon whispering, 3, 2, 1. He. Lu Chen grinned ferociously. Boom! A huge explosion resounded from below the factory area. The entire factory building began to shake. Devil! You're a devil! Ah! Feng Jun's face was covered in blood, eyes bulging with extreme fear, on the verge of collapse. He was a senior researcher at Sakura, a special effects professor, research group director, one of Sakura's strategically important talents, noble status, distinguished identity. He was sent here on duty rotation by orders from above, to investigate and monitor waste disposal. Never did he expect to encounter such hellish treatment today. Ignoring the cries and screams of the 3 of them, Lu Chen directly wielded courage to punish them ruthlessly, harmoniously torturing 300 words. The research institute was all on a local network, and Lu Chen directly purchased an unlimited Wi-Fi network emitter from the system store. He forced them to spread all the data and reports on the Blue Star Global Network. This was the tipping point. What did killing a few people matter? Revealing all the real-time data, confidential files to the public. This was the biggest blow to Sakura. The only question was, how would they react? Continue bowing and apologizing? That wouldn't work. He. Lu Chen laughed savagely, loudly, madly. Listening to the commotion below, the group of Sakura armed forces, heavily wounded, called for reinforcements. As they were about to reach the top floor, Lu Chen had already exchanged for a rope, climbing down from the other side of the huge factory building, preparing to escape. The factory was vast, and the armed forces couldn't surround it entirely. This gave Lu Chen an opportunity to exploit. But the good times didn't last long. Just as he was about to reach the seaside, he was discovered by the armed forces. It was like poking a hornet's nest. They roared and shouted, rushing towards Lu Chen at full speed, continuously firing and shooting, swearing to kill this bastard. Madman, murderer, demon, shoot to kill. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was incessant. Even though Lu Chen was agile, he couldn't dodge so many bullets, getting hit several times. Finally, enduring the intense pain, he plunged headfirst into the sea. It was the moment of low tide. Being swept into the sea, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind the angry armed personnel madly shooting at the sea. Buzz. Fate points +8. Total 640. Justice points +3000. Total 5352. Accumulated hidden points reached 12,000. +1 random world roulette spin. System store upgrade. 10 bonus lottery spins. Acquired the title of the Sakura Nemesis. System exploded. Congratulations, host, on achieving another milestone event. The secret documents about the cherry blossoms must not be exposed. Not a single word can be written here and given to the public. Global shock. Cherry blossoms are severely damaged. Congratulations to the host. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was so overwhelmed with joy that he fainted. Several hours later, a ship smuggling piglets to northern Myanmar discovered Lu Chen floating at sea. Splash, drip, the sound of water falling. This seems to be another cherry blossom person. Let me see. He's still breathing, and these are gunshot wounds. Could this guy be a member of the mafia? Let's ask him when he wakes up. I heard the cherry blossom mafia is very wealthy. We'll have him make a phone call to transfer money when he wakes up. Meanwhile, as the cherry blossom incident erupted globally, all countries on Blue Star saw the confidential documents from the island of Mui. In an instant, it caused a huge uproar. Global turmoil. Following that, there was still the eagerly anticipated emergency Cherry Blossom press conference. 12 senior members of the Cherry Blossom organization faced the camera with great seriousness and sincerity. It seemed as if they had rehearsed it. They all bowed deeply at a standard 90-degree angle. Gongmina Sai. However, this time Gongmina Sai was not as easy as before. The situation was too big, even its powerful backers were at a loss, feeling that this dog they were holding on to was becoming troublesome. The Dragon Kingdom would not miss such a good opportunity. They immediately started joint military exercises with the Bear Kingdom, putting on immense pressure. And with the recent death of the old mother dog, the headless group of dragons watched the commotion caused by the Dragon Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom. The internal situation on the East Island was turbulent, everyone was fearful and uneasy. Various experts propagated widely on the internet, analyzing the situation, singing high praises, and providing in-depth analysis. Saying things like, the S3 season is about to begin? The dragon is about to soar? Suddenly, the global situation became tense. In addition, all countries on Blue Star with maritime territories, including its powerful backers, reluctantly joined forces due to public pressure, to exert pressure on the cherry blossoms. Apologies alone won't work. Without offering something concrete, they wouldn't be able to contain the excitement of millions of people. Online, there were fierce calls for action, talking about fighting and such. Only a very few people smiled knowingly, understanding that no matter how big the commotion, it wouldn't lead to war because the risks outweighed the benefits. Ultimately, it was all about pulling strings and putting on a show, just to seek more benefits. In this bustling world, it was all the same. In Greenvine City, Tiannan District, Lama, Yangchuan, and Galway gathered once again, looking puzzled as they watched international news. During this period, they rigorously investigated hundreds of cases, apprehending around 100 fugitives, unconvicted individuals, those who had changed their identities, and those who had sheltered criminals, thoroughly combing through Tiannan District. In addition, with the collaboration between Lama and Lao Wang, along with the supervisory team and the special anti-crime task force sent by the city, they also thoroughly investigated and cleared out the top officials in Tiannan District. They uprooted former District Chief Dong and his interest group, completely eradicating them. They replaced them with members of the factions behind Lao Ma and Lao Wang. As a result, the connection between Tiannan District and Chongming District became even closer, mutually developing and advancing, with a significant decrease in crime rates. Lao Ma returned to his rightful position, and Lao Wang was soon to be promoted. The evildoers were brought to justice, and the victims' wishes were fulfilled. Everything seemed to be going well, very good, and fantastic. At that moment, Yang Chuan pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes revealing the fatigue on his body as he asked, "So, Lama, Gao Wei, do you think it was him who did this?" Hearing this, Lama took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled slowly, scratched the back of his head, and said, "How the hell would I know? Are we just overthinking it? Those guys probably just watched the previous videos and started shouting along. I really can't believe this guy can still pull off such amazing things." Gao Wei remained silent. At this stage of the development, they found themselves once again deeply suspicious. Goodness! So it was Lu Chen who orchestrated such a massive event. It was so huge that it left them shocked and self-doubting. Previously, he was just eliminating some criminals in the Tiannan district. Even if it was 1 or 2 or even a few hundred, it wasn't a big deal on a national level. But now, suddenly, such a huge scandal erupted on an international scale. In short, the three of them had carefully analyzed before, but it was just speculation behind closed doors, without any concrete evidence. The three of them couldn't firmly say that it was the case. It's absolutely absurd to think that he is committing crimes endlessly. That's just ridiculous. No one would believe that. Sigh. Look. Headache. And the mastermind behind all this, Lu Chun. He was completely clueless. After sleeping for a full 2 days, he was about to return to his hometown. Despite being exposed to radiation and gunfire, he didn't die, truly lucky to be alive. During this time, the management only glanced at him twice. Seeing that Lu Chen was still breathing, they didn't bother. It didn't matter, if he died, if not, they made money, it was a win-win situation for them. He was jolted awake by the intense shaking. Severe pain. Weak and feeble. Every inch of his skin was in agony, including his internal organs. This was radiation damage. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in the back of an old military vehicle, surrounded by lush trees, on a bumpy road. He took another 10 minutes to fully regain consciousness. Remembering the system broadcast he hadn't finished listening to before passing out, he quickly immersed himself in it to check. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Damn! Justice points 5352. Did he just wipe out the Sakura country? No, it must be more than that, at least 1 million points. System store upgraded. Reached level 2. Lu Chen carefully checked inside. The categories remained the same: weapons, equipment, food, support. But the items inside had been upgraded significantly. Weapons and equipment that were originally homemade had now become standard firearms, including pistols, shotguns, rifles, sticky explosives, and more, priced from 5 to 500 justice points, all conventional weapons of second-tier countries, not the most advanced ones. The food category had also expanded with added effects like +1 stamina, +1 recovery, +1 speed, and so on. Some minor enhancement food items, still very cheap at 1 to 20 points. The support category had more varieties in the medical and biochemical area, with adrenaline type 2 being twice as effective as type 1, as well as blood clotting needles, level 1 strength enhancing potions, level 1 speed enhancing potions, level 1 health recovery potions, and more, all at the same price range. Fixed price of 10 to 50 points. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Amazing! This is only level 2. What about level 3 or 4? Would alien technology appear? Ancestors' strength enhancing potions? Laser eyes? Special abilities? Who knows if these things exist? Spin the roulette wheel 10 times? Let's do it when there's time. And there's the title of Sakura Killer. Note, after obtaining this title, you will exude a permanent overlord aura, making Sakura people fear and respect you, instilling a soul-crushing pressure on them, just like a good grandson facing a stern grandfather. Ugh, bad luck. How did it turn into being the grandfather of all Sakura people? Isn't that just plain disgusting? -40. After injecting himself with a level 1 health recovery potion and a level 1 energy recovery potion, Lu Chen finally regained his vigor and sat up, looking around. A completely different landscape from the cherry blossoms in Dragon Country came into view, just like a primitive forest, subtropical, humid and hot. What the hell? Where the hell am I, Grandpa Lu? Buzz. The system displayed 2 words in front of him. Burma North what? How the hell did I end up in Burma North? At that moment, thud thud thud, the front car window rolled down, and the person inside angrily scolded Lu Chen. Damn it, so you're a Dragon Country person. What's your name? Return to the light? Don't you dare die in the car. Suddenly, Lu Chen turned sharply, his eyes coldly fixed on the man speaking, a vast murderous intent surging out. Compromise? Swallow your pride? Take it slowly? Bullshit. Lu Chen went off directly. What the hell are you calling me here for? Ha? Being stared at like that by him, by Xian's heart thumped and he couldn't help feeling uneasy and scared. The next moment, he suddenly remembered his identity, and the group of brothers sitting beside him. He immediately came to his senses. Who the hell am I? I'm the park manager. Damn it! How dare this Dragon Country brat talk to me like this? Hey, stop the car. That brat woke up. He's not from the Cherry Blossom Country. He's from Dragon Country. He even cursed at me. I have to teach him a lesson today. Hearing this, Hai looked puzzled in the rearview mirror, pondered for a moment and said, strange. A Dragon Country person shot in the Cherry Blossom Country? Dragon Country people have some money, they have more relatives, be careful, don't kill him, he's a resource too. Another person said, should we go back and deal with him again? We're almost at the park. Bai Xian shook his head slightly red-faced, thinking of his embarrassment just now. He was angry. No. I have to deal with him. Alright, just don't kill him. Go ahead. The 4 people in the car didn't take Lu Chen seriously. After all, when they found him, that guy was almost dead. Now even if he woke up, what could he do? Yeah, what could he do? Lu Chen directly used his MD-20, exchanged for a tube of level 1 speed enhancement potion and injected it. In an instant, he felt like time around him had slowed down a bit. In simple terms, it felt like a slight delay. Actually, he had just sped up a bit, but not much. Creak! As the pickup truck stopped. With a swift move, Lu Chen stabbed Bai Xian to death through the back of the car compartment. With a fierce grin, the courage in his hand stirred twice. I'm still waiting for your nonsense? Damn it! A bunch of useless people. As he finished speaking, he pulled it out. Stabbed swiftly towards the stunned person next to him. Then Lu Chen jumped out of the car, heading straight for the co-driver's seat. Opening the door. 6 slashes in a row. In the blink of an eye, all 3 beasts were clutching their wounds, spitting blood, looking at Lu Chen in horror and disbelief, muttering, ha ha, ha, the sound of blood blocking their airways. The god of slaughter. Hai, who was driving, saw his pupils shrink rapidly, feeling numb all over, struggling to control his body, reaching out to grab a gun from the storage compartment next to the seat. The next moment, He looked up and saw Lu Chen's empty left hand, a pistol pointing at him, and the owner of that hand, with icy eyes full of killing intent. Justice points -200, Krieg CZ75 pistol *1. The atmosphere froze for 10 seconds, it was very quiet. He even heard the sound of his brother's bleeding beside him, and his own drum-like heartbeat. In times of extreme tension, adrenaline is released in large quantities, all the muscles in the body begin to contract, the heart rate accelerates rapidly, and at this moment, the motor neurons also emit abnormally, causing various parts of the body to tremble uncontrollably. Hua Yi was just like that. In the midst of the standoff, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Teach the dog to bark," Lu Chen suddenly said. Hua Yi's mind raced at that moment, able to calculate 5-digit multiplication and division in seconds. He had thought of many questions and threats Lu Chen might ask, except for this one. After a moment of silence, he dumbly replied, "Huh?" Instantly, bang! Lu Chen decisively fired towards him. Not even a dog's bark. "What use are you?" Swish! Since Lu Chen had not undergone systematic training, unless he was pressing the gun against someone's head, he wouldn't aim a pistol, wouldn't know how to shoot any pistol at all. The bullet went straight towards Hua Yi's ear, directly shooting off one of his ears. Ah! Ah! Intense pain shot from his ear, a burning, stinging sensation. Hua Yi couldn't help but cover his ear and let out a painful howl. Tears and mucus flowed instantly. These 4 arrogant and overbearing individuals. The powerful core figures who easily beat and scolded the underlings, holding the power of life and death over them, acting like beasts who could kill and do as they pleased. At this moment, 3 dead and 1 disabled, they could no longer act arrogantly. They were also human, with emotions. How could they not feel fear and dread? It was simply a matter of not being strong enough, not being ruthless enough. Bring in a second artillery corps and wipe them out directly. Let's see if they dare to deceive, cheat, swindle, and kill. In the end, it's all about the means. Ugh. Seeing this, Lu Chen glanced down at his left hand holding the gun. This marksmanship is really lousy. Alright then, spare one animal life to drive. Dragging the animal from the passenger seat, Lu Chen sat directly in it. Seeing Hua Yi still there covering his ear and howling, he slapped him hard. Smack! Stop fucking yelling. Hua Yi's forehead hit the steering wheel from the slap, feeling dizzy. Then he looked at Lu Chen in horror and said, Let me go, I saved you, spare my life. Lu Chen smirked, alright, drive back to the compound. Hua Yi's face turned pale, he dared not make that sound again, nodding incessantly, his eyes filled with fear and horror. This wasn't saving a piglet. It was bringing up a bloodthirsty demon. Roar! The vehicle started and slowly drove ahead. Faster. Why yes. Along the way, Hua Yi became more and more frightened, his legs so weak he couldn't press the accelerator. He saw Lu Chen's gun and knife flash and disappear, then he pulled out 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of cola from nowhere. Laos Han. It's even Longhua brand. Is this magic? What's even more terrifying? This guy, amidst the stench of blood in the car, didn't mind his bloody appearance at all while eating. He's truly a demon in this world. This made Hua Yi's initial joy of returning to the compound dissipate by half, feeling something was not right. It made his mind somewhat confused, as if everything he saw was blood red. A sea of blood. After Lu Chen had his fill, they caught up with the convoy transporting piglets and supplies ahead. Throughout, Lu Chen remained extremely calm. His action showed no regard for Hua Yi beside him, taking out various items from the system backpack, putting on a hat, wearing gloves, changing into a new set of clothes in the car. Then, he bought and put on a bulletproof vest. Seeing Hua Yi now, he was numb, mentally confused. He desperately hoped this was a dream, even a nightmare would do. At least, he could wake up. Unfortunately, before they could enter the compound, the checkpoint stopped the convoy. At that moment, Lu Chen turned around quietly, looking at Yi with a sinister smile. The nightmare of the YY Park begins now. To succeed, you must go crazy first, rush for money at all costs. Fight to be a rich 3rd generation, only by fighting can you avoid failure. Koan Zong stood on the high platform with a satisfied expression, looking down at the piglets below, feeling extremely good. Just then, suddenly, an urgent phone call rang out. Koan Zong calmly took out his phone, glanced at it, it was a call from the sentry post. Ha! Are there new piglets coming? Just come in directly, why make a call? Just as Koan Zong was thinking like this, he answered the phone. In an instant, a chilling voice came from the other end of the phone, clean your necks and wait for me to slaughter you. This voice, like a hellish roar, mixed with faint moans and wails, made Koan Zong's hands and feet ice cold. After saying these words, the person hung up the phone. Koan Zong quickly dialed again. Beep beep beep. The number you dialed cannot be reached. Below, they were still shouting, to succeed. Go crazy first. Enough. Koenzone on the high platform suddenly erupted in a roar, stopping their slogans. No training today. Everyone, go back. After giving the order, although his subordinates were puzzled, they still drove those piglets back to the dormitory. At this time, two trusted aides ran over. Asai asked with concern, brother? What's wrong? Koenzone's face looked grim as he said, have the brothers grabbed their weapons, something happened at the sentry post. He told us to clean our necks and wait to die. In an instant, the brothers were furious. What? Damn. Who is it? I'll kill him. Is it KK? Or JJ? Or the Manhwa Armed Forces? A yellow-haired man said angrily. Koenzone shook his head and said, we don't know the situation yet. I'll send someone to check. I'll go. The yellow-haired man stood up directly, looking angry. Koenzone frowned at him, pondered for a while, and then said, Mao, put on your bulletproof vest, take a few obedient managers with you, see what the situation is. If there are many people, don't start a conflict. I'll send people over now. Yellow Hair nodded and said, okay, Koenzone. After speaking, he turned and headed to the dormitory to prepare for departure. Koenzone, with a determined mind, walked into the building with his trusted aides. Unlike these little brothers, Koenzone's thinking was sharp and his senses were keen. He sensed that the person who made the call was not simple, ruthless, like a maniac. Fate plus 26. Total 666. Justice points plus 50. Total 5,152. Two vans of piglets looked in horror at Lu Chen standing in front of them, smoking calmly. They witnessed firsthand how this demon swiftly dealt with those few managers just now. Swift and decisive. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Just like watching John Wick in that movie. This was no longer called killing. Amino's was ruthless and swift. One knife per person was just the beginning. This demon liked to shoot people at close range. 2 shots to the chest, 1 shot to the head. Where did this killing god Amino's come from? Is he really here to save them? Lu Chen remained silent, and no one dared to speak. After a moment, Lu Chen's gaze shifted away from a distance, looking at this group of piglets. Among them were men and women, all with fearful expressions, some sobbing softly, some kneeling on the ground, some completely limp. Scratching his head, he pondered for a moment. Do you want to die or live? If you want to die, sit here and continue to be afraid, continue to cry, they will send someone over soon. If you want to live, I suggest those of you who can drive, turn around with people, head back the way you came, drive to the border of Wanfo, contact the embassy, hold their weapons in your hands, and kill them when they catch up. There has never been a savior in this world, nor does it rely on gods or emperors. If you want to survive, it's all up to yourself. With that said, he finished his cigarette. His strength had almost recovered. Lu Chen decisively turned and left, advancing through the trees by the roadside, concealed and safe. Only the group of bewildered piglets remained in place. At this moment, a lean young man squeezed out from the crowd, his face bearing a deep scar still oozing blood, as if freshly inflicted. The young man's eyes were full of fierce vengeance. Watching Lu Chen walk away, he picked up the AK from the ground and followed. The group stood still, hesitating for at least 10 minutes before someone started the car, picked up weapons, and prepared to go back. What a bunch of idiots! It's not unreasonable to be deceived into coming here as piglets. In the woods, as Lu Chen walked on, he suddenly turned around and fired. Swift and decisive. Bang! 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 After 3 shots. Good. 1 shot missed. In front of him stood a bewildered young man with deep scars on his face. There was no trace of awkward marksmanship on Lu Chen's face. After observing the young man in front of him for a while and reading the system's information introduction, he then said expressionlessly, "What are you doing?" The young man thought Lu Chen had intentionally fired. After the initial panic, he calmed down and said seriously, "I want to follow you to kill." With that, he knelt down. Bang! 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 Just kept kowtowing. Said nothing. Hearing this, Lu Chen looked at him in surprise and said, "Follow me? I'm full of radiation. Are you following me to die?" At this moment, if a radiation detector were aimed at Lu Chen, you would see the readings turn red and beep frantically. The disfigured young man looked up in confusion. Huh? The young man's gaze at Lu Chen gradually became strange. The words and actions of this killing god brother didn't seem very reliable. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly had a good idea. Give this guy a set of bulletproof gear, shoot from the side to attract firepower, and then sneak around from behind to take them out one by one. Isn't that beautiful? Otherwise, charging in head-on would be suicidal with so many people in the YY Park shooting at him, no matter how skilled he was. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked, "What's your name?" The disfigured young man looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression and said, "I'm called Silence." He was already sure that Lu Chen was a guy with mental issues, his thoughts and words were too erratic. Silence had no idea what he was thinking or what he would do next. Maybe all killers were like this. As expected. -50. After nodding, Lu Chen pulled out a set of equipment out of thin air and threw it at him. Put it on, follow me. Damn. This scene shocked Silence once again. Where did he dig this up from? Wasn't he told not to follow me? Too many questions at once. Silence was bewildered. Seeing Lu Chen decisively turn and leave, he quickly put on the helmet, wore the bulletproof vest, and followed. Brother, what's your name? How should I address you? Where did this come from? Lu Chen didn't look back and said calmly, stay away from me, don't you feel numb all over? I have no name, call me Evil Exterminator. Hearing this, Silence distanced himself. Strange man. Strange abilities. Truly a mysterious man. After walking for 10 minutes, there was suddenly a commotion ahead. Lu Chen made a sprint, pulled out courage with his right hand, quickly climbed up a big tree by the roadside to gain momentum, and peered ahead. An off-road vehicle was rushing towards here from a distance. There were 3 people, all armed. One of them with yellow hair was particularly arrogant, holding an AK rifle, protruding from the car roof, looking fiercely ahead, tears streaming down his face even in the wind. Alright, you're showing off. I'll blow you up later, damn it. Thanks to Master Ziyang for the 10 extra chapters. Seeing them rushing over. Hide! Lu Chen shouted from the tree. Hearing this, he decisively turned and darted into the depths of the forest, hiding behind a big tree, quietly watching ahead, very obedient and swift in his movements. Then Lu Chen exchanged a lump of explosives, cut the fuse short, and reassembled it. He weighed it in his hand. Watching the off-road vehicle getting closer, he grinned ferociously. Showing off? I'll make you fly. Silent on the side also saw the scene and couldn't help but be amazed again. Is this guy for real, bringing things into existence just by saying them? 50 meters. 30 meters. Getting closer and closer. 20 meters. Lu Chen directly pulled the fuse of the explosive in advance, and wisps of smoke emerged. 10 meters. He could already see the mole on the yellow-haired man's face in the car, as well as the 2 people inside the car, smoking arrogantly. He aimed at the skylight of the vehicle. Throw! Lu Chen fiercely threw the bomb in his hand towards the skylight of the off-road vehicle. Swish! What's this? In the blink of an eye, Yellow Hair saw a lump of yellow stuff falling beside him. The 2 people in the car also looked bewildered at the yellow bundle that fell into the car, emitting wisps of smoke. They immediately recognized what it was. Pupils contracted in extreme tension appeared on their shocked faces. Before they could react, the next moment, boom! A huge shock wave and explosion sounded. After a burst of black smoke, the vehicle was blown to pieces, with only a chassis rolling forward. Yellow Hair was blown half to the sky, bleeding from 7 orifices, hanging on a tree, barely alive. His mind was blank, with only one thought echoing in his mind. Special forces. What a coincidence. He happened to see Lu Chen climbing on a tree trunk not far ahead. Lu Chen grinned ferociously at him, pulled out a pistol and aimed at Yellow Hair, but after a second thought, he put it away and shouted below, Silent, come over and shoot him. Silent touched his ear, still with a look of shock on his face, and walked over from behind with an AK in hand. He naturally knew what Lu Chen meant by calling him over. To kill! Silent's marksmanship talent was slightly better than Lu Chen's, at least he knew that shooting required a straight line of sight. Bang 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 bang! With a few gunshots, 2 shots missed in the beginning, but soon he found the right feel, and Yellow Hair's head was soon shot to pieces. Easily resolved. Lu Chen jumped down from the tree without looking back at the mess, letting Silent pick up the rifle that had flown off the ground, and then continued forward. Just some gravel. A bunch of bullies who are tough on the weak. They can only bully those defenseless piglets. When faced with Lu Chen, who is ruthless against evil, they reveal their true colors. Wailing, incompetence, weakness, fear. Silent is a smart man. For Lu Chen, who has abilities beyond reality, he asked once before. But Lu Chen didn't say, so he never spoke again. So he remained silent, acting opportunistically, no longer delving into the root of the matter. As long as he could kill those beasts in the YY Park, even if he had to make a deal with the devil, so what? Silent is different from Lu Chen. In his body, it is filled with the flames of revenge. For his sister, he could do anything. Half an hour later, Lu Chen, with Silence, finally reached the gate of the YY Park. 6 park managers with fierce faces and weapons stood at the entrance. The gate was tightly closed, with only a small door open. Inside, faint movements could be seen. The park's walls were high, with electrified barbed wire on top. In this place, if an unarmed ordinary person is brought here, oh no! As long as you're a person, whether you're strong or talented, even if it's Ip Man who comes here, he would still be beaten up, cheated out of his money, then disposed of. Refuse? Resist? They have ways to deal with you. What's the use of fighting back? They have guns. Dozens of guns pointed at you, a round of gunfire. What can you do? If you're brought here without superpowers, facing this group of armed thugs, it's basically a death sentence. They will drain you of all your value, suck you dry, and in the end, sell your blood, sell your organs, bury you, or throw you in batches into the river. That's it. Complete savagery. If someone could sneak in and rescue those piglets without anyone noticing, just send in the military to wipe them out. No chance of mistaken identity. After observing for a moment, -10, -100, -2. Lu Chen once again pulled out 2 packs of rifle bullets, 10 grenades, and a timer out of thin air and handed them over, saying seriously, take these, in 15 minutes, start shooting inside and suppress them. I'll sneak in from the back. Silently looked at those things, nodded silently, started loading bullets, set the timer for 15 minutes. Seeing this, Lu Chen nodded, turned to leave, then suddenly paused. -20. Then he threw a level 1 speed enhancement potion to him, saying, if they all rush out, inject yourself and run while fighting. Don't try to be tough like me, you can't handle it. You're the expert, your word is law. Hearing this, silently nodded somewhat speechlessly. Lu Chen no longer hesitated, sprinting towards the side of the park. He didn't have much time left, his skin was starting to ulcerate. If it weren't for the system's potent life recovery potion, he would have been done for long ago. Oh yeah, damn it, hurry, faster. In the office building, Cohen, with a very angry face, sat on the boss's chair, urging the sexy female dealer. Sexy female dealer, wearing a shiny dress with deep cleavage, dealing cards online. I'm really pissed off right now. 5 minutes later, Cohen rolled his eyes, let out a sigh. As the only king of the YY Park, his days were full of flavor, like an emperor. YY Park wasn't big, with a total of 2,311 people, a small-scale fraud and gambling park, with industries like companionship, online chatting, gambling, Lubei website operation, fraud. Originally there were 3,000 people, but 689 died due to an epidemic. Also, he was from the Dragon Country. Yes, most of those causing trouble here are from the Dragon Country. He and most of the park managers are fraudsters, thugs, murderers, fugitives who escaped from the Dragon Country. 16 years ago, after Lu Cohen arrived here, he fought his way to grab this piece of cake. Lu Cohen was good at networking, and after rising to power, he didn't forget to maintain relationships, weaving a complex web behind him, closely tied to MBZF, PJ, DX, TH. So over the years, he lived comfortably. But today, his nightmare began. Lu Chen arrived at the sidewall of the YY Park and could see many trees inside, providing perfect cover for his covert operation. Courage paved the way. With just a few swift moves, he cut open a gap big enough for a person to squeeze through. As he entered, a foul smell hit him, the stench of decaying flesh. It was a dense forest, lush with foliage. The smell was overpowering. Lu Chen frowned and quickly made his way towards the front of the forest, kicking aside a femur, a skull, finger bones along the way. He knew where he was. Though his expression remained unchanged, deep inside, he was seething with anger. Countless Longwa people had been killed here. He wished he could capture these beasts and parade them in the square. Skin them. Turn them into a spectacle for all to see. Emerging from the forest, he quickly surveyed both sides. On the left were several residential buildings, a cafeteria, and directly ahead was a corrugated iron shed, likely a garage, filled with various vehicles. The main building stood to the right of the garage, with a smaller building in front, and beyond that was the park's entrance gate. At the moment, there were 2 groups of people at the park gate, roughly totaling over 120 individuals, all armed, standing around smoking and chatting. Due to Lu Chen's phone call, Koen Zong sensed something amiss and sent his men back, instructing the park management to prepare for battle, hence there were no idle wanderers around. Lu Chen analyzed how to proceed. These damn beasts were multiplying. It was tough to handle alone. Thankfully, there was someone silently providing backup outside, otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult. That's the plan. Quickly strategize the next move. Then, justice point -2, -20, -20. -20 -20 -20 -20. Balance 4,870. Locate the leader of the beasts in YY Park, Koen Zong. Adrenaline type 2. Inject. Strength level 1 enhancement potion. Inject. Speed level 1 enhancement potion. Inject. Resilience level 1 enhancement potion. Inject. Life level 1 recovery potion. Inject. Energy Level 1 Recovery Potion. Inject. Stay in place and enhance. Lu Chen, with a row of strength-enhancing potions injected into his thighs, was truly in top form. Discarding the empty syringe, his eyes were bloodshot, temples bulging, his whole body seemingly on the verge of boiling over, emitting wisps of white smoke, brimming with energy, ready to explode. Gripping courage, he closed his eyes, raised his hands in a wide stance, took a deep breath, and began to cool his body biologically. Feeling his physical state at that moment was unprecedentedly good. Lu Chen, sensing the red dot in his mind, looked through the wall at Koenzong, who was playing on the top floor, and grinned ferociously. The Emperor of the Park, huh? Clairvoyant, huh? Life and death in your hands, huh? Alright then. I don't eat beef. Whoosh. He darted out suddenly, straight towards the side wall of the main building. Directly, damn it. He climbed up the vertical wall barehanded. His mind filled with one thought. Skin them. Cramp. What is the ultimate assassination? It's when, no matter where you hide, how tight the security is, how sturdy the room is, how good the secrecy is, the assassin can still descend from the sky and give you a hard slap. Just like now. Smack. Lu Koen was lost in thought, reminiscing about the sexy dealer from earlier. When suddenly, Lu Chen descended from above and slapped him hard. Before Lu Chen even touched the ground, he flipped in midair and delivered a brutal slap to Lu Koen, shattering all the teeth on the left side of his face. The next moment, thud. Ah! A toothless scream erupted from his mouth. 2 seconds later, Aminos is seeking death. The ruthless Lu Kuan's eyes were bloodshot, full of killing intent as he stared at Lu Chen. He spat out a mouthful of blood-stained broken teeth. Reaching directly into the drawer, he pulled out a gun and aimed it at his head. Bang 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 bang. 5 shots in a row. However, all were blocked by Lu Chen's bulletproof cap. Lu Chen lowered his head and grinned ferociously. Enjoying the shots? It's my turn now. Swish. Suddenly, a backhand slash. Swish. A swift flash of dark blade light passed by, directly severing his right wrist at the root. Lu Koen was also ruthless. After a muffled groan, he immediately rolled to the side, enduring the intense pain, and pulled out another gun with his left hand, wildly shooting at Lu Chen. Bang bang. Bang bang. Seeing this, Lu Chen lowered his head, bent down, and pushed the large desk towards Lu Koen. Thud. A muffled sound. The table hit Lu Koen's shoulder and waist, pinning him against the wall. The gun was also knocked away. The sound of gunfire ceased, and Lu Chen stood up, preparing to walk towards the desk. Just as he approached, he glanced sideways and saw Lu Koen's bloodshot eyes staring fiercely at him. From somewhere, he had taken out another small gun, the dark barrel aimed directly at his face. In the next instant, bang! He fired. If Lu Chen hadn't injected so many enhancement drugs, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this shot. In this extreme moment of crisis, Lu Chen swiftly turned his face to the side. The bullet pierced through his cheek, splattering a large amount of blood, taking away a chunk of flesh, revealing his white teeth, a gruesome sight. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire continued. Lu Chen quickly pulled back his head. Injured, he smiled instead of showing anger. At this moment, he appeared even more ferocious. Hee. Alright, this is getting interesting. He directly circled to the other side of the desk, grabbed Lu Koen's leg, and forcefully dragged him out. He swung him against the nearby wall with all his might. Thud. A muffled sound. This impact left director Lu Koen in excruciating pain, his internal organs suffering, unable to breathe any air, like a fish dying of thirst. The small gun was also thrown aside. With bulging eyes, he could only exhale but not inhale. Lu Chen strode forward again, ruthlessly chopping off his other hand. At this moment, Lu Koen finally couldn't bear it and let out a painful howl. Ah! Ignoring the ferocious wound on his face, Lu Chen let the blood flow, looking at Lu Koen with a demonic smile. Ha! Scream! Keep screaming! This room is airtight because of you. Even if you scream your lungs out, they won't hear you. Director Lu Koen continued to wail, clutching his empty wrist, unsure where to place it. Anywhere he put it was painful. The bleeding couldn't be stopped, enduring extreme torture and agony. Thud. Lu Chen kicked his sinister face again. Stop barking like a dog. Lu Koen lay on the ground with a resentful look, trying to speak but suddenly unable to make a sound. Ha! Thud. Can't speak? That's normal. Intense pain makes your muscles tense. I'll help you relax. Thud thud. As Lu Chen spoke, he ruthlessly kicked his abdomen several times, leaving Lu Koen gasping for breath. There's no room for mercy towards such a beast. Thinking of the Longwa people harmed by him, Lu Chen's anger surged. All of this didn't take long. Only 13 minutes had passed, with 2 minutes left from the agreed 15 minutes. Lu Chen walked back to the desk, picked up his phone, then bent down, grabbed his face, and through gritted teeth, chilling words echoed in his ear. Make a call, instruct your subordinates in the building to gather here empty-handed. Do you understand? You only have one chance to speak. Due to his mouth being shot through, he had to grit his teeth to speak clearly, or else air would leak out. Upon hearing this, Lu Kuan slowly opened his hazy eyes, spat out blood, and nodded slightly. Lu Chun unlocked his phone, opened the contacts, and slid in front of him. Is it this one? Or this one? Akai? When he saw Akai, Lu Kuan squinted before nodding. Then Lu Chen dialed Akai's number, the blade lightly piercing Lu Kuan's neck, indicating a threat. Ring. Ring. The call connected. Hello? Bro, what's up? Lu Chen nudged Lu Kuan's neck again, his eyes coldly fixed on him. It meant for him to be honest, not to say what he shouldn't. In the next moment, Lu Kuan's eyes widened suddenly, a fierce and unmistakable look in them. I am Lu Kuan, ruthless Lu Kuan. How could he be manipulated by others? Veins bulged on his neck as he mustered the last of his strength to shout, enemy. Ha! Ha! Lu Chen swiftly stabbed him, cutting off his speech. Damn it! No face even when given face. The other end of the call fell silent abruptly. After 3 seconds of silence, Kai coldly uttered, you're as good as dead, and hung up. Suddenly, bang, boom, crash, gunshots and explosions were heard outside the YY Park. The silent operation had begun. Lu Chen stood up straight, twisted his neck, becoming calmer as the crisis deepened. He was still too young. The leader of the Myanmar Northern Park was not to be trifled with, not only ruthless towards others but also towards himself. Lu Kuan knew very well in his heart that things wouldn't end well, and he had already prepared himself to be killed. So he didn't resort to the cliched shouting or questioning from novels. To die was to die, decisively and ruthlessly. This was the true hero of the Myanmar North. Lu Chen grabbed his dagger and flew out, rushing towards the door, cutting off the shackles and pushing the door open. There was no one in the corridor outside, but the sound of many footsteps could be heard coming from the right corridor. Lu Chen quickly approached, taking out 2 bundles of highly explosive justice and stood at the corner of the stairs, looking down stealthily. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, muttering to himself like a madman, aminos, didn't expect this. I still have this thing. Not very useful domestically, but here, leaving aminos with nothing. He lit the fuse directly. As he watched it burn down to the last bit, the group of people also appeared in Lu Chen's sight. Immediately, Lu Chen threw the bomb fiercely towards the crowd below. 1, 2. After throwing them, Lu Chen turned and ran towards the left corridor. Instantly, the crowd below the stairs exclaimed in horror, damn! Bomb! Bomb! Quick! Run! Ah! Boom! Thud! With 2 loud explosions, the entire building shook violently. People scattered throughout the building felt the intense explosions and tremors, startled. What's going on? Did the Longwa 2nd Artillery fire at us? Outside the YY Park, under the sudden attack, silence was shattered as 3 sentries at the entrance were instantly killed by the explosion. 2 were left maimed. Then, brandishing an AK, he went on a mad shooting spree, directly killing all the sentries at the entrance. His fierce face exuded a crazed sense of joy as he watched these beasts die before him. The feeling was so exhilarating. Ha ha ha, he continued to shoot at the opening gate, laughing maniacally, occasionally throwing a grenade. He shouted to the heavens in his mind, Sister, can you see this? I've avenged you. Explosive chapter. Lu Chen rushed at high speed, descended 2 floors from the left side, ignoring the shocked female dealers on both sides of the corridor. Among this group of sexy female dealers, most were yellow goods. Yellow goods referred to unmarried young girls, white goods referred to married women, and dark goods referred to women who were deceived. Among this group, some were deceived into coming, some joined voluntarily, and some were brought in by others to make money. Overall, not a single one was decent. Although their crimes didn't warrant death, what they did was far from good. They swindled a lot of money from the people of Longwa. Their usual way of speaking was, hello, I learned about you through XX platform. Can I add you? Rest assured, they also had standards for their victims. They generally didn't target those who were handsome and had a high quality of life. Additionally, these dealers had mostly been taken advantage of by Cohen and his cronies. What did you say? Are there any ugly ones? Sorry, the ugly ones were either sold for blood, had their organs harvested, or were buried in the small grove where Lu Chen had just entered. Here, their lives were only slightly more comfortable than the group below because of the inspection system. Failure to meet mission objectives would result in punishment. For example, Gaia, driving a train, 4-wheel alignment, software upgrade, drinking milk tea, eating popsicles, small and large planes, water dungeons, ex-slaves, live burial. Among these, driving a train, four-wheel alignment, software upgrade, drinking milk tea, and eating popsicles were punishments for the girls. I won't go into specifics, but it was quite brutal. You can figure it out yourself. So, don't easily believe in high-paying jobs or temptations of beautiful women online. If you don't go to Southeast Asia, you'll be fine. Ah, hiss, ah, ha, he, ha, ugh. Before reaching the corridor over there, Lu Chen heard the tragic wails, all coming from the park management staff who had been bombed. Mixed in were the screams of the female dealers. With a fierce kick, Lu Chen pushed aside the beautiful female dealer blocking his way. Holding a knife, he forcefully squeezed through the crowd, heading straight for the broken corridor. It was already a scene of carnage, extremely gruesome. Utter chaos. All the management staff brought by Asai had been blown to bits, and there was even a penis stuck on the wall, its owner unknown. Looking at the surviving park management staff wailing, Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. He jumped down to take them to safety on the bus. Asai, who had been cold and pretentious before, was now lying in the corridor, gasping for breath, blood gushing from his mouth. Extreme regret and horror filled his mind. Asai never imagined that this guy had explosive devices. And two of them. He deeply regretted it. He shouldn't have led this group of brothers to gather and set off. Now look. A group of 47 people. All blown to bits. Blown to death. Call. Dogs bark. Lu Chen cursed while swiftly dealing with these beasts. It's okay to slaughter others, but not okay when it's your turn? Learn from your boss, he's tough. None of them barked like you guys. Put. One by one. Lu Chen didn't want to hear a single word from these beasts. 3 minutes later, after dealing with them, there was another commotion downstairs. It turned out that other park management heard the explosion here and rushed over with weapons. YY Park currently had a total of 2,311 people, 1982 pigs, 61 pig managers, only 268 real core park management staff, 126 armed guards at the gate, 47 people blown up in the building, and the rest of the armed forces and management were scattered in the dormitory area, canteen, car shed, and other areas. More than 30 people were lured out of the gate by the silence, while the remaining armed men, upon hearing the explosion inside the park, hurried back to provide support. The current situation is extremely bad for Lu Chen. There are too many attackers coming. What the hell is happening? Kai Ge, where are you? Hey, traitor. What exploded? What's happening upstairs? Bang. You better speak. Armed guards in the hallway below were angrily questioning, their voices filled with rage. How could their base have been breached? And there's no sign of the Dragon Nation special forces outside. The traitor answered fearfully, I don't know. Kai Ge went up with some people, then there was an explosion. And screams. We didn't dare to go up. Bang. Manager's son slapped him and said to his men behind him, let's go. Let's see what's going on upstairs. Be careful. Lu Chen held a gun in his left hand, a knife in his right, quickly descended to the third floor, listening carefully to their conversation. His eyes caught the technicians watching from the third floor. With a fierce expression, he pointed his gun at them, ordering them to leave immediately. The timid technicians, upon seeing Lu Chen's fierce and scarred face with a gun, turned pale and fled at the sight of him. Lu Chen hid around the corner of the hallway, listening to the approaching footsteps, silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He felt them approaching the corner. So close. Swish. Lu Chen, with his scarred face resembling a demon, suddenly rushed out, wildly brandishing the courage in his hand. He plunged into the crowd without hesitation, unleashing chaos and slaughter. Manager's son and his men, caught off guard, still had expressions of shock on their faces, not yet comprehending what was happening. The courage was extremely sharp. There was hardly anything in this world that could withstand it. Coupled with the fearless Lu Chen, the scene was indescribable. It was like a scene from Doom. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Lu Chen's body crashed into the crowd. His right hand swung wildly forward, his left hand holding a gun firing without aiming. Splatter! Ah! Swish! Damn! Madman! Don't panic! Don't panic! Splatter! Meanwhile, more guards kept joining from outside. Seeing only one troublemaker, they became extremely furious and pushed into the crowd, thinking with so many people, they could surely take him down. Bang! Splatter! Charge! Kill him! Ah! Splatter! Splatter! In the YY Park, before Lu Chen's arrival today, the managers were the kings here, looking down on the group of lackeys from their throne, doing whatever they pleased. They would beat, maim, and slaughter the lackeys at will, changing partners every night, indulging in all sorts of debauchery, behaving like beasts. But all of this changed today. With Lu Kuan, who once looked down arrogantly, pulled down from his throne and ruthlessly slaughtered by Lu Chen, the managers beneath the throne also met their final fate. In the chaos and confusion, entangled with their own beastly brothers, they fell into utter despair, sinking into an endless abyss. As the saying goes, if it were in the open area outside, Lu Chen would have been shot to pieces in minutes, but sorry, this is a corridor. A walkway. Not more, not less. 12 minutes later, Lu Chen staggered down to the first floor and leaned against the wall. He had descended from the third floor to the first, his clothes tattered, bulletproof vest riddled with holes, 24 fractures, 12 gunshot wounds, his left forearm torn to the bone, covered in blood, his face marked with 4 deep cuts revealing bone, covered in 102 cuts all over his body. His shoes were nowhere to be seen, the exposed parts were a gruesome sight. It's hard to imagine how soul-crushing the pain must be, yet his damaged face remained calm, as if such injuries were not worth mentioning to him. Only those eyes, like divine orbs, burning with endless flames. Enhanced potions are not divine gifts. The enhancements are not that exaggerated, he could make it this far, with nothing else. It's all thanks to the word perseverance. Perseverance engraved deep in his soul. Devil. He's not human. He's a devil. God. Is he a god? The terrified remnants of the park management who were too scared to even lift their guns, all kept their distance. They watched in horror as Lu Chen stood in a sea of blood. No one could understand their feelings at this moment. The damn corridor was packed with brothers, layer upon layer. It was truly a sea of blood, not an exaggeration at all. They were indeed cruel by nature, killing without blinking an eye. Since the park was established until now, who knows how many piglets they've slaughtered. But this scene has exceeded their capacity as human beings. No matter how evil they are still human. As long as they are human, they will have emotions. Lu Chen's eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared fiercely at them, once again purchasing hemostatic needles, level 1 life recovery potions, and injecting adrenaline type 2 into his body. The intense burning pain all over his body cooled for a moment. After 3 breaths, Lu Chen moved. The flames of anger surged in his eyes. Do you think this is the end? No. This is far from over. Lu Chen slowly ran towards the group of remnants, his body emitting groans of unbearable burden. His pace quickened, seeing the devil charging towards him and the others. The remnants panicked, utterly terrified. Enduring discomfort and panic, they struggled to raise their guns and aim at Lu Chen to shoot. Their aim was poor. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire was intense, but it was futile. Even if by some stroke of luck they shot Lu Chen in the thigh, it didn't slow down his pace at all. Run! Run fast! How could humans possibly defeat a devil? The remnants cried out in agony and fear, turning to flee. But Lu Chen wouldn't let them off easily. Catching up to one person, it was a swift strike. A basin fell to the ground. 20 minutes later, Lu Chen limped towards the gate, leaving behind a long trail of dark red. Outside the gate was also a mess, extending into the distance. Lu Chen left the hell, following the trail towards the silent direction. That silence was also ruthless. In a situation where over 30 people besieged him, taking several shots, after injecting the enhanced potions Lu Chen gave him, he brutally killed 17 armed men. But his current situation was still not optimistic. Under the large tree's trough, filled with decaying leaves, silence, with his last grenade in hand, nestled within, his eyes exuding a determined death wish. He had no idea what kind of godly figure had done something inside the park. However, the continuous sounds of gunfire and explosions told him that the situation inside was much worse than outside. Silence couldn't even imagine what was happening inside. How could one person fight against a massive park? Even if it was a medium-sized park, there were hundreds of armed men inside. A superhuman? It's truly unimaginable. He waited for a long time. Suddenly, a series of screams and gunshots erupted behind him. Ah! Bang! 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 Ah! It didn't last long. Soon, silence fell once again. Then, heavy, unsteady footsteps sounded, crunching and crackling, stepping on the leaves and branches, getting closer and closer. Silence couldn't help but tense up all over. His eyes widened. The hand grenade in hand gradually pulled the pin. In the next moment, the blood shadow appeared. With a single glance, Silence recognized Lu Chen. It's him! Eliminate evil! Silence looked at Lu Chen, whose entire body was no longer human, at his damaged face, his tragically wounded body, his unwavering perseverance, and his eyes that seemed to burn with endless flames. It was as if he saw a brilliant soul burning within this broken body. He saw the wings spreading behind him. In a trance, it seemed as if divine voices were whispering in his ears. Eternal burning wings, lead me out of the worldly abyss. The power of 1,000 blades, the wrath of 10,000 flames resonates in my heart. I am both a guiding lighthouse and a purifying spring. Silence was shaken. His mouth hung open, emitting incomprehensible sounds. Ha, ha, he. It was as if he witnessed the birth of a new god with his own eyes. In this moment, Lu Chen's figure was forever engraved in his soul, no matter how many times Silence turned and reincarnated. That figure would always exist. You can always trust Lu Chen. Snap. Lu Chen tossed a vial of level 1 healing potion backwards. The hoarse, altered voice, unlike his normal tone, sounded in his ears, interrupting his reverie. If you're not dead, get up. I don't have time to watch you daydream. With that said, Lu Chen turned and continued towards the park. There were still many piglets to deal with. Silence quickly pocketed the hand grenade, injected the potion, got up, and followed behind Lu Chen, watching his back, still in awe. He is a god. A god? At this moment, in a hidden panel that Lu Chen couldn't see, there was an indescribable attribute, +3, but Lu Chen didn't feel any enhancement, as if nothing had changed. Back in the park, watching the hellish scene, Silence once again looked at Lu Chen in shock. How the hell did he do that? Lu Chen didn't waste time with him, using his gun to force the group of piglets to help. He did as he promised. He cut off most of the park managers and that Kuan general's intact spittoon, placing them at the park entrance, creating a gruesome tower. Finally, after giving some instructions to Silence on how to lead these people out, he mentioned that if everything went as planned, the reinforcements contacted by the Kuan general would arrive soon. Those who wanted to leave could go, and those who didn't could stay and await death. Silence knew this was his final instruction, but for some reason, he always felt that evil would never die. How could a god die? So he asked, "Where should I find you?" In response, Lu Chen looked deeply at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Go to Green Vine, I will find you there." With these final words spoken, his body could no longer hold on. Lu Chen slowly walked to the front of the terrifying tower, sat cross-legged, and gazed ahead with wide eyes. He was gone. Silence reached out with trembling hands to feel Lu Chen's breath, but there was none. He wanted to close his eyes for him, but no matter how he tried to soothe him, those eyes just wouldn't close. They continued to stare fiercely at the park gate, intimidating the evildoers. Buzz. A large number of system reward notifications sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Buzz. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title, Alleyway War God. Alleyway War God. Title, the host will gain a 15% combat power bonus in narrow spaces such as alleys and corridors, and passively activate the Alleyway War God spirit. When enemies encounter the host in narrow spaces, they will be 100% intimidated before fighting, automatically reducing their combat power by 20%. Permanently bound. Congratulations to the host for achieving the epic achievement, Solo Heroic Battle in the Park, rescuing 1726 piglets, slaughtering 237 evildoers in the park. The entire process was recorded by surveillance cameras, bringing super shock to the Mianbei Park. The impact was immense. Hidden score +6,000. Accumulated 18,000 points. As a reward, the roulette wheel spins *10 times. Random World Roulette Joy times *1. Fate +237. Total 903. Note, after Fate reaches 1,000 points, the system will give the host a little surprise. Justice points +3,000. Total 7,992. Not bad, not bad. Lu Chen is very satisfied with the rewards of this event. This is a pure unexpected joy. Who would have thought that after falling into the sea, he would be rescued and brought back to the park by this group of beasts from northern Myanmar? He. 1 world roulette, 2 gains, truly satisfying. Within a day, 2 disturbances. The embassy of the 10,000 Buddha's kingdom in the Dragon Kingdom exploded. After receiving the first batch of piglets who escaped from northern Myanmar, they were shocked. How come there are still people who escaped from the northern Myanmar park? The Dragon Kingdom has not recently sent anyone on a mission. Is this a miracle? Hurry! Life and death speed. The embassy urgently contacted the Dragon Kingdom's Nan Province Border Defense Military Department to send reinforcements. At the same time, they quickly headed towards the border. They arrived at the scene in no time. Looking at the 2 weary piglets in the cars, the embassy staff were shocked. It's true. Aminos. What? What did you say? You said that person? One person broke through the armed guards escorting you from the park? The Dragon Kingdom embassy staff responsible for registering their information, after hearing their account, burst into elegant Dragon Kingdom language with a shocked expression. Xiao Wang swears. He never swears, but this news is really shocking. Seeing him swear, the embassy leader couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wang. thinking, Xiao Wang is still too young and needs to mature. Really? It's true. After that person left, there was a guy named Chen among us who also left with him. Everyone can testify. Yes. Yes. We swear on our lives. Why would we lie to you? That person is like a professional killer. No. A war god. Just like a war god. Killing star. Killing star. Special forces. Definitely special forces. That war god headed straight for the park. We were too scared at the time. We didn't dare ask him what he was going to do. The first batch of piglets, with a look of joy and excitement after surviving the ordeal, surrounded Xiao Wang and recounted the experience in a flurry of words. They all thumped their chests, vowing their words to be true with their lives. This matter is too big. Xiao Wang and the leader exchanged a glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, the leader hesitated for a moment, stood up and said to them, "Comrades, calm down a bit. Let me confirm again. You said he was rescued from the Sakura Sea area, seemed to be seriously injured, then slept for several days, and today woke up and suddenly went on a rampage, killing the group of armed guards escorting you from the park. Is that how it happened?" The piglets nodded excitedly. Yes. Yes. The leader nodded, his expression serious. "All right. I will report this situation to the Dragon Kingdom now, and urge them again to come and pick you up soon. After all, there are too many people. The park will definitely not let this go easily." Hearing this, the deceived piglets shed tears of excitement. Good. Good. Thank you, leader. The leader is really good. Several hours later, the military is still on the way. But not far away, the roar of a convoy could be heard. The embassy leader and the piglets were flustered. This direction is not where the military support is coming from, it's the direction they escaped from. Could it be people from the park coming after them? Just as they were about to flee, someone with sharp eyes noticed something wrong. How come there is a group of beautiful female dealers standing on the front truck of the convoy? The park's security forces definitely wouldn't be accompanied by these beautiful female dealers. We are not the park's security forces. Not the park's security forces. We are people of Longwa. Half an hour later, with a head covered in blood, the embassy leaders, staff, and the first group of piglets were all stunned. They stood there with mouths agape, unable to believe what they were seeing. The words kept echoing in their minds. A Longwa man named Chu single-handedly stormed the park, bravely facing off against the entire security forces, sustaining numerous injuries. With severe wounds, he managed to eliminate all the security forces, only to collapse there in the end. The situation had taken a turn. If you save one or two cars of people, you're a hero, bringing glory to your hometown, deserving of rewards. But if you save a whole park of nearly 2,000 Longwa people, well, then you're a national hero, known throughout the country, written into history books, deserving even greater rewards. And furthermore, if you have no parents, no descendants, no one directing you, fighting bravely alone, wiping out the entire park, defeating all evil, rescuing everyone there, glorifying the name of Longwa, and sacrificing yourself in the process, well, sorry. This is the Pillar of Longwa, Aminos, a hero of the present world, an existence that must be buried there. Longwa tends to reward such sacrifices, especially for those without descendants or close relatives, with the highest honors. This is no longer a simple personal matter. The leaders trembled as they dialed a number they hadn't touched in decades of foreign service. "Hello, Long Lao. It's like this." The embassy leader reported the matter to the Longwei authorities. After confirming the authenticity of the news multiple times, the authorities were shaken. Orders were issued from the top. At any cost. Firm negotiations. If necessary, the use of force as a deterrent. The body of our Pillar of Longwa must be brought back intact. When they brought that person back, looking at that damaged and broken face, and the extremely severe injuries all over, this guy even had a lethal amount of radiation on him. Everyone was heartbroken. They couldn't understand what he had been through, why he had taken such actions, what had kept him going until the end, and how he had managed it all. After cleaning up Lu Chen's face, they were once again shocked to the core. This guy, turned out to be the San Hongfang, Lu Chen, who had caused chaos on the Sakura Island. Well, this Longwa medal and honorary title were now set in stone, as they were still in shock. Proxy 1. Lu Chen had already appeared at the Sakura Taiban. One was to inspire the citizens. The other was to address and soothe the serious repercussions of the previous Sakura Island incident. Fukuda had been extremely busy during this period, all because of that Longwa man. He truly despised that Longwa man. What a troublesome guy. Name, Zhou Kato Diao, age, 31. Brief introduction. 10 years ago, due to a wrongful case, you fled to Sakura and worked with Long Brother for 3 years. Feeling unfulfilled, you left him and ended up at a water gathering place in Taiban, where you've been for 7 years. Now in your 30s, you still feel aimless, living numbly and lost, devoid of passion. Although this body has no special features, Lu Chen won't waste it recklessly. He will do his utmost to give the original owner a grand exit, even if it means sacrificing himself. An hour early, after passing through rigorous security checks and registering his identity, he arrived at the square, quietly waiting. Later, the president of the Sakura Awakening Society, Fukuda, is about to give a speech here to investigate and increase the investment in superpower research. For some reason, he remembered the bizarre weapon he had seen before. It seemed perfect for the current situation. So, -250 Spear of Justice. Lu Chen smiled as he looked at the strange weapon in his backpack. Hope you won't let me down. 20 minutes passed. The Sakura guards began another round of inspections among the crowd to prevent anyone from carrying weapons. However, these checks were a joke to Lu Chen. With his backpack and system, even if he stood here naked, he could still pull out his weapon and punish anyone trying to do evil. 10 minutes later, the journalists in the convoy were in their designated positions, and Fukuda appeared in front of everyone. It was unclear if they were asked to or did it spontaneously, but when they saw Fukuda, they started cheering and applauding. Some even pretended to wipe their eyes, very hypocritical. Lu Chen neither clapped nor smiled, just stood among the crowd, looking at him indifferently. This strange scene caught the attention of the nearby patrol guards. Looking at the information, this guy was a descendant of a classic criminal, very active during the promotional event, visiting various countries, actively promoting his own country's development, and making many contributions to Sakura. It could be said that he was indeed outstanding, but his success was not solely based on his abilities. His family background and past experiences were also factors. At this moment, the guard came up to Lu Chen, staring at him warily, and asked, "Why aren't you clapping?" Lu Chen glanced at him lightly and replied, "My hands hurt, can't clap." "Then why aren't you smiling?" "Oral ulcer." What a stubborn guy. Hearing this nonchalant response, the Sakura guard was furious. He leaned in closer, warning in a low voice, "Stubborn. I warn you. Don't think about doing anything irrational. I'll be watching you." Lu Chen ignored him, still gazing at Fukuda. After exchanging greetings with a smile on his face, Fukuda entered the bus to prepare for the upcoming inspiring speech. Seeing that Lu Chen was unyielding, the guard glared at him fiercely again, then searched and confirmed that he had no weapons on him before returning to his original position, focusing most of his attention on Lu Chen. Half an hour passed quickly. After a final check, Fukuda got off the bus with 2 beautiful female bodyguards and 4 strong male bodyguards. Instantly, applause thundered. The crowd cheered. Lu Chen was only 10 meters away from Fukuda, with 2 half-height movable barriers in front. Excitedly, Fukuda stood on the platform, smiling as he looked around, then pressed the air with both hands. The crowd fell silent. He cleared his throat and prepared to start his inspiring speech. He wanted to restore the people's confidence. He wanted to revive Sakura's spirit. He wanted to save the collapsing building. Mina-san. Wada 11. Fukuda-san. In these days, many events have taken place here, all of which indicate that we need to increase our investment in military power. We must protect our country, reflect on the past. Most importantly, we must learn from our failures. Therefore, I propose to increase the armed forces budget. As he passionately preached about increasing investment in superpower research, reflecting, protecting, and enhancing, Lu Chen glanced around and couldn't bear to listen any longer, eager to send him off on the bus. This Fukuda beast is quite interesting, only reflecting on that matter, not admitting fault, and now emphasizing the need to increase investment in superpower research. Invest in what? Do you still want to reclaim your territory? Seize the opportunity. In the next moment, Lu Chen rushed past the barrier. Jump! Stand firm! Pointing his index and middle fingers at his nose with his left hand, he sternly rebuked in a dignified manner, "Such despicable behavior, shameless. Reflect on yourself. I'll make you fly." This scene immediately stunned everyone. The cherry blossom guard staring at him also hurried to climb over the barrier to pull him away. Fukuda and the bodyguards were also dumbfounded looking at Lu Chen. At this moment, suddenly, Lu Chen's body violently leaned back, throwing fiercely. Swish! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the spear of justice cut through an arc of light, shining in everyone's eyes, and shot out. The magnificence of that spear. Outstanding, elegant, exquisite, recorded in history. This time, not only were all present shocked, but the viewers watching the live broadcast were also stunned, and the 2 most beautiful and powerful female bodyguards were also stunned. It wasn't until Fukuda fell that the group of bodyguards reacted, opening the bulletproof case to shield Fukuda, who had already boarded the bus. After taking action, Lu Chen turned and ran towards the crowd. After fiercely slapping down one guard, he fled into the chaotic crowd. In an instant, all guards and bodyguards rushed towards him frantically. The two female bodyguards crouched on the ground, revealing their round buttocks, looking helpless. Their careers as bodyguards were over. Perhaps they could only act in movies in the future. They and the staff looked at the fallen Fukuda, not knowing where to start. Panic, helpless, blank minds. How to save this situation? Baga, bastard, don't run. What a bastard. Stop. Damn it. Call the superpower guard team. No, the detector hasn't reported. He's not a superpower. The guards and bodyguards angrily chased after Lu Chen, shouting thunderous roars. What was frustrating was that they just couldn't catch up. This damn guy was running too fast. A guard pulled out a gun and aimed at Lu Chen, who was frantically fleeing in the crowd, but couldn't find a good opportunity to shoot. Unless they disregarded the civilians and shot directly, they couldn't stop him at all. At this moment, Lu Chen was exhilarated, laughing wildly, viciously slapping the faces and back of the heads of the cherry blossom people blocking his path, knocking them down. Ha ha ha, it felt like his prostate was cleared. His whole body tingled with pleasure. Just 3 words. Damn, it feels good. On this day, the world was shocked. An hour passed, and Lu Chen was still on the run. Even after being shot several times, he hijacked a cherry blossom guard vehicle, exchanging fire in the city center, engaging in a wild chase in the urban area, ruthlessly slapping the faces of the cherry blossom people. The impact was extremely negative. The actions were extremely crazy. He fearlessly headed towards that place. Lu Chen had vowed to give this body a grand and brilliant exit. The cherry blossom's final act. Here comes the boss. Another person from Manhwa. Another person from Manhwa. The leaders of the Cherry Blossom Internal Affairs Department were truly furious. The crowd was excited. Their fighting spirit was high. They roared in the meeting room, pounding the table madly, vowing to demand an explanation from Manhwa. But once they stepped outside, faced with reporters, they began bowing and apologizing again. Gongmina Sai. We are deeply saddened by this incident. Dear Cherry Blossom citizens, Gongmina Sai. We apologize for alarming you. Here, we strongly condemn. Protest sternly. This is a blatant provocation. This is the greatest insult to a country. Immediately began diplomatic negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom. However, the Dragon Kingdom's attitude remained tough. Bullshit. What do you mean by giving an account? It's still the same. No account. Only nuclear bombs. Regarding Zhou Wenyi, we, the Dragon Kingdom, have no knowledge. He is a fugitive of the Dragon Kingdom. He is not a registered superpower awakened by our Dragon Kingdom. These words once again made the Sakura people furious. What's going on? What's really going on? Why is the Dragon Kingdom so stubborn? It's really outrageous. Outrageous. Compared to the helpless rage of the Sakura people, the people of the Dragon Kingdom once again plunged into a festive mood. So cool. So cool. Blissful. The whole country celebrates, singing the national anthem together. Red ribbons and firecrackers resound. They didn't know. They were really puzzled. Why do such cool things keep popping up like mushrooms after the rain, one after another, happening one after another? The official statement from the Dragon Kingdom was also lengthy, with hundreds of words. The core of the expression is that we do not advocate or encourage such incidents. However, since it has already happened, we are really sorry. Let's play the Swana for morning. Boom! After crazily crashing through the escort vehicles in front once again, Lu Chen's face was covered in blood, his expression fierce as he stepped on the gas pedal fiercely. Only 300 meters left. He was about to reach the doorstep of the Shi Jingo family. The Shi Jing family is very cunning. Last time, during the flame horse incident, he was not present due to some matters, which luckily saved him from disaster. But this time, no matter what, Lu Chen would not let them continue to live in this world. The pursuers and bodyguards behind him were furious, their faces turning into guangongs. This crazy lunatic, where is he going? The Shi Jing family was still watching the live broadcast of the pursuit, angrily rebuking Lu Chen's actions behind the screen. What a lunatic! All these Dragon Kingdom people should be slaughtered. Lunatic! The past glory, when will it return? The old dog stood up, bowed to the enshrined tablet. On that expedition, their family sent a total of 5 men, but only he returned. He deeply missed those days of bloody battle. The photos of that event were still hanging on the wall. Very eye-catching. This family of sinners had no idea that Lu Chen, this ancestor, was coming for them. Lu Chen suddenly accelerated, drove through the gate of the Shi Jing family, drove into the adjacent alley, then rolled down the car window, made a cut at the side door of the Shi Jing family with courage, and strode in. Looking at the ancient courtyard style in front of him, Lu Chen smiled ferociously. "Are you ready? Your father is here. -2. He rushed towards the old dog's position. Along the way, he saw the system prompt for the target, drew his sword and slashed directly. Without mercy, the screams echoed in the courtyard, speedily killing his way to the ancestral temple where the old dog was located. Bang! Lu Chen kicked open the wooden door, his body crashing in. At a glance, he saw the old dog worshipping other old dogs. When his gaze swept over the portraits and photos hanging on both sides, they were all the tragic experiences of the Dragon Kingdom people in the past. In just an instant, his eyes were bloodshot, the flames of anger almost burning through his flesh. Hearing the movement, Shi Jing's old dog immediately turned his head and angrily rebuked, "Lunatic! Who are you?" Before he could see the person clearly. "You son of a bitch!" Lu Chen charged ferociously. In 3 steps, he raised courage high, facing the horrified face of Shi Jing's old dog, and with all his might, he beheaded him, splitting the old dog in half. Lu Chen's remaining anger did not diminish. He directly threw a timed bomb here, then rushed out of the door, heading towards the main hall where the sinners gathered. The group of escorts and bodyguards also noticed the abandoned vehicle and quickly began to search around. Following a witness's directions, they also rushed to the side door of the Shi Jing family and barged in. "Bastard! Die! Kill him! He must be killed!" Watching the Shi Jing people falling along the way, they roared in anger and hurriedly chased inside. At this moment, Lu Chen had already burst into the hall, covered in blood, his expression fierce as he glared at the group of beasts amidst their horrified gazes and screams. He launched an assault. This was a charge filled with 77 years of pent-up anger. Late, but arrived. There was no trace of mercy, regardless of age. If there was more time, he would have dug up every earthworm in this courtyard, cut them in half, shaken eggs until the yolks scattered, and heated ant nests 5 times. The guards and bodyguards finally arrived, watching Lu Chen wielding a butcher's knife, cursing furiously. They opened fire directly. Bang! 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 Die! Bastard! Go to hell! Die, you scum! You scoundrel! Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen was pierced by countless bullets, but he still didn't stop. Using all his remaining strength, he roared angrily, "Do you think you can kill me?" This scene, like that of a demon, greatly exceeded the expectations of the guards and bodyguards. They were horrified and speechless. Is this still a human being? In the extreme terror of the last beast, Lu Chen cut it down with one blow. Thus, the end. Lu Chen, riddled with holes, turned to face the crowd's final frenzy of gunfire, unmoved. Those crimson eyes, etched deep into their souls. It's not over yet. In the moment before consciousness dissipated, Lu Chen exchanged for a grenade, pulled the pin. With 2 loud explosions, Sakura 7 days. The dust settled. Concealing his achievements and fame, leaving behind countless legends, he departed gracefully. Buzz. The system's massive reward reminder sounded lively again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Firm Will. Wearing this title, all shots of firm will towards the Sakura people, 100% hit. As long as the host's belief is strong enough, within the effective range of the bullets, as long as you shoot, it will hit. It will kill. Once again completing the legendary achievement, the elegance of that spear, recorded in history. Congratulations to the host for the feat of shooting Sakura in front of a large audience. The Sakura nation's fortune decreased by 15%. The morale of the people plummeted. For the next 15 years, the Sakura nation will make no progress. This will lead to significant impacts such as currency devaluation, population decline, social unrest, and stagnation of development. Hidden score reward plus 8,000. Total amount reaches 26,000. Special reward, a boundless single-head automatic shotgun penitence. The gun body is a deep dark color, perfectly solving the host city's lack of firepower problem. The overall appearance is similar to the M870 Wingmaster, just a bit cooler. Reward roulette spins plus 20. Reward random world roulette carnival spins plus 1. Reward, specific character reincarnation function, free generation times plus 1 fate points plus 43. Total 945. Justice points plus 4,444. Total 12,186. Awesome. Hell yeah. Bumper harvest. Seeing so many rewards, Lu Chen was so excited that he wished he could take a plane back to Sakura and fight again. But at this moment, he had already opened his eyes again. Tiannan District. I'm back. The Sakura chapter comes to an end, and the focus now shifts to eliminating evil in the domestic major cities, regardless of age or gender. Not a single one will be spared. Lu Chen has returned for the oppressed lower-class people, also seeking support. Thank you all. Name, Tang Cheng. Gender, male. Age, 27. Brief introduction. Since childhood, your parents divorced, and no one wanted you. Raised by your grandfather, you have had a tough life for 27 years. Bullying, teasing, looking down on, and being called a country bumpkin have surrounded you for decades. You have thought about changing it all, but at 16, you couldn't take it anymore. You fiercely beat up the 3 fat kids who had been bullying you, resulting in compensation and apologies. Watching your grandfather, at such an old age, bowing and apologizing to each family, tears filled your eyes. From then on, you never had the urge to rebel again. Patience has been a constant in your life. At 18, you started working in a factory to support your family. You worked there for 5 years, only to face an economic downturn as the factory closed down. So, you started working as a porter in a supermarket. For 4 years, you would arrive at the supermarket at 4:30 in the morning to unload goods, working until 8 or 9 at night. At night, you would also go to the courier station to pick up goods, just to survive and provide a better life for your grandfather. But your grandfather is getting older, and his time is limited. His biggest dream is for you to start a family and succeed. Lu Chen sighed lightly as he read this. Why do the hardships of the lower class come in so many forms? Is it because they are not working hard enough? No. It's, Chang, what do you want to eat tonight? Grandpa made 50 yuan selling scrap today. Grandpa walked in, his stooped figure and wrinkled face showing his age. He seemed even older. Everyone has a grandfather. But from as far back as he could remember, his grandfather had always been old, stooped, with few teeth and sparse hair. Lu Chen felt a pang of sadness without realizing it and said, Grandpa, let's go out to eat today. Do you want a hamburger? Grandpa hesitated for a moment and then shook his head, saying, let's just cook at home. What hamburger? It seems expensive. I don't want that. Do you want it? Halfway through, Grandpa seemed unsure. This was his most beloved grandson. He had always been obedient and never asked for anything. Today, he broke the norm and asked for a hamburger. Grandpa didn't want to dampen his grandson's spirits. Lu Chen nodded, feeling a bit bitter. Yes, Grandpa, let's go eat hamburgers today. I've never had one in my life. When Grandpa heard this, he smiled and said, all right, wait here, I'll get the money. Let's go eat that hamburger today. Lu Chen wanted to stop him but was interrupted by Grandpa's hand. His old, dry right hand, not as strong as before, but still able to stop his grandson. Let me do it. It's rare for us to go out to eat. How can I let you pay? I won't live much longer, this money is useless. There was a hint of inexplicable sadness in his words. With that, he walked over to the old wooden bed, bent down, and reached underneath. He pulled out a gray cloth bag and placed it on the bed, unfolding it layer by layer. Inside were the cash that Grandpa didn't keep in the bank, crumpled bills of various denominations, mostly 5s and 10s, a thick stack. Most of the money Tang Cheng earned from work went to Grandpa, but Grandpa was reluctant to spend it and kept it in the bank. After hesitating for a moment, Grandpa took all the money and put it in his pocket. It wasn't that he didn't want to spend money on his grandson. He just didn't know how much the hamburger would cost, so he hesitated and took all the money. Seeing this, Lu Chen fell silent. When they left, Grandpa insisted on taking him on his tricycle, saying it had been many years since Chang had ridden with him. Today, they had to ride together for the meal. Lu Chen didn't object and agreed with a nod. And so, the old and the young, riding on the tricycle, headed towards McDonald's. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. Lu Chen remained calm and composed, while his grandfather, with failing eyesight, couldn't see far ahead clearly. After parking the car, his grandfather took Lu Chen to the entrance and paused for a moment, gazing at the grand McDonald's. Gathering his courage, he led Lu Chen inside. Neither his grandfather nor Lu Chen had ever eaten at McDonald's in their lives. They were poor when Lu Chen was young, so they never had the chance to try such things. They always thought it was expensive. It wasn't until they grew older that they realized these things weren't actually that costly. It was only close to turning 30 that Lu Chen had his first bite of a hamburger. The taste was completely different from what he had longed for in his childhood. Once the most desired treat of his youth, with time passing, even if it became easily accessible and affordable, it could never recreate the longing taste of the past. This was a lifelong regret for many. His grandfather didn't understand what a happy meal was, but when he heard his grandson mention it for the first time, he turned to the waiter and asked, "Do you have any happy meals that children like? My grandson wants one." The waiter, looking curiously at Lu Chen being led by his grandfather, kindly replied, "Sir, we have many meal options here, including the beef burger, garden salad burger, chicken burger meals, and also a kid's meal. What would you like? I can help you place the order." Ignoring everything else, his grandfather only heard the mention of a kid's meal. In his heart, his grandson was always a child, no matter how old he grew. He firmly stated, "I want a kid's meal." Hearing this, the waiter patiently explained, "Sir, the kid's meal portion is quite small. Your grandson looks quite grown up and might not feel full. I suggest you take a look at these other meal options." After speaking, the waiter placed a menu in front of his grandfather and began to introduce each option carefully. However, his grandfather was stubborn. In his mind, his grandson was a child and should eat a kid's meal, regardless of his age. To Lu Chen standing behind, emotions were mixed, feeling choked up. It was truly touching to witness such sincere affection. Just then, a woman's voice behind them urged impatiently, "Hey, can you hurry up? Stop dilly-dallying, pick something and sit down, or choose while sitting, or else pick first and then come over. I have things to do." Instantly, all the emotions vanished in an instant. Lu Chen turned back indifferently. He saw a woman, dressed provocatively and looking disdainful, urging them on. Seeing Lu Chen turn around, she didn't hide her contempt. If it weren't for the customer wanting McDonald's, she wouldn't be caught dead eating junk food here. System information appeared in front of Lu Chen. Wang Qian, princess of the Tianluan nightclub in Xinzhou district, with a twisted and arrogant personality, highly skilled in seducing men, with numerous fish in her pond. 3 days ago, after draining the pond of a certain fish, leaving it mentally dazed and getting hit by a car outside, she showed no remorse but came to meet a new client in Tianan district, ready for a night of action, charging 2,000 yuan. She is cold, heartless, extortionate, deceitful, promiscuous, adept at using her appearance, a heartless female beast. Initially, Lu Chen was happy. The sincere emotions of his long-forgotten family members appearing in this unexpected encounter made him somewhat touched and happy. But upon seeing this despicable woman, he lost that mood. Suppressing the urge to skin her alive, he turned away and continued watching his grandfather choose a meal. For his grandfather's sake, he spared her life for now, but he vowed to return in the evening and deal with her properly. Just you wait for a good time. You despicable creature. Selling yourself, using PUA, deceiving love? Damn it! Just arrived in Tianan and already causing trouble. Encountering such a beast, Lu Chen was extremely angry. In the end, Grandpa still chose 2 children's meals. He even took out all his money, thinking it would be expensive, only to spend 90 yuan. And so, Lu Chen sat at the table with Grandpa, eating 2 45 yuan children's meals, his eyes slightly blurred. Wanting to buy osmanthus flowers and wine, it's not the same as wandering in youth. Let Grandpa eat together. Half an hour later, Lu Chen wiped his mouth and smiled brightly at Grandpa. "Grandpa, I had a great meal today. Let's go home." He couldn't delay too long. The mother dog was still waiting. Grandpa asked with concern, "Chenger, are you full?" Lu Chen smiled brightly. "I'm full, Grandpa. Let's go, it's my turn to take you home on the tricycle now." Grandpa laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, my grandson has grown up." Along the way, they attracted onlookers. Lu Chen remained calm as water, pedaling the tricycle, taking Grandpa home. After bidding farewell to Grandpa, Lu Chen left home. Grandpa thought he was going to work, but he was indeed going to work. For him, eradicating evil was his job. Lu Chen used to dislike smoking until the day his ex-girlfriend broke up with him, igniting a flame that couldn't be extinguished. After experiencing that event and awakening the system, he saw nothing but sin everywhere. Only Li Jun cigarettes could suppress the matters in his heart. Walking casually on the street, Lu Chen opened the local video app. To his surprise, the entire Tianan district had been cleaned up. What happened to my mission here? Criminals were arrested by the hundreds. Even the district head was taken down. At this moment, Lu Chen looked around with a bewildered feeling, but quickly readjusted his mindset. Personally eradicating evil wasn't the goal. Making the whole world free of evil was. Harmony under heaven was the essence. This was a good thing. As he casually scrolled through the news on his phone, a nationwide report caught his eye. It was about the heroic fighter Sha Hongfang and the national hero Zhou Wen, detailing their deeds, accolades, local impact, and more. Lu Chen chuckled ruefully. He shook his head. All of that was fleeting to him, just passing clouds. He continued towards the location of that mother dog. On the way, he saw a pale, frail young man standing by a bakery, gazing longingly at the exquisite pastries in the display case. Xia Xinqing, 17 years old, a people-pleaser, the third son of the Xia family, kidnapped at birth, reunited with his family after being adopted by Xiao Huada and Lu Bingyan for over a decade. However, upon returning home, the imagined familial harmony did not materialize. His scheming younger brother Xia Juanjia framed Xia Xinqing multiple times, while his elder sister Xia Mani and second sister Xia Xuevue also treated him poorly, envious of the division of family assets, making his life difficult, creating obstacles, wishing for his death. Even his biological parents had lost their initial sincerity, somewhat resenting this child who had wandered outside for decades. Xia Xinqing was already physically weak and sickly, now living under the shadow of this family, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Alright, okay. I don't want to read the rest. Lu Chen had already sentenced this family to death. The eye of absolute justice would not tolerate any nonsense. Alright. Fighting for inheritance, playing mind games, huh? I'll send you to another world to fight. Go play your mind games. It was spacious and crowded, perfect for hanging out. With that in mind, he strode over confidently. Grabbing Xia Xinqing, who looked utterly bewildered, he led him to the bakery and said, "Eat, my treat, whatever you want." Xia Xinqing was completely dumbfounded. What did this big brother mean? And no, I don't really want to eat these things. Gulp. He swallowed nervously, eyes fixed on the food without blinking. In the past 17 years, Xia Xinqing had not eaten these things. Even on the first day back home, he only had a meal cooked by the nanny, which was ruined by his brother Xia Juanjia's prank, leaving everyone in a bad mood. Being naturally kind-hearted, he forced himself to look away, ready to thank Lu Chen and leave. Thank you, big brother. I really don't want to eat. Lu Chen snorted coldly. Eat. You must eat. If you don't eat today, don't even think about leaving. With that, he firmly pressed the frail Xia Xinqing onto the chair. Turning to the shopkeeper, Lu Chen ordered, "Bring us your best desserts, all of them. If we can't finish, put the rest at the door for free." The shopkeeper was overjoyed. Good people still existed in this world. Alright, I'll get them ready right away. Xia Xinqing panicked and quickly stood up, saying, "Big brother, don't waste it. I'll eat. Just one is enough." Lu Chen looked at him, feeling something, and fell silent for a while. The shopkeeper stood there, unsure of what to do. In the next moment, Lu Chen said, "Sit down and eat, stop the nonsense. If I tell you to eat, you eat." Xia Xinqing and the shopkeeper were instantly embarrassed. This big brother might be kind, but he seemed a bit uncultured and rough. And so it went. Lu Chen stood outside the shop, smoking, watching Xia Xinqing devour the food hungrily, chatting casually. Through their conversation, it was revealed that Xia Xinqing had come out alone today to see a doctor because he wasn't feeling well. When he returned, he couldn't resist the temptation of the bakery and lingered, catching Lu Chen's attention. However, at that moment, his father, mother, and older sisters were celebrating the birthday of their adopted brother Xia Juanjia. Laughter, joy, and clinking glasses filled the air. They didn't even remember they had a biological son out alone seeing a doctor. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took a deep breath, extinguished his cigarette, and pocketed it. Exhaling slowly, he said, "Eat as much as you want today, soon you'll be able to eat freely." Xia Xinqing was puzzled by the big brother's words but nodded gratefully. "Big brother, you're truly kind. Do you want to eat?" "I've had enough, eating too much will upset my stomach." Lu Chen shook his head. "I'm not kind, I'm just treating my younger self. Don't think too much about it, just finish eating and leave." With that, he paid decisively and walked away without another word. Graceful. Even the shopkeeper gave a thumbs up to the young man, saying, "Although this guy is straightforward and bold in speech and action, I can sense he's a person full of justice." Treating his younger self, sigh. What a great phrase, if only I had thought like that when I was young. Xia Xinqing didn't hear the rest of what the shopkeeper said. He watched Lu Chen walk away, his vision gradually becoming blurry. He quickly buried his head in the bittersweet dessert. "Mom, Dad, sisters, brothers, why do you treat me like this? Why do you treat me worse than a stranger? If you don't love me, then why did you bring me back from there?" In such an environment, the young man's heart was filled with bitterness and pain. If Lu Chen knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would surely smile faintly and say, just a little setback." An hour later, Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the Jiqing Hotel in Tiannan district. He could feel that the damn bitch kept changing her posture, which was really annoying. Thinking of that pure-hearted man who charged for love, being taken away by a big car. Alas, in this world, only being lovesick is beyond mockery. Betrayers and deceivers. Regardless of gender, they must swallow 3,000 needles. It's still early, the sky hasn't darkened yet, not a good time to act. Lu Chen planned to wander around nearby, scout the area, plan his route, check if there were any principles above his head. If there were no principles, he could act without rules. Everything was just right. When Lu Chen reached the Yunmu intersection while wandering, his gaze caught sight of a familiar person. How many twists and turns in life does it take for two insignificant people to meet in this vast sea of humanity? The person looked a bit tired, but his eyes were bright, his back straight with integrity, carrying two large bags, destination unknown. What a coincidence! That person turned out to be none other than criminal investigator Yang Chuan. After that incident, he had also grown. The darkness was not eternal after all. No matter how powerful the forces behind you are, in front of the country and the people, it's all just a castle in the air. In countless late nights, he couldn't help but think of the words spoken by Liao Kaifeng in Chiang Mai. After finishing things in Tiannan, he was about to return to Chongming district with honors and medals. This time, he bought a small gift and some goodwill to visit the welfare home in Tiannan before leaving. At that moment, Yang Chuan's sharp instincts made him aware of being watched. He turned and saw Lu Chen walking among the crowd. Looking at that unfamiliar face, Yang Chuan was certain. He had never seen this person before. This person was not in the database of fugitives, but those eyes gave him an incredibly familiar feeling. Beneath that seemingly indifferent and calm gaze lay an immense desire for justice, and a raging flame against evil as vast as the deep sea. This gaze, it's not the gaze of an ordinary person. Ultimate, radiant, justice, anger, unyielding. Yang Chuan unconsciously stopped in his tracks, staring at Lu Chen without blinking. His expression gradually became serious. Faced with Yang Chuan's gaze, Lu Chen showed no abnormal reaction. He silently thought to himself, long time no see. Then, Lu Chen stopped looking at him, his gaze fixed ahead, and the two passed by each other. Just then, wait! Yang Chuan couldn't help but turn back and call out to Lu Chen. Lu Chen pretended to be confused and asked, what are you doing? Do I know you? Yang Chuan's brain was working rapidly, his eagle-like eyes fixed on Lu Chen's face, analyzing, wishing he could examine every frame. But Lu Chen, a character who had truly emerged from countless life-and-death battles, had long concealed all emotions in his eyes. When was he joking with you? If he didn't voluntarily reveal his identity, could you figure it out? After giving Yang Chuan a disdainful and mocking look for a few seconds, Lu Chen bypassed him and continued forward, muttering, nuts, leaving behind a sarcastic remark. Just like an ordinary passerby. Seeing that there was really nothing to see, the scene just now seemed like an illusion. Yang Chuan forcibly swallowed the words he wanted to say out loud. I'm a special agent. Check my ID. Glancing at Lu Chen's departing figure once again, Yang Chuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Perhaps he was overthinking it. That guy seems to be making a scene abroad right now. Yang Chuan pushed aside all his random thoughts and headed towards the welfare home. Half an hour later, Lu Chen had already planned his actions en route. He dodged the overhead surveillance, sneaked around to the side of the Jiqing Hotel in Tiannan district, put on a hat, mask, work clothes, gloves, non-slip shoes, stepped onto an electric bike, and leaped up to cut the surveillance line with a knife. Then he slipped into the fire escape at the back of the hotel, swiftly making his way up to the 6th floor. Not long after he went up, there came a loud curse from the hotel management outside. Who the hell is crazy enough to cut the surveillance line? Room 6017. Lu Chen quietly approached the door, pulled out his courage and was about to break in when he heard loud singing from inside. Well, quite professional indeed. The singing was full of deep emotions, but Lu Chen remained unmoved. In his heart, there was only an extreme thirst for justice and eradicating evil. He broke the door lock with a single slash, rushed into the room in 3 steps. Lu Chen's eyes emitted an extreme coldness. He ruthlessly knocked out the big radish with a knife in one hand, while the little radish was still singing passionately. He pulled her down. In her bewildered expression before she could scream, he punched her unconscious as well. At that moment, Lu Chen finally saw the little radish, which was truly ridiculous. TCH. He spat directly on the face of the unconscious big radish. Low level. Turning around, he closed the door again, propped it with something, then leisurely approached the two of them, exchanged a sedative for the big radish, injected it to keep him from disturbing the upcoming good things, and then put the empty bottle in his backpack. Stepping on Wang Qian's face, Lu Chen reached the head of the bed. He slid open his phone to check. The more he read, the more furious he became. He said, I am a silent tree, you are the free wind. Lu Chen couldn't bear it anymore, extreme anger burning in his heart. Really, the flames of anger were burning and boiling in his mind. Lu Chen finally stopped his actions. He took out 3,000 needles from his backpack, grinned ferociously. Make you damn degrade yourself. Swallow 3,000 needles for me. I'm speechless more than you guys. That's it, the incident is over. Fate points +1, total 945. Justice points +1, total 12167. Knowing that you guys are not satisfied, adding one more chapter. Lu Chen lives in a cage, but aren't we also living in a cage? Note, the author here points out that everyone is to some extent living in their own cage, which also symbolically represents the various restrictions and constraints we face, such as societal norms, moral constraints, personal fears, and biases. On a deeper level, this statement may be exploring the universal predicament of human existence, where regardless of our social status, wealth, or power, we cannot completely escape the constraints and limitations of life, which may come from external factors or from within ourselves. However, it is these constraints and challenges that make our lives complex and rich, driving us to constantly seek self-transcendence and growth. Lu Chen would never show mercy to beasts. The whole process took just over 10 minutes. After thoroughly cleaning up the scene, Lu Chen left room 6017. He returned the same way he came, leaving through the fire escape stairwell, but after reaching the exit, he made a detour and didn't run into the people by the side of the hotel. He quickly disappeared at the end of the alley. They all had their backs to Lu Chen and were unaware of the person following behind them. The people were technicians repairing the electrical lines and the furious hotel management. The hotel management was still unaware of what had happened upstairs. When they found out, they would be scared out of their wits. Yang Chuan also arrived at the entrance of the welfare home, carrying things, and walked up to Director Phone. Yang Tichin, you're here. Yes, I'm here. Director Phone, with a gentle smile, still couldn't let go of his worries, as seen from the deep wrinkles on his face. The mother dog incident this time was handled quite skillfully by Lu Chen. There was no trace left at the scene. The white pig didn't know anything and was knocked unconscious. An hour passed. The white radish pig trembled all over, opened his eyes in confusion. Ha! Why am I lying on the ground? Ouch! My neck hurts. My hips hurt too. What the hell is going on? He sat up, smelled a strong scent of blood, and immediately stood up, only to witness a scene that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He was scared out of his wits on the spot. He let out a deafening scream. Ah! From then on, he could never find peace again, with the ultimate psychological shadow haunting him for the rest of his life. The incident happened. 15 minutes later, Yang Chuan was the first to arrive at the scene. He looked at the hotel manager sitting at the entrance with a pale face, and asked sternly, "You said the surveillance line was cut?" The hotel manager, with a look of despair, nodded weakly, "Yes." About an hour and a half before the incident. Yang Chuan then observed the door, which had been cut open with a sharp tool. The surface was very smooth. Seeing this, his heart sank. Without any hesitation, he immediately identified the suspect. It was him. He's back. Yang Chuan didn't even go into the room to see the body. He took out his phone from his pocket, covered it with his hand, turned away from the door, and dialed the police station. Ring ring. Hello? Yang Chuan, what's going on? Yang Chuan said in a low voice, "He's back." The police station fell silent for a while. The hoarse voice of the police station said, "Are you sure? Is it him?" Yang Chuan replied affirmatively, "Yes, the lock on the hotel room door was cut with a single stroke. The cut was smooth and even, and it's now known that no tool could achieve this effect, exactly like the previous traces." On the other end of the phone, the police station pinched his nose, took a deep breath, and said, "This ancestor. Why can't he behave well abroad? Why does he have to come back? We've worked hard enough. We've arrested hundreds of people. How come there are still fish that slipped through the net?" Yang Chuan also sighed and said, "Well, let me first investigate the identity of the deceased, and report back after the case is officially opened." Click. The police station on the other end of the phone lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He felt so tired at that moment. "Well, go ahead, Gao Wei is also on his way. You guys investigate first, and inform me if there's any update." "Yes, police station." The call ended. Yang Chuan dialed the number 63052496 again and called Wang Hongming. "Hello, Wang Bureau? Yes, it's me. I might not be able to come back soon. There's been another homicide." "He's back." On the other end of the phone, Wang Bureau's expression mirrored that of the police station. He was also stunned for a moment. Then Yang Chuan explained briefly, and after hanging up the phone, he walked into the bedroom. There, he saw a guy sitting on a nearby stool, wrapped in a towel, looking like a dead pig. Then he saw the extremely miserable Wang Qian. The familiar modus operandi confirmed Yang Chuan's suspicions once again. It was him. "Speak. What is your relationship with the deceased?" Yang Chuan asked the dead pig. At that moment, Gao Wei also arrived at the scene with the criminal investigation team. Upon entering, he, like Yang Chuan, observed the door frame before walking over and asking, "Confirmed?" Yang Chuan turned to him and nodded. "Smooth incision, ruthless methods, full of hatred, it's him." The dead pig's eyes were vacant, with no intention of answering Yang Chuan's question. Seeing this, Gao Wei said, "Forget it, let's take him back for questioning first." Process the scene. I've already identified the woman's identity on the way. Her name is Wang Qian, a KTV princess with a criminal record, and many unclear transfer records. Just then, Yang Chuan, looking at Wang Qian lying on the ground, suddenly remembered the stranger he had encountered before. Remembered those intense eyes. Oh no, I think I saw him this afternoon. Yang Chuan suddenly stood up, turned to Gao Wei, and exclaimed, "What? You saw him? Where? When?" Gao Wei asked in excitement. The other members of the criminal investigation team looked on as the two captains spoke in riddles, unable to make sense of it. Yang Chuan glanced around, pulled Gao Wei out of the room, and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go. Check the surveillance." Yao Wei quickly instructed the others, "Handle the scene properly. Look for any clues, take this person back first." "Yes." Then Yang Chuan pulled Gao Wei out and said, "This afternoon, I was carrying 2 bags to go to the welfare home. I found a strange stranger on Yunmu Road. Although I didn't see his face, those eyes, exactly like those of the previous criminals. But when I went to ask, he changed his gaze. At that time I thought I must have been mistaken. I didn't expect that when I turned around, this happened." Gao Wei slapped his thigh when he heard this. "Damn! You should have checked his ID at that time." Yang Chuan regretted it. "Ah, that's true. But at that time, forget it. Talking about this is meaningless. The important thing is to catch him first. Let's go to our jurisdiction." 10 minutes later, they arrived at their jurisdiction and began to retrieve the surveillance footage from Yunmu Road. Before long, Yang Chuan stopped at the appearance of Lu Chen on the monitor. Gao Wei quickly paused the footage, enlarged Lu Chen's face, and then started facial recognition search. The next moment, information appeared. Name, Tang Chang, 27 years old, from Pengxing Township, Tiannan District, parents divorced, has a grandfather, currently working as a porter at Haiyulai Supermarket during the day and moving goods at Shisha Logistics at night. Seeing this, the two looked at each other, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. "Let's go." They felt for the first time that the arrest was progressing exceptionally smoothly. 20 minutes later, when Yang Chuan and Gao Wei arrived at Shisha Logistics in high spirits, ready to face Tang Chang and bring him in for questioning, to uncover the truth behind all his actions, after hastily getting out of the car, they entered the factory. Immediately, the two were dumbfounded. They saw Tang Chang standing at his workstation, sweating profusely, with a mountain of classified parcels piled beside him. Clearly not a task that could be completed quickly. The boss of Shisha Logistics saw the special service vehicle downstairs from upstairs. He hurried downstairs to the two, nervously asking, Do you have any business, sirs?" The boss was puzzled, not knowing why these two special agents had come to his place. In his mind, he was filled with all sorts of wild thoughts. Has the matter of keeping a lover been discovered? Or is the wage of 120 given to the casual worker too low? Or is there something illegal in the logistics package? Could it be that, during the wellness trip the day before yesterday, data was collected about me? Are they coming to arrest me? As he pondered, cold sweat began to form on his forehead. If the one at home finds out about this, it will be a huge mess, and there won't be any good days ahead. Yang Chuan and Gao Wei looked at him, feeling guilty, evasive, and sweating profusely. Then they turned to look at Lu Chen, who was sweating heavily while unloading goods on line 3 not far away. Why does it feel like this guy is the culprit? We'll deal with your matter later. We are here for a murder case. Do you have a dock worker named Tang Chang? Gao Wei pointed at the boss with a serious expression. Startled by the accusation, Boss Xiao was about to confess on the spot. However, upon hearing the keywords murder and Tang Chang, he regained his composure, his eyes darting around as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. He let out a long sigh. Phew, yes, there is a dock worker named Tang Chang. He comes to unload goods here around 6 or 7 in the afternoon every day. What did he do? Murder? That shouldn't be possible. Yang Chuan stared and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Go call him out." Scared by Yang Chuan's reprimand, Boss Zhao nodded hastily. "All right, I'll go call him over right away." He quickly turned and jogged towards Lu Chen's position. As long as it's not about him, that's good. Yang Chuan watched Boss Zhao's retreating figure and exchanged a glance with Gao Wei, saying, "This guy also seems suspicious. Yes, we'll test him later." Not long after, they saw Boss Zhao grabbing Lu Chen, talking to him and pointing in their direction. Lu Chen's expression was that of an ordinary person being stopped by special agents, a mix of confusion, helplessness, and nervousness. Whether it was real or an act, he was fully immersed in it. Lu Chen followed Boss Zhao awkwardly towards them. When they reached the two men, Lu Chen suddenly pointed at Yang Chuan in surprise. "It's you. I saw you this afternoon. Are you a special agent?" Then he looked aggrieved. No, I just glanced at you on the street, and you want to arrest me? Is this fair? Yang Chuan, irritated by his innocent and aggrieved expression, pulled out his special agent ID from his pocket and flashed it. Stop pretending. Come with us. Tell the truth. Gao Wei remained silent, observing Lu Chen's facial expressions intently without blinking. Honestly, he couldn't see any issues. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately became agitated, a mix of nervousness and excitement. Gentlemen, why are you falsely accusing me for no reason? What did I do wrong? Do you have an arrest warrant? A summons? You want to arrest me without any reason? Is there still justice in this world? Boss Xiao, seeing his distressed and nervous appearance, felt a pang of guilt for having exploited him for several months before. Tang Chang was indeed quite honest, working for 120 a day for several months. How could he be a murderer? Besides, he hadn't finished unloading the goods yet. If they took him away now, who would finish unloading the rest of the goods? Gentlemen, is there a misunderstanding? I know this person. He works as a dock worker at the supermarket at 4:30 in the daytime and unloads goods here at 6 or 7 in the evening. When would he have time to commit a crime? He arrived here on time to unload goods today as well. Look at the goods being unloaded over there. It's impossible to finish unloading them in less than 2 hours. Humph. Yang Chuan remained unmoved, turned to glare at Boss Xiao, and said, Are you still speaking up for him? You come with us too. Manager Zhao was shocked. What? What do you mean what? I'll explain everything you've done when we get back. You say I don't have a warrant for arrest or summons? Don't you know? In urgent situations, verbal summons can be made first. Besides, I'm not here to arrest you, but to inform you verbally that as a citizen of Longhua, you have the right and obligation to cooperate with us in the investigation. Tang Chang, come with us. Yang Chuan questioned Manager Zhao with righteousness, then turned to Lu Chen. Since it's like this, there's no other way. Lu Chen could only smile helplessly and say, Gentlemen, you've misunderstood good people. But since you want me to cooperate, I will cooperate, hoping you won't delay my work. We, the lower class, earn our money through hard work. It's not easy. Gao Wei observed that nothing was clear so far, and felt like they were pressuring them with their authority. He looked at Yang Chuan, wanting to say something but hesitated. However, Yang Chuan remained firm. He believed in his judgment. This guy must be pretending. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go. Back to the station. He led the two to the car, opened the door, let them in, then turned to Gao Wei, saying, Gao Wei, check the surveillance here and ask the workers when Tang Cheng arrived. Gao Wei nodded, okay, I got it, but from what I saw earlier, it seems like there's no issue. Could it be that you're mistaken? Yang Chuan shook his head resolutely, no. You don't understand him. He has changed now, not as reckless as before, learned to disguise, but I'm sure this Tang Cheng is him. Gao Wei, alright then, you take them back to the station for questioning. I'll go to the factory to inquire about the situation. Okay. The two acted separately. Unlike Manager Zhao, who sat in the car with a deadpan expression, Lu Chen at this moment seemed like a professional actor possessed, displaying a mix of awkwardness, nervousness, forced calmness, impatience for delaying work, all to perfection. He even asked Yang Chuan if he could smoke. Yang Chuan nodded in agreement. Then, through the rearview mirror, he observed Lu Chen, thinking, let's see how long you can keep up the act. These two guys are really interesting. The real culprit shows no sign of guilt. Instead, it's Manager Zhao, who was caught incidentally, looking as if he had committed murder. On the other side, Gao Wei began questioning the other unloading workers. They were all working-class people, focused on their tasks, not paying attention to who came or went. Even when Gao Wei asked questions, they answered while sweating profusely from moving goods. No, sir, we didn't notice anything. Oh, Tang Chang, that kid is fine, very honest. He unloads silently every time and then goes home. When did he arrive? I'm not sure, didn't pay much attention, seems like he started unloading with us. Tang Chang? Let me see, oh, he's unloaded so much, he must have come with us. Look, I haven't unloaded as much as him. Oh, Tang Chang, he even gave me a cigarette to smoke. Yes, he came to unload with us, didn't you see how much he unloaded? Gao Wei asked around but didn't get a definite answer. Some said they saw him, some said they didn't notice, some said he came with them, and some even mentioned smoking together. From their facial expressions and eye contact, it seemed like they were telling the truth, no one was lying. But there was a problem. The incident happened an hour and a half ago, unloading was 2 hours ago. Isn't this a perfect alibi of not being present? No. If what Yang Chuan said is true, then there must be a problem, a loophole. With this in mind, Gao Wei headed towards the surveillance room. What? No surveillance there? What are you guys doing? Gao Wei glared at the administrator in annoyance. The administrator, looking puzzled, said, "Yes, the boss decided to save costs, so there's a surveillance camera at the main entrance, but not at the side entrance because there's a security guard there." Hearing his response, Gao Wei was furious. What century are we in? Still reluctant to spend money on a surveillance camera? Without surveillance, it's impossible to confirm Tang Cheng's arrival time, making it extremely difficult. If Boss Zhao were here, he would definitely argue that taking the bus to the bar would save money. Saving on a surveillance camera, he could spend 3,000 at the club and even give away 2,000, a total of 5,000 back and forth. What a great deal. Moreover, the security guard at the side entrance is his distant cousin, diligent and responsible. His eyes are like a ruler, nothing can be stolen under his watch. Who needs surveillance in that case? After an infuriating investigation, Gao Wei returned empty-handed and had to take a taxi back. Now they can only check the street surveillance footage to see if they can spot Tang Cheng. This is their last hope. Tianan District Special Affairs Bureau. Lu Chen looked cooperatively at the two familiar faces in front of him. One was Lao Ma, the other Yang Chuan. Lao Ma had already turned off the surveillance in the interrogation room, leaving only the three of them in the room. Lao Ma then handed a cigarette to Lu Chen, looking at him with a complex expression and said, "I know about what you did abroad. I was once a soldier myself, and what you did was indeed commendable, it glorified our country, but let me tell you, can't you just have fun abroad? Why did you come back? Do you know that after you left, we've been conducting intense surveillance and arrests for 18 hours a day. We've caught at least 100 people, bringing those criminals with solid evidence to justice. You need to trust the country. Trust us. Don't act impulsively and do things against the rules. No matter how serious their crimes are, there should be institutions to handle them. It's not up to you to take matters into your own hands. Do you know what your actions are called? It's called a crime. This isn't ancient chivalry. This is a society governed by law. This is fundamental. You've gone astray." After a long speech, Lao Ma looked at Lu Chen solemnly and asked the final three questions. "Well, tell me, what kind of person are you? Why did you do this? What is your purpose?" Yang Chuan also stared intently at Lu Chen. However, after hearing Lao Ma's questions, within a minute, Lu Chen's expression gradually turned puzzled, his eyes unfocused, then his mouth opened, looking dumbfounded, and he asked foolishly, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the interrogation room became strange. Lu Chen's appearance made them look particularly foolish. His words sounded incredibly stupid. In just 3 seconds, seeing him like that, Yang Chuan and Lao Ma's temples began to throb. They looked at Lu Chen's face, so foolish, stupid, and utterly clueless. They were so infuriated. Bang! Yang Chuan's mouth twitched in anger. He slammed the table hard and scolded him. "Are you still pretending? How long are you going to keep up this act? You've killed someone. You've killed someone. Do you realize that? This is a crime." Lao Ma's face also turned red with anger. Thinking about the heartfelt words he had just said, he felt embarrassed again, angry and ashamed.